12. Memphis to Arkansas Post. July, 1882 to January, 1883. When we first entered Memphis, July 21, 1862, I found the place dead, no business doing, the stores closed, churches, schools, and everything shut up. The people were all more or less in sympathy with our enemies, and there was a strong prospect that the whole civil population would become a dead weight on our hands. Inasmuch as the Mississippi River was then in our possession northward, and steamboats were freely plying with passengers and freight, I caused all the stores to be opened, churches, schools, theaters, and places of amusement to be re-established. And very soon Memphis resumed its appearance of an active, busy, prosperous place. I also restored the mayor, whose name was Parks, and the city government to the performance of their public functions, and required them to maintain a good civil police. Up to that date neither Congress nor the President had made any clear, well-defined rules touching the Negro slaves, and the different generals had issued orders according to their own political sentiments. Both Generals Halleck and Grant regarded the slave as still a slave, only that the labor of the slave belonged to his owner, if faithful to the Union, or to the United States, if the master had taken up arms against the government, or adhered to the fortunes of the rebellion. Therefore, in Memphis, we received all fugitives, put them to work on the fortifications, supplied them with food and clothing, and reserved the question of payment of wages for future decision. No force was allowed to be used to restore a fugitive slave to his master in any event, but if the master proved his loyalty, he was usually permitted to see his slave, and, if he could persuade him to return home, it was permitted. Cotton, also, was a fruitful subject of controversy. The Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Chase, was extremely anxious at that particular time to promote the purchase of cotton, because each bale was worth, in gold, about $300, and answered the purpose of coin in our foreign exchanges. He therefore encouraged the trade, so that hundreds of greedy speculators flocked down the Mississippi, and resorted to all sorts of measures to obtain cotton from the interior, often purchasing it from Negroes who did not own it, but who knew where it was concealed. This whole business was taken from the jurisdiction of the military, and committed to Treasury agents appointed by Mr. Chase. Other questions absorbed the attention of military commanders. And by way of illustration I here insert a few letters from my letter book, which contains hundreds on similar subjects. Headquarters 5th Division. Memphis, Tennessee, August 11, 1862. Honorable S. P. Chase, Secretary of the Treasury. Sir, your letter of August 2d, just received, invites my discussion of the cotton question. I will write plainly and slowly, because I know you have no time to listen to trifles. This is no trifle. When one nation is at war with another, all the people of the one are enemies of the other, then the rules are plain and easy of understanding. Most unfortunately, the war in which we are now engaged has been complicated with the belief on the one hand that all on the other are not enemies. It would have been better if, at the outset, this mistake had not been made, and it is wrong longer to be misled by it. The government of the United States may now safely proceed on the proper rule that all in the South are enemies of all in the North. And not only are they unfriendly, but all who can procure arms now bear them as organized regiments, or as guerrillas. There is not a garrison in Tennessee where a man can go beyond the sight of the flagstaff without being shot or captured. It so happened that these people had cotton, and, whenever they apprehended our large armies would move, they destroyed the cotton in the belief that, of course, we would seize it, and convert it to our use. They did not and could not dream that we would pay money for it. It had been condemned to destruction by their own acknowledged government, and was therefore lost to their people. And could have been, without injustice, taken by us, and sent away, either as absolute prize of war, or for future compensation. But the commercial enterprise of the Jews soon discovered that 10 cents would buy a pound of cotton behind our army. That 4 cents would take it to Boston, where they could receive 30 cents in gold. The bait was too tempting, and it spread like fire, when here they discovered that salt, bacon, powder, firearms, percussion caps, etc., etc., were worth as much as gold, and, strange to say, this traffic was not only permitted, but encouraged. Before we in the interior could know it, hundreds, yea thousands of barrels of salt and millions of dollars had been dispersed. And I have no doubt that Bragg's army at Tupelo, and Van Dorn's at Vicksburg, received enough salt to make bacon, without which they could not have moved their armies in mass. And that from 10 to 20,000 fresh arms, and a due supply of cartridges, have also been got, I am equally satisfied. As soon as I got to Memphis, having seen the effect in the interior, I ordered, only as to my own command, that gold, silver, and treasury notes, were contraband of war, and should not go into the interior, where all were hostile. It is idle to talk about Union men here, many want peace, and fear war and its results, but all prefer a Southern, independent government, and are fighting or working for it. Every gold dollar that was spent for cotton, was sent to the seaboard, to be exchanged for banknotes and Confederate scrip, which will buy goods here, and are taken in ordinary transactions. I therefore required cotton to be paid for in such notes, by an obligation to pay at the end of the war, or by a deposit of the price in the hands of a trustee, viz., the United States Quartermaster. Under these rules cotton is being obtained about as fast as by any other process, and yet the enemy receives no aid or comfort. Under the gold rule, the country people who had concealed their cotton from the burners, and who openly scorned our greenbacks, were willing enough to take Tennessee money, which will buy their groceries. But now that the trade is to be encouraged, and gold paid out, I admit that cotton will be sent in by our open enemies, who can make better use of gold than they can of their hidden bales of cotton. I may not appreciate the foreign aspect of the question, but my views on this may be ventured. If England ever threatens war because we don't furnish her cotton, tell her plainly if she can't employ and feed her own people, to send them here, where they cannot only earn an honest living, but soon secure independence by moderate labor. We are not bound to furnish her cotton. She has more reason to fight the South for burning that cotton, than us for not shipping it. To aid the South on this ground would be hypocrisy which the world would detect at once. Let her make her ultimatum, and there are enough generous minds in Europe that will counteract her in the balance. Of course her motive is to cripple a power that rivals her in commerce and manufactures, that threatens even to usurp her history. In 20 more years of prosperity, it will require a close calculation to determine whether England, her laws and history, claim for a home the continent of America or the Isle of Britain. Therefore, finding us in a death struggle for existence, she seems to seek a quarrel to destroy both parts in detail. Southern people know this full well, and will only accept the alliance of England in order to get arms and manufactures in exchange for their cotton. The Southern Confederacy will accept no other mediation, because she knows full well that in Old England her slaves and slavery will receive no more encouragement than in New England. France certainly does not need our cotton enough to disturb her equilibrium, and her mediation would be entitled to a more respect consideration than on the part of her present ally. But I feel assured the French will not encourage rebellion and secession anywhere as a political doctrine. Certainly all the German states must be our ardent friends, and, in case of European intervention, they could not be kept down. With great respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters 5th Division, Army of the Tennessee, Memphis, July 23, 1862. Drive E. S. Plummer and others, physician in Memphis, signers to a petition. Gentlemen, I have this moment received your communication, and assure you that it grieves my heart thus to be the instrument of adding to the seeming cruelty and hardship of this unnatural war. On my arrival here, I found my predecessor, General Hovey, had issued an order permitting the departure south of all persons subject to the conscript law of the Southern Confederacy. Many applications have been made to me to modify this order, but I regarded it as a condition precedent by which I was bound in honor, and therefore I have made no changes or modifications. Nor shall I determine what action I shall adopt in relation to persons unfriendly to our cause who remain after the time limited by General Hovey's order had expired. It is now sunset, and all who have not availed themselves of General Hovey's authority, and who remain in Memphis, are supposed to be loyal and true men. I will only say that I cannot allow the personal convenience of even a large class of ladies to influence me in my determination to make Memphis a safe place of operations for an army. And all people who are unfriendly should forthwith prepare to depart in such direction as I may hereafter indicate. Surgeons are not liable to be made prisoners of war, but they should not reside within the lines of an army which they regard as hostile. The situation would be too delicate. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant. W.T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters, Memphis, July 24, 1862. Samuel Sawyer, Esq., Editor Union Appeal, Memphis. Dear Sir, it is well I should come to an understanding at once with the press as well as the people of Memphis, which I am ordered to command, which means, to control for the interest, welfare, and glory of the whole government of the United States. Personalities in a newspaper are wrong and criminal. Thus, though you meant to be complimentary in your sketch of my career, you make more than a dozen mistakes of fact, which I need not correct, as I don't desire my biography to be written till I am dead. It is enough for the world to know that I live and am a soldier, bound to obey the orders of my superiors, the laws of my country, and to venerate its constitution. And that, when discretion is given me, I shall exercise it wisely in account to my superiors. I regard your article headed, City Council, General Sherman and Colonel Slack, as highly indiscreet. Of course, no person who can jeopardize the safety of Memphis can remain here, much less exercise public authority, but I must take time, and be satisfied that injustice be not done. If the parties named be the men you describe, the fact should not be published, to put them on their guard and thus to encourage their escape. The evidence should be carefully collected, authenticated, and then placed in my hands. But your statement of facts is entirely qualified, in my mind, and loses its force by your negligence of the very simple facts within your reach. As to myself, I had been in the army 6 years in 1846. Am not related by blood to any member of Lucas, Turner and Company, was associated with them in business 6 years, instead of 2, am not colonel of the 15th Infantry, but of the 13th. Your correction, this morning, of the acknowledged error as to General Denver and others, is still erroneous. General Morgan L. Smith did not belong to my command at the Battle of Shiloh at all, but he was transferred to my division just before reaching Corinth. I mention these facts in kindness, to show you how wrong it is to speak of persons. I will attend to the judge, mayor, boards of aldermen, and policemen, all in good time. Use your influence to re-establish system, order, government. You may rest easy that no military commander is going to neglect internal safety, or to guard against external danger, but to do right requires time, and more patience than I usually possess. If I find the press of Memphis actuated by high principle and a sole devotion to their country, I will be their best friend. But, if I find them personal, abusive, dealing in innuendos and hints at a blind venture, and looking to their own selfish aggrandizement and fame, then they had better look out. For I regard such persons as greater enemies to their country and to mankind than the men who, from a mistaken sense of state pride, have taken up muskets, and fight us about as hard as we care about. In haste, but in kindness, yours, etc. W.T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters 5th Division. Memphis, Tennessee, July 27, 1882. John Park, Mayor of Memphis, present. Sir, yours of July 24 is before me, and has received, as all similar papers ever will, my careful and most respectful consideration. I have the most unbounded respect for the civil law, courts, and authorities, and shall do all in my power to restore them to their proper use, viz., the protection of life, liberty, and property. Unfortunately, at this time, civil war prevails in the land, and necessarily the military, for the time being, must be superior to the civil authority, but it does not therefore destroy it. Civil courts and executive officers should still exist and perform duties, without which civil or municipal bodies would soon pass into disrespect, an end to be avoided. I am glad to find in Memphis a mayor and municipal authorities not only in existence, but in the co-exercise of important functions. And I shall endeavor to restore one or more civil tribunals for the arbitration of contracts and punishment of crimes, which the military have neither time nor inclination to interfere with. Among these, first in importance is the maintenance of order, peace, and quiet, within the jurisdiction of Memphis. To ensure this, I will keep a strong provost guard in the city, but will limit their duty to guarding public property held or claimed by the United States. And for the arrest and confinement of state prisoners and soldiers who are disorderly or improperly away from their regiments. This guard ought not to arrest citizens for disorder or minor crimes. This should be done by the city police. I understand that the city police is too weak in numbers to accomplish this perfectly, and I therefore recommend that the city council at once take steps to increase this force to a number which, in their judgment, day and night can enforce your ordinances as to peace, quiet, and order. So that any change in our military dispositions will not have a tendency to leave your people unguarded. I am willing to instruct the provost guard to assist the police force when any combination is made too strong for them to overcome. But the city police should be strong enough for any probable contingency. The cost of maintaining this police force must necessarily fall upon all citizens equitably. I am not willing, nor do I think it good policy, for the city authorities to collect the taxes belonging to the state and county, as you recommend, for these would have to be refunded. Better meet the expenses at once by a new tax on all interested. Therefore, if you, on consultation with the proper municipal body, will frame a good bill for the increase of your police force, and for raising the necessary means for their support and maintenance, I will approve it and aid you in the collection of the tax. Of course, I cannot suggest how this tax should be laid, but I think that it should be made uniform on all interests, real estate, and personal property, including money, and merchandise. All who are protected should share the expenses in proportion to the interests involved. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division. Memphis, August 7, 1862. Captain Fitch, Assistant Quartermaster, Memphis, Tennessee. SIR. The duties devolving on the quartermaster of this post, in addition to his legitimate functions, are very important and onerous, and I am fully aware that the task is more than should devolve on one man. I will endeavor to get you help in the person of some commissioned officer, and, if possible, one under bond, as he must handle large amounts of money in trust. But, for the present, we most execute the duties falling to our share as well as possible. On the subject of vacant houses, General Grant's orders are, take possession of all vacant stores and houses in the city, and have them rented at reasonable rates, rent to be paid monthly in advance. These buildings, with their tenants, can be turned over to proprietors on proof of loyalty, also take charge of such as have been leased out by disloyal owners. I understand that General Grant takes the rents and profits of this class of real property under the rules and laws of war, and not under the Confiscation Act of Congress. Therefore the question of title is not involved simply the possession, and the rents and profits of houses belonging to our enemies, which are not vacant, we hold in trust for them or the government, according to the future decisions of the proper tribunals. Mr. McDonald, your chief agent in renting and managing this business, called on me last evening and left with me written questions, which it would take a volume to answer and a Webster to elucidate. But as we can only attempt plain, substantial justice, I will answer these questions as well as I can, briefly and to the point. First, when ground is owned by parties who have gone south, and have leased the ground to parties now in the city who own the improvements on the ground? Answer. The United States takes the rents due the owner of the land. Does not disturb the owner of the improvements. Second, when parties owning houses have gone south, and the tenant has given his notes for the rent in advance? Answer. Notes are mere evidence of the debt due landlord. The tenant pays the rent to the quartermaster, who gives a bond of indemnity against the notes representing the debt for the particular rent. Third, when the tenant has expended several months' rent in repairs on the house. Answer. Of course, allow all such credits on reasonable proof and showing. Fourth, When the owner has gone south, and parties here hold liens on the property and are collecting the rents to satisfy their liens. Answer. The rent of a house can only be mortgaged to a person in possession. If a loyal tenant be in possession and claim the rent from himself as due to himself on some other debt, allow it. But, if not in actual possession of the property, rents are not good liens for a debt, but must be paid to the quartermaster. Fifth. Of parties claiming foreign protection. Answer. Many claim foreign protection who are not entitled to it. If they are foreign subjects residing for business in this country, they are entitled to consideration and protection so long as they obey the laws of the country. If they occupy houses belonging to absent rebels, they must pay rent to the quartermaster. If they own property, they must occupy it by themselves, tenants, or servants. Eighth. When houses are occupied and the owner has gone south, leaving an agent to collect rent for his benefit. Answer. Rent must be paid to the quartermaster. No agent can collect and remit money south without subjecting himself to arrest and trial for aiding and abetting the public enemy. Ninth. When houses are owned by loyal citizens, but are unoccupied. Answer. Such should not be disturbed, but it would be well to advise them to have some servant at the house to occupy it. 10th. When parties who occupy the house are creditors of the owner, who has gone south. Answer. You only look to collection of rents. Any person who transmits money south is liable to arrest and trial for aiding and abetting the enemy, but I do not think it our business to collect debts other than rents. 11th. When the parties who own the property have left the city under General Hovey's Order No. 1, but are in the immediate neighborhood, on their plantations. Answer. It makes no difference where they are, so they are absent. 12th. When movable property is found in stores that are closed. Answer. The goods are security for the rent. If the owner of the goods prefers to remove the goods to paying rent, he can do so. 13th. When the owner lives in town, and refuses to take the oath of allegiance. Answer. If the house be occupied, it does not fall under the order. If the house be vacant, it does. The owner can recover his property by taking the oath. All persons in Memphis residing within our military lines are presumed to be loyal, good citizens, and may at any moment be called to serve on juries, posses comitatua, or other civil service required by the Constitution and laws of our country. Should they be called upon to do such duty, which would require them to acknowledge their allegiance and subordination to the Constitution of the United States, it would then be too late to refuse. So long as they remain quiet and conform to these laws, they are entitled to protection in their property and lives. We have nothing to do with confiscation. We only deal with possession, and therefore the necessity of a strict accountability, because the United States assumes the place of trustee, and must account to the rightful owner for his property, rents, and profits. In due season courts will be established to execute the laws, the Confiscation Act included, when we will be relieved of this duty and trust. Until that time, every opportunity should be given to the wavering and disloyal to return to their allegiance to the Constitution of their birth or adoption. I am, etc. W. T. Sherman. Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division. Memphis, Tennessee, August 26, 1862. Major General Grant, Corinth, Mississippi. Sir, in pursuance of your request that I should keep you advised of matters of interest here, in addition to the purely official matters, I now write. I dispatched promptly the 13 companies of cavalry, 9 of 4th Illinois, and 4 of 11th Illinois, to their respective destinations, punctually on the 23d instant, although the order was only received on the 22d. I received at the same time, from Colonel Dickey, the notice that the bridge over Hatchie was burned, and therefore I prescribed their order of march by a boulevard. They started at 12 m. of the 23d, and I have no news of them since. None of the cavalry ordered to me is yet heard from. The guerrillas have destroyed several bridges over Wolf Creek, one at Raleigh, on the road by which I had prescribed trade and travel to and from the city. I have a strong guard at the lower bridge over Wolf River, by which we can reach the country to the north of that stream. But, as the Confederates have burned their own bridges, I will hold them to my order, and allow no trade over any other road than the one prescribed, using the Lower or Randolph Road for our own convenience. I am still satisfied there is no large force of rebels anywhere in the neighborhood. All the Navy gunboats are below except the St. Louis, which lies off the city. When Commodore Davis passes down from Cairo, I will try to see him, and get him to exchange the St. Louis for a fleeter boat not ironclad. One that can move up and down the river, to break up ferry boats and canoes, and to prevent all passing across the river. Of course, in spite of all our efforts, smuggling is carried on. We occasionally make hauls of clothing, gold lace, buttons, etc., but I am satisfied that salt and arms are got to the interior somehow. I have addressed the Board of Trade a letter on this point, which will enable us to control it better. You may have been troubled at hearing reports of drunkenness here. There was some after payday, but generally all is as quiet and orderly as possible. I traverse the city every day and night, and assert that Memphis is and has been as orderly a city as St. Louis, Cincinnati, or New York. Before the city authorities undertook to license saloons, there was as much whiskey here as now, and it would take all my command as custom-house inspectors, to break open all the parcels and packages containing liquor. I can destroy all groggeries and shops where soldiers get liquor just as we would in St. Louis. The newspapers are accusing me of cruelty to the sick, as base a charge as was ever made. I would not let the sanitary committee carry off a boatload of sick, because I have no right to. We have good hospitals here, and plenty of them. Our regimental hospitals are in the camps of the men, and the sick do much better there than in the general hospitals, so say my division surgeon and the regimental surgeons. The civilian doctors would, if permitted, take away our entire command. General Curtis sends his sick up here, but usually no nurses, and it is not right that nurses should be taken from my command for his sick. I think that, when we are endeavoring to raise soldiers and to instruct them, it is bad policy to keep them at hospitals as attendants and nurses. I send you Dr. Derby's acknowledgment that he gave the leave of absence of which he was charged. I have placed him in arrest, in obedience to General Halleck's orders, but he remains in charge of the Overton Hospital, which is not full of patients. The State Hospital also is not full, and I cannot imagine what Dr. Derby wants with the Female Academy on Vance Street. I will see him again, and now that he is the chief at Overton Hospital, I think he will not want the academy. Still, if he does, under your orders I will cause it to be vacated by the Children and Sisters of Mercy. They have just advertised for more scholars, and will be sadly disappointed. If, however, this building or any other be needed for a hospital, it must be taken. But really, in my heart, I do not see what possible chance there is, under present circumstances, of filling with patients the two large hospitals now in use, besides the one asked for. I may, however, be mistaken in the particular building asked for by Dr. Derby, and will go myself to see. The fort is progressing well, Captain Jenny having arrived. 16 heavy guns are received, with a large amount of shot and shell, but the platforms are not yet ready. Still, if occasion should arise for dispatch, I can put a larger force to work. Captain Prime, when here, advised that the work should proceed regularly under the proper engineer officers and laborers. I am, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division. Memphis, Tennessee, September 4, 1862. Colonel J. C. Kelton, Assistant Adjutant General, Headquarters of the Army, Washington, D.C. Dear Colonel, please acknowledge to the Major General Commanding the receipt by me of his letter, and convey to him my assurances that I have promptly modified my first instructions about cotton, so as to conform to his orders. Trade in cotton is now free, but in all else I endeavor so to control it that the enemy shall receive no contraband goods, or any aid or comfort. Still I feel sure that the officers of steamboats are sadly tempted by high prices to land salt and other prohibited articles at waypoints along the river. This, too, in time will be checked. All seems well here and hereabout. No large body of the enemy within striking distance. A force of about 2,000, cavalry passed through Grand Junction North last Friday, and fell on a detachment of the Bolivar Army at Middleburg, the result of which is doubtless reported to you. As soon as I heard of the movement, I dispatched a force to the southeast by way of diversion, and am satisfied that the enemy's infantry and artillery fell back in consequence behind the Tallahatchie. The weather is very hot, country very dry, and dust as bad as possible. I hold my 2 divisions ready, with their original complement of transportation, for field service. Of course all things most now depend on events in front of Washington and in Kentucky. The gunboat Eastport and 4 transports loaded with prisoners of war destined for Vicksburg have been lying before Memphis for 2 days, but are now steaming up to resume their voyage. Our fort progresses well, but our guns are not yet mounted. The engineers are now shaping the banquette to receive platforms. I expect Captain Prime from Corinth in 2 or 3 days. I am, with great respect, yours. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters 5th Division. Memphis, Tennessee, September 21, 1862. Editor Bulletin. SIR, your comments on the recent orders of Generals Halleck and McClellan afford the occasion appropriate for me to make public the fact that there is a law of Congress, as old as our government itself, but reenacted on the 10th of April, 1806. And in force ever since. That law reads: all officers and soldiers are to behave themselves orderly in quarters and on the march. And whoever shall commit any waste or spoil, either in walks of trees, parks, warrens, fish ponds, houses and gardens, cornfields, enclosures or meadows, or shall maliciously destroy any property whatever belonging to the inhabitants of the United States, unless by order of the Commander-in-Chief of the armies of said United States, shall, besides such penalties as they are liable to by law, be punished according to the nature and degree of the offense, by the judgment of a general or regimental court-martial. Such is the law of Congress, and the orders of the Commander-in-Chief are, that officers or soldiers convicted of straggling and pillaging shall be punished with death. These orders have not come to me officially, but I have seen them in newspapers, and am satisfied that they express the determination of the Commander-in-Chief. Straggling and pillaging have ever been great military crimes. And every officer and soldier in my command knows what stress I have laid upon them, and that, so far as in my power lies, I will punish them to the full extent of the law and orders. The law is one thing, the execution of the law another. God himself has commanded, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods, etc. Will any one say these things are not done now as well as before these laws were announced at Sinai? I admit the law to be that no officer or soldier of the United States shall commit waste or destruction of cornfields, orchards, potato patches, or any kind of pillage on the property of friend or foe near Memphis. And that I stand prepared to execute the law as far as possible. No officer or soldier should enter the house or premises of any peaceable citizen, no matter what his politics, unless on business. And no such officer or soldier can force an entrance unless he have a written order from a commanding officer or provost marshal, which written authority must be exhibited if demanded. When property such as forage, building or other materials are needed by the United States, a receipt will be given by the officer taking them, which receipt should be presented to the quartermaster, who will substitute therefor a regular voucher, to be paid according to the circumstances of the case. If the officer refuse to give such receipt, the citizen may fairly infer that the property is wrongfully taken, and he should, for his own protection, ascertain the name, rank, and regiment of the officer, and report him in writing. If any soldier commits waste or destruction, the person whose property is thus wasted must find out the name, company, and regiment of the actual transgressor. In order to punish there must be a trial, and there must be testimony. It is not sufficient that a general accusation be made, that soldiers are doing this or that. I cannot punish my whole command, or a whole battalion, because one or two bad soldiers do wrong. The punishment must reach the perpetrators, and no one can identify them as well as the party who is interested. The state of Tennessee does not hold itself responsible for acts of larceny committed by her citizens, nor does the United States or any other nation. These are individual acts of wrong, and punishment can only be inflicted on the wrongdoer. I know the difficulty of identifying particular soldiers, but difficulties do not alter the importance of principles of justice. They should stimulate the parties to increase their efforts to find out the actual perpetrators of the crime. Colonels of regiments and commanders of corps are liable to severe punishment for permitting their men to leave their camps to commit waste or destruction. But I know full well that many of the acts attributed to soldiers are committed by citizens and Negroes, and are charged to soldiers because of a desire to find fault with them, but this only reacts upon the community and increases the mischief. While every officer would willingly follow up an accusation against any one or more of his men whose names or description were given immediately after the discovery of the act, he would naturally resent any general charge against his good men for the criminal conduct of a few bad ones. I have examined into many of the cases of complaint made in this general way, and have felt mortified that our soldiers should do acts which are nothing more or less than stealing. But I was powerless without some clue whereby to reach the rightful party. I know that the great mass of our soldiers would scorn to steal or commit crime, and I will not therefore entertain vague and general complaints, but stand prepared always to follow up any reasonable complaint when the charge is definite and the names of witnesses furnished. I know, moreover, in some instances when our soldiers are complained of, that they have been insulted by sneering remarks about Yankees, Northern barbarians, Lincoln's hirelings, etc. People who use such language must seek redress through someone else, for I will not tolerate insults to our country or cause. When people forget their obligations to a government that made them respected among the nations of the earth, and speak contemptuously of the flag which is the silent emblem of that country, I will not go out of my way to protect them or their property. I will punish the soldiers for trespass or waste if adjudged by a court-martial, because they disobey orders. But soldiers are men and citizens as well as soldiers, and should promptly resent any insult to their country, come from what quarter it may. I mention this phase because it is too common. Insult to a soldier does not justify pillage, but it takes from the officer the disposition he would otherwise feel to follow up the inquiry and punish the wrongdoers. Again, armies in motion or stationary must commit some waste. Flankers must let down fences and cross fields, and, when an attack is contemplated or apprehended, a command will naturally clear the ground of houses, fences, and trees. This is waste, but is the natural consequence of war, chargeable on those who caused the war. So in fortifying a place, dwelling houses must be taken, materials used, even wasted, and great damage done, which in the end may prove useless. This, too, is an expense not chargeable to us, but to those who made the war, and generally war is destruction and nothing else. We must bear this in mind, that however peaceful things look, we are really at war. And much that looks like waste or destruction is only the removal of objects that obstruct our fire, or would afford cover to an enemy. This class of waste must be distinguished from the wanton waste committed by army stragglers, which is wrong, and can be punished by the death penalty if proper testimony can be produced. Yours, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Satisfied that, in the progress of the war, Memphis would become an important depot, I pushed forward the construction of Fort Pickering, kept most of the troops in camps back of the city. And my own headquarters remained in tents on the edge of the city, near Mr. Moon's house, until, on the approach of winter, Mrs. Sherman came down with the children to visit me, when I took a house nearer the fort. All this time battalion and brigade drills were enforced, so that, when the season approached for active operations farther south, I had my division in the best possible order. And about the 1st of November it was composed as follows. 1st Brigade, Brigadier General M. L. Smith, 8th Missouri, Colonel G. A. Smith, 6th Missouri, Colonel Peter E. Bland, 113th Illinois, Colonel George B. Hogue, 54th Ohio, Colonel T. Kilby Smith, 120th Illinois, Colonel G. W. McKeague. 2nd Brigade, Colonel John Adair McDowell. 6th Iowa, Lieutenant Colonel John M. Corse, 40th Illinois, Colonel J. W. Booth, 46th Ohio, Colonel O. C. Walcott, 13th United States Infantry, 1st Battalion, Major D. Chase. 3rd Brigade, Brigadier General J. W. Denver. 48th Ohio, Colonel P. J. Sullivan, 53rd Ohio, Colonel W. S. Jones, 70th Ohio, Colonel J. R. Cockerill. 4th Brigade, Colonel David Stewart. 55th Illinois, Colonel O. Momberg, 57th Ohio, Colonel W. Mungan, 83rd Indiana, Colonel B. Spooner, 116th Illinois, Colonel Tupper, 127th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Eldridge. 5th Brigade, Colonel R. P. Buckland. 72nd Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel D. W. C. Loudon, 32nd Wisconsin, Colonel J. W. Howe, 93rd Indiana, Colonel Thomas, 93rd Illinois, Major J. M. Fisher. Subsequently, Brigadier General J. G. Lawman arrived at Memphis, and I made up a 6th Brigade, and organized these 6 brigades into 3 divisions, under Brigadier Generals M. L. Smith, J. W. Denver, and J. G. Lawman. About the 17th of November I received an order from General Grant, dated LaGrange, November 16, 1862. Meet me at Columbus, Kentucky, on Thursday next. If you have a good map of the country south of you, take it up with you. U.S. Grant, Major General. I started forthwith by boat, and met General Grant, who had reached Columbus by the railroad from Jackson, Tennessee. He explained to me that he proposed to move against Pemberton, then entrenched on a line behind the Tallahatchie River below Holly Springs, that he would move on Holly Springs and Aberville, from Grand Junction. That McPherson, with the troops at Corinth, would aim to make junction with him at Holly Springs, and that he wanted me to leave in Memphis a proper garrison, and to aim for the Tallahatchie, so as to come up on his right by a certain date. He further said that his ultimate object was to capture Vicksburg, to open the navigation of the Mississippi River, and that General Halleck had authorized him to call on the troops in the Department of Arkansas, then commanded by General S. R. Curtis, for cooperation. I suggested to him that if he would request General Curtis to send an expedition from some point on the Mississippi, near Helena, then held in force, toward Grenada, to the rear of Pemberton, it would alarm him for the safety of his communications, and would assist us materially in the proposed attack on his front. He authorized me to send to the commanding officer at Helena a request to that effect, and, as soon as I reached Memphis, I dispatched my aide, Major McCoy, to Helena, who returned, bringing me a letter from General Frederick Steele, who had just reached Helena with Osterhaus's division, and who was temporarily in command, General Curtis having gone to St. Louis. This letter contained the assurance that he would send from Friar's Point a large force under Brigadier General A. P. Hovey in the direction of Grenada, aiming to reach the Tallahatchie at Charleston, on the next Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, December 1st, at furthest. My command was appointed to start on Wednesday, November 24th, and meantime Major General S. A. Hurlbut, having reported for duty, was assigned to the command of Memphis, with 4 regiments of infantry, 1 battery of artillery, 2 companies of Thielman's cavalry, and the certain prospect of soon receiving a number of new regiments known to be en route. I marched out of Memphis punctually with 3 small divisions, taking different roads till we approached the Tallahatchie, when we converged on Wyatt to cross the river, there a bold, deep stream, with a newly constructed fort behind. I had Grierson's 6th Illinois Cavalry with me, and with it open communication with General Grant when we were abreast of Holly Springs. We reached Wyatt on the 2d day of December without the least opposition, and there learned that Pemberton's whole army had fallen back to the Yallabusha near Grenada. In a great measure by reason of the exaggerated reports concerning the Helena force, which had reached Charleston. And some of General Hovey's cavalry, under General Washburn, having struck the railroad in the neighborhood of Coffeyville, naturally alarmed General Pemberton for the safety of his communications. and made him let go his Tallahatchie line with all the forts which he had built at great cost and labor. We had to build a bridge at Wyatt, which consumed a couple of days, and on the 5th of December my whole command was at College Hill, 10 miles from Oxford, whence I reported to General Grant in Oxford. On the 8th I received the following letter. Oxford, Mississippi, December 8, 1862, morning. General Sherman, College Hill. Dear General, the following is a copy of dispatch just received from Washington. Washington, December 7, 1862, 12 m. General Grant. The capture of Grenada may change our plans in regard to Vicksburg. You will move your troops as you may deem best to accomplish the great object in view. You will retain, till further orders, all troops of General Curtis now in your department. Telegraph to General Allen in St. Louis for all steamboats you may require. Ask Porter to cooperate. Telegraph what are your present plans. H. W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. I wish you would come over this evening and stay tonight, or come in the morning. I would like to talk with you about this matter. My notion is to send 2 divisions back to Memphis, and fix upon a day when they should effect a landing, and press from here with this command at the proper time to cooperate. If I do not do this I will move our present force to Grenada, including Steele's, repairing road as we proceed, and establish a depot of provisions there. When a good ready is had, to move immediately on Jackson, Mississippi, cutting loose from the road. Of the 2 plans I look most favorably on the former. Come over and we will talk this matter over. Yours truly. U. S. Grant, Major General. I repaired at once to Oxford, and found General Grant in a large house with all his staff, and we discussed every possible chance. He explained to me that large reinforcements had been promised, which would reach Memphis very soon, if not already there, that the entire gunboat fleet, then under the command of Admiral D. Porter, would cooperate. That we could count on a full division from the troops at Helena, and he believed that, by a prompt movement, I could make a lodgment up the Yazoo and capture Vicksburg from the rear. That its garrison was small, and he, at Oxford, would so handle his troops as to hold Pemberton away from Vicksburg. I also understood that, if Pemberton should retreat south, he would follow him up, and would expect to find me at the Yazoo River, if not inside of Vicksburg. I confess, at that moment I did not dream that General McClernand, or anybody else, was scheming for the mere honor of capturing Vicksburg. We knew at the time that General Butler had been reinforced by General Banks at New Orleans, and the latter was supposed to be working his way upstream from New Orleans, while we were working down. That day General Grant dispatched to General Halleck, in Washington, as follows. Oxford, December 8, 1862. Major General H. W. Halleck, Washington, D.C. General Sherman will command the expedition down the Mississippi. He will have a force of about 40,000 men, will land above Vicksburg, up the Yazoo, if practicable, and out the Mississippi Central Road and the road running east from Vicksburg, where they cross Black River. I will cooperate from here, my movements depending on those of the enemy. With the large cavalry force now at my command, I will be able to have them show themselves at different points on the Tallahatchie and Yallabusha. And, when an opportunity occurs, make a real attack. After cutting the 2 roads, General Sherman's movements to secure the end desired will necessarily be left to his judgment. I will occupy this road to Coffeeville. U. S. Grant, Major General. I was shown this dispatch before it was sent, and afterward the General drew up for me the following letter of instructions in his own handwriting, which I now possess. Headquarters 13th Army Corps Department of the Tennessee, Oxford, Mississippi, December 8, 1862. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding Right-Wing Army in the field, present. General, you will proceed with as little delay as practicable to Memphis, Tennessee, taking with you 1 division of your present command. On your arrival at Memphis you will assume command of all the troops there, and that portion of General Curtis's forces at present east of the Mississippi River, and organize them into brigades and divisions in your own way. As soon as possible move with them down the river to the vicinity of Vicksburg, and, with the cooperation of the gunboat fleet under command of Flag Officer Porter, proceed to the reduction of that place in such manner as circumstances and your own judgment may dictate. The amount of rations, forage, land transportation, etc., necessary to take, will be left entirely to yourself. The quartermaster in St. Louis will be instructed to send you transportation for 30,000 men. Should you still find yourself deficient, your quartermaster will be authorized to make up the deficiency from such transports as may come into the port of Memphis. On arriving in Memphis, put yourself in communication with Admiral Porter, and arrange with him for his cooperation. Inform me at the earliest practicable day of the time when you will embark, and such plans as may then be matured. I will hold the forces here in readiness to cooperate with you in such manner as the movements of the enemy may make necessary. Leave the district of Memphis in the command of an efficient officer and with a garrison of 4 regiments of infantry, the siege guns, and whatever cavalry force may be there. 1 regiment of infantry and at least a section of artillery will also be left at Friar's Point or Delta, to protect the stores of the cavalry post that will be left there. Yours truly, U. S. Grant, Major General. I also insert here another letter, dated the 14th instant, sent afterward to me at Memphis, which completes all instructions received by me governing the first movement against Vicksburg. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee, Oxford, Mississippi, December 14, 1862. Major General Sherman, commanding, etc. Memphis, Tennessee. I have not had one word from Grierson since he left, and am getting uneasy about him. I hope General Gorman will give you no difficulty about retaining the troops on this side the river, and Steele to command them. The 21,000 men you have, with the 12,000 from Helena, will make a good force. The enemy are as yet on the Yallabusha. I am pushing down on them slowly, but so as to keep up the impression of a continuous move. I feel particularly anxious to have the Helena cavalry on this side of the river, if not now, at least after you start. If Gorman will send them, instruct them where to go and how to communicate with me. My headquarters will probably be in Coffeyville 1 week hence. In the meantime I will order transportation, etc. It would be well if you could have 2 or 3 small boats suitable for navigating the Yazoo. It may become necessary for me to look to that base for supplies before we get through. U. S. Grant, Major General. When we rode to Oxford from College Hill, there happened a little circumstance which seems worthy of record. While General Van Dorn had his headquarters in Holly Springs, viz., in October, 1862, he was very short of the comforts and luxuries of life, and resorted to every possible device to draw from the abundant supplies in Memphis. He had no difficulty whatever in getting spies into the town for information, but he had trouble in getting bulky supplies out through our guards, though sometimes I connived at his supplies of cigars, liquors, boots, gloves, etc. for his individual use, but medicines and large supplies of all kinds were confiscated, if attempted to be passed out. As we rode that morning toward Oxford, I observed in a farmer's barnyard a wagon that looked like a city furniture wagon with springs. We were always short of wagons, so I called the attention of the quartermaster, Colonel J. Condit Smith, saying, "There is a good wagon, go for it." He dropped out of the retinue with an orderly, and after we had ridden a mile or so he overtook us, and I asked him, "What luck?" He answered, "All right. I have secured that wagon, and I also got another," and explained that he had gone to the farmer's house to inquire about the furniture wagon, when the farmer said it did not belong to him, but to some party in Memphis. Adding that in his barn was another belonging to the same party. They went to the barn, and there found a handsome city hearse, with pall and plumes. The farmer said they had had a big funeral out of Memphis, but when it reached his house, the coffin was found to contain a fine assortment of medicines for the use of Van Dorn's army. Thus under the pretense of a first-class funeral, they had carried through our guards the very things we had tried to prevent. It was a good trick, but diminished our respect for such pageants afterward. As soon as I was in possession of General Grant's instructions of December 8, with a further request that I should dispatch Colonel Grierson, with his cavalry, across by land to Helena, to notify General Steele of the general plan. I returned to College Hill, selected the division of Brigadier General Morgan L. Smith to return with me to Memphis, started Grierson on his errand to Helena, and ordered Generals Denver and Lawman to report to General Grant for further orders. We started back by the most direct route, reached Memphis by noon of December 12, and began immediately the preparations for the Vicksburg movement. There I found two irregular divisions which had arrived at Memphis in my absence, commanded respectively by Brigadier General A. J. Smith and Brigadier General George W. Morgan. These were designated the 1st and 3rd Divisions, leaving the 2nd Division of Morgan Z. Smith to retain its original name and number. I also sent orders, in the name of General Grant, to General Gorman, who meantime had replaced General Steele in command of Helena, in lieu of the troops which had been east of the Mississippi and had returned, to make up a strong division to report to me on my way down. This division was accordingly organized, and was commanded by Brigadier General Frederick Steele, constituting my 4th Division. Meantime a large fleet of steamboats was assembling from St. Louis and Cairo, and Admiral Porter dropped down to Memphis with his whole gunboat fleet, ready to cooperate in the movement. The preparations were necessarily hasty in the extreme, but this was the essence of the whole plan, viz. to reach Vicksburg as it were by surprise, while General Grant held in check Pemberton's army about Grenada, leaving me to contend only with the smaller garrison of Vicksburg and its well-known strong batteries and defenses. On the 19th the Memphis troops were embarked, and steamed down to Helena, where on the 21st General Steele's division was also embarked, and on the 22d we were all rendezvoused at Friar's Point, in the following order, viz. Steamer Forest Queen, General Headquarters, and Battalion 13th United States Infantry. 1st Division, Brigadier General A. J. Smith. Steamers Des Arc, Division Headquarters and Escort, Metropolitan, 6th Indiana, J. H. Dickey, 23rd Wisconsin, J. C. Snow, 16th Indiana, Hiawatha, 96th Ohio, J. S. Pringle, 67th Indiana, J. W. Cheeseman, 9th Kentucky, R. Campbell, 97th Indiana, Duke of Argyll, 77th Illinois. City of Alton, 108th and 48th Ohio, City of Louisiana, Mercantile Battery, Ohio Bell, 17th Ohio Battery, Citizen, 83rd Ohio, Champion, Commissary Boat, General Anderson, Ordnance. 2nd Division, Brigadier General M. L. Smith. Steamers Chancellor, Headquarters, and Thielman's Cavalry, Planet, 116th Illinois. City of Memphis, Batteries A and B, Missouri Artillery, 8th Missouri, and Section of Parrott Guns, Omaha, 57th Ohio, Sioux City, 83rd Indiana, Spread Eagle, 127th Illinois, ed. Walsh, 113th Illinois, Westmoreland, 55th Illinois, Headquarters 4th Brigade, Sunny South, 54th Ohio, Universe, 6th Missouri, Robert Allen, Commissary Boat. 3rd Division, Brigadier General G. W. Morgan. Steamers Empress, Division Headquarters, Key West, 118th Illinois, Sam Gady, 69th Indiana, Northerner, 120th Ohio. Belle Peoria, Headquarters 2nd Brigade, 2 Companies 49th Ohio, and Pontoons, Die Vernon, 3rd Kentucky, War Eagle, 49th Indiana, 8 Companies, and Foster's Battery. Henry Vaughn Fool, Headquarters 3rd Brigade, and 8 Companies 16th Ohio, Fanny Bullitt, 114th Ohio, and Lamphier's Battery, Crescent City, 22nd Kentucky and 54th Indiana, Des Moines, 42nd Ohio. Pembina, Lamphier's and Stone's Batteries, Lady Jackson, Commissary Boat. 4th Division, Brigadier General Frederick Steele, Steamers Continental, Headquarters, Escort and Battery, John J. Rowe, 4th and 9th Iowa, Nebraska, 31st Iowa. Key West, 1st Iowa Artillery, John Warner, 13th Illinois, Tecumseh, 26th Iowa, Decatur, 28th Iowa, Quitman, 34th Iowa, Kennett, 29th Missouri, Gladiator, 30th Missouri, Isabella, 31st Missouri. D. G. Taylor, Quartermaster's Stores and Horses, Sucker State, 32nd Missouri, Dakota, 3rd Missouri, Tut, 12th Missouri. Emma, 17th Missouri, Adriatic, 1st Missouri, Meteor, 76th Ohio, Polar Star, 58th Ohio. At the same time were communicated the following instructions. Headquarters Right Wing, 13th Army Corps Forest Queen, December 23, 1882. To Commanders of Divisions, Generals F. Steele, George W. Morgan, A. J. Smith, and M. L. Smith. With this I hand to each of you a copy of a map, compiled from the best sources, and which in the main is correct. It is the same used by Admiral Porter and myself. Complete military success can only be accomplished by united action on some general plan, embracing usually a large district of country. In the present instance, our object is to secure the navigation of the Mississippi River and its main branches, and to hold them as military channels of communication and for commercial purposes. The river, above Vicksburg, has been gained by conquering the country to its rear, rendering its possession by our enemy useless and unsafe to him, and of great value to us. But the enemy still holds the river from Vicksburg to Baton Rouge, navigating it with his boats, and the possession of it enables him to connect his communications and routes of supply, east and west. To deprive him of this will be a severe blow, and, if done effectually, will be of great advantage to us, and probably, the most decisive act of the war. To accomplish this important result we are to act our part, an important one of the great whole. General Banks, with a large force, has reinforced General Butler in Louisiana, and from that quarter an expedition, by water and land, is coming northward. General Grant, with the 13th Army Corps, of which we compose the right wing, is moving southward. The naval squadron, Admiral Porter, is operating with his gunboat fleet by water, each in perfect harmony with the other. General Grant's left and center were at last accounts approaching the Yallabusha, near Grenada, and the railroad to his rear, by which he drew his supplies, was reported to be seriously damaged. This may disconcert him somewhat, but only makes more important our line of operations. At the Yallabusha General Grant may encounter the army of General Pemberton, the same which refused him battle on the line of the Tallahatchie, which was strongly fortified, but, as he will not have time to fortify it, he will hardly stand there. And, in that event, General Grant will immediately advance down the high ridge between the Big Black and Yazoo, and will expect to meet us on the Yazoo and receive from us the supplies which he needs, and which he knows we carry along. Parts of this general plan are to cooperate with the naval squadron in the reduction of Vicksburg, to secure possession of the land lying between the Yazoo and Big Black, and to act in concert with General Grant against Pemberton's forces, supposed to have Jackson, Mississippi, as a point of concentration. Vicksburg is doubtless very strongly fortified, both against the river and land approaches. Already the gunboats have secured the Yazoo up for 23 miles, to a fort on the Yazoo at Haynes's Bluff, giving us a choice for a landing place at some point up the Yazoo below this fort, or on the island which lies between Vicksburg and the present mouth of the Yazoo. See map, B, C, D, Johnson's Plantation. But, before any actual collision with the enemy, I purpose, after our whole land force is rendezvoused at Gaines's Landing, Arkansas, to proceed in order to Milliken's Bend, A, and there dispatch a brigade, without wagons or any encumbrances whatever, to the Vicksburg and Shreveport Railroad, at H and K, to destroy that effectually, and to cut off that fruitful avenue of supply. Then to proceed to the mouth of the Yazoo, and, after possessing ourselves of the latest and most authentic information from naval officers now there, to land our whole force on the Mississippi side. And then to reach the point where the Vicksburg and Jackson Railroad crosses the Big Black, F. After which to attack Vicksburg by land, while the gunboats assail it by water. It may be necessary, looking to Grant's approach, before attacking Vicksburg, to reduce the battery at Haynes Bluff first, so as to enable some of the lighter gunboats and transports to ascend the Yazoo and communicate with General Grant. The detailed manner of accomplishing all these results will be communicated in due season, and these general points are only made known at this time, that commanders may study the maps. And also that in the event of non-receipt of orders all may act in perfect concert by following the general movement, unless specially detached. You all now have the same map, so that no mistakes or confusion need result from different names of localities. All possible preparations as to wagons, provisions, axes, and entrenching tools, should be made in advance, so that when we do land there will be no want of them. When we begin to act on shore, we must do the work quickly and effectually. The gunboats under Admiral Porter will do their full share, and I feel every assurance that the army will not fall short in its work. Division commanders may read this to regimental commanders, and furnish brigade commanders a copy. They should also cause as many copies of the map to be made on the same scale as possible, being very careful in copying the names. The points marked E and G, Allen's and Mount Albans, are evidently strategical points that will figure in our future operations, and these positions should be well studied. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General. The Mississippi boats were admirably calculated for handling troops, horses, guns, stores, etc., easy of embarkation and disembarkation, and supplies of all kinds were abundant, except fuel. For this we had to rely on wood, but most of the wood yards, so common on the river before the war, had been exhausted, so that we had to use fence rails, old dead timber, the logs of houses, etc. Having abundance of men and plenty of axes, each boat could daily procure a supply. In proceeding down the river, one or more of Admiral Porter's gunboats took the lead, others were distributed throughout the column, and some brought up the rear. We maneuvered by divisions and brigades when in motion, and it was a magnificent sight as we thus steamed down the river. What few inhabitants remained at the plantations on the river bank were unfriendly, except the slaves. Some few guerrilla parties infested the banks, but did not dare to molest so strong a force as I then commanded. We reached Milliken's Bend on Christmas Day, when I detached one brigade, Burbridge's, of A. J. Smith's division, to the southwest, to break up the railroad leading from Vicksburg toward Shreveport, Louisiana. Leaving A. J. Smith's division there to await the return of Burbridge, the remaining 3 divisions proceeded, on the 26th, to the mouth of the Yazoo, and up that river to Johnson's plantation, 13 miles. And there disembarked Steele's division above the mouth of Chickasaw Bayou, Morgan's division near the house of Johnson, which had been burned by the gunboats on a former occasion, and M. L. Smith's just below. A. J. Smith's division arrived the next night, and disembarked below that of M. L. Smith. The place of our disembarkation was in fact an island, separated from the high bluff known as Walnut Hills, on which the town of Vicksburg stands, by a broad and shallow bayou, evidently an old channel of the Yazoo. On our right was another wide bayou, known as Old River, and on the left still another, much narrower, but too deep to be forded, known as Chickasaw Bayou. All the island was densely wooded, except Johnson's plantation, immediately on the bank of the Yazoo, and a series of old cotton fields along Chickasaw Bayou. There was a road from Johnson's plantation directly to Vicksburg, but it crossed numerous bayous and deep swamps by bridges, which had been destroyed. And this road debouched on level ground at the foot of the Vicksburg bluff, opposite strong forts, well prepared and defended by heavy artillery. On this road I directed General A. J. Smith's division, not so much by way of a direct attack as a diversion and threat. Morgan was to move to his left, to reach Chickasaw Bayou, and to follow it toward the bluff, about 4 miles above A. J. Smith. Steele was on Morgan's left, across Chickasaw Bayou, and M. L. Smith on Morgan's right. We met light resistance at all points, but skirmished, on the 27th, up to the main bayou, that separated our position from the bluffs of Vicksburg, which were found to be strong by nature and by art, and seemingly well defended. On reconnoitering the front in person, during the 27th and 28th, I became satisfied that General A. J. Smith could not cross the intervening obstacles under the heavy fire of the forts immediately in his front, and that the main bayou was impassable, except at 2 points, one near the head of Chickasaw Bayou, in front of Morgan, and the other about a mile lower down, in front of M. L. Smith's division. During the general reconnaissance of the 28th General Morgan L. Smith received a severe and dangerous wound in his hip, which completely disabled him and compelled him to go to his steamboat, leaving the command of his division to Brigadier General D. Stewart, but I drew a part of General A. J. Smith's division, and that general himself, to the point selected for passing the bayou, and committed that special task to his management. General Steele reported that it was physically impossible to reach the bluffs from his position, so I ordered him to leave but a show of force there, and to return to the west side of Chickasaw Bayou in support of General Morgan's left. He had to countermarch and use the steamboats in the Yazoo to get on the firm ground on our side of the Chickasaw. On the morning of December 29 all the troops were ready and in position. The first step was to make a lodgment on the foothills and bluffs abreast of our position, while diversions were made by the Navy toward Haynes's Bluff, and by the 1st Division directly toward Vicksburg. I estimated the enemy's forces, then strung from Vicksburg to Haynes's Bluff, at 15,000 men, commanded by the rebel generals Martin Luther Smith and Stephen D. Lee. Aiming to reach firm ground beyond this bayou, and to leave as little time for our enemy to reinforce as possible, I determined to make a show of attack along the whole front, but to break across the bayou at the 2 points named. And gave general orders accordingly. I pointed out to General Morgan the place where he could pass the bayou, and he answered, "General, in 10 minutes after you give the signal I'll be on those hills." He was to lead his division in person, and was to be supported by Steele's division. The front was very narrow, and immediately opposite, at the base of the hills about 300 yards from the bayou, was a rebel battery, supported by an infantry force posted on the spurs of the hill behind. To draw attention from this, the real point of attack, I gave instructions to commence the attack at the flanks. I went in person about a mile to the right rear of Morgan's position, at a place convenient to receive reports from all other parts of the line, and about noon of December 29 gave the orders and signal for the main attack. A heavy artillery fire opened along our whole line, and was replied to by the rebel batteries, and soon the infantry fire opened heavily, especially on J. Smith's front, and in front of General George W. Morgan. One brigade, de Courcy's, of Morgan's troops crossed the bayou safely, but took to cover behind the bank, and could not be moved forward. Frank Blair's brigade, of Steele's division, in support, also crossed the bayou, passed over the space of level ground to the foot of the hills. But, being unsupported by Morgan, and meeting a very severe crossfire of artillery, was staggered and gradually fell back, leaving about 500 men behind, wounded and prisoners. Among them Colonel Thomas Fletcher, afterward governor of Missouri. Part of Thayer's brigade took a wrong direction, and did not cross the bayou at all, nor did General Morgan cross in person. This attack failed. And I have always felt that it was due to the failure of General G. W. Morgan to obey his orders, or to fulfill his promise made in person. Had he used with skill and boldness one of his brigades, in addition to that of Blair's, he could have made a lodgment on the bluff, which would have opened the door for our whole force to follow. Meantime the 6th Missouri Infantry, at heavy loss, had also crossed the bayou at the narrow passage lower down, but could not ascend the steep bank. Right over their heads was a rebel battery, whose fire was in a measure kept down by our sharpshooters, 13th United States Infantry, posted behind logs, stumps, and trees, on our side of the bayou. The men of the 6th Missouri actually scooped out with their hands caves in the bank, which sheltered them against the fire of the enemy, who, right over their heads, held their muskets outside the parapet vertically. And fired down. So critical was the position, that we could not recall the men till after dark, and then one at a time. Our loss had been pretty heavy, and we had accomplished nothing, and had inflicted little loss on our enemy. At first I intended to renew the assault, but soon became satisfied that, the enemy's attention having been drawn to the only 2 practicable points, it would prove too costly. And accordingly resolved to look elsewhere for a point below Haynes's Bluff, or Blake's Plantation. That night I conferred with Admiral Porter, who undertook to cover the landing. And the next day, December 30th, the boats were all selected, but so alarmed were the captains and pilots, that we had to place sentinels with loaded muskets to ensure their remaining at their posts. Under cover of night, Steele's division, and one brigade of Stuart's, were drawn out of line, and quietly embarked on steamboats in the Yazoo River. The night of December 30th was appointed for this force, under the command of General Fred Steele, to proceed up the Yazoo just below Haynes's Bluff, there to disembark about daylight, and make a dash for the hills. Meantime we had strengthened our positions near Chickasaw Bayou, had all our guns in good position with parapets, and had everything ready to renew our attack as soon as we heard the sound of battle above. At midnight I left Admiral Porter on his gunboat. He had his fleet ready and the night was propitious. I rode back to camp and gave orders for all to be ready by daybreak. But when daylight came I received a note from General Steele reporting that, before his boats had got up steam, the fog had settled down on the river so thick and impenetrable, that it was simply impossible to move. So the attempt had to be abandoned. The rain, too, began to fall, and the trees bore watermarks 10 feet above our heads, so that I became convinced that the part of wisdom was to withdraw. I ordered the stores which had been landed to be re-embarked on the boats, and preparations made for all the troops to regain their proper boats during the night of the 1st of January, 1863. From our camps at Chickasaw we could hear the whistles of the trains arriving in Vicksburg, could see battalions of men marching up toward Haynes's Bluff, and taking post at all points in our front. I was more than convinced that heavy reinforcements were coming to Vicksburg, whether from Pemberton at Grenada, Bragg in Tennessee, or from other sources, I could not tell, but at no point did the enemy assume the offensive. And when we drew off our rear guard, on the morning of the 2D, they simply followed up the movement, timidly. Up to that moment I had not heard a word from General Grant since leaving Memphis. And most assuredly I had listened for days for the sound of his guns in the direction of Yazoo City. On the morning of January 2D, all my command were again afloat in their proper steamboats, when Admiral Porter told me that General McClernand had arrived at the mouth of the Yazoo in the steamboat Tigris. And that it was rumored he had come down to supersede me. Leaving my whole force where it was, I ran down to the mouth of the Yazoo in a small tugboat, and there found General McClernand, with orders from the War Department to command the expeditionary force on the Mississippi River. I explained what had been done, and what was the actual state of facts, that the heavy reinforcements pouring into Vicksburg must be Pemberton's army, and that General Grant must be near at hand. He informed me that General Grant was not coming at all, that his depot at Holly Springs had been captured by Van Dorn, and that he had drawn back from Coffeyville and Oxford to Holly Springs and LaGrange. And, further, that Quinby's division of Grant's army was actually at Memphis for stores when he passed down. This, then, fully explained how Vicksburg was being reinforced. I saw that any attempt on the place from the Yazoo was hopeless. And, with General McClernand's full approval, we all came out of the Yazoo, and on the 3D of January rendezvoused at Milliken's Bend, about 10 miles above. On the 4th General McClernand issued his General Order No. 1, assuming command of the Army of the Mississippi, divided into 2 corps, the first to be commanded by General Morgan, composed of his own and A. J. Smith's divisions. And the second, composed of Steele's and Stuart's divisions, to be commanded by me. Up to that time the army had been styled the right wing of General Grant's 13th Army Corps, and numbered about 30,000 men. The aggregate loss during the time of any command, mostly on the 29th of December, was 175 killed, 930 wounded, and 743 prisoners. According to Badeau, the rebels lost 63 killed, 134 wounded, and 10 prisoners. It afterward transpired that Van Dorn had captured Holly Springs on the 20th of December, and that General Grant fell back very soon after. General Pemberton, who had telegraphic and railroad communication with Vicksburg, was therefore at perfect liberty to reinforce the place with a garrison equal, if not superior, to my command. The rebels held high, commanding ground, and could see every movement of our men and boats, so that the only possible hope of success consisted in celerity and surprise, and in General Grant's holding all of Pemberton's army hard-pressed meantime. General Grant was perfectly aware of this, and had sent me word of the change, but it did not reach me in time. Indeed, I was not aware of it until after my assault of December 29, and until the news was brought me by General McClernand as related. General McClernand was appointed to this command by President Lincoln in person, who had no knowledge of what was then going on down the river. Still, my relief, on the heels of a failure, raised the usual cry, at the North, of repulse, failure, and bungling. There was no bungling on my part, for I never worked harder or with more intensity of purpose in my life. And General Grant, long after, in his report of the operations of the siege of Vicksburg, gave us all full credit for the skill of the movement, and described the almost impregnable nature of the ground. And, although in all official reports I assumed the whole responsibility, I have ever felt that had General Morgan promptly and skillfully sustained the lead of Frank Blair's brigade on that day, we should have broken the rebel line and effected a lodgment on the hills behind Vicksburg. General Frank Blair was outspoken and indignant against Generals Morgan and de Courcy at the time, and always abused me for assuming the whole blame. But, had we succeeded, we might have found ourselves in a worse trap, when General Pemberton was at full liberty to turn his whole force against us. While I was engaged at Chickasaw Bayou, Admiral Porter was equally busy in the Yazoo River, threatening the enemy's batteries at Haynes's and Snyder's Bluffs above. In a sharp engagement he lost one of his best officers, in the person of Captain Gwynn, United States Navy, who, though on board an ironclad, insisted on keeping his post on deck, where he was struck in the breast by a round shot, which carried away the muscle, and contused the lung within, from which he died a few days after. We of the Army deplored his loss quite as much as his fellows of the Navy, for he had been intimately associated with us in our previous operations on the Tennessee River, at Shiloh and above, and we had come to regard him as one of us. On the 4th of January, 1863, our fleet of transports was collected at Milliken's Bend, about 10 miles above the mouth of the Yazoo, Admiral Porter remaining with his gunboats at the Yazoo. General John A. McClernand was in chief command, General George W. Morgan commanded the 1st Corps and I the 2nd Corps of the Army of the Mississippi. I had learned that a small steamboat, the Blue Wing, with a mail, towing coal barges and loaded with ammunition, had left Memphis for the Yazoo, about the 20th of December, had been captured by a rebel boat which had come out of the Arkansas River, and had been carried up that river to Fort Hind. We had reports from this fort, usually called the Post of Arkansas, about 40 miles above the mouth, that it was held by about 5,000 rebels, was an enclosed work, commanding the passage of the river, but supposed to be easy of capture from the rear. At that time I don't think General McClernand had any definite views or plays of action. If so, he did not impart them to me. He spoke, in general terms, of opening the navigation of the Mississippi, cutting his way to the sea, etc., etc. But the modus operandi was not so clear. Knowing full well that we could not carry on operations against Vicksburg as long as the rebels held the post of Arkansas, whence to attack our boats coming and going without convoy, I visited him on his boat, the Tigress. Took with me a boy who had been on the Blue Wing, and had escaped, and asked leave to go up the Arkansas, to clear out the post. He made various objections, but consented to go with me to see Admiral Porter about it. We got up steam in the Forest Queen, during the night of January 4th, stopped at the Tigress, took General McClernand on board, and proceeded down the river by night to the Admiral's boat, the Black Hawk, lying in the mouth of the Yazoo. It must have been near midnight, and Admiral Porter was in deshabille. We were seated in his cabin and I explained my views about Arkansas Post, and asked his cooperation. He said that he was short of coal, and could not use wood in his ironclad boats. Of these I asked for 2, to be commanded by Captain Shirk or Phelps, or some officer of my acquaintance. At that moment, poor Gwynn lay on his bed, in a stateroom close by, dying from the effect of the cannon shot received at Haynes's Bluff, as before described. Porter's manner to McClernand was so curt that I invited him out into a forward cabin where he had his charts, and asked him what he meant by it. He said that he did not like him. That in Washington, before coming west, he had been introduced to him by President Lincoln, and he had taken a strong prejudice against him. I begged him, for the sake of harmony, to waive that, which he promised to do. Returning to the cabin, the conversation was resumed, and, on our offering to tow his gunboats up the river to save coal, and on renewing the request for Shirk to command the detachment, Porter said, "Suppose I go along myself?" I answered, if he would do so, it would ensure the success of the enterprise. At that time I supposed General McClernand would send me on this business, but he concluded to go himself, and to take his whole force. Orders were at once issued for the troops not to disembark at Milliken's Bend, but to remain as they were on board the transports. My 2 divisions were commanded, the first, by Brigadier General Frederick Steele, with 3 brigades, commanded by Brigadier Generals F. P. Blair, C. E. Huey, and J. M. Thayer, the second, by Brigadier General D. Stewart, with 2 brigades, commanded by Colonels G. A. Smith and T. Kilby Smith. The whole army, embarked on steamboats convoyed by the gunboats, of which 3 were ironclads, proceeded up the Mississippi River to the mouth of White River, which we reached January 8. On the next day we continued up White River to the Cut-Off, through this to the Arkansas, and up the Arkansas to Notrub's Farm, just below Fort Hindman. Early the next morning we disembarked. Stewart's division, moving up the river along the bank, soon encountered a force of the enemy entrenched behind a line of earthworks, extending from the river across to the swamp. I took Steele's division, marching by the flank by a road through the swamp to the firm ground behind, and was moving up to get to the rear of Fort Hindman, when General McClernand overtook me. With the report that the rebels had abandoned their first position, and had fallen back into the fort. By his orders, we countermarched, recrossed the swamp, and hurried forward to overtake Stewart, marching for Fort Hindman. The first line of the rebels was about 4 miles below Fort Hindman, and the intervening space was densely wooded and obscure, with the exception of some old fields back of and close to the fort. During the night, which was a bright moonlight one, we reconnoitered close up, and found a large number of huts which had been abandoned, and the whole rebel force had fallen back into and about the fort. Personally I crept up to a stump so close that I could hear the enemy hard at work, pulling down houses, cutting with axes, and building entrenchments. I could almost hear their words, and I was thus listening when, about 4 a.m., the bugler in the rebel camp sounded as pretty a reveille as I ever listened to. When daylight broke it revealed to us a new line of parapet straight across the peninsula, connecting Fort Hindman, on the Arkansas River bank, with the impassable swamp about a mile to its left or rear. This peninsula was divided into 2 nearly equal parts by a road. My command had the ground to the right of the road, and Morgan's corps that to the left. McClernand had his quarters still on the Tigris, back at Notrub's farm, but moved forward that morning, January 11, to a place in the woods to our rear, where he had a man up a tree, to observe and report the movements. There was a general understanding with Admiral Porter that he was to attack the fort with his 3 ironclad gunboats directly by its waterfront, while we assaulted by land in the rear. About 10 a.m. I got a message from General McClernand, telling me where he could be found, and asking me what we were waiting for. I answered that we were then in close contact with the enemy, viz., about 500 or 600 yards off. That the next movement must be a direct assault, that this should be simultaneous along the whole line, and that I was waiting to hear from the gunboats, asking him to notify Admiral Porter that we were all ready. In about half an hour I heard the clear ring of the Navy guns, the fire gradually increasing in rapidity and advancing toward the fort. I had distributed our field guns, and, when I judged the time had come, I gave the orders to begin. The intervening ground between us and the enemy was a dead level, with the exception of 1 or 2 small gullies, and our men had no cover but the few standing trees and some logs on the ground. The troops advanced well under a heavy fire, once or twice falling to the ground for a sort of rest or pause. Every tree had its group of men, and behind each log was a crowd of sharpshooters, who kept up so hot a fire that the rebel troops fired wild. The fire of the fort proper was kept busy by the gunboats and Morgan's corps, so that all my corps had to encounter was the direct fire from the newly built parapet across the peninsula. This line had 3 sections of field guns, that kept things pretty lively, and several round shot came so near me that I realized that they were aimed at my staff, so I dismounted, and made them scatter. As the gunboats got closer up I saw their flags actually over the parapet of Fort Hindman, and the rebel gunners scamper out of the embrasures and run down into the ditch behind. About the same time a man jumped up on the rebel parapet just where the road entered, waving a large white flag, and numerous smaller white rags appeared above the parapet along the whole line. I immediately ordered, "Cease firing," and sent the same word down the line to General Steele, who had made similar progress on the right, following the border of He Swamp. I ordered my aide, Colonel Dayton, to jump on his horse and ride straight up to the large white flag, and when his horse was on the parapet I followed with the rest of my staff. All firing had ceased, except an occasional shot away to the right, and one of the captains, Smith, of the 13th Regulars was wounded after the display of the white flag. On entering the line, I saw that our muskets and guns had done good execution, for there was a horse battery, and every horse lay dead in the traces. The fresh-made parapet had been knocked down in many places, and dead men lay around very thick. I inquired who commanded at that point, and a Colonel Garland stepped up and said that he commanded that brigade. I ordered him to form his brigade, stack arms, hang the belts on the muskets, and stand waiting for orders. Stewart's division had been halted outside the parapet. I then sent Major Hammond down the rebel line to the right, with orders to stop Steele's division outside, and to have the other rebel brigade stack its arms in like manner, and to await further orders. I inquired of Colonel Garland who commanded in chief, and he said that General Churchill did, and that he was inside the fort. I then rode into the fort, which was well built, with good parapets, drawbridge, and ditch, and was an enclosed work of 4 bastions. I found it full of soldiers and sailors, its parapets toward the river well battered in, and Porter's gunboats in the river, close against the fort, with their bows on shore. I soon found General Churchill, in conversation with Admiral Porter and General A. J. Smith, and about this time my Adjutant General, Major J. H. Hammond, came and reported that General Deschler, who commanded the rebel brigade facing and opposed to Steele, had refused to stack arms and surrender, on the ground that he had received no orders from his commanding general. That nothing separated this brigade from Steele's men except the light parapet, and that there might be trouble there at any moment. I advised General Churchill to send orders at once, because a single shot might bring the whole of Steele's division on Deschler's brigade, and I would not be responsible for the consequences. Soon afterward, we both concluded to go in person. General Churchill had the horses of himself and staff in the ditch, they were brought in, and we rode together to where Garland was standing, and Churchill spoke to him in an angry tone, "Why did you display the white flag?" Garland replied, "I received orders to do so from one of your staff." Churchill denied giving such an order, and angry words passed between them. I stopped them, saying that it made little difference then, as they were in our power. We continued to ride down the line to its extreme point, where we found Deschler in person, and his troops were still standing to the parapet with their muskets in hand. Steely men were on the outside. I asked Deschler, "What does this mean? You are a regular officer, and ought to know better." He answered, snappishly, that he had received no orders to surrender, when General Churchill said, "You see, sir, that we are in their power, and you may surrender." Deschler turned to his staff officers and ordered them to repeat the command to stack arms, etc., to the colonels of his brigade. I was on my horse, and he was on foot. Wishing to soften the blow of defeat, I spoke to him kindly, saying that I knew a family of Deschlers in Columbus, Ohio, and inquired if they were relations of his. He disclaimed any relation with people living north of the Ohio, in an offensive tone, and I think I gave him a piece of my mind that he did not relish. He was a West Point graduate, small but very handsome, and was afterward killed in battle. I never met him again. Returning to the position where I had first entered the rebel line, I received orders from General McClernand, by one of his staff, to leave General A. J. Smith in charge of the fort and prisoners, and with my troops to remain outside. The officer explained that the general was then on the Tigris, which had moved up from below, to a point in the river just above the fort. And not understanding his orders, I concluded to go and see him in person. My troops were then in possession of 2 of the 3 brigades which composed the army opposed to us. And my troops were also in possession of all the ground of the peninsula outside the fort proper, Hindman. I found General McClernand on the Tigris, in high spirits. He said repeatedly, "Glorious! Glorious! My star is ever in the ascendant." He spoke complimentarily of the troops, but was extremely jealous of the navy. He said, "I'll make a splendid report, I had a man up a tree," etc. I was very hungry and tired, and fear I did not appreciate the honors in reserve for us, and asked for something to eat and drink. He very kindly ordered something to be brought, and explained to me that by his orders he did not wish to interfere with the actual state of facts, that General A.J. Smith would occupy Fort Hindman, which his troops had first entered, and I could hold the lines outside, and go on securing the prisoners and stores as I had begun. I returned to the position of Garland's brigade and gave the necessary orders for marching all the prisoners, disarmed, to a pocket formed by the river and 2 deep gullies just above the fort, by which time it had become quite dark. After dark another rebel regiment arrived from Pine Bluff, marched right in, and was also made prisoners. There seemed to be a good deal of feeling among the rebel officers against Garland, who asked leave to stay with me that night, to which I of course consented. Just outside the rebel parapet was a house which had been used for a hospital. I had a room cleaned out, and occupied it that night. A cavalry soldier lent me his battered coffee pot with some coffee and scraps of hard bread out of his nosebag. Garland and I made some coffee, ate our bread together, and talked politics by the fire till quite late at night, when we lay down on straw that was saturated with the blood of dead or wounded men. The next day the prisoners were all collected on their boats, lists were made out, and orders given for their transportation to St. Louis, in charge of my aide, Major Sanger. We then proceeded to dismantle and level the forts, destroy or remove the stores, and we found in the magazine the very ammunition which had been sent for us in the Blue Wing, which was secured and afterward used in our 20-pound Parrott guns. On the 13th we re-embarked. The whole expedition returned out of the river by the direct route down the Arkansas during a heavy snowstorm, and rendezvoused in the Mississippi, at Napoleon, at the mouth of the Arkansas. Here General McClernand told me he had received a letter from General Grant at Memphis, who disapproved of our movement up the Arkansas, but that communication was made before he had learned of our complete success. When informed of this, and of the promptness with which it had been executed, he could not but approve. We were then ordered back to Milliken's Bend, to await General Grant's arrival in person. We reached Milliken's Bend January 21st. McClernand's report of the capture of Fort Hindman almost ignored the action of Porter's fleet altogether. This was unfair, for I know that the admiral led his fleet in person in the river attack, and that his guns silenced those of Fort Hindman, and drove the gunners into the ditch. The aggregate loss in my corps at Arkansas Post was 519, viz., for officers and 75 men killed, 34 officers and 406 men wounded. I never knew the losses in the gunboat fleet, or in Morgan's corps, but they must have been less than in mine, which was more exposed. The number of rebel dead must have been nearly 150. Of prisoners, by actual count, we secured 4,791, and sent them north to St. Louis. 13. Vicksburg. January to July, 1888. The campaign of 1863, resulting, in the capture of Vicksburg, was so important, that its history has been well studied and well described in all the books treating of the Civil War, more especially by Dr. Draper, in his History of the Civil War in America, and in Beddoes' Military History of General Grant. In the latter it is more fully and accurately given than in any other, and is well illustrated by maps and original documents. I now need only attempt to further illustrate Beddoes' account by some additional details. When our expedition came out of the Arkansas River, January 1863, and rendezvoused at the river bank, in front of the town of Napoleon, Arkansas, we were visited by General Grant in person, who had come down from Memphis in a steamboat. Although at this time Major General J.A. McClernand was in command of the Army of the Mississippi, by virtue of a confidential order of the War Department, dated October 21, 1862, which order bore the endorsement of President Lincoln, General Grant still exercised a command over him. By reason of his general command of the Department of the Tennessee. By an order, No. 210, of December 18, 1862, from the War Department, received at Arkansas Post, the Western armies had been grouped into 5 corps d'armée, viz., the 13th, Major General McClernand, the 14th, Major General George H. Thomas, in Middle Tennessee, the 15th, Major General W. T. Sherman, the 16th, Major General Hurlbut, then at or near Memphis, and the 17th, Major General McPherson, also at and back of Memphis. General Grant, when at Napoleon, on the 18th of January, ordered McClernand with his own and my corps to return to Vicksburg, to disembark on the west bank, and to resume work on a canal across the peninsula, which had been begun by General Thomas Williams the summer before, the object being to turn the Mississippi River at that point, or at least to make a passage for our fleet of gunboats and transports across the peninsula, opposite Vicksburg. General Grant then returned to Memphis, ordered to Lake Providence, about 60 miles above us, McPherson's corps, the 17th, and then came down again to give his personal supervision to the whole movement. The Mississippi River was very high and rising, and we began that system of canals on which we expended so much hard work fruitlessly. First, the canal at Young's Plantation, opposite Vicksburg; second, that at Lake Providence; and third, at the Yazoo Pass, leading into the headwaters of the Yazoo River. Early in February the gunboats Indianola and Queen of the West ran the batteries of Vicksburg. The latter was afterward crippled in Red River, and was captured by the rebels, and the Indianola was butted and sunk about 40 miles below Vicksburg. We heard the booming of the guns, but did not know of her loss till some days after. During the months of January and February, we were digging the canal and fighting off the water of the Mississippi, which continued to rise and threatened to drown us. We had no sure place of refuge except the narrow levee, and such steamboats as remained abreast of our camps. My 2 divisions furnished alternately a detail of 500 men a day, to work on the canal. So high was the water in the beginning of March, that McClernand's corps was moved to higher ground, at Milliken's Bend, but I remained at Young's Plantation, laid off a due proportion of the levee for each subdivision of my command, and assigned other parts to such steamboats as lay at the levee. My own headquarters were in Mrs. Grove's house, which had the water all around it, and could only be reached by a plank walk from the levee, built on posts. General Frederick Steele commanded the 1st Division, and General D. Smart the 2nd. This latter division had been reinforced by General Hugh Ewing's brigade, which had arrived from West Virginia. At the time of its date I received the following note from General Grant. Milliken's Bend, March 16, 1863. General Sherman. Dear Sir, I have just returned from a reconnaissance up Steele's Bayou, with the Admiral, Porter, and 5 of his gunboats. With some labor in cutting tree tops out of the way, it will be navigable for any class of steamers. I want you to have your Pioneer Corps, or 1 regiment of good men for such work, detailed, and at the landing as soon as possible. The party will want to take with them their rations, arms, and sufficient camp and garrison equipage for a few days. I will have a boat at any place you may designate, as early as the men can be there. The 8th Missouri, being many of them boatmen, would be excellent men for this purpose. As soon as you give directions for these men to be in readiness, come up and see me, and I will explain fully. The tug that takes this is instructed to wait for you. A full supply of axes will be required. Very respectfully. U. S. Grant, Major General. This letter was instantly, 8 a.m., sent to Colonel Giles A. Smith, commanding the 8th Missouri, with orders to prepare immediately. He returned it at 9:15, with an answer that the regiment was all ready. I went up to Milliken's Bend in the tug, and had a conference with the general, resulting in these orders. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee before Vicksburg, March 16, 1863. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding 15th Army Corps. General, You will proceed as early as practicable up Steele's Bayou, and through Black Bayou to Deer Creek, and thence with the gunboats now there by any route they may take to get into the Yazoo River. For the purpose of determining the feasibility of getting an army through that route to the east bank of that river, and at a point from which they can act advantageously against Vicksburg. Make such details from your Army Corps as may be required to clear out the channel of the various bayous through which transports would have to run, and to hold such points as in your judgment should be occupied. I place at your disposal today the steamers Diligent and Silver Wave, the only two suitable for the present navigation of this route. Others will be supplied you as fast as required, and they can be got. I have given directions, and you may repeat them, that the party going on board the steamer Diligent push on until they reach Black Bayou, only stopping sufficiently long at any point before reaching there to remove such obstructions as prevent their own progress. Captain Cossack, of the engineers, will go with this party. The other boatload will commence their work in Steele's Bayou, and make the navigation as free as possible all the way through. There is but little work to be done in Steele's Bayou, except for about 5 miles abort midway of the bayou. In this portion many overhanging trees will have to be removed, and should be dragged out of the channel. Very respectfully, U.S. Grant, Major General. On returning to my camp at Young's Point, I started these 2 boats up the Yazoo and Steele's Bayou, with the 8th Missouri and some pioneers, with axes, saws, and all the tools necessary. I gave orders for a part of Stewart's division to proceed in the large boats up the Mississippi River to a point at Gwynn's plantation, where a bend of Steele's Bayou neared the main river. And the next day, with 1 or 2 stag officers and orderlies, got a Navy tug, and hurried up to overtake Admiral Porter. About 60 miles up Steele's Bayou we came to the gunboat Price, Lieutenant Woodworth, United States Navy, commanding, and then turned into Black Bayou, a narrow, crooked channel, obstructed by overhanging oaks, and filled with cypress and cottonwood trees. The gunboats had forced their way through, pushing aside trees a foot in diameter. In about 4 miles we overtook the gunboat fleet just as it was emerging into Deer Creek. Along Deer Creek the alluvium was higher, and there was a large cotton plantation belonging to a Mr. Hill, who was absent, and the Negroes were in charge of the place. Here I overtook Admiral Porter, and accompanied him a couple of miles up Deer Creek, which was much wider and more free of trees, with plantations on both sides at intervals. Admiral Porter thought he had passed the worst, and that he would be able to reach the Rolling Fork and Sunflower. He requested me to return and use all possible means to clear out Black Bayou. I returned to Hill's plantation, which was soon reached by Major Coleman, with a part of the 8th Missouri. The bulk of the regiment and the pioneers had been distributed along the bayous, and set to work under the general supervision of Captain Cossack. The Diligent and Silver Wave then returned to Twins Plantation and brought up Brigadier General Giles Smith, with the 6th Missouri, and part of the 116th Illinois. Admiral Porter was then working up Deer Creek with his ironclads, but he had left me a tug, which enabled me to reconnoiter the country, which was all under water except the narrow strip along Deer Creek. During the 19th I heard the heavy Navy guns booming more frequently than seemed consistent with mere guerrilla operations. And that night I got a message from Porter, written on tissue paper, brought me through the swamp by a Negro, who had it concealed in a piece of tobacco. The Admiral stated that he had met a force of infantry and artillery which gave him great trouble by killing the men who had to expose themselves outside the iron armor to shove off the bows of the boats, which had so little headway that they would not steer. He begged me to come to his rescue as quickly as possible. Giles A. Smith had only about 800 men with him, but I ordered him to start up Deer Creek at once, crossing to the east side by an old bridge at Hill's plantation, which we had repaired for the purpose. To work his way up to the gunboat fleet, and to report to the Admiral that I would come up with every man I could raise as soon as possible. I was almost alone at Hill's, but took a canoe, paddled down Black Bayou to the gunboat Price, and there, luckily, found the Silver Wave with a load of men just arrived from Twins Plantation. Taking some of the parties who were at work along the bayou into an empty coal barge, we tugged it up by a Navy tug, followed by the silver wave, crashing through the trees, carrying away pilothouse, smokestacks, and everything above deck. But the captain, Macmillan, of Pittsburgh, was a brave fellow, and realized the necessity. The night was absolutely black, and we could only make 2.5 of the 4 miles. We then disembarked, and marched through the canebrake, carrying lighted candles in our hands, till we got into the open cotton fields at Hill's plantation, where we lay down for a few hours' rest. These men were a part of Giles A. Smith's brigade, and part belonged to the brigade of T. Bilby Smith, the senior officer present being Lieutenant Colonel Rice, 54th Ohio, an excellent young officer. We had no horses. On Sunday morning, March 21st, as soon as daylight appeared, we started, following the same route which Giles A. Smith had taken the day before, the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars, Major Chase, in the lead. We could hear Porter's guns, and knew that moments were precious. Being on foot myself, no man could complain, and we generally went at the double quick, with occasional rests. The road lay along Deer Creek, passing several plantations. And occasionally, at the bends, it crossed the swamp, where the water came above my hips. The smaller drummer boys had to carry their drums on their heads, and most of the men slanged their cartridge boxes around their necks. The soldiers generally were glad to have their general and field officers afoot, but we gave them a fair specimen of marching, accomplishing about 21 miles by noon. Of course, our speed was accelerated by the sounds of the Navy guns, which became more and more distinct, though we could see nothing. At a plantation near some Indian mounds we met a detachment of the 8th Missouri, that had been up to the fleet, and had been sent down as a picket to prevent any obstructions below. This picket reported that Admiral Porter had found Deer Creek badly obstructed, had turned back, that there was a rebel force beyond the fleet, with some 6-pounders, and nothing between us and the fleet. So I sat down on the doorsill of a cabin to rest, but had not been seated 10 minutes when, in the wood just ahead, not 300 yards off, I heard quick and rapid firing of musketry. Jumping up, I ran up the road, and found Lieutenant Colonel Rice, who said the head of his column had struck a small force of rebels with a working gang of Negroes, provided with axes, who on the first fire had broken and run back into the swamp. I ordered Rice to deploy his brigade, his left on the road, and extending as far into the swamp as the ground would permit, and then to sweep forward until he uncovered the gunboats. The movement was rapid and well executed, and we soon came to some large cotton fields and could see our gunboats in Deer Creek, occasionally firing a heavy 8-inch gun across the cotton field into the swamp behind. About that time Major Kirby, of the 8th Missouri, galloped down the road on a horse he had picked up the night before, and met me. He explained the situation of affairs, and offered me his horse. I got on bareback, and rode up the levee, the sailors coming out of their ironclads and cheering most vociferously as I rode by, and as our men swept forward across the cotton field in full view. I soon found Admiral Porter, who was on the deck of one of his ironclads, with a shield made of the section of a smokestack, and I doubt if he was ever more glad to meet a friend than he was to see me. He explained that he had almost reached the Rolling Fork, when the woods became full of sharpshooters, who, taking advantage of trees, stumps, and the levee, would shoot down every man that poked his nose outside the protection of their armor. So that he could not handle his clumsy boats in the narrow channel. The rebels had evidently dispatched a force from Haynes's Bluff up the Sunflower to the Rolling Fork, had anticipated the movement of Admiral Porter's fleet, and had completely obstructed the channel of the upper part of Deer Creek by felling trees into it, so that further progress in that direction was simply impossible. It also happened that, at the instant of my arrival, a party of about 400 rebels, armed and supplied with axes, had passed around the fleet and had got below it, intending in like manner to block up the channel by the felling of trees, so as to cut off retreat. This was the force we had struck so opportunely at the time before described. I inquired of Admiral Porter what he proposed to do, and he said he wanted to get out of that scrape as quickly as possible. He was actually working back when I met him, and, as we then had a sufficient force to cover his movement completely, he continued to back down Deer Creek. He informed me at one time things looked so critical that he had made up his mind to blow up the gunboats, and to escape with his men through the swamp to the Mississippi River. There being no longer any sharpshooters to bother the sailors, they made good progress. Still, it took 3 full days for the fleet to back out of Deer Creek into Black Bayou, at Hill's Plantation, whence Admiral Porter proceeded to his post at the mouth of the Yazoo, leaving Captain Owen in command of the fleet. I reported the facts to General Grant, who was sadly disappointed at the failure of the fleet to get through to the Yazoo above Haynes's Bluff, and ordered us all to resume our camps at Young's Point. We accordingly steamed down, and regained our camps on the 27th. As this expedition up Deer Creek was but one of many efforts to secure a footing from which to operate against Vicksburg, I add the report of Brigadier General Giles A. Smith, who was the first to reach the fleet. Headquarters 1st Brigade, 2nd Division. 15th Army Corps, Young's Point, Louisiana. March 28, 1863. Captain L. M. Dayton, Assistant Adjutant General. Captain, I have the honor to report the movements of the 1st Brigade in the expedition up Steele's Bayou, Black Bayou, and Deer Creek. The 6th Missouri and 116th Illinois Regiments embarked at the mouth of Muddy Bayou on the evening of Thursday, the 18th of March, and proceeded up Steele's Bayou to the mouth of Black. Thence up Black Bayou to Hill's Plantation, at its junction with Deer Creek, where we arrived on Friday at 4:00 p.m., and joined the 8th Missouri, Lieutenant Colonel Coleman commanding, which had arrived at that point 2 days before. General Sherman had also established his headquarters there, having preceded the 8th Missouri in a tug, with no other escort than 2 or 3 of his staff, reconnoitering all the different bayous and branches, thereby greatly facilitating the movements of the troops, but at the same time exposing himself beyond precedent in a commanding general. At 3:00 of Saturday morning, the 20th instant, General Sherman having received a communication from Admiral Porter at the mouth of Rolling Fork, asking for a speedy cooperation of the land forces with his fleet, I was ordered by General Sherman to be ready, with all the available force at that point, to accompany him to his relief. But before starting it was arranged that I should proceed with the force at hand, 800 men, while he remained, again entirely unprotected, to hurry up the troops expected to arrive that night. Consisting of the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois Volunteers, completing my brigade, and the 2nd Brigade, Colonel T. Kilby Smith commanding. This, as the sequel showed, proved a very wise measure, and resulted in the safety of the whole fleet. At daybreak we were in motion, with a regular guide. We had proceeded but about 6 miles, when we found the enemy had been very busy felling trees to obstruct the creek. All the Negroes along the route had been notified to be ready at nightfall to continue the work. To prevent this as much as possible, I ordered all able-bodied Negroes to be taken along, and warned some of the principal inhabitants that they would be held responsible for any more obstructions being placed across the creek. We reached the Admiral about 4:00 p.m., with no opposition save my advance guard, Company A, 6th Missouri, being fired into from the opposite side of the creek, killing 1 man, and slightly wounding another. Having no way of crossing, we had to content ourselves with driving them beyond musket range. Proceeding with as little loss of time as possible, I found the fleet obstructed in front by fallen trees, in rear by a sunken coal barge, and surrounded by a large force of rebels with an abundant supply of artillery, but wisely keeping their main force out of range of the Admiral's guns. Every tree and stump covered a sharpshooter, ready to pick off any luckless Marine who showed his head above decks, and entirely preventing the working parties from removing obstructions. In pursuance of orders from General Sherman, I reported to Admiral Porter for orders, who turned over to me all the land forces in his fleet, about 150 men, together with 2 howitzers. And I was instructed by him to retain a sufficient force to clear out the sharpshooters, and to distribute the remainder along the creek for 6 or 7 miles below, to prevent any more obstructions being placed in it during the night. This was speedily arranged, our skirmishers capturing 3 prisoners. Immediate steps were now taken to remove the coal barge, which was accomplished about daylight on Sunday morning, when the fleet moved back toward Black Bayou. By 3:00 p.m. we had only made about 6 miles, owing to the large number of trees to be removed. At this point, where our progress was very slow, we discovered a long line of the enemy filing along the edge of the woods, and taking position on the creek below us, and about 1 mile ahead of our advance. Shortly after, they opened fire on the gunboats from batteries behind the cavalry and infantry. The boats not only replied to the batteries, which they soon silenced, but poured a destructive fire into their lines. Heavy skirmishing was also heard in our front, supposed to be by 3 companies from the 6th and 8th Missouri, whose position, taken the previous night to guard the creek, was beyond the point reached by the enemy, and consequently liable to be cut off or captured. Captain Owen, of the Louisville, the leading boat, made every effort to go through the obstructions and aid in the rescuing of the men. I ordered Major Kirby, with 4 companies of the 6th Missouri, forward, with 2 companies deployed. He soon met General Sherman, with the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois, driving the enemy before them and opening communication along the creek with the gunboats. Instead of our 3 companies referred to as engaging the enemy, General Sherman had arrived at a very opportune moment with the 2 regiments mentioned above, and the 2nd Brigade. The enemy, not expecting an attack from that quarter, after some hot skirmishing, retreated. General Sherman immediately ordered the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois to pursue. But, after following their trace for about 2 miles, they were recalled. We continued our march for about 2 miles, when we bivouacked for the night. Early on Monday morning, March 22d, we continued our march, but owing to the slow progress of the gunboats did not reach Hill's Plantation until Tuesday, the 23d instant, where we remained until the 25th. We then re-embarked, and arrived at Young's Point on Friday, the 27th instant. Below you will find a list of casualties. Very respectfully, Giles A. Smith, Colonel 8th Missouri, commanding 1st Brigade. P.S. I forgot to state above that the 13th Infantry and 113th Illinois being under the immediate command of General Sherman, he can mention them as their conduct deserves. On the 3d of April, a division of troops, commanded by Brigadier General J. M. Tuttle, was assigned to my corps, and was designated the 3rd Division, and, on the 4th of April, Brigadier General D. Stewart was relieved from the command of the 2nd Division, to which Major General Frank P. Blair was appointed by an order from General Grant's headquarters. Stewart had been with me from the time we were at Benton Barracks, in command of the 55th Illinois, then of a brigade, and finally of a division. But he had failed in seeking a confirmation by the Senate to his nomination as Brigadier General, by reason of some old affair at Chicago, and, having resigned his commission as Colonel, he was out of service. I esteemed him very highly, and was actually mortified that the service should thus be deprived of so excellent and gallant an officer. He afterwards settled in New Orleans as a lawyer, and died about 1867 or 1868. On the 6th of April, my command, the 15th Corps, was composed of 3 divisions. The 1st Division, commanded by Major General Fred Steele, and his 3 brigades by Colonel Manter, Colonel Charles R. Wood, and Brigadier General John M. Thayer. The 2nd Division, commanded by Major General Frank P. Blair, and his 3 brigades by Colonel Giles Smith, Colonel Thomas Gilby Smith, and Brigadier General Hugh Ewing. The 3rd Division, commanded by Brigadier General J. M. Tuttle, and his 3 brigades by Brigadier General R. P. Buckland, Colonel J. A. Mower, and Brigadier General John E. Smith. My own staff then embraced Dayton, McCoy, and Hill, aides, J. H. Hammond, Assistant Adjutant General. Sanger, Inspector General, McFeely, Commissary, J. Condit Smith, Quartermaster, Charles McMillan, Medical Director, Ezra Taylor, Chief of Artillery, J&O. C. Neely, Ordnance Officer, Jenny and Pittsman, Engineers. By this time it had become thoroughly demonstrated that we could not divert the main river Mississippi, or get practicable access to the east bank of the Yazoo, in the rear of Vicksburg, by any of the passes. And we were all in the habit of discussing the various chances of the future. General Grant's headquarters were at Milliken's Bend, in tents, and his army was strung along the river all the way from Young's Point up to Lake Providence, at least 60 miles. I had always contended that the best way to take Vicksburg was to resume the movement which had been so well begun the previous November, viz., for the main army to march by land down the country inland of the Mississippi River, while the gunboat fleet and a minor land force should threaten Vicksburg on its river front. I reasoned that, with the large force then subject to General Grant's orders viz. For Army Corps, he could easily resume the movement from Memphis, by way of Oxford and Grenada, to Jackson, Mississippi, or down the ridge between the Yazoo and Big Black. But General Grant would not, for reasons other than military, take any course which looked like a step backward. And he himself concluded on the river movement below Vicksburg, so as to appear like connecting with General Banks, who at the same time was besieging Port Hudson from the direction of New Orleans. Preliminary orders had already been given, looking to the digging of a canal, to connect the river at Duckport with Willow Bayou, back of Milliken's Bend, so as to form a channel for the conveyance of supplies, by way of Richmond, to New Carthage. And several steam dredge boats had come from the upper rivers to assist in the work. One day early in April, I was up at General Grant's headquarters, and we talked over all these things with absolute freedom. Charles A. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War, was there, and Wilson, Rawlins, Frank Blair, McPherson, etc. We all knew, what was notorious, that General McClernand was still intriguing against General Grant, in hopes to regain the command of the whole expedition, and that others were raising a clamor against General Grant in the newspapers at the North. Even Mr. Lincoln and General Halleck seemed to be shaken, but at no instant of time did we, his personal friends, slacken in our loyalty to him. One night, after such a discussion, and believing that General McClernand had no real plan of action shaped in his mind, I wrote my letter of April 8, 1863, to Colonel Rawlins, which letter is embraced in full at page 616 of Badeau's book, and which I now reproduce here. Headquarters 15th Army Corps. Camp near Vicksburg, April 8, 1868. Colonel J. A. Rawlins, Assistant Adjutant General to General Grant. Sir, I would most respectfully suggest, for reasons which I will not name, that General Grant call on his corps commanders for their opinions, concise and positive, on the best general plan of a campaign. Unless this be done, there are men who will, in any result falling below the popular standard, claim that their advice was unheeded, and that fatal consequence resulted therefrom. My own opinions are: first, that the Army of the Tennessee is now far in advance of the other grand armies of the United States. Second, that a corps from Missouri should forthwith be moved from St. Louis to the vicinity of Little Rock, Arkansas. Supplies collected there while the river is full, and land communication with Memphis opened via Des Arc on the White, and Madison on the St. Francis River. Third, that as much of the Yazoo Pass, Coldwater, and Tallahatchie rivers, as can be gained and fortified, be held, and the main army be transported thither by land and water. That the road back to Memphis be secured and reopened, and, as soon as the waters subside, Grenada be attacked, and the swamp road across to Helena be patrolled by cavalry. Fourth, that the line of the Yallabusha be the base from which to operate against the points where the Mississippi Central crosses Big Black, above Canton, and, lastly, where the Vicksburg and Jackson Railroad crosses the same river, Big Black. The capture of Vicksburg would result. Fifth, that a minor force be left in this vicinity, not to exceed 10,000 men, with only enough steamboats to float and transport them to any desired point. This force to be held always near enough to act with the gunboats when the main army is known to be near Vicksburg, Haynes's Bluff or Yazoo City. Sixth, I do doubt the capacity of Willow Bayou, which I estimate to be 50 miles long and very tortuous, as a military channel, to supply an army large enough to operate against Jackson, Mississippi, or the Black River Bridge. And such a channel will be very vulnerable to a force coming from the west, which we must expect. Yet this canal will be most useful as the way to convey coals and supplies to a fleet that should navigate the lower reach of the Mississippi between Vicksburg and the Red River. 7th. The chief reason for operating solely by water was the season of the year and high water in the Tallahatchie and Yallabusha rivers. The spring is now here, and soon these streams will be no serious obstacle, save in the ambuscades of the forest, and whatever works the enemy may have erected at or near Grenada. North Mississippi is too valuable for us to allow the enemy to hold it and make crops this year. I make these suggestions, with the request that General Grant will read them and give them, as I know he will, a share of his thoughts. I would prefer that he should not answer this letter, but merely give it as much or as little weight as it deserves. Whatever plan of action he may adopt will receive from me the same zealous cooperation and energetic support as though conceived by myself. I do not believe General Banks will make any serious attack on Port Hudson this spring. I am, etc. W.T. Sherman, Major General. This is the letter which some critics have styled a protest. We never had a council of war at any time during the Vicksburg campaign. We often met casually, regardless of rank or power, and talked and gossiped of things in general, as officers do and should. But my letter speaks for itself. It shows my opinions clearly at that stage of the game, and was meant partially to induce General Grant to call on General McClernand for a similar expression of opinion, but, so far as I know, he did not. He went on quietly to work out his own designs. And he has told me, since the war, that had we possessed in December, 1862, the experience of marching and maintaining armies without a regular base, which we afterward acquired, he would have gone on from Oxford as first contemplated. And would not have turned back because of the destruction of his depot at Holly Springs by Van Dorn. The distance from Oxford to the rear of Vicksburg is little greater than by the circuitous route we afterward followed, from Bruinsburg to Jackson and Vicksburg, during which we had neither depot nor train of supplies. I have never criticized General Grant's strategy on this or any other occasion, but I thought then that he had lost an opportunity, which cost him and us 6 months extra hard work. For we might have captured Vicksburg from the direction of Oxford in January, quite as easily as was afterward done in July, 1863. General Grant's orders for the general movement past Vicksburg, by Richmond and Carthage, were dated April 20, 1863. McClernand was to lead off with his corps, McPherson next, and my corps, the 15th, to bring up the rear. Preliminary thereto, on the night of April 16, 7 ironclads led by Admiral Porter in person, in the Benton, with 3 transports, and 10 barges in tow, ran the Vicksburg batteries by night. Anticipating a scene, I had 4 yawl boats hauled across the swamp, to the reach of the river below Vicksburg, and manned them with soldiers, ready to pick up any of the disabled wrecks as they floated by. I was out in the stream when the fleet passed Vicksburg, and the scene was truly sublime. As soon as the rebel gunners detected the Benton, which was in the lead, they opened on her, and on the others in succession, with shot and shell. Houses on the Vicksburg side and on the opposite shore were set on fire, which lighted up the whole river. And the roar of cannon, the bursting of shells, and finally the burning of the Henry Clay, drifting with the current, made up a picture of the terrible not often seen. Each gunboat returned the fire as she passed the town, while the transports hugged the opposite shore. When the Benton had got abreast of us, I pulled off to her, boarded, had a few words with Admiral Porter, and as she was drifting rapidly toward the lower batteries at Warrenton, I left, and pulled back toward the shore. Meeting the gunboat Tuscumbia towing the transport Forest Queen into the bank out of the range of fire. The Forest Queen, Captain Conway, had been my flag boat up the Arkansas, and for some time after, and I was very friendly with her officers. This was the only transport whose captain would not receive volunteers as a crew, but her own officers and crew stuck to their boat, and carried her safely below the Vicksburg batteries. And afterward rendered splendid service in ferrying troops across the river at Grand Gulf and Bruinsburg. In passing Vicksburg, she was damaged in the hull and had a steam pipe cut away, but this was soon repaired. The Henry Clay was set on fire by bursting shells, and burned up. One of my yawls picked up her pilot floating on a piece of wreck, and the bulk of her crew escaped in their own yawl boat to the shore above. The Silver Wave, Captain Macmillan, the same that was with us up Steele's Bayou, passed safely, and she also rendered good service afterward. Subsequently, on the night of April 26, 6 other transports with numerous barges loaded with hay, corn, freight, and provisions, were drifted past Vicksburg. Of these the Tigress was hit, and sunk just as she reached the river bank below. On our side, I was there with my yawls, and saw Colonel Lago, of General Grant's staff, who had passed the batteries in the Tigress. And I think he was satisfied never to attempt such a thing again. Thus General Grant's army had below Vicksburg an abundance of stores, and boats with which to cross the river. The road by which the troops marched was very bad, and it was not until the 1st of May that it was clear for my corps. While waiting my turn to march, I received a letter from General Grant, written at Carthage, saying that he proposed to cross over and attack Grand Gulf, about the end of April. And he thought I could put in my time usefully by making a feint on Haynes's Bluff, but he did not like to order me to do it, because it might be reported at the North that I had again been repulsed, etc. Thus we had to fight a senseless clamor at the North, as well as a determined foe and the obstacles of nature. Of course, I answered him that I would make the feint, regardless of public clamor at a distance, and I did make it most effectually. Using all the old boats I could get about Milliken's Bend in the mouth of the Yazoo, but taking only 10 small regiments, selected out of Blair's division, to make a show of force. We afterward learned that General Pemberton in Vicksburg had previously dispatched a large force to the assistance of General Bowers, at Grand Gulf and Port Gibson, which force had proceeded as far as Hankinson's Ferry. When he discovered our ostentatious movement up the Yazoo, recalled his men, and sent them up to Haynes's Bluff to meet us. This detachment of rebel troops must have marched nearly 60 miles without rest, for afterward, on reaching Vicksburg, I heard that the men were perfectly exhausted, and lay along the road in groups, completely fagged out. This diversion, made with so much pomp and display, therefore completely fulfilled its purpose, by leaving General Grant to contend with a minor force, on landing at Bruinsburg, and afterward at Port Gibson and Grand Gulf. In May the waters of the Mississippi had so far subsided that all our canals were useless, and the roads had become practicable. After McPherson's corps had passed Richmond, I took up the route of march, with Steele's and Tuttle's divisions. Blair's division remained at Milliken's Bend to protect our depots there, till relieved by troops from Memphis, and then he was ordered to follow us. Our route lay by Richmond and Roundabout Bayou. Then, following Bayou Vidal, we struck the Mississippi at Perkins's plantation. Thence the route followed Lake St. Joseph to a plantation called Hard Times, about 5 miles above Grand Gulf. The road was more or less occupied by wagons and detachments belonging to McPherson's corps, still we marched rapidly and reached Hard Times on the 6th of May. Along the bayou or Lake St. Joseph were many very fine cotton plantations, and I recall that of a Mr. Bowie, brother-in-law of the Honorable Reverdy Johnson, of Baltimore. The house was very handsome, with a fine, extensive grass plot in front. We entered the yard, and, leaving our horses with the headquarters escort, walked to the house. On the front porch I found a magnificent grand piano, with several satin-covered armchairs, in one of which sat a Union soldier, one of McPherson's men, with his feet on the keys of the piano, and his musket and knapsack lying on the porch. I asked him what he was doing there, and he answered that he was taking a rest. This was manifest, and I started him in a hurry, to overtake his command. The house was tenantless, and had been completely ransacked. Articles of dress and books were strewed about, and a handsome boudoir with mirror front had been cast down, striking a French bedstead, shivering the glass. The library was extensive, with a fine collection of books. And hanging on the wall were 2 full-length portraits of Reverdy Johnson and his wife, one of the most beautiful ladies of our country, with whom I had been acquainted in Washington at the time of General Taylor's administration. Behind the mansion was the usual double row of cabins called the quarters. There I found an old Negro, a family servant, with several women, whom I sent to the house to put things in order. Telling the old man that other troops would follow, and he must stand on the porch to tell any officers who came along that the property belonged to Mr. Bowie, who was the brother-in-law of our friend Mr. Reverdy Johnson, of Baltimore, asking them to see that no further harm was done. Soon after we left the house I saw some negroes carrying away furniture which manifestly belonged to the house, and compelled them to carry it back. And after reaching camp that night, at Hard Times, I sent a wagon back to Bowie's plantation, to bring up to Dr. Hollingsworth's house the 2 portraits for safe keeping. But before the wagon had reached Bowie's the house was burned, whether by some of our men or by negroes I have never learned. At the river there was a good deal of scrambling to get across, because the means of ferriage were inadequate. But by the aid of the Forest Queen and several gunboats I got my command across during the 7th of May, and marched out to Hankinson's Ferry, 18 miles, relieving General Crocker's division of McPherson's Corps. McClernand's Corps and McPherson's were still ahead, and had fought the Battle of Port Gibson, on the 11th. I overtook General Grant in person at Auburn, and he accompanied my corps all the way into Jackson, which we reached May 14. McClernand's corps had been left in observation toward Edwards's Ferry. McPherson had fought at Raymond, and taken the left-hand road toward Jackson, via Clinton, while my troops were ordered by General Grant in person to take the right-hand road leading through Mississippi Springs. We reached Jackson at the same time. McPherson fighting on the Clinton road, and my troops fighting just outside the town, on the Raymond road, where we captured 3 entire field batteries, and about 200 prisoners of war. The rebels, under General Joe Johnston, had retreated through the town northward on the Canton road. Generals Grant, McPherson, and I, met in the large hotel facing the State House, where the former explained to us that he had intercepted dispatches from Pemberton to Johnston, which made it important for us to work smart to prevent a junction of their respective forces. McPherson was ordered to march back early the next day on the Clinton road to make junction with McClernand, and I was ordered to remain one day to break up railroads, to destroy the arsenal, a foundry, the cotton factory of the Messrs. Green, etc., and then to follow McPherson. McPherson left Jackson early on the 15th, and General Grant during the same day. I kept my troops busy in tearing up railroad tracks, etc. But early on the morning of the 16th received notice from General Grant that a battle was imminent near Edwards's depot. That he wanted me to dispatch one of my divisions immediately, and to follow with the other as soon as I had completed the work of destruction. Steele's division started immediately, and later in the day I followed with the other division, Tuttle's. Just as I was leaving Jackson, a very fat man came to see me, to inquire if his hotel, a large, frame building near the depot, were doomed to be burned. I told him we had no intention to burn it, or any other house, except the machine shops, and such buildings as could easily be converted to hostile uses. He professed to be a law-abiding Union man, and I remember to have said that this fact was manifest from the sign of his hotel, which was the Confederate Hotel, the sign United States being faintly painted out, and Confederate painted over it. I remembered that hotel, as it was the supper station for the New Orleans trains when I used to travel the road before the war. I had not the least purpose, however, of burning it, but, just as we were leaving the town, it burst out in flames and was burned to the ground. I never found out exactly who set it on fire, but was told that in one of our batteries were some officers and men who had been made prisoners at Shiloh, with Prentice's division, and had been carried past Jackson in a railroad train. They had been permitted by the guard to go to this very hotel for supper, and had nothing to pay but greenbacks, which were refused, with insult, by this same law-abiding landlord. These men, it was said, had quietly and stealthily applied the fire underneath the hotel just as we were leaving the town. About dark we met General Grant's staff officer near Bolton Station, who turned us to the right, with orders to push on to Vicksburg by what was known as the Upper Jackson Road, which crossed the Big Black at Bridgeport. During that day, May 16, the Battle of Champion Hills had been fought and won by McClernand's and McPherson's corps, aided by one division of mine, Blair's, under the immediate command of General Grant. And McPherson was then following the mass of Pemberton's army, disordered and retreating toward Vicksburg by the Edwards's Ferry road. General Blair's division had come up from the rear, was temporarily attached to McClernand's corps, taking part with it in the Battle of Champion Hills, but on the 17th it was ordered by General Grant across to Bridgeport, to join me there. Just beyond Bolton there was a small hewn log house, standing back in a yard, in which was a well. At this some of our soldiers were drawing water. I rode in to get a drink, and, seeing a book on the ground, asked some soldier to hand it to me. It was a volume of the Constitution of the United States, and on the title page was written the name of Jefferson Davis. On inquiry of a Negro, I learned that the place belonged to the then President of the Southern Confederation. His brother Joe Davis's plantation was not far off. One of my staff officers went there, with a few soldiers, and took a pair of carriage horses, without my knowledge at the time. He found Joe Davis at home, an old man, attended by a young and affectionate niece, but they were overwhelmed with grief to see their country overrun and swarming with Federal troops. We pushed on, and reached the Big Black early, Blair's troops having preceded us by an hour or so. I found General Blair in person, and he reported that there was no bridge across the Big Black, that it was swimming deep, and that there was a rebel force on the opposite side, entrenched. He had ordered a detachment of the 13th United States Regulars, under Captain Charles Ewing, to strip some artillery horses, mount the men, and swim the river above the ferry, to attack and drive away the party on the opposite bank. I did not approve of this risky attempt, but crept down close to the brink of the river bank, behind a corn crib belonging to a plantation house nearby, and saw the parapet on the opposite bank. Ordering a section of guns to be brought forward by hand behind this corn crib, a few well-directed shells brought out of their holes the little party that was covering the crossing, viz. a lieutenant and 10 men, who came down to the river bank and surrendered. Blair's pontoon train was brought up, consisting of India-rubber boats, one of which was inflated, used as a boat, and brought over the prisoners. A pontoon bridge was at once begun, finished by night, and the troops began the passage. After dark, the whole scene was lit up with fires of pitch pine. General Grant joined me there, and we sat on a log, looking at the passage of the troops by the light of those fires. The bridge swayed to and fro under the passing feet, and made a fine war picture. At daybreak we moved on, ascending the ridge, and by 10 a.m. the head of my column, long drawn out, reached the Benton Road, and gave us command of the peninsula between the Yazoo and Big Black. I dispatched Colonel Swan, of the 4th Iowa Cavalry, to Haynes's Bluff, to capture that battery from the rear, and he afterward reported that he found it abandoned, its garrison having hastily retreated into Vicksburg, leaving their guns partially disabled, a magazine full of ammunition, and a hospital full of wounded and sick men. Colonel Swan saw one of our gunboats lying about 2 miles below in the Yazoo, to which he signaled. She steamed up, and to its commander the cavalry turned over the battery at Haynes's Bluff, and rejoined me in front of Vicksburg. Allowing a couple of hours for rest and to close up the column, I resumed the march straight on Vicksburg. About 2 miles before reaching the forts, the road forked. The left was the main Jackson Road, and the right was the Graveyard Road, which entered Vicksburg near a large cemetery. General Grant in person directed me to take the right-hand road, but, as McPherson had not yet got up from the direction of the railroad bridge at Big Black, I sent the 8th Missouri on the main Jackson Road to push the rebel skirmishers into town, and to remain until relieved by McPherson's advance, which happened late that evening, May 18th. The battalion of the 13th United States Regulars, commanded by Captain Washington, was at the head of the column on the right-hand road, and pushed the rebels close behind their parapets. One of my staff, Captain Pittsman, receiving a dangerous wound in the hip, which apparently disabled him for life. By night Blair's whole division had closed up against the defenses of Vicksburg, which were found to be strong and well manned. And, on General Steele's head of column arriving, I turned it still more to the right, with orders to work its way down the bluff, so as to make connection with our fleet in the Mississippi River. There was a good deal of desultory fighting that evening, and a man was killed by the aid of General Grant and myself, as we sat by the roadside looking at Steele's division passing to the right. General Steele's men reached the road which led from Vicksburg up to Haynes's Bluff, which road lay at the foot of the hills, and intercepted some prisoners and wagons which were coming down from Haynes's Bluff. All that night McPherson's troops were arriving by the main Jackson Road, and McClernand by another near the railroad, deploying forward as fast as they struck the rebel works. My corps, the 15th, had the right of the line of investment. McPherson's, the 17th, the center, and McClernand's, the 13th, the left, reaching from the river above to the railroad below. Our lines connected, and invested about 3/4 of the land front of the fortifications of Vicksburg. On the supposition that the garrison of Vicksburg was demoralized by the defeats at Champion Hills and at the railroad crossing of the Big Black, General Grant ordered an assault at our respective fronts on the 19th. My troops reached the top of the parapet, but could not cross over. The rebel parapets were strongly manned, and the enemy fought hard and well. My loss was pretty heavy, falling chiefly on the 13th Regulars, whose commanding officer, Captain Washington, was killed, and several other regiments were pretty badly cut up. We, however, held the ground up to the ditch till night, and then drew back only a short distance, and began to countertrench. On the Graveyard Road, our parapet was within less than 50 yards of the rebel ditch. On the 20th of May, General Grant called the 3 corps commanders together, viz., McClernand, McPherson, and Sherman. We compared notes, and agreed that the assault of the day before had failed, by reason of the natural strength of the position, and because we were forced by the nature of the ground to limit our attacks to the strongest parts of the enemy's line, viz., where the 3 principal roads entered the city. It was not a council of war, but a mere consultation, resulting in orders from General Grant for us to make all possible preparations for a renewed assault on the 22d, simultaneously, at 10 a.m. I reconnoitered my front thoroughly in person, from right to left, and concluded to make my real attack at the right flank of the bastion, where the Graveyard Road entered the enemy's entrenchments. And at another point in the curtain about 100 yards to its right, our left. Also to make a strong demonstration by Steele's division, about a mile to our right, toward the river. All our field batteries were put in position, and were covered by good epaulements. The troops were brought forward, in easy support, concealed by the shape of the ground, and to the minute, viz., 10 a.m. of May 22d, the troops sprang to the assault. A small party, that might be called a forlorn hope, provided with plank to cross the ditch, advanced at a run, up to the very ditch. The lines of infantry sprang from cover, and advanced rapidly in line of battle. I took a position within 200 yards of the rebel parapet, on the off-slope of a spur of ground, where by advancing 2 or 3 steps I could see everything. The rebel line, concealed by the parapet, showed no sign of unusual activity, but as our troops came in fair view, the enemy rose behind their parapet and poured a furious fire upon our lines. And, for about 2 hours, we had a severe and bloody battle, but at every point we were repulsed. In the very midst of this, when shell and shot fell furious and fast, occurred that little episode which has been celebrated in song and story, of the boy Orion P. Howe, badly wounded, bearing me a message for cartridges, caliber 54, described in my letter to the Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. This boy was afterward appointed a cadet to the United States Naval Academy, at Annapolis, but he could not graduate, and I do not now know what has become of him. After our men had been fairly beaten back from off the parapet, and had got cover behind the spurs of ground close up to the rebel works, General Grant came to where I was, on foot, having left his horse some distance to the rear. I pointed out to him the rebel works, admitted that my assault had failed, and he said the result with McPherson and McClernand was about the same. While he was with me, an orderly or staff officer came and handed him a piece of paper, which he read and handed to me. I think the writing was in pencil, on a loose piece of paper, and was in General McClernand's handwriting, to the effect that his troops had captured the rebel parapet in his front, that the flag of the Union waved over the stronghold of Vicksburg, and asking him, General Grant, to give renewed orders to McPherson and Sherman to press their attacks on their respective fronts, lest the enemy should concentrate on him, McClernand. General Grant said, I don't believe a word of it, but I reasoned with him, that this note was official, and must be credited, and I offered to renew the assault at once with new troops. He said he would instantly ride down the line to McClernand's front, and if I did not receive orders to the contrary, by 3:00 p.m., I might try it again. Mower's fresh brigade was brought up under cover, and some changes were made in Giles Smith's brigade, and, punctually at 3 p.m., hearing heavy firing down along the line to my left, I ordered the second assault. It was a repetition of the first, equally unsuccessful and bloody. It also transpired that the same thing had occurred with General McPherson, who lost in this second assault some most valuable officers and men, without adequate result. And that General McClernand, instead of having taken any single point of the rebel main parapet, had only taken one or two small outlying lunettes open to the rear, where his men were at the mercy of the rebels behind their main parapet. And most of them were actually thus captured. This affair caused great feeling with us, and severe criticisms on General McClernand, which led finally to his removal from the command of the 13th Corps, to which General Ord succeeded. The immediate cause, however, of General McClernand's removal was the publication of a sort of congratulatory order addressed to his troops, first published in St. Louis, in which he claimed that he had actually succeeded in making a lodgment in Vicksburg, but had lost it, owing to the fact that McPherson and Sherman did not fulfill their parts of the general plan of attack. This was simply untrue. The two several assaults made May 22d, on the lines of Vicksburg, had failed, by reason of the great strength of the position and the determined fighting of its garrison. I have since seen the position at Sevastopol, and without hesitation I declare that at Vicksburg to have been the more difficult of the two. Thereafter our proceedings were all in the nature of a siege. General Grant drew more troops from Memphis, to prolong our general line to the left, so as completely to invest the place on its land side, while the Navy held the river both above and below. General Mower's brigade of Tuttle's division was also sent across the river to the peninsula, so that by May 31 Vicksburg was completely beleaguered. Good roads were constructed from our camps to the several landing places on the Yazoo River, to which points our boats brought us ample supplies. So that we were in a splendid condition for a siege, while our enemy was shut up in a close fort, with a large civil population of men, women, and children to feed, in addition to his combatant force. If we could prevent sallies, or relief from the outside, the fate of the garrison of Vicksburg was merely a question of time. I had my headquarters camped close up to the works, near the center of my corps, and General Grant had his bivouac behind a ravine to my rear. We estimated Pemberton's whole force in Vicksburg at 30,000 men, and it was well known that the rebel General Joseph E. Johnston was engaged in collecting another strong force near the Big Black, with the intention to attack our rear, and thus to afford Pemberton an opportunity to escape with his men. Even then the ability of General Johnston was recognized, and General Grant told me that he was about the only general on that side whom he feared. Each corps kept strong pickets well to the rear. But, as the rumors of Johnston's accumulating force reached us, General Grant concluded to take stronger measures. He had received from the North General J. G. Parker's Corps, 9th, which had been posted at Haynes's Bluff. Then, detailing one division from each of the 3 corps d'armée investing Vicksburg, he ordered me to go out, take a general command of all, and to counteract any movement on the part of General Johnston to relieve Vicksburg. I reconnoitered the whole country, from Haynes's Bluff to the railroad bridge, and posted the troops thus. Park's 2 divisions from Haynes's Bluff out to the Benton or Ridge Road. Tuttle's division, of my corps, joining on and extending to a plantation called Young's, overlooking Bear Creek Valley, which empties into the Big Black above Messenger's Ferry. Then MacArthur's division, of McPherson's corps, took up the line, and reached to Osterhaus's division of McClernand's corps, which held a strong fortified position at the railroad crossing of the Big Black River. I was of opinion that, if Johnston should cross the Big Black, he could by the favorable nature of the country be held in check till a concentration could be effected by us at the point threatened. From the best information we could gather, General Johnston had about 30 or 40,000 men. I took post near a plantation of one Tribble, near Markham's, and frequently reconnoitered the whole line, and could see the enemy engaged in like manner, on the east aid of Big Black. But he never attempted actually to cross over, except with some cavalry, just above Bear Creek, which was easily driven back. I was there from June 20th to the 4th of July. In a small log house near Markham's was the family of Mr. Klein, whose wife was the daughter of Mrs. Day, of New Orleans, who in turn was the sister of Judge T. W. Bartley, my brother-in-law. I used frequently to drop in and take a meal with them, and Mrs. Klein was generally known as the General's cousin, which doubtless saved her and her family from molestation, too common on the part of our men. One day, as I was riding the line near a farm known as Parson Fogg's, I heard that the family of a Mr. Wilkinson, of New Orleans, was refugeeing at a house nearby. I rode up, inquired, and found 2 young girls of that name, who said they were the children of General Wilkinson, of Louisiana, and that their brother had been at the military school at Alexandria. Inquiring for their mother, I was told she was spending the day at Parson Fox's. As this house was on my route, I rode there, went through a large gate into the yard, followed by my staff and escort, and found quite a number of ladies sitting on the porch. I rode up and inquired if that were Parson Fox's. The parson, a fine-looking, venerable old man, rose, and said that he was Parson Fox. I then inquired for Mrs. Wilkinson, when an elderly lady answered that she was the person. I asked her if she were from Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, and she said she was. I then inquired if she had a son who had been a cadet at Alexandria when General Sherman was superintendent, and she answered yes. I then announced myself, inquired after the boy, and she said he was inside of Vicksburg, an artillery lieutenant. I then asked about her husband, whom I had known, when she burst into tears, and cried out in agony, "You killed him at Bull Run, where he was fighting for his country." I disclaimed killing anybody at Bull Run. But all the women present, nearly a dozen, burst into loud lamentations, which made it most uncomfortable for me, and I rode away. On the 3d of July, as I sat at my bivouac by the roadside near Tribble's, I saw a poor, miserable horse, carrying a lady, and led by a little Negro boy, coming across a cotton field toward me. As they approached I recognized poor Mrs. Wilkinson, and helped her to dismount. I inquired what had brought her to me in that style, and she answered that she knew Vicksburg was going to surrender, and she wanted to go right away to see her boy. I had a telegraph wire to General Grant's headquarters, and had heard that there were symptoms of surrender, but as yet nothing definite. I tried to console and dissuade her, but she was resolved, and I could not help giving her a letter to General Grant, explaining to him who she was, and asking him to give her the earliest opportunity to see her son. The distance was fully 20 miles, but off she started, and I afterward learned that my letter had enabled her to see her son, who had escaped unharmed. Later in the day I got by telegraph General Grant's notice of the negotiations for surrender. And, by his directions, gave general orders to my troops to be ready at a moment's notice to cross the Big Black, and go for Joe Johnston. The next day, July 4, 1863, Vicksburg surrendered, and orders were given for at once attacking General Johnston. The 13th Corps, General Ord, was ordered to march rapidly, and cross the Big Black at the railroad bridge. The 15th by Masingers, and the 9th, General Parker, by Birdsong's Ferry all to converge on Bolton. My corps crossed the Big Black during the 5th and 6th of July, and marched for Bolton, where we came in with General Ord's troops. But the 9th Corps was delayed in crossing at Birdsong's. Johnston had received timely notice of Pemberton's surrender, and was in full retreat for Jackson. On the 8th all our troops reached the neighborhood of Clinton, the weather fearfully hot, and water scarce. Johnston had marched rapidly, and in retreating had caused cattle, hogs, and sheep, to be driven into the ponds of water, and there shot down, so that we had to haul their dead and stinking carcasses out to use the water. On the 10th of July we had driven the rebel army into Jackson, where it turned at bay behind the entrenchments, which had been enlarged and strengthened since our former visit in May. We closed our lines about Jackson. My corps, 15th, held the center, extending from the Clinton to the Raymond Road, Ord's, 13th, on the right, reaching Pearl River below the town, and Parker's, 9th, the left, above the town. On the 11th we pressed close in, and shelled the town from every direction. One of Ord's brigades, Lawman's, got too close, and was very roughly handled and driven back in disorder. General Ord accused the commander, General Lawman, of having disregarded his orders, and attributed to him personally the disaster and heavy loss of men. He requested his relief, which I granted, and General Lawman went to the rear, and never regained his division. He died after the war, in Iowa, much respected, as before that time he had been universally esteemed a most gallant and excellent officer. The weather was fearfully hot, but we continued to press the siege day and night, using our artillery pretty freely, and on the morning of July 17 the place was found evacuated. General Steele's division was sent in pursuit as far as Brandon, 14 miles, but General Johnston had carried his army safely off, and pursuit in that hot weather would have been fatal to my command. Reporting the fact to General Grant, he ordered me to return, to send General Parks's corps to Haynes's Bluff, General Ord's back to Vicksburg, and he consented that I should encamp my whole corps near the Big Black. Pretty much on the same ground we had occupied before the movement, and with the prospect of a period of rest for the remainder of the summer. We reached our camps on the 27th of July. Meantime, a division of troops, commanded by Brigadier General W. Suey Smith, had been added to my corps. General Smith applied for and received a sick leave on the 20th of July. Brigadier General Hugh Ewing was assigned to its command, and from that time it constituted the 4th Division of the 15th Army Corps. Port Hudson had surrendered to General Banks on the 8th of July, a necessary consequence of the fall of Vicksburg. And thus terminated probably the most important enterprise of the Civil War, the recovery of the complete control of the Mississippi River, from its source to its mouth, or, in the language of Mr. Lincoln, the Mississippi went unvexed to the sea. I put my 4 divisions into handsome, clean camps, looking to health and comfort alone. And had my headquarters in a beautiful grove near the house of that same Parson Fox where I had found the crowd of weeping rebel women waiting for the fate of their friends in Vicksburg. The loss sustained by the 15th Corps in the assault of May 19, at Vicksburg, was mostly confined to the battalion of the 13th Regulars, whose commanding officer, Captain Washington, was mortally wounded, and afterward died in the hands of the enemy, which battalion lost 77 men out of the 250 engaged. The 83rd Indiana, Colonel Spooner, and the 127th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Eldridge, the aggregate being about 200. In the assaults of the 22d, the loss in the 15th Corps was about 600. In the attack on Jackson, Mississippi, during the 11th to 16th of July, General Ord reported the loss in the 13th Army Corps 762, of which 533 were confined to Lawman's division. General Parks reported, in the 9th Corps, 37 killed, 258 wounded, and 33 missing, total, 328. In the 15th Corps the loss was less. So that, in the aggregate, the loss as reported by me at the time was less than 1,000 men, while we took that number alone of prisoners. In General Grant's entire army before Vicksburg, composed of the 9th, part of the 16th, and the whole of the 13th, 15th, and 17th Corps, the aggregate loss, as stated by Badeau, was killed 1,243. Wounded, 7095. Missing, 535. Total, 8873. Whereas the Confederate loss, as stated by the same author, surrendered at Vicksburg, 32,000. Captured at Champion Hills, 3,000. Captured at Big Black Bridge, 2,000. Captured at Port Gibson, 2,000. Captured with Loring, 4,000. Killed and wounded, 10,000. Stragglers, 3,000. Total, 56,000. Besides which, a large amount of public property, consisting of railroads, locomotives, cars, steamers, cotton, guns, muskets, ammunition, etc., etc., was captured in Vicksburg. The value of the capture of Vicksburg, however, was not measured by the list of prisoners, guns, and small arms, but by the fact that its possession secured the navigation of the great central river of the continent. bisected fatally the Southern Confederacy, and set the armies which had been used in its conquest free for other purposes. And it so happened that the event coincided as to time with another great victory which crowned our arms far away, at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. That was a defensive battle, whereas ours was offensive in the highest acceptation of the term, and the two, occurring at the same moment of time, should have ended the war. But the rebel leaders were mad, and seemed determined that their people should drink of the very lowest dregs of the cup of war, which they themselves had prepared. The campaign of Vicksburg, in its conception and execution, belonged exclusively to General Grant, not only in the great whole, but in the thousands of its details. I still retain many of his letters and notes, all in his own handwriting, prescribing the routes of march for divisions and detachments, specifying even the amount of food and tools to be carried along. Many persons gave his Adjutant General, Rawlins, the credit for these things, but they were in error. For no commanding general of an army ever gave more of his personal attention to details, or wrote so many of his own orders, reports, and letters, as General Grant. His success at Vicksburg justly gave him great fame at home and abroad. The President conferred on him the rank of Major General in the regular army, the highest grade then existing by law, and General McPherson and I shared in his success by receiving similar commissions as brigadier generals in the regular army. But our success at Vicksburg produced other results not so favorable to our cause, a general relaxation of effort, and desire to escape the hard drudgery of camp. Officers sought leaves of absence to visit their homes. And soldiers obtained furloughs and discharges on the most slender pretexts. Even the general government seemed to relax in its efforts to replenish our ranks with new men, or to enforce the draft, and the politicians were pressing their schemes to reorganize or patch up some form of civil government. As fast as the armies gained partial possession of the states. In order to illustrate this peculiar phase of our Civil War, I give at this place copies of certain letters which have not heretofore been published. Private. Washington, August 29, 1868. Major General W.T. Sherman, Vicksburg, Mississippi. My dear General, the question of Reconstruction in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas, will soon come up for decision of the government, and not only the length of the war, but our ultimate and complete success will depend upon its decision. It is a difficult matter, but I believe it can be successfully solved, if the President will consult opinions of cool and discreet men, who are capable of looking at it in all its bearings and effects. I think he is disposed to receive the advice of our generals who have been in these states, and know much more of their condition than gassy politicians in Congress. General Banks has written pretty fully on the subject. I wrote to General Grant, immediately, after the fall of Vicksburg, for his views in regard to Mississippi, but he has not yet answered. I wish you would consult with Grant, McPherson, and others of cool, good judgment, and write me your views fully, as I may wish to use them with the President. You had better write me unofficially, and then your letter will not be put on file, and cannot hereafter be used against you. You have been in Washington enough to know how everything a man writes or says is picked up by his enemies and misconstrued. With kind wishes for your further success. I am yours truly. H. W. Halleck. Private and Confidential. Headquarters, 15th Army Corps. Camp on Big Black, Mississippi, September 17, 1863. H. W. Halleck, Commander-in-Chief, Washington, D.C. Dear General, I have received your letter of August 29, and with pleasure confide to you fully my thoughts on the important matters you suggest, with absolute confidence that you will use what is valuable, and reject the useless or superfluous. That part of the continent of North America known as Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas, is in my judgment the key to the whole interior. The valley of the Mississippi is America, and, although railroads have changed the economy of intercommunication, yet the water channels still mark the lines of fertile land, and afford cheap carriage to the heavy products of it. The inhabitants of the country on the Monongahela, the Illinois, the Minnesota, the Yellowstone, and Osage, are as directly concerned in the security of the lower Mississippi as are those who dwell on its very banks in Louisiana. And now that the nation has recovered its possession, this generation of men will make a fearful mistake if they again commit its charge to a people liable to misuse their position, and assert, as was recently done, that because they dwelt on the banks of this mighty stream, they had a right to control its navigation. I would deem it very unwise at this time, or for years to come, to revive the state governments of Louisiana, etc., or to institute in this quarter any civil government in which the local people have much to say. They had a government so mild and paternal that they gradually forgot they had any at all, save what they themselves controlled. They asserted an absolute right to seize public moneys, forts, arms, and even to shut up the natural avenues of travel and commerce. They chose war, they ignored and denied all the obligations of the solemn contract of government and appealed to force. We accepted the issue, and now they begin to realize that war is a two-edged sword, and it may be that many of the inhabitants cry for peace. I know them well, and the very impulses of their nature. And to deal with the inhabitants of that part of the South which borders on the great river, we must recognize the classes into which they have divided themselves. First, the large planters, owning lands, slaves, and all kinds of personal property. These are, on the whole, the ruling class. They are educated, wealthy, and easily approached. In some districts they are bitter as gall, and have given up slaves, plantations, and all, serving in the armies of the Confederacy. Whereas, in others, they are conservative. None dare admit a friendship for us, though they say freely that they were at the outset opposed to war and disunion. I know we can manage this class, but only by action. Argument is exhausted, and words have lost their usual meaning. Nothing but the logic of events touches their understanding, but, of late, this has worked a wonderful change. If our country were like Europe, crowded with people, I would say it would be easier to replace this class than to reconstruct it, subordinate to the policy of the nation. But, as this is not the case, it is better to allow the planters, with individual exceptions, gradually to recover their plantations, to hire any species of labor, and to adapt themselves to the new order of things. Still, their friendship and assistance to reconstruct order out of the present ruin cannot be depended on. They watch the operations of our armies, and hope still for a Southern Confederacy that will restore to them the slaves and privileges which they feel are otherwise lost forever. In my judgment, we have 2 more battles to win before we should even bother our minds with the idea of restoring civil order, viz. One near Meridian, in November, and one near Shreveport, in February and March next, when Red River is navigable by our gunboats. When these are done, then, and not until then, will the planters of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi, submit. Slavery is already gone, and, to cultivate the land, Negro or other labor must be hired. This, of itself, is a vast revolution, and time must be afforded to allow men to adjust their minds and habits to this new order of things. A civil government of the representative type would suit this class far less than a pure military role, readily adapting itself to actual occurrences, and able to enforce its laws and orders promptly and emphatically. Second, the smaller farmers, mechanics, merchants, and laborers. This class will probably number 3/4 of the whole. Have, in fact, no real interest in the establishment of a Southern Confederacy, and have been led or driven into war on the false theory that they were to be benefited somehow, they knew not how. They are essentially tired of the war, and would slink back home if they could. These are the real tiers état of the South, and are hardly worthy a thought. For they swerve to and fro according to events which they do not comprehend or attempt to shape. When the time for reconstruction comes, they will want the old political system of caucuses, legislatures, etc. to amuse them and make them believe they are real sovereigns, but in all things they will follow blindly the lead of the planters. The Southern politicians, who understand this class, use them as the French do their masses, seemingly consult their prejudices, while they make their orders and enforce them. We should do the same. Third, the Union men of the South. I must confess I have little respect for this class. They allowed a clamorous set of demagogues to muzzle and drive them as a pack of curs. Afraid of shadows, they submit tamely to squads of dragoons, and permit them, without a murmur, to burn their cotton, take their horses, corn, and everything. And, when we reach them, they are full of complaints if our men take a few fence rails for fire, or corn to feed our horses. They give us no assistance or information, and are loudest in their complaints at the smallest excesses of our soldiers. Their sons, horses, arms, and everything useful, are in the army against us, and they stay at home, claiming all the exemptions of peaceful citizens. I account them as nothing in this great game of war. Fourth. The young bloods of the South, sons of planters, lawyers about towns, good billiard players and sportsmen, men who never did work and never will. War suits them, and the rascals are brave, fine riders, bold to rashness, and dangerous subjects in every sense. They care not a so for niggers, land, or anything. They hate Yankees per se, and don't bother their brains about the past, present, or future. As long as they have good horses, plenty of forage, and an open country, they are happy. This is a larger class than most men suppose, and they are the most dangerous set of men that this war has turned loose upon the world. They are splendid riders, first-rate shots, and utterly reckless. Stuart, John Morgan, Forrest, and Jackson, are the types and leaders of this class. These men must all be killed or employed by us before we can hope for peace. They have no property or future, and therefore cannot be influenced by anything, except personal considerations. I have 2 brigades of these fellows in my front, commanded by Cosby, of the old army, and Whitfield, of Texas. Stephen D. Lee is in command of the whole. I have frequent interviews with their officers, a good understanding with them, and am inclined to think, when the resources of their country are exhausted, we must employ them. They are the best cavalry in the world, but it will tax Mr. Chase's genius for finance to supply them with horses. At present horses cost them nothing, for they take where they find, and don't bother their brains as to who is to pay for them. The same may be said of the cornfields, which have, as they believe, been cultivated by a good-natured people for their special benefit. We propose to share with them the free use of these cornfields, planted by willing hands, that will never gather the crops. Now that I have sketched the people who inhabit the district of country under consideration, I will proceed to discuss the future. A civil government now, for any part of it, would be simply ridiculous. The people would not regard it, and even the military commanders of the antagonistic parties would treat it lightly. Governors would be simply petitioners for military assistance, to protect supposed friendly interests, and military commanders would refuse to disperse and weaken their armies for military reasons. Jealousies would arise between the 2 conflicting powers, and, instead of contributing to the end of the war, would actually defer it. Therefore, I contend that the interests of the United States, and of the real parties concerned, demand the continuance of the simple military role, till after all the organized armies of the South are dispersed, conquered, and subjugated. The people of all this region are represented in the Army of Virginia, at Charleston, Mobile, and Chattanooga. They have sons and relations in each of the rebel armies, and naturally are interested in their fate. Though we hold military possession of the key points of their country, still they contend, and naturally, that should Lee succeed in Virginia, or Bragg at Chattanooga, a change will occur here also. We cannot for this reason attempt to reconstruct parts of the South as we conquer it, till all idea of the establishment of a Southern Confederacy is abandoned. We should avail ourselves of the present lull to secure the strategical points that will give us an advantage in the future military movements. And we should treat the idea of civil government as one in which we as a nation have a minor or subordinate interest. The opportunity is good to impress on the population the truth that they are more interested in civil government than we are. And that, to enjoy the protection of laws, they must not be passive observers of events, but must aid and sustain the constituted authorities in enforcing the laws. They must not only submit themselves, but should pay their share of taxes, and render personal services when called on. It seems to me, in contemplating the history of the past 2 years, that all the people of our country, North, South, East, and West, have been undergoing a salutary political schooling. Learning lessons which might have been acquired from the experience of other people. But we had all become so wise in our own conceit that we would only learn by actual experience of our own. The people even of small and unimportant localities, North as well as South, had reasoned themselves into the belief that their opinions were superior to the aggregated interest of the whole nation. Half our territorial nation rebelled, on a doctrine of secession that they themselves now scout. And a real numerical majority actually believed that a little state was endowed with such sovereignty that it could defeat the policy of the great whole. I think the present war has exploded that notion, and were this war to cease now, the experience gained, though dear, would be worth the expense. Another great and important natural truth is still in contest, and can only be solved by war. Numerical majorities by vote have been our great arbiter. Heretofore all men have cheerfully submitted to it in questions left open, but numerical majorities are not necessarily physical majorities. The South, though numerically inferior, contend they can whip the Northern superiority of numbers, and therefore by natural law they contend that they are not bound to submit. This issue is the only real one, and in my judgment all else should be deferred to it. War alone can decide it, and it is the only question now left for us as a people to decide. Can we whip the South? If we can, our numerical majority has both the natural and constitutional right to govern them. If we cannot whip them, they contend for the natural right to select their own government, and they have the argument. Our armies must prevail over theirs, our officers, marshals, and courts, must penetrate into the innermost recesses of their land, before we have the natural right to demand their submission. I would banish all minor questions, assert the broad doctrine that as a nation the United States has the right, and also the physical power, to penetrate to every part of our national domain. And that we will do it in our own time and in our own way. That it makes no difference whether it be in 1 year, or 2, or 10, or 20, that we will remove and destroy every obstacle, if need be, take every life, every acre of land, every particle of property, everything that to us seems proper. That we will not cease till the end is attained, that all who do not aid us are enemies, and that we will not account to them for our acts. If the people of the South oppose, they do so at their peril. And if they stand by, mere lookers-on in this domestic tragedy, they have no right to immunity, protection, or share in the final results. I even believe and contend further that, in the North, every member of the nation is bound by both natural and constitutional law to maintain and defend the government against all its enemies and opposers whomsoever. If they fail to do it they are derelict, and can be punished, or deprived of all advantages arising from the labors of those who do. If any man, North or South, withholds his share of taxes, or his physical assistance in this, the crisis of our history, he should be deprived of all voice in the future elections of this country, and might be banished. Or reduced to the condition of a mere denizen of the land. War is upon us, none can deny it. It is not the choice of the government of the United States, but of a faction. The government was forced to accept the issue, or to submit to a degradation fatal and disgraceful to all the inhabitants. In accepting war, it should be pure and simple as applied to the belligerents. I would keep it so, till all traces of the war are effaced. Till those who appeal to it are sick and tired of it, and come to the emblem of our nation, and sue for peace. I would not coax them, or even meet them halfway, but make them so sick of war that generations would pass away before they would again appeal to it. I know what I say when I repeat that the insurgents of the South sneer at all overtures looking to their interests. They scorn the alliance with the Copperheads. They tell me to my face that they respect Grant, McPherson, and our brave associates who fight manfully and well for a principle, but despise the Copperheads and sneaks at the North, who profess friendship for the South and opposition to the war, as mere covers for their knavery and poltroonery. God knows that I deplore this fratricidal war as much as any man living, but it is upon us, a physical fact, and there is only one honorable issue from it. We must fight it out, army against army, and man against man. And I know, And civilians begin to realize the fact, that reconciliation and reconstruction will be easier through and by means of strong, well-equipped, and organized armies than through any species of conventions that can be framed. The issues are made, and all discussion is out of place and ridiculous. The section of 30-pounder Parrott rifles now drilling before my tent is a more convincing argument than the largest Democratic meeting the state of New York can possibly assemble at Albany. And a simple order of the War Department to draft enough men to fill our skeleton regiments would be more convincing as to our national perpetuity than an humble pardon to Jeff Davis and all his misled host. The only government needed or deserved by the states of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi, now exists in Grant's army. This needs, simply, enough privates to fill its ranks, all else will follow in due season. This army has its well-defined code of laws and practice, and can adapt itself to the wants and necessities of a city, the country, the rivers, the sea, indeed to all parts of this land. It better subserves the interest and policy of the general government, and the people here prefer it to any weak or servile combination that would at once, from force of habit, revive perpetuate local prejudices and passions. The people of this country have forfeited all right to a voice in the councils of the nation. They know it and feel it, and in after years they will be the better citizens from the dear-bought experience of the present crisis. Let them learn now, and learn it well, that good citizens must obey as well as command. Obedience to law, absolute, yea, even abject, is the lesson that this war, under Providence, will teach the free and enlightened American citizen. As a nation, we shall be the better for it. I never have apprehended foreign interference in our family quarrel. Of course, governments founded on a different and it may be an antagonistic principle with ours naturally feel a pleasure at our complications, and, it may be, wish our downfall. But in the end England and France will join with us in jubilation at the triumph of constitutional government over faction. Even now the English manifest this. I do not profess to understand Napoleon's design in Mexico, and I do not see that his taking military possession of Mexico concerns us. We have as much territory now as we want. The Mexicans have failed in self-government, and it was a question as to what nation she should fall a prey. That is now solved, and I don't see that we are damaged. We have the finest part of the North American continent, all we can people and can take care of. And, if we can suppress rebellion in our own land, and compose the strife generated by it, we shall have enough people, resources, and wealth, if well combined, to defy interference from any and every quarter. I therefore hope the government of the United States will continue, as heretofore, to collect, in well-organized armies, the physical strength of the nation, applying it, as heretofore, in asserting the national authority. And in persevering, without relaxation, to the end. This, whether near or far off, is not for us to say, but, fortunately, we have no choice. We must succeed, no other choice is left us except degradation. The South must be ruled by us, or she will rule us. We must conquer them, or ourselves be conquered. There is no middle course. They ask, and will have, nothing else, and talk of compromise is bosh, for we know they would even scorn the offer. I wish the war could have been deferred for 20 years, till the superabundant population of the North could flow in and replace the losses sustained by war, but this could not be, and we are forced to take things as they are. All therefore I can now venture to advise is to raise the draft to its maximum, fill the present regiments to as large a standard as possible, and push the war, pure and simple. Great attention should be paid to the discipline of our armies, for on them may be founded the future stability of the government. The cost of the war is, of course, to be considered, but finances will adjust themselves to the actual state of affairs, and, even if we would, we could not change the cost. Indeed, the larger the cost now, the less will it be in the end. For the end must be attained somehow, regardless of loss of life and treasure, and is merely a question of time. Excuse so long a letter. With great respect, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General. General Halleck, on receipt of this letter, telegraphed me that Mr. Lincoln had read it carefully, and had instructed him to obtain my consent to have it published. At the time, I preferred not to be drawn into any newspaper controversy, and so wrote to General Halleck, and the above letter has never been, to my knowledge, published, though Mr. Lincoln more than once referred to it with marks of approval. Headquarters 15th Army Corps. Camp on Big Black, September 17, 1863. Brigadier General J. A. Rawlins. Acting Assistant Adjutant General, Vicksburg. Dear General, I enclose for your perusal, and for you to read to General Grant such parts as you deem interesting, letters received by me from Professor Mahan and General Halleck, with my answers. After you have read my answer to General Halleck, I beg you to enclose it to its address, and return me the others. I think Prof. Mahan's very marked encomium upon the campaign of Vicksburg is so flattering to General Grant, that you may offer to let him keep the letter, if he values such a testimonial. I have never written a word to General Halleck since my report of last December, after the affair at Chickasaw, except a short letter a few days ago, thanking him for the kind manner of his transmitting to me the appointment of Brigadier General. I know that in Washington I am incomprehensible, because at the outset of the war I would not go it blind and rush headlong into a war unprepared and with an utter ignorance of its extent and purpose. I was then construed unsound. And now that I insist on war pure and simple, with no admixture of civil compromises, I am supposed vindictive. You remember what Polonius said to his son Laertes, beware of entrance to a quarrel. But, being in, bear it, that the opposed may beware of thee. What is true of the single man, is equally true of a nation. Our leaders seemed at first to thirst for the quarrel, willing, even anxious, to array against us all possible elements of opposition, and now, being in, they would hasten to quit long before the opposed has received that lesson which he needs. I would make this war as severe as possible, and show no symptoms of tiring till the South begs for mercy. Indeed, I know, and you know, that the end would be reached quicker by such a course than by any seeming yielding on our part. I don't want our government to be bothered by patching up local governments, or by trying to reconcile any class of men. The South has done her worst, and now is the time for us to pile on our blows thick and fast. Instead of postponing the draft till after the elections, we ought now to have our ranks full of drafted men, and, at best, if they come at all, they will reach us when we should be in motion. I think General Halleck would like to have the honest, candid opinions of all of us, viz., Grant, McPherson, and Sherman. I have given mine, and would prefer, of course, that it should coincide with the others. Still, no matter what my opinion may be, I can easily adapt my conduct to the plane of others, and am only too happy when I find theirs better than mine. If no trouble, please show Halleck's letter to McPherson, and ask him to write also. I know his regiments are like mine, mere squads, and need filling up. Yours truly. W. T. Sherman, Major General. 14, Chattanooga and Knoxville. July to December, 1863. After the fall of Vicksburg, and its corollary, Port Hudson, the Mississippi River was wholly in the possession of the Union forces, and formed a perfect line of separation in the territories of our opponents. Thenceforth, they could not cross it save by stealth, and the military affairs on its west bank became unimportant. Grant's army had seemingly completed its share of the work of war, and lay, as it were, idle for a time. In person General Grant went to New Orleans to confer with General Banks, and his victorious army was somewhat dispersed. Parke's Corps, 9th, returned to Kentucky, and afterward formed part of the Army of the Ohio, under General Burnside. Ord's Corps, 13th, was sent down to Natchez, and gradually drifted to New Orleans and Texas. McPherson's, 17th, remained in and near Vicksburg. Hurlbut's, 16th, was at Memphis. And mine, 15th, was encamped along the Big Black, about 20 miles east of Vicksburg. This corps was composed of 4 divisions. Steele's, the 1st, was posted at and near the railroad bridge. Blair's, the 2nd, next in order, near Parson Fox's. The 3rd Division, Tuttle's, was on the ridge about the head of Bear Creek, and the 4th, Ewing's, was at Messenger's Ford. My own headquarters were in tents in a fine grove of old oaks near Parson Fox's house, and the battalion of the 13th Regulars was the headquarters guard. All the camps were arranged for health, comfort, rest, and drill. It being midsummer, we did not expect any change till the autumn months, and accordingly made ourselves as comfortable as possible. There was a short railroad in operation from Vicksburg to the bridge across the Big Black, whence supplies in abundance were hauled to our respective camps. With a knowledge of this fact Mrs. Sherman came down from Ohio with Minnie, Lizzie, Willie, and Tom, to pay us a visit in our camp at Parson Fogg's. Willie was then 9 years old, was well advanced for his years, and took the most intense interest in the affairs of the army. He was a great favorite with the soldiers, and used to ride with me on horseback in the numerous drills and reviews of the time. He then had the promise of as long a life as any of my children, and displayed more interest in the war than any of them. He was called a sergeant in the regular battalion, learned the manual of arms, and regularly attended the parade and guard mounting of the 13th, back of my camp. We made frequent visits to Vicksburg, and always stopped with General McPherson, who had a large house, and boarded with a family, Mrs. Edwards's, in which were several interesting young ladies. General Grant occupied another house, Mrs. Lum's, in Vicksburg during that summer, and also had his family with him. The time passed very agreeably, diversified only by little events of not much significance, among which I will recount only one. While we occupied the west bank of the Big Black, the east bank was watched by a rebel cavalry division, commanded by General Armstrong. He had 4 brigades, commanded by Generals Whitfield, Stark, Cosby, and Ward Adams. Quite frequently they communicated with us by flags of truce on trivial matters, and we reciprocated, merely to observe them. One day a flag of truce, borne by a Captain B. of Louisville, Kentucky, escorted by about 25 men, was reported at Messenger's Ferry, and I sent orders to let them come right into my tent. This brought them through the camps of the 4th Division, and part of the 2nd. And as they drew up in front of my tent, I invited Captain B. and another officer with him, a major from Mobile, to dismount, to enter my tent, and to make themselves at home. Their escort was sent to join mine, with orders to furnish them forage and everything they wanted. B. had brought a sealed letter for General Grant at Vicksburg, which was dispatched to him. In the evening we had a good supper, with wine and cigars, and, as we sat talking, B. spoke of his father and mother, in Louisville, got leave to write them a long letter without its being read by any one, and then we talked about the war. He said, "What is the use of your persevering? It is simply impossible to subdue 8 millions of people," asserting that, the feeling in the South had become so embittered that a reconciliation was impossible. I answered that, sitting as we then were, we appeared very comfortable, and surely there was no trouble in our becoming friends. "Yes," said he, "that is very true of us, but we are gentlemen of education, and can easily adapt ourselves to any condition of things, but this would not apply equally well to the common people, or to the common soldiers." I took him out to the campfires behind the tent, and there were the men of his escort and mine mingled together, drinking their coffee, and happy as soldiers always seem. I asked B. what he thought of that, and he admitted that I had the best of the argument. Before I dismissed this flag of truce, his companion consulted me confidentially as to what disposition he ought to make of his family, then in Mobile, and I frankly gave him the best advice I could. While we were thus lying idle in camp on the Big Black, the Army of the Cumberland, under General Rosecrans, was moving against Bragg at Chattanooga, and the Army of the Ohio, General Burnside, was marching toward East Tennessee. General Rosecrans was so confident of success that he somewhat scattered his command, seemingly to surround and capture Bragg in Chattanooga. But the latter, reinforced from Virginia, drew out of Chattanooga, concentrated his army at Lafayette, and at Chickamauga fell on Rosecrans, defeated him, and drove him into Chattanooga. The whole country seemed paralyzed by this unhappy event. And the authorities in Washington were thoroughly stampeded. From the east the 11th Corps, Slocum, and the 12th Corps, Howard, were sent by rail to Nashville, and forward under command of General Hooker. Orders were also sent to General Grant, by Halleck, to send what reinforcements he could spare immediately toward Chattanooga. Bragg had completely driven Rosecrans's army into Chattanooga. The latter was in actual danger of starvation, and the railroad to his rear seemed inadequate to his supply. The first intimation which I got of this disaster was on the 22d of September, by an order from General Grant to dispatch one of my divisions immediately into Vicksburg, to go toward Chattanooga, and I designated the first. General Osterhaus, Steele meantime having been appointed to the command of the Department of Arkansas, and had gone to Little Rock. General Osterhaus marched the same day, and on the 23d I was summoned to Vicksburg in person, where General Grant showed me the alarming dispatches from General Halleck, which had been sent from Memphis by General Hurlbut, and said, on further thought, that he would send me and my whole corps. But, inasmuch as one division of McPherson's corps, John E. Smith's, had already started, he instructed me to leave one of my divisions on the Big Black, and to get the other two ready to follow at once. I designated the second, then commanded by Brigadier General Giles Smith, and the fourth, commanded by Brigadier General Corse. On the 25th I returned to my camp on Big Black, gave all the necessary orders for these divisions to move, and for the 3rd, Tittles, to remain, and went into Vicksburg with my family. The last of my corps designed for this expedition started from camp on the 27th, reached Vicksburg the 28th, and were embarked on boats provided for them. General Halleck's dispatches dwelt upon the fact that General Rosecrans's routes of supply were overtaxed, and that we should move from Memphis eastward, repairing railroads as we progressed, as far as Athens, Alabama. Whence I was to report to General Rosecrans, at Chattanooga, by letter. I took passage for myself and family in the steamer Atlantic, Captain Henry McDougall. When the boat was ready to start, Willie was missing. Mrs. Sherman supposed him to have been with me, whereas I supposed he was with her. An officer of the 13th went up to General McPherson's house for him, and soon returned, with Captain Clift leading him, carrying in his hands a small double-barreled shotgun, and I joked him about carrying away captured property. In a short time we got off. As we all stood on the guards to look at our old camps at Young's Point, I remarked that Willie was not well, and he admitted that he was sick. His mother put him to bed, and consulted Dr. Roller, of the 55th Illinois, who found symptoms of typhoid fever. The river was low, we made slow progress till above Helena, and, as we approached Memphis, Dr. Roller told me that Willie's life was in danger, and he was extremely anxious to reach Memphis for certain medicines and for consultation. We arrived at Memphis on the 2d of October, carried Willie up to the Gayoso Hotel, and got the most experienced physician there, who acted with Dr. Roller, but he sank rapidly, and died the evening of the 3d of October. The blow was a terrible one to us all, so sudden and so unexpected, that I could not help reproaching myself for having consented to his visit in that sickly region in the summertime. Of all my children, he seemed the most precious. Born in San Francisco, I had watched with intense interest his development, and he seemed more than any of the children to take an interest in my special profession. Mrs. Sherman, Minnie, Lizzie, and Tom, were with him at the time, and we all, helpless and overwhelmed, saw him die. Being in the very midst of an important military enterprise, I had hardly time to pause and think of my personal loss. We procured a metallic casket, and had a military funeral, the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars acting as escort from the Gayoso Hotel to the steamboat Grey Eagle, which conveyed him and my family up to Cairo. Whence they proceeded to our home at Lancaster, Ohio, where he was buried. I here give my letter to Captain C. Smith, who commanded the battalion at the time, as exhibiting our intense feelings. Gayoso House, Memphis, Tennessee. October 4, 1863, midnight. Captain C. Smith, commanding Battalion 13th United States Regulars. My dear friend, I cannot sleep tonight till I record an expression of the deep feelings of my heart to you, and to the officers and soldiers of the battalion, for their kind behavior to my poor child. I realize that you all feel for my family the attachment of kindred, and I assure you of full reciprocity. Consistent with a sense of duty to my profession and office, I could not leave my post, and sent for the family to come to me in that fatal climate, and in that sickly period of the year, and behold the result. The child that bore my name, and in whose future I reposed with more confidence than I did in my own plan of life, now floats a mere corpse, seeking a grave in a distant land, with a weeping mother, brother, and sisters, clustered about him. For myself, I ask no sympathy. On I must go, to meet a soldier's fate, or live to see our country rise superior to all factions, till its flag is adored and respected by ourselves and by all the powers of the earth. But Willie was, or thought he was, a sergeant in the 13th. I have seen his eye brighten, his heart beat, as he beheld the battalion under arms, and asked me if they were not real soldiers. Child as he was, he had the enthusiasm, the pure love of truth, honor, and love of country, which should animate all soldiers. God only knows why he should die thus young. He is dead, but will not be forgotten till those who knew him in life have followed him to that same mysterious end. Please convey to the battalion my heartfelt thanks, and assure each and all that if in after years they call on me or mine, and mention that they were of the 13th Regulars when Willie was a sergeant, they will have a key to the affections of my family that will open all it has. That we will share with them our last blanket, our last crust. Your friend, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Long afterward, in the spring of 1867, we had his body disinterred and brought to St. Louis, where he is now buried in a beautiful spot, in Calvary Cemetery, by the side of another child, Charles, who was born at Lancaster, in the summer of 1864, died early, and was buried at Notre Dame, Indiana. His body was transferred at the same time to the same spot. Over Willie's grave is erected a beautiful marble monument, designed and executed by the officers and soldiers of that battalion which claimed him as a sergeant and comrade. During the summer and fall of 1863 Major General S. A. Hurlbut was in command at Memphis. He supplied me copies of all dispatches from Washington, and all the information he possessed of the events about Chattanooga. 2 of these dispatches cover all essential points. Washington City, September 15, 1863, 5 p.m. Major General S. A. Hurlbut, Memphis. All the troops that can possibly be spared in West Tennessee and on the Mississippi River should be sent without delay to assist General Rosecrans on the Tennessee River. Urge Sherman to act with all possible promptness. If you have boats, send them down to bring up his troops. Information just received indicates that a part of Lee's army has been sent to reinforce Bragg. H. W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. Washington, September 19, 1868, 4 p.m. Major General S. A. Hurlbut, Memphis, Tennessee. Give me definite information of the number of troops sent toward Decatur, and where they are. Also, what other troops are to follow, and when. Has anything been heard from the troops ordered from Vicksburg? No efforts must be spared to support Rosecrans's right, and to guard the crossings of the Tennessee River. H. W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. My special orders were to repair the Memphis and Charleston Railroad eastward as I progressed, as far as Athens, Alabama, to draw supplies by that route, so that, on reaching Athens, we should not be dependent on the roads back to Nashville, already overtaxed by the demand of Rosecrans's army. On reaching Memphis, October 2d, I found that Osterhaus's division had already gone by rail as far as Corinth, and then John E. Smith's division was in the act of starting by cars. The 2nd Division, then commanded by Brigadier General Giles A. Smith, reached Memphis at the same time with me, and the 4th Division, commanded by Brigadier General John M. Corse, arrived a day or 2 after. The railroad was in fair condition as far as Corinth, 96 miles, but the road was badly stocked with locomotives and cars, so that it took until the 9th to get off the 2nd Division. When I gave orders for the 4th Division and wagon trains to march by the common road. On Sunday morning, October 11th, with a special train loaded with our orderlies and clerks, the horses of our staff, the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars, and a few officers going forward to join their commands. Among them Brigadier General Hugh Ewing. I started for Corinth. At Germantown, 8 miles, we passed Corse's division, 4th, on the march, and about noon the train ran by the depot at Colliersville, 26 miles out. I was in the rear car with my staff, dozing, but observed the train slacking speed and stopping about half a mile beyond the depot. I noticed some soldiers running to and fro, got out at the end of the car, and soon Colonel Anthony, SILTA 6th Indiana, who commanded the post, rode up and said that his pickets had just been driven in. And there was an appearance of an attack by a large force of cavalry coming from the southeast. I ordered the men to get off the train, to form on the knoll near the railroad cut, and soon observed a rebel officer riding toward us with a white flag. Colonel Anthony and Colonel Dayton, one of my aides, were sent to meet him, and to keep him in conversation as long as possible. They soon returned, saying it was the adjutant of the rebel General Chalmers, who demanded the surrender of the place. I instructed them to return and give a negative answer, but to delay him as much as possible, so as to give us time for preparation. I saw Anthony, Dayton, and the rebel bearer of the flag, in conversation, and the latter turn his horse to ride back, when I ordered Colonel McCoy to run to the station and get a message over the wires as quick as possible to Memphis and Germantown, to hurry forward Corse's division. I then ordered the train to back to the depot, and drew back the battalion of regulars to the small earth redoubt near it. The depot building was of brick, and had been punctured with loopholes. To its east, about 200 yards, was a small square earthwork or fort, into which were put a part of the regulars along with the company of the 66th Indiana already there. The rest of the men were distributed into the railroad cut, and in some shallow rifle trenches near the depot. We had hardly made these preparations when the enemy was seen forming in a long line on the ridge to the south, about 400 yards off, and soon after 2 parties of cavalry passed the railroad on both sides of us, cutting the wires and tearing up some rails. Soon they opened on us with artillery, of which we had none, and their men were dismounting and preparing to assault. To the south of us was an extensive cornfield, with the corn still standing, and on the other side was the town of Colliersville. All the houses near, that could give shelter to the enemy, were ordered to be set on fire, and the men were instructed to keep well under cover and to reserve their fire for the assault, which seemed inevitable. A long line of rebel skirmishers came down through the cornfield, and 2 other parties approached us along the railroad on both sides. In the fort was a small magazine containing some cartridges. Lieutenant James, a fine, gallant fellow, who was ordnance officer on my staff, asked leave to arm the orderlies and clerks with some muskets which he had found in the depot, to which I consented. He marched them into the magazine, issued cartridges, and marched back to the depot to assist in its defense. Afterward he came to me, said a party of the enemy had got into the woods near the depot, and was annoying him, and he wanted to charge and drive it away. I advised him to be extremely cautious, as our enemy vastly outnumbered us, and had every advantage in position and artillery, but instructed him, if they got too near, he might make a sally. Soon after, I heard a rapid fire in that quarter, and Lieutenant James was brought in on a stretcher, with a ball through his breast, which I supposed to be fatal. After the fight we sent him back to Memphis, where his mother and father came from their home on the North River to nurse him. Young James was recovering from his wound, but was afterward killed by a fall from his horse, near his home, when riding with the daughters of Mr. Hamilton Fish, now Secretary of State. The enemy closed down on us several times, and got possession of the rear of our train, from which they succeeded in getting 5 of our horses, among them my favorite mare Dolly. But our men were cool and practiced shots, with great experience acquired at Vicksburg, and drove them back. With their artillery they knocked to pieces our locomotive and several of the cars, and set fire to the train. But we managed to get possession again, and extinguished the fire. Colonel Audenried, aide-de-camp, was provoked to find that his valise of nice shirts had been used to kindle the fire. The fighting continued all round us for 3 or 4 hours, when we observed signs of drawing off, which I attributed to the rightful cause, the rapid approach of Corse's division, which arrived about dark. having marched the whole distance from Memphis, 26 miles, on the double-quick. The next day we repaired damages to the railroad and locomotive, and went on to Corinth. At Corinth, on the 16th, I received the following important dispatches. Memphis, October 14, 1863, 11 a.m. Arrived this morning. Will be off in a few hours. My orders are only to go to Cairo, and report from there by telegraph. McPherson will be in Canton today. He will remain there until Sunday or Monday next, and reconnoiter as far eastward as possible with cavalry, in the meantime. U.S. Grant, Major General. Washington, October 14, 1863, 1 p.m. Major General W. T. Sherman, Corinth. Yours of the 10th is received. The important matter to be attended to is that of supplies. When Eastport can be reached by boats, the use of the railroad can be dispensed with, but until that time it must be guarded as far as need. The Kentucky Railroad can barely supply General Rosecrans. All these matters must be left to your judgment as circumstances may arise. Should the enemy be so strong as to prevent your going to Athena, or connecting with General Rosecrans, you will nevertheless have assisted him greatly by drawing away a part of the enemy's forces. H. W. Halleck, Major General. On the 18th, with my staff and a small escort, I rode forward to Burnsville, and on the 19th to Aoka, where, on the next day, I was most agreeably surprised to hear of the arrival at Eastport, only 10 miles off, of 2 gunboats. Under the command of Captain Phelps, which had been sent up the Tennessee River by Admiral Porter, to help us. Satisfied that, to reach Athens and to communicate with General Rosecrans, we should have to take the route north of the Tennessee River, on the 24th I ordered the 4th Division to cross at Eastport with the aid of the gunboats, and to move to Florence. About the same time, I received the general orders assigning General Grant to command the military division of the Mississippi, authorizing him, on reaching Chattanooga, to supersede General Rosecrans by General George H. Thomas, with other and complete authority, as set forth in the following letters of General Halleck, which were sent to me by General Grant, and the same orders devolved on me the command of the Department and Army of the Tennessee. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, D.C., October 16, 1863. Major General U.S. Grant, Louisville. General, you will receive herewith the orders of the President of the United States, placing you in command of the departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, and Tennessee. The organization of these departments will be changed as you may deem most practicable. You will immediately proceed to Chattanooga, and relieve General Rosecrans. You can communicate with Generals Burnside and Sherman by telegraph. A summary of the orders sent to these officers will be sent to you immediately. It is left optional with you to supersede General Rosecrans by General G. H. Thomas or not. Any other changes will be made on your request by telegram. One of the first objects requiring your attention is the supply of your armies. Another is the security of the passes in the Georgia mountains, to shut out the enemy from Tennessee and Kentucky. You will consult with General Meigs and Colonel Scott in regard to transportation and supplies. Should circumstances permit, I will visit you personally in a few days for consultation. H. W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, D.C., October 20, 1868. Major General Grant, Louisville. General, in compliance with my promise, I now proceed to give you a brief statement of the objects aimed at by General Rosecrans and General Burnside's movement into East Tennessee, and of the measures directed to be taken to attain these objects. It has been the constant desire of the government, from the beginning of the war, to rescue the loyal inhabitants of East Tennessee from the hands of the rebels, who fully appreciated the importance of continuing their hold upon that country. In addition to the large amount of agricultural products drawn from the upper valley of the Tennessee, they also obtained iron and other materials from the vicinity of Chattanooga. The possession of East Tennessee would cut off one of their most important railroad communications, and threaten their manufactories at Rome, Atlanta, etc. When General Buell was ordered into East Tennessee in the summer of 1882, Chattanooga was comparatively unprotected, but Bragg reached there before Buell, and, by threatening his communications, forced him to retreat on Nashville and Louisville. Again, after the Battle of Perryville, General Buell was urged to pursue Bragg's defeated army, and drive it from East Tennessee. The same was urged upon his successor, but the lateness of the season or other causes prevented further operations after the Battle of Stone River. Last spring, when your movements on the Mississippi River had drawn out of Tennessee a large force of the enemy, I again urged General Rosecrans to take advantage of that opportunity to carry out his projected plan of campaign. General Burnside being ready to cooperate, with a diminished but still efficient force. But he could not be persuaded to act in time, preferring to lie still till your campaign should be terminated. I represented to him, but without avail, that by this delay Johnston might be able to reinforce Bragg with the troops then operating against you. When General Rosecrans finally determined to advance, he was allowed to select his own lines and plans for carrying out the objects of the expedition. He was directed, however, to report his movements daily, till he crossed the Tennessee, and to connect his left, so far as possible, with General Burnside's right. General Burnside was directed to move simultaneously, connecting his right, as far as possible, with General Rosecrans's left so that, if the enemy concentrated upon either army, the other could move to its assistance. When General Burnside reached Kingston and Knoxville, and found no considerable number of the enemy in East Tennessee, he was instructed to move down the river and cooperate with General Rosecrans. These instructions were repeated some 15 times, but were not carried out, General Burnside alleging as an excuse that he believed that Bragg was in retreat, and that General Rosecrans needed no reinforcements. When the latter had gained possession of Chattanooga, he was directed not to move on Rome as he proposed, but simply to hold the mountain passes, so as to prevent the ingress of the rebels into East Tennessee. That object accomplished, I considered the campaign as ended, at least for the present. Future operations would depend upon the ascertained strength and movements of the enemy. In other words, the main objects of the campaign were the restoration of East Tennessee to the Union, and by holding the two extremities of the valley to secure it from rebel invasion. The moment I received reliable information of the departure of Longstreet's corps from the Army of the Potomac, I ordered forward to General Rosecrans every available man in the Department of the Ohio, and again urged General Burnside to move to his assistance. I also telegraphed to Generals Hurlbut, Sherman, and yourself, to send forward all available troops in your department. If these forces had been sent to General Rosecrans by Nashville, they could not have been supplied. I therefore directed them to move by Corinth and the Tennessee River. The necessity of this has been proved by the fact that the reinforcements sent to him from the Army of the Potomac have not been able, for the want of railroad transportation, to reach General Rosecrans's army in the field. In regard to the relative strength of the opposing armies, it is believed that General Rosecrans when he first moved against Bragg had double, if not treble, his force. General Burnside, also, had more than double the force of Buckner. And, even when Bragg and Buckner united, Rosecrans's army was very greatly superior in number. Even the 18,000 men sent from Virginia, under Longstreet, would not have given the enemy the superiority. It is now ascertained that the greater part of the prisoners paroled by you at Vicksburg, and General Banks at Port Hudson, were illegally and improperly declared exchanged, and forced into the ranks to swell the rebel numbers at Chickamauga. This outrageous act, in violation of the laws of war, of the cartel entered into by the rebel authorities, and of all sense of honor, gives us a useful lesson in regard to the character of the enemy with whom we are contending. He neither regards the rules of civilized warfare, nor even his most solemn engagements. You may, therefore, expect to meet in arms thousands of unexchanged prisoners released by you and others on parole, not to serve again till duly exchanged. Although the enemy by this disgraceful means has been able to concentrate in Georgia and Alabama a much larger force than we anticipated, your armies will be abundantly able to defeat him. Your difficulty will not be in the want of men, but in the means of supplying them at this season of the year. A single-track railroad can supply an army of 60 or 70,000 men, with the usual number of cavalry and artillery. But beyond that number, or with a large mounted force, the difficulty of supply is very great. I do not know the present condition of the road from Nashville to Decatur, but, if practicable to repair it, the use of that triangle will be of great assistance to you. I hope, also, that the recent rise of water in the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers will enable you to employ water transportation to Nashville, Eastport, or Florence. If you reoccupy the passes of Lookout Mountain, which should never have been given up, you will be able to use the railroad and river from Bridgeport to Chattanooga. This seems to me a matter of vital importance, and should receive your early attention. I submit this summary in the hope that it will assist you in fully understanding the objects of the campaign, and the means of attaining these objects. Probably the Secretary of War, in his interviews with you at Louisville, has gone over the same ground. Whatever measures you may deem proper to adopt under existing circumstances, you will receive all possible assistance from the authorities at Washington. You have never, heretofore, complained that such assistance has not been afforded you in your operations, and I think you will have no cause of complaint in your present campaign. Very respectfully, your obedient servant. H. W. Halleck, General-in-Chief. General Frank P. Blair, who was then ahead with the 2 divisions of Osterhaus and John E. Smith, was temporarily assigned to the command of the 15th Corps. General Hurlbut remained at Memphis in command of the 16th Corps, and General McPherson at Vicksburg with the 17th. These 3 corps made up the Army of the Tennessee. I was still busy in pushing forward the repairs to the railroad bridge at Bear Creek, and in patching up the many breaks between it and Tuscumbia, when on the 27th of October, as I sat on the porch of a house, I was approached by a dirty, black-haired individual with mixed dress and strange demeanor, who inquired for me, and, on being assured that I was in fact the man, he handed me a letter from General Blair at Tuscumbia, and another short one, which was a telegraph message from General Grant at Chattanooga, addressed to me through General George Crook, commanding at Huntsville, Alabama, to this effect. Drop all work on Memphis and Charleston Railroad. Cross the Tennessee and hurry eastward with all possible dispatch toward Bridgeport, till you meet further orders from me. U. S. Grant. The bearer of this message was Corporal Pike, who described to me, in his peculiar way, that General Crook had sent him in a canoe. That he had paddled down the Tennessee River, over Muscle Shoals, was fired at all the way by guerrillas, but on reaching Tuscumbia he had providentially found it in possession of our troops. He had reported to General Blair, who sent him on to me at Aoka. This Pike proved to be a singular character. His manner attracted my notice at once, and I got him a horse, and had him travel with us eastward to about Elkton, whence I sent him back to General Crook at Huntsville, but told him, if I could ever do him a personal service, he might apply to me. The next spring when I was in Chattanooga, preparing for the Atlanta campaign, Corporal Pike made his appearance and asked a fulfillment of my promise. I inquired what he wanted, and he said he wanted to do something bold, something that would make him a hero. I explained to him, that we were getting ready to go for Joe Johnston at Dalton, that I expected to be in the neighborhood of Atlanta about the 4th of July, and wanted the bridge across the Savannah River at Augusta, Georgia, to be burnt about that time, to produce alarm and confusion behind the rebel army. I explained to Pike that the chances were 3 to 1 that he would be caught and hanged, but the greater the danger the greater seemed to be his desire to attempt it. I told him to select a companion, to disguise himself as an East Tennessee refugee, work his way over the mountains into North Carolina, and at the time appointed to float down the Savannah River and burn that bridge. In a few days he had made his preparations and took his departure. The bridge was not burnt, and I supposed that Pike had been caught and hanged. When we reached Columbia, South Carolina, in February, 1865, just as we were leaving the town, in passing near the asylum, I heard my name called, and saw a very dirty fellow followed by a file of men running toward me. And as they got near I recognized Pike. He called to me to identify him as one of my men. He was then a prisoner under guard, and I instructed the guard to bring him that night to my camp some 15 miles up the road, which was done. Pike gave me a graphic narrative of his adventures, which would have filled a volume, told me how he had made 2 attempts to burn the bridge, and failed. And said that at the time of our entering Columbia he was a prisoner in the hands of the rebels, under trial for his life, but in the confusion of their retreat he made his escape and got into our lines, where he was again made a prisoner by our troops because of his looks. Pike got some clothes, cleaned up, and I used him afterward to communicate with Wilmington, North Carolina. Some time after the war, he was appointed a lieutenant of the regular cavalry, and was killed in Oregon, by the accidental discharge of a pistol. Just before his death he wrote me, saying that he was tired of the monotony of garrison life, and wanted to turn Indian, join the Cheyennes on the plains, who were then giving us great trouble, and, after he had gained their confidence, he would betray them into our hands. Of course I wrote him that he must try and settle down and become a gentleman as well as an officer, apply himself to his duties, and forget the wild desires of his nature, which were well enough in time of war, but not suited to his new condition as an officer. But, poor fellow, he was killed by an accident, which probably saved him from a slower but harder fate. At Aoka I issued all the orders to McPherson and Hurlbut necessary for the Department of the Tennessee during my absence, and, further, ordered the collection of a force out of the 16th Corps, of about 8,000 men, to be commanded by General G. M. Dodge, with orders to follow as far east as Athens, Tennessee, there to await instructions. We instantly discontinued all attempts to repair the Charleston Railroad. And the remaining 3 divisions of the 15th Corps marched to Eastport, crossed the Tennessee River by the aid of the gunboats, a ferry boat, and a couple of transports which had come up, and hurried eastward. In person I crossed on the 1st of November, and rode forward to Florence, where I overtook Ewing's division. The other divisions followed rapidly. On the road to Florence I was accompanied by my staff, some clerks, and mounted orderlies. Major Ezra Taylor was chief of artillery, and one of his sons was a clerk at headquarters. The latter seems to have dropped out of the column, and gone to a farmhouse near the road. There was no organized force of the rebel army north of the Tennessee River, but the country was full of guerrillas. A party of these pounced down on the farm, caught young Taylor and another of the clerks, and after reaching Florence, Major Taylor heard of the capture of his son, and learned that when last seen he was stripped of his hat and coat, was tied to the tailboard of a wagon, and driven rapidly to the north of the road we had traveled. The major appealed to me to do something for his rescue. I had no cavalry to send in pursuit, but knowing that there was always an understanding between these guerrillas and their friends who stayed at home, I sent for 3 or 4 of the principal men of Florence, among them a Mr. Foster, who had once been a senator in Congress, explained to them the capture of young Taylor and his comrade, and demanded their immediate restoration. They, of course, remonstrated, denied all knowledge of the acts of these guerrillas, and claimed to be peaceful citizens of Alabama, residing at home. I insisted that these guerrillas were their own sons and neighbors, that they knew their haunts, and could reach them if they wanted, and they could effect the restoration to us of these men. And I said, moreover, they must do it within 24 hours, or I would take them, strip them of their hats and coats, and tie them to the tailboards of our wagons till they were produced. They sent off messengers at once, and young Taylor and his comrade were brought back the next day. Resuming our march eastward by the large road, we soon reached Elk River, which was wide and deep, and could only be crossed by a ferry, a process entirely too slow for the occasion. So I changed the route more by the north, to Elkton, Winchester, and Deckard. At this point we came in communication with the Army of the Cumberland, and by telegraph with General Grant, who was at Chattanooga. He reiterated his orders for me and my command to hurry forward with all possible dispatch, and in person I reached Bridgeport during the night of November 13, my troops following behind by several roads. At Bridgeport I found a garrison guarding the railroad bridge and pontoon bridge there, and stayed with the quartermaster, Colonel William G. Ledoux, who was my schoolmate at House School in 1836. There I received a dispatch from General Grant, at Chattanooga, to come up in person, leaving my troops to follow as fast as possible. At that time there were 2 or 3 small steamboats on the river, engaged in carrying stores up as far as Kelly's Ferry. In one of these I took passage, and on reaching Kelly's Ferry found orderlies, with one of General Grant's private horses, waiting for me, on which I rode into Chattanooga, November 14. Of course, I was heartily welcomed by Generals Grant, Thomas, and all, who realized the extraordinary efforts we had made to come to their relief. The next morning we walked out to Fort Wood, a prominent salient of the defenses of the place, and from its parapet we had a magnificent view of the panorama. Lookout Mountain, with its rebel flags and batteries, stood out boldly, and an occasional shot fired toward Wauhatchie or Moccasin Point gave life to the scene. These shots could barely reach Chattanooga, and I was told that one or more shot had struck a hospital inside the lines. All along Missionary Ridge were the tents of the rebel beleaguering force. The lines of trench from Lookout up toward the Chickamauga were plainly visible, and rebel sentinels, in a continuous chain, were walking their posts in plain view, not 1,000 yards off. "Why," said I, "General Grant, you are besieged." And he said, "It is too true." Up to that moment I had no idea that things were so bad. The rebel lines actually extended from the river, below the town, to the river above, and the Army of the Cumberland was closely held to the town and its immediate defenses. General Grant pointed out to me a house on Missionary Ridge, where General Bragg's headquarters were known to be. He also explained the situation of affairs generally. That the mules and horses of Thomas's army were so starved that they could not haul his guns, that forage, corn, and provisions, were so scarce that the men in hunger stole the few grains of corn that were given to favorite horses. That the men of Thomas's army had been so demoralized by the Battle of Chickamauga that he feared they could not be got out of their trenches to assume the offensive. That Bragg had detached Longstreet with a considerable force up into East Tennessee, to defeat and capture Burnside, that Burnside was in danger, etc. And that he, Grant, was extremely anxious to attack Bragg in position, to defeat him, or at least to force him to recall Longstreet. The Army of the Cumberland had so long been in the trenches that he wanted my troops to hurry up, to take the offensive first, after which, he had no doubt the Cumberland Army would fight well. Meantime the 11th and 12th Corps, under General Hooker, had been advanced from Bridgeport along the railroad to Wauhatchie, but could not as yet pass Lookout Mountain. A pontoon bridge had been thrown across the Tennessee River at Brown's Ferry, by which supplies were hauled into Chattanooga from Kelly's and Wauhatchie. Another bridge was in course of construction at Chattanooga, under the immediate direction of Quartermaster General Meigs, but at the time all wagons, etc., had to be ferried across by a flying bridge. Men were busy and hard at work everywhere inside our lines, and boats for another pontoon bridge were being rapidly constructed under Brigadier General W.F. Smith, familiarly known as Baldy Smith, and this bridge was destined to be used by my troops, at a point of the river about 4 miles above Chattanooga, just below the mouth of the Chickamauga River. General Grant explained to me that he had reconnoitered the rebel line from Lookout Mountain up to Chickamauga, and he believed that the northern portion of Missionary Ridge was not fortified at all. And he wanted me, as soon as my troops got up, to lay the new pontoon bridge by night, cross over, and attack Bragg's right flank on that part of the ridge abutting on Chickamauga Creek, near the tunnel. And he proposed that we should go at once to look at the ground. In company with Generals Thomas, W.F. Smith, Brannan, and others, we crossed by the flying bridge, rode back of the hills some 4 miles, left our horses, and got on a hill overlooking the whole ground about the mouth of the Chickamauga River, and across to the Missionary Hills near the tunnel. Smith and I crept down behind a fringe of trees that lined the riverbank, to the very point selected for the new bridge, where we sat for some time, seeing the rebel pickets on the opposite bank, and almost hearing their words. Having seen enough, we returned to Chattanooga, and in order to hurry up my command, on which so much depended, I started back to Kelly's in hopes to catch the steamboat that same evening, but on my arrival the boat had gone. I applied to the commanding officer, got a rough boat manned by 4 soldiers, and started down the river by night. I occasionally took a turn at the oars to relieve some tired man, and about midnight we reached Shell Mound, where General Whitaker, of Kentucky, furnished us a new and good crew, with which we reached Bridgeport by daylight. I started Ewing's division in advance, with orders to turn aside toward Trenton, to make the enemy believe we were going to turn Bragg's left by pretty much the same road Rosecrans had followed. But with the other 3 divisions I followed the main road, via the Big Trestle at Whitesides, and reached General Hooker's headquarters, just above Wauhatchie, on the 20th, my troops strung all the way back to Bridgeport. It was on this occasion that the 15th Corps gained its peculiar badge, as the men were trudging along the deeply cut, muddy road, of a cold, drizzly day. One of our western soldiers left his ranks and joined a party of the 12th Corps at their campfire. They got into conversation, the 12th Corps men asking what troops we were, etc., etc. In turn, our fellow, who had never seen a corps badge, and noticed that everything was marked with a star, asked if they were all brigadier generals. Of course they were not, but the star was their corps badge, and every wagon, tent, hat, etc., had its star. Then the 12th Corps men inquired what corps he belonged to, and he answered, the 15th Corps. "What is your badge?" "Why," said he, and he was an Irishman, suiting the action to the word, 40 rounds in the cartridge box, and 20 in the pocket. At that time Blair commanded the corps. But Logan succeeded soon after, and, hearing the story, adopted the cartridge box and 40 rounds as the corps badge. The condition of the roads was such, and the bridge at Brown so frail, that it was not until the 23d that we got 3 of my divisions behind the hills near the point indicated above Chattanooga for crossing the river. It was determined to begin the battle with these 3 divisions, aided by a division of Thomas's army, commanded by General Jeff C. Davis, that was already near that point. All the details of the Battle of Chattanooga, so far as I was a witness, are so fully given in my official report herewith, that I need add nothing to it. It was a magnificent battle in its conception, in its execution, and in its glorious results. Hastened somewhat by the supposed danger of Burnside, at Knoxville, yet so completely successful, that nothing is left for cavil or fault-finding. The first day was lowering and overcast, favoring us greatly, because we wanted to be concealed from Bragg, whose position on the mountain-tops completely overlooked us and our movements. The second day was beautifully clear, and many a time, in the midst of its carnage and noise, I could not help stopping to look across that vast field of battle, to admire its sublimity. The object of General Hooker's and my attacks on the extreme flanks of Bragg's position was, to disturb him to such an extent, that he would naturally detach from his center as against us, so that Thomas's army could break through his center. The whole plan succeeded admirably. But it was not until after dark that I learned the complete success at the center, and received General Grant's orders to pursue on the north side of Chickamauga Creek. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Chattanooga, Tennessee, November 25, 1863. Major General Sherman. General, no doubt you witnessed the handsome manner in which Thomas's troops carried Missionary Ridge this afternoon, and can feel a just pride, too, in the part taken by the forces under your command in taking first so much of the same range of hills, and then in attracting the attention of so many of the enemy as to make Thomas's part certain of success. The neat thing now will be to relieve Burnside. I have heard from him to the evening of the 23d. At that time he had from 10 to 12 days' supplies, and spoke hopefully of being able to hold out that length of time. My plan is to move your forces out gradually until they reach the railroad between Cleveland and Dalton. Granger will move up the south side of the Tennessee with a column of 20,000 men, taking no wagons, or but few, with him. His men will carry 4 days' rations, and the steamer Chattanooga, loaded with rations, will accompany the expedition. I take it for granted that Bragg's entire force has left. If not, of course, the first thing is to dispose of him. If he has gone, the only thing necessary to do tomorrow will be to send out a reconnaissance to ascertain the whereabouts of the enemy. Yours truly, U. S. Grant, Major General. P.S. On reflection, I think we will push Bragg with all our strength tomorrow, and try if we cannot out off a good portion of his rear troops and trains. His men have manifested a strong disposition to desert for some time past, and we will now give them a chance. I will instruct Thomas accordingly. Move the advance force early, on the most easterly road taken by the enemy. U.S.G. This compelled me to reverse our column, so as to use the bridge across the Chickamauga at its mouth. The next day we struck the rebel rear at Chickamauga Station, and again near Graysville. There we came in contact with Hooker's and Palmer's troops, who had reached Ringgold. There I detached Howard to cross Taylor's Ridge, and strike the railroad which comes from the north by Cleveland to Dalton. Hooker's troops were roughly handled at Ringgold, and the pursuit was checked. Receiving a note from General Hooker, asking help, I rode forward to Ringgold to explain the movement of Howard. Where I met General Grant, and learned that the rebels had again retreated toward Dalton. He gave orders to discontinue the pursuit, as he meant to turn his attention to General Burnside, supposed to be in great danger at Knoxville, about 130 miles northeast. General Grant returned and spent part of the night with me, at Graysville. We talked over matters generally, and he explained that he had ordered General Gordon Granger, with the 4th Corps, to move forward rapidly to Burnside's help, and that he must return to Chattanooga to push him. By reason of the scarcity of food, especially of forage, he consented that, instead of going back, I might keep out in the country. For in motion I could pick up some forage and food, especially on the Hiwassee River, whereas none remained in Chattanooga. Accordingly, on the 29th of November, my several columns marched to Cleveland, and the next day we reached the Hiwassee at Charleston, where the Chattanooga and Knoxville Railroad crosses it. The railroad bridge was partially damaged by the enemy in retreating, but we found some abandoned stores. There and thereabouts I expected some rest for my weary troops and horses, but, as I rode into town, I met Colonel J. H. Wilson and C. A. Dana, Assistant Secretary of War, who had ridden out from Chattanooga to find me, with the following letter from General Grant, and copies of several dispatches from General Burnside. The last which had been received from him by way of Cumberland Gap. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Chattanooga, Tennessee, November 29, 1863. Major General W. T. Sherman. News are received from Knoxville to the morning of the 27th. At that time the place was still invested, but the attack on it was not vigorous. Longstreet evidently determined to starve the garrison out. Granger is on the way to Burnside's relief, but I have lost all faith in his energy or capacity to manage an expedition of the importance of this one. I am inclined to think, therefore, I shall have to send you. Push as rapidly as you can to the Hiwassee, and determine for yourself what force to take with you from that point. Granger has his corps with him, from which you will select in conjunction with the force now with you. In plain words, you will assume command of all the forces now moving up the Tennessee, including the garrison at Kingston, and from that force, organize what you deem proper to relieve Burnside. The balance send back to Chattanooga. Granger has a boat loaded with provisions, which you can issue, and return the boat. I will have another loaded, to follow you. Use, of course, as sparingly as possible from the rations taken with you, and subsist off the country all you can. It is expected that Foster is moving, by this time, from Cumberland Gap on Knoxville. I do not know what force he will have with him, but presume it will range from 3,500 to 5,000. I leave this matter to you. Knowing that you will do better acting upon your discretion than you could trammeled with instructions. I will only add, that the last advices from Burnside himself indicated his ability to hold out with rations only to about the 3d of December. Very respectfully. U.S. Grant, Major General Commanding. This showed that, on the 27th of November, General Burnside was in Knoxville, closely besieged by the rebel General Longstreet. That his provisions were short, and that, unless relieved by December 3d, he might have to surrender. General Grant further wrote that General Granger, instead of moving with great rapidity as ordered, seemed to move slowly, and with reluctance. And, although he, General Grant, hated to call on me and on my tired troops, there was no alternative. He wanted me to take command of everything within reach, and to hurry forward to Knoxville. All the details of our march to Knoxville are also given in my official report. By extraordinary efforts Long's small brigade of cavalry reached Knoxville during the night of the 3D, purposely to let Burnside know that I was rapidly approaching with an adequate force to raise the siege. With the head of my infantry column I reached Marysville, about 15 miles short of Knoxville, on the 5th of December. When I received official notice from Burnside that Longstreet had raised the siege, and had started in retreat up the valley toward Virginia, halting all the army, except Granger's 2 divisions, on the morning of the 6th, with General Granger and some of my staff I rode into Knoxville. Approaching from the south and west, we crossed the Holston on a pontoon bridge, and in a large pen on the Knoxville side I saw a fine lot of cattle, which did not look much like starvation. I found General Burnside and staff domiciled in a large, fine mansion, looking very comfortable, and in a few words he described to me the leading events of the previous few days, and said he had already given orders looking to the pursuit of Longstreet. I offered to join in the pursuit, though in fact my men were worn out, and suffering in that cold season and climate. Indeed, on our way up I personally was almost frozen, and had to beg leave to sleep in the house of a family at Athens. Burnside explained to me that, reinforced by Granger's 2 divisions of 10,000 men, he would be able to push Longstreet out of East Tennessee, and he hoped to capture much of his artillery and trains. Granger was present at our conversation, and most unreasonably, I thought, remonstrated against being left, complaining bitterly of what he thought was hard treatment to his men and himself. I know that his language and manner at that time produced on my mind a bad impression, and it was one of the causes which led me to relieve him as a corps commander in the campaign of the next spring. I asked General Burnside to reduce his wishes to writing, which he did in the letter of December 7, embodied in my official report. General Burnside and I then walked along his lines and examined the salient, known as Fort Sanders, where, some days before, Longstreet had made his assault and had sustained a bloody repulse. Returning to Burnside's quarters, we all sat down to a good dinner, embracing roast turkey. There was a regular dining table, with clean tablecloth, dishes, knives, forks, spoons, etc., etc. I had seen nothing of this kind in my field experience, and could not help exclaiming that I thought they were starving, etc. But Burnside explained that Longstreet had at no time completely invested the place, and that he had kept open communication with the country on the south side of the river Holston, more especially with the French Broad settlements, from whose Union inhabitants he had received a good supply of beef, bacon, and corn meal. Had I known of this, I should not have hurried my men so fast, but until I reached Knoxville I thought his troops there were actually in danger of starvation. Having supplied General Burnside all the help he wanted, we began our leisurely return to Chattanooga, which we reached on the 16th. When General Grant in person ordered me to restore to General Thomas the divisions of Howard and Davis, which belonged to his army, and to conduct my own corps, the 15th, to North Alabama for winter quarters. Headquarters Department of the Army of Tennessee, Bridgeport, Alabama, December 19, 1863. Brigadier General John A. Rawlins, Chief of Staff to General Grant, Chattanooga. General, for the first time, I am now at leisure to make an official record of events with which the troops under my command have been connected during the eventful campaign which has just closed. Dating the month of September last, the 15th Army Corps, which I had the honor to command, lay in camps along the Big Black, about 20 miles east of Vicksburg, Mississippi. It consisted of 4 divisions. The first, commanded by Brigadier General P. J. Osterhaus, was composed of 2 brigades, led by Brigadier General C. R. Woods and Colonel J. Williamson, of the 4th Iowa. The second, commanded by Brigadier General Morgan L. Smith, was composed of 2 brigades, led by Brigadier Generals Giles, Smith and J. A. J. Lightburn. The third, commanded by Brigadier General J. M. Tuttle, was composed of 3 brigades, led by Brigadier Generals J. A. Mower and R. P. Buckland, and Colonel J. J. Wood, of the 12th Iowa. The fourth, commanded by Brigadier General Hugh Ewing, was composed of 3 brigades, led by Brigadier General J. M. Corse, Colonel Loomis, 26th Illinois, and Colonel J. R. Cockerill, of the 70th Ohio. On the 22d day of September I received a telegraphic dispatch from General Grant, then at Vicksburg, commanding the Department of the Tennessee, requiring me to detach one of my divisions to march to Vicksburg, there to embark for Memphis, where it was to form a part of an army to be sent to Chattanooga, to reinforce General Rosecrans. I designated the 1st Division, and at 4 a.m., the same day it marched for Vicksburg, and embarked the neat day. On the 23d of September I was summoned to Vicksburg by the General Commanding, who showed me several dispatches from the General-in-Chief, which led him to suppose he would have to send me and my whole corps to Memphis and eastward. And I was instructed to prepare for such orders. It was explained to me that, in consequence of the low stage of water in the Mississippi, boats had arrived irregularly, and had brought dispatches that seemed to conflict in their meaning, and that General John E. Smith's division, of General McPherson's corps, had been ordered up to Memphis, and that I should take that division and leave one of my own in its stead, to hold the line of the Big Black. I detailed my 3rd Division, General Tuttle, to remain and report to Major General McPherson, commanding the 17th Corps, at Vicksburg, and that of General John E. Smith, already started for Memphis, was styled the 3rd Division, 15th Corps, though it still belongs to the 17th Army Corps. This division is also composed of 3 brigades, commanded by General Matthias, Colonel J. B. Raum, of the 56th Illinois, and Colonel J. I. Alexander, of the 59th Indiana. The 2nd and 4th Divisions were started for Vicksburg the moment I was notified that boats were in readiness, and on the 27th of September I embarked in person in the steamer Atlantic, for Memphis, followed by a fleet of boats conveying these 2 divisions. Our progress was slow, on account of the unprecedentedly low water in the Mississippi, and the scarcity of coal and wood. We were compelled at places to gather fence rails, and to land wagons and haul wood from the interior to the boats. But I reached Memphis during the night of the 2d of October, and the other boats came in on the 3d and 4th. On arrival at Memphis I saw General Hurlbut, and read all the dispatches and letters of instruction of General Halleck, and therein derived my instructions, which I construed to be as follows. To conduct the 15th Army Corps, and all other troops which could be spared from the line of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad, to Athens, Alabama, and thence report by letter for orders to General Rosecrans, commanding the Army of the Cumberland, at Chattanooga. To follow substantially the railroad eastward, repairing it as I moved, to look to my own line for supplies, and in no event to depend on General Rosecrans for supplies, as the roads to his rear were already overtaxed to supply his present army. I learned from General Hurlbut that General Osterhaus's division was already out in front of Corinth, and that General John E. Smith was still at Memphis, moving his troops and material by railroad as fast as its limited stock would carry them. General J. D. Webster was superintendent of the railroad, and was enjoined to work night and day, and to expedite the movement as rapidly as possible. But the capacity of the road was so small, that I soon saw that I could move horses, mules, and wagons faster by land, and therefore I dispatched the artillery in wagons by the road under escort, and finally moved the entire 4th Division by land. The enemy seems to have had early notice of this movement, and he endeavored to thwart us from the start. A considerable force assembled in a threatening attitude at Salem, south of Salisbury Station. And General Carr, who commanded at Corinth, felt compelled to turn back and use a part of my troops, that had already reached Corinth, to resist the threatened attack. On Sunday, October 11th, having put in motion my whole force, I started myself for Corinth, in a special train, with the battalion of the 13th United States Regulars as escort. We reached Collierville Station about noon, just in time to take part in the defense made of that station by Colonel D. C. Anthony, of the 66th Indiana, against an attack made by General Chalmers with a force of about 3,000 cavalry, with 8 pieces of artillery. He was beaten off, the damage to the road repaired, and we resumed our journey the next day, reaching Corinth at night. I immediately ordered General Blair forward to Iuka, with the 1st Division, and, as fast as I got troops up, pushed them forward of Bear Creek, the bridge of which was completely destroyed, and an engineer regiment, under command of Colonel Flagg, was engaged in its repairs. Quite a considerable force of the enemy was assembled in our front, near Tuscumbia, to resist our advance. It was commanded by General Stephen D. Lee, and composed of Roddy's and Ferguson's brigades, with irregular cavalry, amounting in the aggregate to about 5,000. In person I moved from Corinth to Burnsville on the 18th, and to Iuka on the 19th of October. Osterhaus's division was in the advance, constantly skirmishing with the enemy. He was supported by General Morgan L. Smith's, both divisions under the general command of Major General Blair. General John E. Smith's division covered the working party engaged in rebuilding the railroad. Foreseeing difficulty in crossing the Tennessee River, I had written to Admiral Porter, at Cairo, asking him to watch the Tennessee and send up some gunboats the moment the stage of water admitted. And had also requested General Allen, quartermaster at St. Louis, to dispatch to Eastport a steam ferry boat. The Admiral, ever prompt and ready to assist us, had 2 fine gunboats at Eastport, under Captain Phelps, the very day after my arrival at Iuka. And Captain Phelps had a coal barge decked over, with which to cross our horses and wagons before the arrival of the ferry boat. Still following literally the instructions of General Halleck, I pushed forward the repairs of the railroad, and ordered General Blair, with the 2 leading divisions, to drive the enemy beyond Tuscumbia. This he did successfully, after a pretty severe fight at Cane Creek, occupying Tuscumbia on the 27th of October. In the meantime many important changes in command had occurred, which I must note here, to a proper understanding of the case. General Grant had been called from Vicksburg, and sent to Chattanooga to command the military division of the Mississippi, composed of the 3 departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, and Tennessee. And the Department of the Tennessee had been devolved on me, with instructions, however, to retain command of the army in the field. At Iuka I made what appeared to me the best disposition of matters relating to the department, giving General McPherson full powers in Mississippi and General Hurlbut in West Tennessee. And assigned General Blair to the command of the 15th Army Corps. And summoned General Hurlbut from Memphis, and General Dodge from Corinth, and selected out of the 16th Corps a force of about 8,000 men, which I directed General Dodge to organize with all expedition. And with it to follow me eastward. On the 27th of October, when General Blair, with 2 divisions, was at Tuscumbia, I ordered General Ewing, with the 4th Division, to cross the Tennessee, by means of the gunboats and scow, as rapidly as possible at Eastport. And push forward to Florence, which he did. And the same day a messenger from General Grant floated down the Tennessee over Muscle Shoals, landed at Tuscumbia, and was sent to me at Iuka. He bore a short message from the general to this effect: drop all work on the railroad east of Bear Creek, push your command toward Bridgeport till you meet orders, etc. Instantly the order was executed. The order of march was reversed, and all the columns were directed to Eastport, the only place where we could cross the Tennessee. At first we only had the gunboats and coal barge. But the ferry boat and 2 transports arrived on the 31st of October, and the work of crossing was pushed with all the vigor possible. In person I crossed, and passed to the head of the column at Florence on the 1st of November, leaving the rear divisions to be conducted by General Blair, and marched to Rogersville and Elk River. This was found impassable. To ferry would have consumed too much time, and to build a bridge still more, so there was no alternative but to turn up Elk River by way of Gilbertsboro, Elkton, etc. To the stone bridge at Fayetteville, where we crossed the Elk, and proceeded to Winchester and Deckard. At Fayetteville I received orders from General Grant to come to Bridgeport with the 15th Army Corps, and to leave General Dodge's command at Pulaski, and along the railroad from Columbia to Decatur. I instructed General Blair to follow with the 2nd and 1st Divisions by way of New Market, Larkinsville, and Bellefonte, while I conducted the other 2 divisions by way of Deckard. The 4th Division crossing the mountain to Stevenson, and the 3rd by University Place and Sweden's Cove. In person I proceeded by Sweden's Cove and Battle Creek, reaching Bridgeport on the night of November 13th. I immediately telegraphed to the commanding general my arrival, and the positions of my several divisions, and was summoned to Chattanooga. I took the first steamboat during the night of the 14th for Belly's Ferry, and rode into Chattanooga on the 16th. I then learned the part assigned me in the coming drama, was supplied with the necessary maps and information, and rode, during the 18th, in company with Generals Grant, Thomas, W. F. Smith, Brannan, and others, to the positions occupied on the west bank of the Tennessee, from which could be seen the camps of the enemy, compassing Chattanooga and the line of Missionary Hills, with its terminus on Chickamauga Creek. The point that I was expected to take, hold, and fortify. Pontoons, with a full supply of balks and chesses, had been prepared for the bridge over the Tennessee, and all things had been prearranged with a foresight that elicited my admiration. From the hills we looked down on the amphitheater of Chattanooga as on a map, and nothing remained but for me to put my troops in the desired position. The plan contemplated that, in addition to crossing the Tennessee River and making a lodgment on the terminus of Missionary Ridge, I should demonstrate against Lookout Mountain, near Trenton, with a part of my command. All in Chattanooga were impatient for action, rendered almost acute by the natural apprehensions felt for the safety of General Burnside in East Tennessee. My command had marched from Memphis, 330 miles, and I had pushed them as fast as the roads and distance would admit, but I saw enough of the condition of men and animals in Chattanooga to inspire me with renewed energy. I immediately ordered my leading division, General Ewing's, to march via Shellmound to Trenton, demonstrating against Lookout Ridge, but to be prepared to turn quickly and follow me to Chattanooga, and in person I returned to Bridgeport. Rowing a boat down the Tennessee from Belly's Ferry, and immediately on arrival put in motion my divisions in the order in which they had arrived. The bridge of boats at Bridgeport was frail, and, though used day and night, our passage was slow, and the road thence to Chattanooga was dreadfully cut up and encumbered with the wagons of the other troops stationed along the road. I reached General Hooker's headquarters during a rain, in the afternoon of the 20th, and met General Grant's orders for the general attack on the next day. It was simply impossible for me to fulfill my part in time. Only one division, General John E. Smith's, was in position. General Ewing was still at Trenton, and the other two were toiling along the terrible road from Shellmound to Chattanooga. No troops ever were or could be in better condition than mine, or who labored harder to fulfill their part. On a proper representation, General Grant postponed the attack. On the 21st I got the 2nd Division over Brown's Ferry Bridge, and General Ewing got up, but the bridge broke repeatedly, and delays occurred which no human sagacity could prevent. All labored night and day, and General Ewing got over on the 23d. But my rear division was cut off by the broken bridge at Brown's Ferry, and could not join me. I offered to go into action with my 3 divisions, supported by General Jeff C. Davis, leaving one of my best divisions, Osterhaus's, to act with General Hooker against Lookout Mountain. That division has not joined me yet, but I know and feel that it has served the country well, and that it has reflected honor on the 15th Army Corps and the Army of the Tennessee. I leave the record of its history to General Hooker, or whomsoever has had its services during the late memorable events, confident that all will do it merited honor. At last, on the 28th of November, my 3 divisions lay behind the hills opposite the mouth of the Chickamauga. I dispatched the brigade of the 2nd Division, commanded by General Giles A. Smith, under cover of the hills, to North Chickamauga Creek, to man the boats designed for the pontoon bridge, with orders, at midnight, to drop down silently to a point above the mouth of the South Chickamauga, there land 2 regiments, who were to move along the river bank quietly, and capture the enemy's river pickets. General Giles Smith then was to drop rapidly below the mouth of the Chickamauga, disembark the rest of his brigade, and dispatch the boats across for fresh loads. These orders were skillfully executed, and every rebel picket but one was captured. The balance of General Morgan L. Smith's division was then rapidly ferried across, that of General John E. Smith followed, and by daylight of November 24 2 divisions of about 8,000 men were on the east bank of the Tennessee, and had thrown up a very respectable rifle trench as a tete du pont. As soon as the day dawned, some of the boats were taken from the use of ferrying, and a pontoon bridge was begun, under the immediate direction of Captain Dresser, the whole planned and supervised by General William F. Smith in person. A pontoon bridge was also built at the same time over Chickamauga Creek, near its mouth, giving communication with the two regiments which had been left on the north side, and fulfilling a most important purpose at a later stage of the drama. I will here bear my willing testimony to the completeness of this whole business. All the officers charged with the work were present, and manifested a skill which I cannot praise too highly. I have never beheld any work done so quietly, so well. And I doubt if the history of war can show a bridge of that extent, viz., 1,350 feet, laid so noiselessly and well, in so short a time. I attribute it to the genius and intelligence of General William F. Smith. The steamer Dunbar arrived up in the course of the morning, and relieved Ewing's division of the labor of rowing across, but by noon the pontoon bridge was done, and my 3 divisions were across, with men, horses, artillery, and everything. General Jeff C. Davis's division was ready to take the bridge, and I ordered the columns to form in order to carry the Missionary Hills. The movement had been carefully explained to all division commanders, and at 1 p.m. we marched from the river in 3 columns in echelon, the left, General Morgan L. Smith, the column of direction, following substantially Chickamauga Creek, the center, General John E. Smith, in columns, doubled on the center, at 1 brigade interval to the right and rear. The right, General Ewing, in column at the same distance to the right rear, prepared to deploy to the right, on the supposition that we would meet an enemy in that direction. Each head of column was covered by a good line of skirmishers, with supports. A light drizzling rain prevailed, and the clouds hung low, cloaking our movement from the enemy's tower of observation on Lookout Mountain. We soon gained the foothills. Our skirmishers crept up the face of the hills, followed by their supports, and at 3:30 p.m. we had gained, with no loss, the desired point. A brigade of each division was pushed rapidly to the top of the hill, and the enemy for the first time seemed to realize the movement, but too late, for we were in possession. He opened with artillery, but General Ewing soon got some of Captain Richardson's guns up that steep hill and gave back artillery, and the enemy's skirmishers made 1 or 2 ineffectual dashes at General Lightburn, who had swept round and got a farther hill, which was the real continuation of the ridge. From studying all the maps, I had inferred that Missionary Ridge was a continuous hill, but we found ourselves on 2 high points, with a deep depression between us and the one immediately over the tunnel, which was my chief objective point. The ground we had gained, however, was so important, that I could leave nothing to chance, and ordered it to be fortified during the night. 1 brigade of each division was left on the hill, one of General Morgan L. Smith's closed the gap to Chickamauga Creek, 2 of General John E. Smith's were drawn back to the base in reserve, and General Ewing's right was extended down into the plain, thus crossing the ridge in a general line, facing southeast. The enemy felt our left flank about 4 p.m., and a pretty smart engagement with artillery and muskets ensued, when he drew off, but it cost us dear, for General Giles Smith was severely wounded, and had to go to the rear. And the command of the brigade devolved on Colonel Topper, 116th Illinois, who managed it with skill during the rest of the operations. At the moment of my crossing the bridge, General Howard appeared, having come with 3 regiments from Chattanooga, along the east bank of the Tennessee, connecting my new position with that of the main army in Chattanooga. He left the 3 regiments attached temporarily to General Ewing's right, and returned to his own corps at Chattanooga. As night closed in, I ordered General Jeff C. Davis to keep 1 of his brigades at the bridge, 1 close up to my position, and 1 intermediate. Thus we passed the night, heavy details being kept busy at work on the entrenchments on the hill. During the night the sky cleared away bright, a cold frost filled the air, and our campfires revealed to the enemy and to our friends in Chattanooga our position on Missionary Ridge. About midnight I received, at the hands of Major Rowley, of General Grant's staff, orders to attack the enemy at dawn of day, with notice that General Thomas would attack in force early in the day. Accordingly, before day I was in the saddle, attended by all my staff, rode to the extreme left of our position near Chickamauga Creek, thence up the hill, held by General Lightburn, and round to the extreme right of General Ewing. Catching as accurate an idea of the ground as possible by the dim light of morning, I saw that our line of attack was in the direction of Missionary Ridge, with wings supporting on either flank. Quite a valley lay between us and the next hill of the series, and this hill presented steep sides, the one to the west partially cleared, but the other covered with the native forest. The crest of the ridge was narrow and wooded. The farther point of this hill was held by the enemy with a breastwork of logs and fresh earth, filled with men and 2 guns. The enemy was also seen in great force on a still higher hill beyond the tunnel, from which he had a fine plunging fire on the hill in dispute. The gorge between, through which several roads and the railroad tunnel pass, could not be seen from our position, but formed the natural place d'armes. Where the enemy covered his masses to resist our contemplated movement of turning his right flank and endangering his communications with his depot at Chickamauga Station. As soon as possible, the following dispositions were made: the brigades of Colonels Cockrell's and Alexander, and General Lightburn, were to hold our hill as the key point. General Corse, with as much of his brigade as could operate along the narrow ridge, was to attack from our right center. General Lightburn was to dispatch a good regiment from his position to cooperate with General Corse, and General Morgan L. Smith was to move along the east base of Missionary Ridge, connecting with General Corse. And Colonel Loomis, in like manner, to move along the west bank, supported by the 2 reserve brigades of General John E. Smith. The sun had hardly risen before General Corse had completed his preparations and his bugle sounded the forward. The 40th Illinois, supported by the 46th Ohio, on our right center, with the 30th Ohio, Colonel Jones, moved down the face of our hill, and up that held by the enemy. The line advanced to within about 80 yards of the entrenched position, where General Corse found a secondary crest, which he gained and held. To this point he called his reserves, and asked for reinforcements, which were sent. But the space was narrow, and it was not well to crowd the men, as the enemy's artillery and musketry fire swept the approach to his position, giving him great advantage. As soon as General Corse had made his preparations, he assaulted, and a close, severe contest ensued, which lasted more than an hour, gaining and losing ground, but never the position first obtained, from which the enemy in vain attempted to drive him. General Morgan L. Smith kept gaining ground on the left spurs of Missionary Ridge, and Colonel Loomis got abreast of the tunnel and railroad embankment on his aid, drawing the enemy's fire, and to that extent relieving the assaulting party on the hill crest. Captain Callender had 4 of his guns on General Ewing's hill, and Captain Woods his Napoleon battery on General Lightburn's. Also, 2 guns of Dillon's battery were with Colonel Alexander's brigade. All directed their fire as carefully as possible, to clear the hill to our front, without endangering our own men. The fight raged furiously about 10 a.m. When General Corse received a severe wound, was brought off the field, and the command of the brigade and of the assault at that key point devolved on that fine young, gallant officer, Colonel Walcott, of the 46th Ohio, who fulfilled his part manfully. He continued the contest, pressing forward at all points. Colonel Loomis had made good progress to the right, and about 2 p.m., General John E. Smith, judging the battle to be most severe on the hill, and being required to support General Ewing, ordered up Colonel Rom's and General Matthias's brigades across the field to the summit that was being fought for. They moved up under a heavy fire of cannon and musketry, and joined Colonel Walcott, but the crest was so narrow that they necessarily occupied the west face of the hill. The enemy, at the time being massed in great strength in the tunnel gorge, moved a large force under cover of the ground and the thick bushes, and suddenly appeared on the right rear of this command. The suddenness of the attack disconcerted the men, exposed as they were in the open field. They fell back in some disorder to the lower edge of the field, and reformed. These 2 brigades were in the nature of supports, and did not constitute a part of the real attack. The movement, seen from Chattanooga, 5 miles off, with spyglasses, gave rise to the report, which even General Miga has repeated, that we were repulsed on the left. It was not so. The real attacking columns of General Corse, Colonel Loomis, and General Smith, were not repulsed. They engaged in a close struggle all day persistently, stubbornly, and well. When the two reserve brigades of General John E. Smith fell back as described, the enemy made a show of pursuit, but were in their turn caught in flank by the well-directed fire of our brigade on the wooded crest, and hastily sought cover behind the hill. Thus matters stood about 3 p.m. The day was bright and clear, and the amphitheater of Chattanooga sat in beauty at our feet. I had watched for the attack of General Thomas early in the day. Column after column of the enemy was streaming toward me. Gun after gun poured its concentric shot on us, from every hill and spur that gave a view of any part of the ground held by us. An occasional shot from Fort Wood and Orchard Knob, and some musketry fire and artillery over about Lookout Mountain, was all that I could detect on our side, but about 3 p.m. I noticed the white line of musketry fire in front of Orchard Knoll extending farther and farther right and left and on. We could only hear a faint echo of sound, but enough was seen to satisfy me that General Thomas was at last moving on the center. I knew that our attack had drawn vast masses of the enemy to our flank, and felt sure of the result. Some guns which had been firing on us all day were silent, or were turned in a different direction. The advancing line of musketry fire from Orchard Knoll disappeared to us behind a spar of the hill, and could no longer be seen. And it was not until night closed in that I knew that the troops in Chattanooga had swept across Missionary Ridge and broken the enemy's center. Of course, the victory was won, and pursuit was the next step. I ordered General Morgan L. Smith to feel to the tunnel, and it was found vacant, save by the dead and wounded of our own and the enemy commingled. The reserve of General Jeff C. Davis was ordered to march at once by the pontoon bridge across Chickamauga Creek, at its mouth, and push forward for the depot. General Howard had reported to me in the early part of the day, with the remainder of his Army Corps, the 11th, and had been posted to connect my left with Chickamauga Creek. He was ordered to repair an old broken bridge about 2 miles up the Chickamauga, and to follow General Davis at 4 a.m., and the 15th Army Corps was ordered to follow at daylight. But General Howard found that to repair the bridge was more of a task than was at first supposed, and we were all compelled to cross the Chickamauga on the new pontoon bridge at its mouth. By about 11 a.m. General Jeff C. Davis's division reached the depot, just in time to see it in flames. He found the enemy occupying 2 hills, partially entrenched, just beyond the depot. These he soon drove away. The depot presented a scene of desolation that war alone exhibits: cornmeal and corn in huge burning piles, broken wagons, abandoned caissons, 2 32-pounder rifled guns with carriages burned, pieces of pontoons, balks and chesses, etc. Destined doubtless for the famous invasion of Kentucky, and all manner of things, burning and broken. Still, the enemy kindly left us a good supply of forage for our horses, and meal, beans, etc., for our men. Pausing but a short while, we passed on, the road filled with broken wagons and abandoned caissons, till night. Just as the head of the column emerged from a dark, miry swamp, we encountered the rearguard of the retreating enemy. The fight was sharp, but the night closed in so dark that we could not move. General Grant came up to us there. At daylight we resumed the march, and at Graysville, where a good bridge spanned the Chickamauga, we found the corps of General Palmer on the south bank, who informed us that General Hooker was on a road still farther south. And we could hear his guns near Ringgold. As the roads were filled with all the troops they could possibly accommodate, I turned to the east, to fulfill another part of the general plan, viz., to break up all communication between Bragg and Longstreet. We had all sorts of rumors as to the latter, but it was manifest that we should interpose a proper force between these two armies. I therefore directed General Howard to move to Parker's Gap, and then send rapidly a competent force to Red Clay, or the Council Ground, there to destroy a large section of the railroad which connects Dalton and Cleveland. This work was most successfully and fully accomplished that day. The division of General Jeff C. Davis was moved close up to Ringgold, to assist General Hooker if needed, and the 15th Corps was held at Grayville, for anything that might turn up. About noon I had a message from General Hooker, saying he had had a pretty hard fight at the mountain pass just beyond Ringgold, and he wanted me to come forward to turn the position. He was not aware at the time that Howard, by moving through Parker's Gap toward Red Clay, had already turned it. So I rode forward to Ringgold in person, and found the enemy had already fallen back to Tunnel Hill. He was already out of the valley of the Chickamauga, and on ground whence the waters flow to the Coosa. He was out of Tennessee. I found General Grant at Ringgold, and, after some explanations as to breaking up the railroad from Ringgold back to the state line, as soon as some cars loaded with wounded men could be pushed back to Chickamauga Depot, I was ordered to move slowly and leisurely back to Chattanooga. On the following day the 15th Corps destroyed absolutely and effectually the railroad from a point halfway between Ringgold and Graysville, back to the state line. And General Grant, coming to Graysville, consented that, instead of returning direct to Chattanooga, I might send back all my artillery wagons and impediments, and make a circuit by the north as far as the Hiawassee River. Accordingly, on the morning of November 29, General Howard moved from Parker's Gap to Cleveland, General Davis by way of McDaniel's Gap, and General Blair with 2 divisions of the 15th Corps by way of Julian's Gap. All meeting at Cleveland that night. Here another good break was made in the Dalton and Cleveland road. On the 30th the army moved to Charleston, General Howard approaching so rapidly that the enemy evacuated with haste, leaving the bridge but partially damaged, and 5 carloads of flour and provisions on the north bank of the Hiwassee. This was to have been the limit of our operations. Officers and men had brought no baggage or provisions, and the weather was bitter cold. I had already reached the town of Charleston, when General Wilson arrived with a letter from General Grant, at Chattanooga, informing me that the latest authentic accounts from Knoxville were to the 27th. At which time General Burnside was completely invested, and had provisions only to include the 3d of December. That General Granger had left Chattanooga for Knoxville, by the river road, with a steamboat following him in the river. But he feared that General Granger could not reach Knoxville in time, and ordered me to take command of all troops moving for the relief of Knoxville, and hasten to General Burnside. 7 days before, we had left our camps on the other side of the Tennessee with 2 days' rations, without a change of clothing, stripped for the fight, with but a single blanket or coat per man, from myself to the private included. Of course, we then had no provisions save what we gathered by the road, and were ill supplied for such a march. But we learned that 12,000 of our fellow soldiers were beleaguered in the mountain town of Knoxville, 84 miles distant, that they needed relief, and must have it in 3 days. This was enough, and it had to be done. General Howard that night repaired and planked the railroad bridge, and at daylight the army passed over the Hiwassee and marched to Athens, 15 miles. I had supposed rightly that General Granger was about the mouth of the Hiwassee, and had sent him notice of my orders. That General Grant had sent me a copy of his written instructions, which were full and complete, and that he must push for Kingston, near which we would make a junction. But by the time I reached Athens I had better studied the geography, and sent him orders, which found him at Decatur, that Kingston was out of our way. That he should send his boat to Kingston, but with his command strike across to Philadelphia, and report to me there. I had but a small force of cavalry, which was, at the time of my receipt of General Grant's orders, scouting over about Benton and Columbus. I left my aide, Major McCoy, at Charleston, to communicate with this cavalry and hurry it forward. It overtook me in the night at Athens. On the 2d of December the army moved rapidly north toward Loudon, 26 miles distant. About 11 a.m. the cavalry passed to the head of the column, was ordered to push to London, and, if possible, to save a pontoon bridge across the Tennessee, held by a brigade of the enemy commanded by General Vaughan. The cavalry moved with such rapidity as to capture every picket. But the brigade of Vaughan had artillery in position, covered by earthworks, and displayed a force too respectable to be carried by a cavalry dash, so that darkness closed in before General Howard's infantry got up. The enemy abandoned the place in the night, destroying the pontoons, running 3 locomotives and 48 cars into the Tennessee River, and abandoned much provision, 4 guns, and other material, which General Howard took at daylight. But the bridge was gone, and we were forced to turn east and trust to General Burnside's bridge at Knoxville. It was all important that General Burnside should have notice of our coming, and but 1 day of the time remained. Accordingly, at Philadelphia, during the night of the 2d of December, I sent my aide, Major Audenried, forward to Colonel Long, commanding the brigade of cavalry at London, to explain to him how all-important it was that notice of our approach should reach General Burnside within 24 hours, ordering him to select the best materials of his command, to start at once, for the Little Tennessee, and push into Knoxville at whatever cost of life and horseflesh. Major Audenried was ordered to go along. The distance to be traveled was about 40 miles, and the roads villainous. Before day they were off, and at daylight the 15th Corps was turned from Philadelphia for the Little Tennessee at Morgantown, where my maps represented the river as being very shallow. But it was found too deep for fording, and the water was freezing cold, width 240 yards, depth from 2 to 5 feet, horses could ford, but artillery and men could not. A bridge was indispensable. General Wilson, who accompanied me, undertook to superintend the bridge, and I am under many obligations to him, as I was without an engineer, having sent Captain Jenny back from Graysville to survey our field of battle. We had our pioneers, but only such tools as axes, picks, and spades. General Wilson, working partly with cut wood and partly with square trestles, made of the houses of the late town of Morgantown, progressed apace, and by dark of December 4th troops and animals passed over the bridge. And by daybreak of the 5th the 15th Corps, General Blair's, was over, and Generals Granger's and Davis's divisions were ready to pass. But the diagonal bracing was imperfect for want of spikes, and the bridge broke, causing delay. I had ordered General Blair to move out on the Marysville Road 5 miles, there to await notice that General Granger was on a parallel road abreast of him, and in person I was at a house where the roads parted, when a messenger rode up, bringing me a few words from General Burnside, to the effect that Colonel Long had arrived at Knoxville with his cavalry, and that all was well with him there. Longstreet still lay before the place, but there were symptoms of his speedy departure. I felt that I had accomplished the first great step in the problem for the relief of General Burnside's army, but still urged on the work. As soon as the bridge was mended, all the troops moved forward. General Howard had marched from Loudon, had found a pretty good ford for his horses and wagons at Davis's, 7 miles below Morgantown, and had made an ingenious bridge of the wagons left by General Vaughan at London, on which to pass his men. He marched by Unisha and Louisville. On the night of the 5th all the heads of columns communicated at Marysville, where I met Major Van Buren, of General Burnside's staff, who announced that Longstreet had the night before retreated on the Rutledge, Rogersville, and Bristol Road, leading to Virginia. That General Burnside's cavalry was on his heels, and that the general desired to see me in person as soon as I could come to Knoxville. I ordered all the troops to halt and rest, except the 2 divisions of General Granger, which were ordered to move forward to Little River, and General Granger to report in person to General Burnside for orders. His was the force originally designed to reinforce General Burnside, and it was eminently proper that it should join in the stern chase after Longstreet. On the morning of December 6 I rode from Marysville into Knoxville, and met General Burnside. General Granger arrived later in the day. We examined his lines of fortifications, which were a wonderful production for the short time allowed in their selection of ground and construction of work. It seemed to me that they were nearly impregnable. We examined the redoubt named Sanders, where, on the Sunday previous, 3 brigades of the enemy had assaulted and met a bloody repulse. Now, all was peaceful and quiet. But a few hours before, the deadly bullet sought its victim all round about that hilly barrier. The general explained to me fully and frankly what he had done, and what he proposed to do. He asked of me nothing but General Granger's command, and suggested, in view of the large force I had brought from Chattanooga, that I should return with due expedition to the line of the Hiawassee, lest Bragg, reinforced, might take advantage of our absence to resume the offensive. I asked him to reduce this to writing, which he did, and I here introduce it as part of my report. Headquarters of the Ohio Knoxville, December 7, 1863. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding, etc. General, I desire to express to you and your command my most hearty thanks and gratitude for your promptness in coming to our relief during the siege of Knoxville, and I am satisfied your approach served to raise the siege. The emergency having passed, I do not deem, for the present, any other portion of your command but the corps of General Granger necessary for operations in this section. And, inasmuch as General Grant has weakened the forces immediately with him in order to relieve us, thereby rendering the position of General Thomas less secure, I deem it advisable that all the troops now here, save those commanded by General Granger, should return at once to within supporting distance of the forces in front of Bragg's army. In behalf of my command, I desire again to thank you and your command for the kindness you have done us. I am, General, very respectfully, your obedient servant. A. E. Burnside, Major General Commanding. Accordingly, having seen General Burnside's forces move out of Knoxville in pursuit of Longstreet, and General Granger's move in, I put in motion my own command to return. General Howard was ordered to move, via Davis's Ford and Sweetwater, to Athena, with a guard forward at Charleston, to hold and repair the bridge which the enemy had retaken after our passage up. General Jeff C. Davis moved to Columbus, on the Hiowee via Madisonville, and the two divisions of the 15th Corps moved to Tellico Plains, to cover movement of cavalry across the mountains into Georgia, to overtake a wagon train which had dodged us on our way up, and had escaped by way of Murphy. Subsequently, on a report from General Howard that the enemy held Charleston, I diverted General Ewing's division to Athena, and went in person to Tellico with General Morgan L. Smith's division. By the 9th all our troops were in position, and we held the rich country between the Little Tennessee and the Hiawassee. The cavalry, under Colonel Long, passed the mountain at Tellico, and proceeded about 17 miles beyond Murphy, when Colonel Long, deeming his farther pursuit of the wagon train useless, returned on the 12th to Tellico. I then ordered him and the division of General Morgan L. Smith to move to Charleston, to which point I had previously ordered the corps of General Howard. On the 14th of December all of my command in the field lay along the Hiwassee. Having communicated to General Grant the actual state of affairs, I received orders to leave, on the line of the Hiwassee, all the cavalry, and come to Chattanooga with the rest of my command. I left the brigade of cavalry commanded by Colonel Long, reinforced by the 5th Ohio Cavalry, Lieutenant Colonel Heath, the only cavalry properly belonging to the 15th Army Corps, at Charleston, and with the remainder moved by easy marches. By Cleveland and Tyner's Depot, into Chattanooga, where I received in person from General Grant orders to transfer back to their appropriate commands the corps of General Howard and the division commanded by General Jeff C. Davis, and to conduct the 15th Army Corps to its new field of operations. It will thus appear that we have been constantly in motion since our departure from the Big Black, in Mississippi, until the present moment. I have been unable to receive from subordinate commanders the usual full, detailed reports of events, and have therefore been compelled to make up this report from my own personal memory. But, as soon as possible, subordinate reports will be received and duly forwarded. In reviewing the facts, I must do justice to the men of my command for the patience, cheerfulness, and courage which officers and men have displayed throughout, in battle, on the march, and in camp. For long periods, without regular rations or supplies of any kind, they have marched through mud and over rocks, sometimes barefooted, without a murmur. Without a moment's rest after a march of over 400 miles, without sleep for 3 successive nights, we crossed the Tennessee, fought our part of the Battle of Chattanooga, pursued the enemy out of Tennessee, and then turned more than 120 miles north and compelled Longstreet to raise the siege of Knoxville, which gave so much anxiety to the whole country. It is hard to realize the importance of these events without recalling the memory of the general feeling which pervaded all minds at Chattanooga prior to our arrival. I cannot speak of the 15th Army Corps without a seeming vanity. But as I am no longer its commander, I assert that there is no better body of soldiers in America than it. I wish all to feel a just pride in its real honors. To General Howard and his command, to General Jeff C. Davis and his, I am more than usually indebted for the intelligence of commanders and fidelity of commands. The brigade of Colonel Bushbeck, belonging to the 11th Corps, which was the first to come out of Chattanooga to my flank, fought at the Tunnel Hill, in connection with General Ewing's division, and displayed a courage almost amounting to rashness. Following the enemy almost to the Tunnel Gorge, it lost many valuable lives, prominent among them Lieutenant Colonel Taft, spoken of as a most gallant soldier. In General Howard throughout I found a polished and Christian gentleman, exhibiting the highest and most chivalric traits of the soldier. General Davis handled his division with artistic skill, more especially at the moment we encountered the enemy's rearguard, near Graysville, at nightfall. I must award to this division the credit of the best order during our movement through East Tennessee. When long marches and the necessity of foraging to the right and left gave some reason for disordered ranks. Inasmuch as exception may be taken to my explanation of the temporary confusion, during the Battle of Chattanooga. Of the two brigades of General Matthias and Colonel Rahm, I will here state that I saw the whole, and attach no blame to any one. Accidents will happen in battle, as elsewhere. And at the point where they so manfully went to relieve the pressure on other parts of our assaulting line, they exposed themselves unconsciously to an enemy vastly superior in force, and favored by the shape of the ground. Had that enemy come out on equal terms, those brigades would have shown their mettle, which has been tried more than once before and stood the test of fire. They reformed their ranks, and were ready to support General Ewing's division in a very few minutes. And the circumstance would have hardly called for notice on my part, had not others reported what was seen from Chattanooga, a distance of nearly 5 miles, from where could only be seen the troops in the open field in which this affair occurred. I now subjoin the best report of casualties I am able to compile from the records thus far received. Killed, wounded, and missing. 1949. No report from General Davis's division, but loss is small. Among the killed were some of our most valuable officers, Colonels Putnam, 93rd Illinois, O'Mara, 90th Illinois, and Torrance, 30th Iowa, Lieutenant Colonel Taft, of the 11th Corps, and Major Bushnell, 13th Illinois. Among the wounded are Brigadier Generals Giles Smith, Corse, and Matthias, Colonel Rahm, Colonel Waughlan, 12th Missouri, Lieutenant Colonel Partridge, 13th Illinois, Major P. I. Welsh, 56th Illinois, and Major Nathan McCalla, 10th Iowa. Among the missing is Lieutenant Colonel Archer, 17th Iowa. My report is already so long, that I must forbear mentioning acts of individual merit. These will be recorded in the reports of division commanders, which I will cheerfully endorse. But I must say that it is but justice that colonels of regiments, who have so long and so well commanded brigades, as in the following cases, should be commissioned to the grade which they have filled with so much usefulness and credit to the public service, viz. Colonel J. R. Cockerell, 70th, Ohio, Colonel J. M. Loomis, 26th Illinois, Colonel C. C. Walcott, 46th Ohio, Colonel J. Williamson, 4th Iowa, Colonel G. B. Rahm, 56th Illinois, Colonel J. I. Alexander, 59th Indiana. My personal staff, as usual, have served their country with fidelity, and credit to themselves, throughout these events, and have received my personal thanks. Enclosed you will please find a map of that part of the battlefield of Chattanooga fought over by the troops under my command, surveyed and drawn by Captain Jenny, engineer on my staff. I have the honor to be, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. General Order No. 68. War Department Adjutant General's Office, Washington, February 21, 1884. Joint Resolution tendering the thanks of Congress to Major General W. T. Sherman and others. Be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the thanks of Congress and of the people of the United States are due, and that the same are hereby tendered, to Major General W. T. Sherman, Commander of the Department and Army of the Tennessee, and the officers and soldiers who served under him, for their gallant and arduous services in marching to the relief of the Army of the Cumberland. And for their gallantry and heroism in the Battle of Chattanooga, which contributed in a great degree to the success of our arms in that glorious victory. Approved February 19, 1864. By order of the Secretary of War. E. D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. On the 19th of December I was at Bridgeport, and gave all the orders necessary for the distribution of the 4 divisions of the 15th Corps along the railroad from Stevenson to Decatur, and the part of the 16th Corps, commanded by General Dodge, along the railroad from Decatur to Nashville, to make the needed repairs, and to be in readiness for the campaign of the succeeding year. And on the 21st I went up to Nashville, to confer with General Grant and conclude the arrangements for the winter. At that time General Grant was under the impression that the next campaign would be up the valley of East Tennessee, in the direction of Virginia. And as it was likely to be the last and most important campaign of the war, it became necessary to set free as many of the old troops serving along the Mississippi River as possible. This was the real object and purpose of the Meridian Campaign, and of Banks's expedition up Red River to Shreveport during that winter. 15. Meridian Campaign. January and February, 1864. The winter of 1863–64 opened very cold and severe. And it was manifest after the Battle of Chattanooga, November 25, 1863, and the raising of the siege of Knoxville, December 5, that military operations in that quarter must in a measure cease, or be limited to Burnside's force beyond Knoxville. On the 21st of December General Grant had removed his headquarters to Nashville, Tennessee, leaving General George H. Thomas at Chattanooga, in command of the Department of the Cumberland, and of the army round about that place. And I was at Bridgeport, with orders to distribute my troops along the railroad from Stevenson to Decatur, Alabama, and from Decatur up toward Nashville. General G. M. Dodge, who was in command of the detachment of the 16th Corps, numbering about 8,000 men, had not participated with us in the Battle of Chattanooga, but had remained at and near Pulaski, Tennessee, engaged in repairing that railroad, as auxiliary to the main line which led from Nashville to Stevenson and Chattanooga. General John A. Logan had succeeded to the command of the 15th Corps, by regular appointment of the President of the United States, and had relieved General Frank P. Blair, who had been temporarily in command of that corps during the Chattanooga and Knoxville movement. At that time I was in command of the Department of the Tennessee, which embraced substantially the territory on the east bank of the Mississippi River, from Natchez up to the Ohio River, and thence along the Tennessee River as high as Decatur and Bellefonte, Alabama. General McPherson was at Vicksburg and General Hurlbut at Memphis, and from them I had the regular reports of affairs in that quarter of my command. The rebels still maintained a considerable force of infantry and cavalry in the state of Mississippi, threatening the river, whose navigation had become to us so delicate and important a matter. Satisfied that I could check this by 1 or 2 quick moves inland, and thereby set free a considerable body of men held as local garrisons, I went up to Nashville and represented the case to General Grant, who consented that I might go down the Mississippi River, where the bulk of my command lay, and strike a blow on the east of the river, while General Banks from New Orleans should in like manner strike another to the west, thus preventing any further molestation of the boats navigating the main river, and thereby widening the gap in the Southern Confederacy. After having given all the necessary orders for the distribution, during the winter months, of that part of my command which was in southern and middle Tennessee, I went to Cincinnati in Lancaster, Ohio, to spend Christmas with my family. And on my return I took Minnie with me down to a convent at Reading, near Cincinnati, where I left her, and took the cars for Cairo, Illinois, which I reached January 3d, a very cold and bitter day. The ice was forming fast, and there was great danger that the Mississippi River would become closed to navigation. Admiral Porter, who was at Cairo, gave me a small gunboat, the Juliet, with which I went up to Paducah, to inspect that place, garrisoned by a small force, commanded by Colonel S. G. Hicks, 40th Illinois, who had been with me and was severely wounded at Shiloh. Returning to Cairo, we started down the Mississippi River, which was full of floating ice. With the utmost difficulty we made our way through it, for hours floating in the midst of immense cakes, that chafed and ground our boat so that at times we were in danger of sinking. But about the 10th of January we reached Memphis, where I found General Hurlbut, and explained to him my purpose to collect from his garrisons and those of McPherson about 20,000 men, with which in February to march out from Vicksburg as far as Meridian, break up the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, and also the one leading from Vicksburg to Selma, Alabama. I instructed him to select 2 good divisions, and to be ready with them to go along. At Memphis I found Brigadier General W. Sooy Smith, with a force of about 2,500 cavalry, which he had by General Grant's orders brought across from Middle Tennessee, to assist in our general purpose, as well as to punish the rebel General Forrest, who had been most active in harassing our garrisons in West Tennessee and Mississippi. After staying a couple of days at Memphis, we continued on in the gunboat Silver Cloud to Vicksburg, where I found General McPherson, and, giving him similar orders, instructed him to send out spies to ascertain and bring back timely information of the strength and location of the enemy. The winter continued so severe that the river at Vicksburg was full of floating ice, but in the Silver Cloud we breasted it manfully, and got back to Memphis by the 20th. A chief part of the enterprise was to destroy the rebel cavalry commanded by General Forrest, who were a constant threat to our railway communications in Middle Tennessee, and I committed this task to Brigadier General W. Sooy Smith. General Hurlbut had in his command about 7,500 cavalry, scattered from Columbus, Kentucky, to Corinth, Mississippi, and we proposed to make up an aggregate cavalry force of about 7,000 effective. Out of these and the 2,500 which General Smith had brought with him from Middle Tennessee. With this force General Smith was ordered to move from Memphis straight for Meridian, Mississippi, and to start by February 1st. I explained to him personally the nature of Forrest as a man, and of his peculiar force. Told him that in his route he was sure to encounter Forrest, who always attacked with a vehemence for which he must be prepared, and that, after he had repelled the first attack, he must in turn assume the most determined offensive, overwhelm him and utterly destroy his whole force. I knew that Forrest could not have more than 4,000 cavalry, and my own movement would give employment to every other man of the rebel army not immediately present with him, so that he, General Smith, might safely act on the hypothesis I have stated. Having completed all these preparations in Memphis, being satisfied that the cavalry force would be ready to start by the 1st of February, and having seen General Hurlbut with his 2 divisions embark in steamers for Vicksburg, I also re-embarked for the same destination on the 27th of January. On the 1st of February we rendezvoused in Vicksburg, where I found a spy who had been sent out 2 weeks before, had been to Meridian, and brought back correct information of the state of facts in the interior of Mississippi. Lieutenant General Bishop Polk was in chief command, with headquarters at Meridian, and had 2 divisions of infantry, one of which, General Loring's, was posted at Canton, Mississippi, the other, General French's, at Brandon. He had also 2 divisions of cavalry, Armstrong's, composed of the 3 brigades of Ross, Stark, and Wirt Adams, which were scattered from the neighborhood of Yazoo City to Jackson and below, and Forrest's, which was united, toward Memphis, with headquarters at Como. General Polk seemed to have no suspicion of our intentions to disturb his serenity. Accordingly, on the morning of February 3d, we started in 2 columns, each of 2 divisions, preceded by a light force of cavalry, commanded by Colonel E. F. Winslow. General McPherson commanded the right column, and General Hurlbut the left. The former crossed the Big Black at the railroad bridge, and the latter 7 miles above, at Messengers. We were lightly equipped as to wagons, and marched without deployment straight for Meridian, distant 150 miles. We struck the rebel cavalry beyond the Big Black, and pushed them pell-mell into and beyond Jackson during the 6th. The next day we reached Brandon, and on the 9th Morton, where we perceived signs of an infantry concentration, but the enemy did not give us battle, and retreated before us. The rebel cavalry were all around us, so we kept our columns compact and offered few or no chances for their dashes. As far as Morton we had occupied 2 roads, but there we were forced into one. Toward evening of the 12th, Hurlbut's column passed through Decatur, with orders to go into camp 4 miles beyond at a creek. McPherson's head of column was some 4 miles behind, and I personally detached one of Hurlbut's regiments to guard the crossroads at Decatur till the head of McPherson's column should come in sight. Intending to spend the night in Decatur, I went to a double log house, and arranged with the lady for some supper. We unsaddled our horses, tied them to the fence inside the yard, and, being tired, I lay down on a bed and fell asleep. Presently I heard shouts and hallooing, and then heard pistol shots close to the house. My aide, Major Audenried, called me and said we were attacked by rebel cavalry, who were all around us. I jumped up and inquired where was the regiment of infantry I had myself posted at the crossroads. He said a few moments before it had marched past the house, following the road by which General Hurlbut had gone, and I told him to run, overtake it, and bring it back. Meantime, I went out into the backyard, saw wagons passing at a run down the road, and horsemen dashing about in a cloud of dust, firing their pistols, their shots reaching the house in which we were. Gathering the few orderlies and clerks that were about, I was preparing to get into a corn crib at the back side of the lot, wherein to defend ourselves, when I saw Audenried coming back with the regiment, on a run, deploying forward as they came. This regiment soon cleared the place and drove the rebel cavalry back toward the south, whence they had come. It transpired that the colonel of this infantry regiment, whose name I do not recall, had seen some officers of McPherson's staff, among them Inspector General Strong, coming up the road at a gallop, raising a cloud of duet. Supposing them to be the head of McPherson's column, and being anxious to get into camp before dark, he had called in his pickets and started down the road, leaving me perfectly exposed. Some straggling wagons, escorted by a New Jersey regiment, were passing at the time, and composed the rear of Hurlbut's train. The rebel cavalry, seeing the road clear of troops, and these wagons passing, struck them in flank, shot down the mules of 3 or 4 wagons, broke the column, and began a general skirmish. The escort defended their wagons as well as they could, and thus diverted their attention, otherwise I would surely have been captured. In a short time the head of McPherson's column came up, went into camp, and we spent the night in Decatur. The next day we pushed on, and on the 14th entered Meridian, the enemy retreating before us toward Demopolis, Alabama. We at once set to work to destroy an arsenal, immense storehouses, and the railroad in every direction. We stayed in Meridian 5 days, expecting every hour to hear of General Sooy Smith, but could get no tidings of him whatever. A large force of infantry was kept at work all the time in breaking up the Mobile and Ohio Railroad south and north. Also the Jackson and Selma Railroad, east and west. I was determined to damage these roads so that they could not be used again for hostile purposes during the rest of the war. I never had the remotest idea of going to Mobile, but had purposely given out that idea to the people of the country, so as to deceive the enemy and to divert their attention. Many persons still insist that, because we did not go to Mobile on this occasion, I had failed. But in the following letter to General Banks, of January 31st, written from Vicksburg before starting for Meridian, it will be seen clearly that I indicated my intention to keep up the delusion of an attack on Mobile by land. Whereas I promised him to be back to Vicksburg by the 1st of March, so as to cooperate with him in his contemplated attack on Shreveport. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee Vicksburg, January 31, 1864. Major General N. P. Banks, Commanding Department of the Gulf, New Orleans. General, I received yesterday, at the hands of Captain Durham, aide-de-camp, your letter of the 25th inst, and hasten to reply. Captain Durham has gone to the mouth of White River, en route for Little Rock, and the other officers who accompanied him have gone up to Cairo, as I understand, to charter 25 steamboats for the Red River trip. The Mississippi River, though low for the season, is free of ice and in good boating order, but I understand that Red River is still low. I had a man in from Alexandria yesterday, who reported the falls or rapids at that place impassable save by the smallest boats. My inland expedition is now moving, and I will be off for Jackson and Meridian tomorrow. The only fear I have is in the weather. All the other combinations are good. I want to keep up the delusion of an attack on Mobile and the Alabama River, and therefore would be obliged if you would keep up an irritating foraging or other expedition in that direction. My orders from General Grant will not, as yet, justify me in embarking for Red River, though I am very anxious to move in that direction. The moment I learned that you were preparing for it, I sent a communication to Admiral Porter, and dispatched to General Grant at Chattanooga, asking if he wanted me and Steele to cooperate with you against Shreveport. And I will have his answer in time, for you cannot do anything till Red River has 12 feet of water on the rapids at Alexandria. That will be from March to June. I have lived on Red River, and know somewhat of the phases of that stream. The expedition on Shreveport should be made rapidly, with simultaneous movements from Little Rock on Shreveport, from Opelousas on Alexandria, and a combined force of gunboats and transports directly up Red River. Admiral Porter will be able to have a splendid fleet by March 1st. I think Steele could move with 10,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. I could take about 10,000, and you could, I suppose, have the same. Your movement from Opelousas, simultaneous with mine up the river, would compel Dick Taylor to leave Fort de Russy, near Marksville, and the whole combined force could appear at Shreveport about a day appointed beforehand. I doubt if the enemy will risk a siege at Shreveport, although I am informed they are fortifying the place, and placing many heavy guns in position. It would be better for us that they should stand there, as we might make large and important captures. But I do not believe the enemy will fight a force of 30,000 men, acting in concert with gunboats. I will be most happy to take part in the proposed expedition, and hope, before you have made your final dispositions, that I will have the necessary permission. Half the army of the Tennessee is near the Tennessee River, beyond Huntsville, Alabama, awaiting the completion of the railroad, and, by present orders, I will be compelled to hasten there to command it in person. Unless meantime General Grant modifies the plan. I have now in this department only the force left to hold the river and the posts, and I am seriously embarrassed by the promises made the veteran volunteers for furlough. I think, by March 1st, I can put afloat for Shreveport 10,000 men, provided I succeed in my present movement in cleaning out the state of Mississippi, and in breaking up the railroads about Meridian. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General, Commanding. The object of the Meridian expedition was to strike the roads inland, so to paralyze the rebel forces that we could take from the defense of the Mississippi River the equivalent of a corps of 20,000 men. To be used in the next Georgia campaign. And this was actually done. At the same time, I wanted to destroy General Forrest, who, with an irregular force of cavalry, was constantly threatening Memphis and the river above, as well as our routes of supply in Middle Tennessee. In this we failed utterly, because General W. C. Smith did not fulfill his orders, which were clear and specific, as contained in my letter of instructions to him of January 27, at Memphis, and my personal explanations to him at the same time. Instead of starting at the date ordered, February 1st, he did not leave Memphis till the 11th, waiting for Waring's brigade that was icebound near Columbus, Kentucky. And then, when he did start, he allowed General Forrest to head him off and to defeat him with an inferior force, near West Point, below Okolona, on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad. We waited at Meridian till the 20th to hear from General Smith, but hearing nothing whatever, and having utterly destroyed the railroads in and around that junction, I ordered General McPherson to move back slowly toward Canton. With Winslow's cavalry, and Hurlbut's infantry, I turned north to Marion, and thence to a place called Union, whence I dispatched the cavalry farther north to Philadelphia and Louisville, to feel as it were for General Smith. And then turned all the infantry columns toward Canton, Mississippi. On the 26th we all reached Canton, but we had not heard a word of General Smith, nor was it until some time after, at Vicksburg, that I learned the whole truth of General Smith's movement and of his failure. Of course I did not and could not approve of his conduct, and I know that he yet chafes under the censure. I had set so much store on his part of the project that I was disappointed, and so reported officially to General Grant. General Smith never regained my confidence as a soldier, though I still regard him as a most accomplished gentleman and a skillful engineer. Since the close of the war he has appealed to me to relieve him of that censure, but I could not do it, because it would falsify history. Having assembled all my troops in and about Canton, on the 27th of February I left them under the command of the senior Major General, Hurlbut, with orders to remain till about the 3d of March, and then to come into Vicksburg leisurely. And, escorted by Winslow's cavalry, I rode into Vicksburg on the last day of February. There I found letters from General Grant, at Nashville, and General Banks, at New Orleans, concerning his, General Banks's, projected movement up Red River. I was authorized by the former to contribute aid to General Banks for a limited time, but General Grant insisted on my returning in person to my own command about Huntsville, Alabama, as soon as possible, to prepare for the spring campaign. About this time we were much embarrassed by a general order of the War Department, promising a 30 days furlough to all soldiers who would veteranize, viz., re-enlist for the rest of the war. This was a judicious and wise measure, because it doubtless secured the services of a very large portion of the men who had almost completed a 3 years' enlistment, and were therefore veteran soldiers in feeling and in habit. But to furlough so many of our men at that instant of time was like disbanding an army in the very midst of battle. In order to come to a perfect understanding with General Banks, I took the steamer Diana and ran down to New Orleans to see him. Among the many letters which I found in Vicksburg on my return from Meridian was one from Captain D. F. Boyd, of Louisiana, written from the jail in Natchez, telling me that he was a prisoner of war in our hands. Had been captured in Louisiana by some of our scouts. And he bespoke my friendly assistance. Boyd was professor of ancient languages at the Louisiana Seminary of Learning during my administration, in 1859–60. Was an accomplished scholar, of moderate views in politics, but, being a Virginian, was drawn, like all others of his kind, into the vortex of the rebellion by the events of 1861, which broke up colleges and everything at the South. Natchez, at this time, was in my command, and was held by a strong division, commanded by Brigadier General J. W. Davidson. In the Diana we stopped at Natchez, and I made a hasty inspection of the place. I sent for Boyd, who was in good health, but quite dirty, and begged me to take him out of prison, and to effect his exchange. I receipted for him, took him along with me to New Orleans, offered him money, which he declined. Allowed him to go free in the city, and obtained from General Banks a promise to effect his exchange, which was afterward done. Boyd is now my legitimate successor in Louisiana, viz. President of the Louisiana University, which is the present title of what had been the Seminary of Learning. After the war was over, Boyd went back to Alexandria, reorganized the old institution, which I visited in 1866, but the building was burnt down by an accident or by an incendiary about 1868, and the institution was then removed to Baton Rouge, where it now is, under its new title of the University of Louisiana. We reached New Orleans on the 2d of March. I found General Banks, with his wife and daughter, living in a good house, and he explained to me fully the position and strength of his troops, and his plans of action for the approaching campaign. I dined with him, and, rough as I was, just out of the woods, attended, that night, a very pleasant party at the house of a lady, whose name I cannot recall, but who is now the wife of Captain Arnold, 5th United States Artillery. At this party were also Mr. and Mrs. Frank Howe. I found New Orleans much changed since I had been familiar with it in 1853 and in 1860–61. It was full of officers and soldiers. Among the former were General T. W. Sherman, who had lost a leg at Port Hudson, and General Charles P. Stone, whom I knew so well in California, and who is now in the Egyptian service as Chief of Staff. The bulk of General Banks's army was about Opelousas, under command of General Franklin, ready to move on Alexandria. General Banks seemed to be all ready, but intended to delay his departure a few days to assist in the inauguration of a civil government for Louisiana, under Governor Hahn. In Lafayette Square I saw the arrangements of scaffolding for the fireworks and benches for the audience. General Banks urged me to remain over the 4th of March, to participate in the ceremonies, which he explained would include the performance of the Anvil Chorus, by all the bands of his army. And during the performance the church bells were to be rung, and cannons were to be fired by electricity. I regarded all such ceremonies as out of place at a time when it seemed to me every hour and every minute were due to the war. General Banks's movement, however, contemplated my sending a force of 10,000 men in boats up Red River from Vicksburg, and that a junction should occur at Alexandria by March 17. I therefore had no time to wait for the grand pageant of the 4th of March, but took my departure from New Orleans in the Diana the evening of March 3d. On the next day, March 4, I wrote to General Banks a letter, which was extremely minute in conveying to him how far I felt authorized to go under my orders from General Grant. At that time General Grant commanded the military division of the Mississippi, embracing my own department of the Tennessee and that of General Steele in Arkansas, but not that of General Banks in Louisiana. General Banks was acting on his own powers, or under the instructions of General Halleck in Washington, and our assistance to him was designed as a loan of 10,000 men for a period of 30 days. The instructions of March 6 to General A. J. Smith, who commanded this detachment, were full and explicit on this point. The Diana reached Vicksburg on the 6th, where I found that the Expeditionary Army had come in from Canton. One division of 5,000 men was made up out of Hurlbut's command, and placed under Brigadier General T. Kilby Smith, and a similar division was made out of McPherson's and Hurlbut's troops, and placed under Brigadier General Joseph A. Moore. The whole commanded by Brigadier General A. J. Smith. General Hurlbut, with the rest of his command, returned to Memphis, and General McPherson remained at Vicksburg. General A. J. Smith's command was in due season embarked and proceeded to Red River, which it ascended, convoyed by Admiral Porter's fleet. General Mower's division was landed near the outlet of the Atchafalaya, marched up by land and captured the fort below Alexandria known as Fort de Russy, and the whole fleet then proceeded up to Alexandria, reaching it on the day appointed, viz. March 17, where it waited for the arrival of General Banks, who, however, did not come till some days after. These two divisions participated in the whole of General Banks's unfortunate Red River expedition, and were delayed so long up Red River, and subsequently on the Mississippi, that they did not share with their comrades the successes and glories of the Atlanta campaign, for which I had designed them. And, indeed, they did not join our army till just in time to assist General George H. Thomas to defeat General Hood before Nashville, on the 15th and 16th of December, 1864. General Grant's letter of instructions, which was brought me by General Butterfield, who had followed me to New Orleans, enjoined on me, after concluding with General Banks the details for his Red River expedition, to make all necessary arrangements for furloughing the men entitled to that privilege, and to hurry back to the army at Huntsville, Alabama. I accordingly gave the necessary orders to General McPherson, at Vicksburg, and continued up the river toward Memphis. On our way we met Captain Badeau, of General Grant's staff, bearing the following letter, of March 4, which I answered on the 10th, and sent the answer by General Butterfield, who had accompanied me up from New Orleans. Copies of both were also sent to General McPherson, at Vicksburg. Private. Nashville, Tennessee, March 4, 1864. Dear Sherman, the bill reviving the grade of Lieutenant General in the Army has become a law, and my name has been sent to the Senate for the place. I now receive orders to report at Washington immediately, in person, which indicates either a confirmation or a likelihood of confirmation. I start in the morning to comply with the order, but I shall say very distinctly on my arrival there that I shall accept no appointment which will require me to make that city my headquarters. This, however, is not what I started out to write about. While I have been eminently successful in this war, in at least gaining the confidence of the public, no one feels more than I how much of this success is due to the energy, skill, and the harmonious putting forth of that energy and skill of those whom it has been my good fortune to have occupying subordinate positions under me. There are many officers to whom these remarks are applicable to a greater or less degree, proportionate to their ability as soldiers. But what I want is to express my thanks to you and McPherson, as the men to whom, above all others, I feel indebted for whatever I have had of success. How far your advice and suggestions have been of assistance, you know. How far your execution of whatever has been given you to do entitles you to the reward I am receiving, you cannot know as well as I do. I feel all the gratitude this letter would express, giving it the most flattering construction. The word I use in the plural, intending it for Macpherson also. I should write to him, and will some day, but, starting in the morning, I do not know that I will find time just now. Your friend. U. S. Grant, Major General. Private and Confidential. Near Memphis, March 10, 1864. General Grant. Dear General, I have your more than kind and characteristic letter of the 4th, and will send a copy of it to General Macpherson at once. You do yourself injustice and us too much honor in assigning to us so large a share of the merits which have led to your high advancement. I know you approve the friendship I have ever professed to you, and will permit me to continue as heretofore to manifest it on all proper occasions. You are now Washington's legitimate successor, and occupy a position of almost dangerous elevation. But if you can continue as heretofore to be yourself, simple, honest, and unpretending, you will enjoy through life the respect and love of friends, and the homage of millions of human beings who will award to you a large share for securing to them and their descendants the government of law and stability. I repeat, you do General Macpherson and myself too much honor. At Belmont you manifested your traits, neither of us being near. At Donelson also you illustrated your whole character. I was not near, and General Macpherson in too subordinate a capacity to influence you. Until you had won Donelson, I confess I was almost cowed by the terrible array of anarchical elements that presented themselves at every point. But that victory admitted the ray of light which I have followed ever since. I believe you are as brave, patriotic, and just, as the great prototype Washington, as unselfish, kind-hearted, and honest, as a man should be. But the chief characteristic in your nature is the simple faith in success you have always manifested, which I can liken to nothing else than the faith a Christian has in his Savior. This faith gave you victory at Shiloh and Vicksburg. Also, when you have completed your best preparations, you go into battle without hesitation, as at Chattanooga, no doubts, no reserve, and I tell you that it was this that made us act with confidence. I knew wherever I was that you thought of me, and if I got in a tight place you would come, if alive. My only points of doubt were as to your knowledge of grand strategy, and of books of science and history. But I confess your common sense seems to have supplied all this. Now as to the future. Do not stay in Washington. Halleck is better qualified than you are to stand the buffets of intrigue and policy. Come out west. Take to yourself the whole Mississippi Valley, let us make it dead sure, and I tell you the Atlantic slope and Pacific shores will follow its destiny as sure as the limbs of a tree live or die with the main trunk. We have done much. Still much remains to be done. Time and time's influences are all with us, we could almost afford to sit still and let these influences work. Even in the seceded states your word now would go further than a president's proclamation, or an act of Congress. For God's sake and for your country's sake, come out of Washington. I foretold to General Halleck, before he left Corinth, the inevitable result to him, and I now exhort you to come out west. Here lies the seat of the coming empire. And from the west, when our task is done, we will make short work of Charleston and Richmond, and the impoverished coast of the Atlantic. Your sincere friend, W. T. Sherman. We reached Memphis on the 13th, where I remained some days, but on the 14th of March received from General Grant a dispatch to hurry to Nashville in person by the 17th, if possible. Disposing of all matters then pending, I took a steamboat to Cairo, the cars thence to Louisville and Nashville, reaching that place on the 17th of March, 1864. I found General Grant there. He had been to Washington and back, and was ordered to return east to command all the armies of the United States, and personally the Army of the Potomac. I was to succeed him in command of the military division of the Mississippi, embracing the departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, Tennessee, and Arkansas. General Grant was of course very busy in winding up all matters of business, in transferring his command to me, and in preparing for what was manifest would be the great and closing campaign of our Civil War. Mrs. Grant and some of their children were with him, and occupied a large house in Nashville, which was used as an office, dwelling, and everything combined. On the 18th of March I had issued orders assuming command of the military division of the Mississippi, and was seated in the office, when the general came in and said they were about to present him a sword, inviting me to come and see the ceremony. I went back into what was the dining room of the house. On the table lay a rosewood box, containing a sword, sash, spurs, etc., and round about the table were grouped Mrs. Grant, Nellie, and one or two of the boys. I was introduced to a large, corpulent gentleman, as the mayor, and another citizen, who had come down from Galena to make this presentation of a sword to their fellow townsmen. I think that Rawlins, Bowers, Badeau, and one or more of General Grant's personal staff, were present. The mayor rose and in the most dignified way read a finished speech to General Grant, who stood, as usual, very awkwardly. And the mayor closed his speech by handing him the resolutions of the city council engrossed on parchment, with a broad ribbon and large seal attached. After the mayor had fulfilled his office so well, General Grant said, "Mr. Mayor, as I knew that this ceremony was to occur, and as I am not used to speaking, I have written something in reply." He then began to fumble in his pockets, first his breastcoat pocket, then his pants, vest, etc. And after considerable delay he pulled out a crumpled piece of common yellow cartridge paper, which he handed to the mayor. His whole manner was awkward in the extreme, yet perfectly characteristic, and in strong contrast with the elegant parchment and speech of the mayor. When read, however, the substance of his answer was most excellent, short, concise, and, if it had been delivered by word of mouth, would have been all that the occasion required. I could not help laughing at a scene so characteristic of the man who then stood prominent before the country, and to whom all had turned as the only one qualified to guide the nation in a war that had become painfully critical. With copies of the few letters referred to, and which seem necessary to illustrate the subject matter, I close this chapter. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee. Steamer Diana, underway, March 4, 1864. Major General N.P. Banks, Commanding Department of the Gulf, New Orleans. General, I had the honor to receive your letter of the 2d instant yesterday at New Orleans, but was unable to answer, except verbally, and I now reduce it to writing. I will arrive at Vicksburg the 6th instant, and I expect to meet there my command from Canton, out of which I will select 2 divisions of about 10,000 men, embark them under a good commander, and order him. First, to rendezvous at the mouth of Red River, and, in concert with Admiral Porter, if he agree, to strike Harrisonburg a hard blow. 2d, to return to Red River and ascend it, aiming to reach Alexandria on the 17th of March, to report to you. 3d. That, as this command is designed to operate by water, it will not be encumbered with much land transportation, say 2 wagons to a regiment, but with an ample supply of stores, including mortars and heavy rifled guns, to be used against fortified places. 4th. That I have calculated, and so reported to General Grant, that this detachment of his forces in no event is to go beyond Shreveport, and that you will spare them the moment you can, trying to get them back to the Mississippi River in 30 days from the time they actually enter Red River. The year is wearing away fast, and I would like to carry to General Grant at Huntsville, Alabama, every man of his military division, as early in April as possible. For I am sure we ought to move from the base of the Tennessee River to the south before the season is too far advanced, say as early as April 15th next. I feel certain of your complete success, provided you make the concentration in time, to assure which I will see in person to the embarkation and dispatch of my quota, and I will write to General Steele, conveying to him my personal and professional opinion that the present opportunity is the most perfect one that will ever offer itself to him to clean out his enemies in Arkansas. Wishing you all honor and success, I am, with respect, your friend and servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee. Vicksburg, March 6, 1864. Brigadier General A. J. Smith, commanding expedition up Red River, Vicksburg, Mississippi. General, by an order this day issued, you are to command a strong, well-appointed detachment of the Army of the Tennessee, sent to reinforce a movement up Red River, but more especially against the fortified position at Shreveport. You will embark your command as soon as possible, little encumbered with wagons or wheeled vehicles, but well supplied with fuel, provisions, and ammunition. Take with you the 12 mortars, with their ammunition, and all the 30-pound Parrotts the ordnance officer will supply. Proceed to the mouth of Red River and confer with Admiral Porter. Consult with him, and in all the expedition rely on him implicitly, as he is the approved friend of the Army of the Tennessee, and has been associated with us from the beginning. I have undertaken with General Banks that you will be at Alexandria, Louisiana, on or before the 17th day of March, and you will, if time allows, cooperate with the Navy in destroying Harrisonburg, up Black River. But as I passed Red River yesterday I saw Admiral Porter, and he told me he had already sent an expedition to Harrisonburg, so that I suppose that part of the plan will be accomplished before you reach Red River. But, in any event, be careful to reach Alexandria about the 17th of March. General Banks will start by land from Franklin, in the Teche country, either the 6th or 7th, and will march via Opelousas to Alexandria. You will meet him there, report to him, and act under his orders. My understanding with him is that his forces will move by land, via Natchitoches, to Shreveport, while the gunboat fleet is to ascend the river with your transports in company. Red River is very low for the season, and I doubt if any of the boats can pass the falls or rapids at Alexandria. What General Banks proposes to do in that event I do not know. But my own judgment is that Shreveport ought not to be attacked until the gunboats can reach it. Not that a force marching by land cannot do it alone, but it would be bad economy in war to invest the place with an army so far from heavy guns, mortars, ammunition, and provisions, which can alone reach Shreveport by water. Still, I do not know about General Banks's plans in that event, and whatever they may be, your duty will be to conform, in the most hearty manner. My understanding with General Banks is that he will not need the cooperation of your force beyond 30 days from the date you reach Red River. As soon as he has taken Shreveport, or as soon as he can spare you, return to Vicksburg with all dispatch, gather up your detachments, wagons, tents, transportation, and all property pertaining to so much of the command as belongs to the 16th Army Corps, and conduct it to Memphis, where orders will await you. My present belief is your division, entire, will be needed with the Army of the Tennessee, about Huntsville or Bridgeport. Still, I will leave orders with General Hurlbut, at Memphis, for you on your return. I believe if water will enable the gunboats to cross the rapids at Alexandria, you will be able to make a quick, strong, and effective blow at our enemy in the west, thus widening the belt of our territory, and making the breach between the Confederate government and its outlying Trans-Mississippi Department more perfect. It is understood that General Steele makes a simultaneous move from Little Rock, on Shreveport or Natchitoches, with a force of about 10,000 men. Banks will have 17,000, and you 10,000. If these can act concentrically and simultaneously, you will make short work of it, and then General Banks will have enough force to hold as much of the Red River country as he deems wise. Leaving you to bring to General Grant's main army the 7,500 men of the 16th Corps now with you. Having faith in your sound judgment and experience, I confide this important and delicate command to you, with certainty that you will harmonize perfectly with Admiral Porter and General Banks, with whom you are to act, and thereby ensure success. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee. Memphis, March 14, 1864. Major General McPherson, Commanding, etc., Vicksburg, Mississippi. Dear General, I wrote you at length on the 11th, by a special bearer of dispatches, and now make special orders to cover the movements therein indicated. It was my purpose to await your answer, but I am summoned by General Grant to be in Nashville on the 17th, and it will keep me moving night and day to get there by that date. I must rely on you, for you understand that we must reinforce the great army at the center, Chattanooga, as much as possible, at the same time not risking the safety of any point on the Mississippi which is fortified and armed with heavy guns. I want you to push matters as rapidly as possible, and to do all you can to put 2 handsome divisions of your own corps at Cairo, ready to embark up the Tennessee River by the 20th or 30th of April at the very furthest. I wish it could be done quicker, but the promise of those 30 days furloughs in the states of enlistment, though politic, is very unmilitary. It deprives us of our ability to calculate as to time, but do the best you can. Hurlbut can do nothing till A. J. Smith returns from Red River. I will then order him to occupy Grenada temporarily, and to try and get those locomotives that we need here. I may also order him with cavalry and infantry to march toward Tuscaloosa, at the same time that we move from the Tennessee River about Chattanooga. I don't know as yet the grand strategy of the next campaign, but on arrival at Nashville I will soon catch the main points, and will advise you of them. Steal a furlough and run to Baltimore incognito. But get back in time to take part in the next grand move. Write me fully and frequently of your progress. I have ordered the quartermaster to send down as many boats as he can get, to facilitate your movements. Mules, wagons, etc. can come up afterward by transient boats. I am truly your friend. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Special Field Order No. 28. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee Memphis, March 14, 1864. 1. Major General McPherson will organize 2 good divisions of his corps, 17th, of about 5,000 men, each embracing in part the re-enlisted veterans of his corps whose furloughs will expire in April, which he will command in person. And will rendezvous at Cairo, Illinois, and report by telegraph and letter to the general commanding at department headquarters, wherever they may be. These divisions will be provided with new arms and accoutrements, and land transportation, wagons and mules, out of the supplies now at Vicksburg, which will be conveyed to Cairo by or before April 15. 4. During the absence of General McPherson from the district of Vicksburg, Major General Hurlbut will exercise command over all the troops in the Department of the Tennessee from Cairo to Natchez, inclusive. And will receive special instructions from department headquarters. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman. L. M. Dayton, Aide-de-camp. Appendix to Volume I. Chickasaw Bayou. Report of Brigadier General G. W. Morgan. Headquarters 3rd Division, Right Wing, 13th Army Corps, Steamer Empress, January 8, 1868. Major J. H. Hammond, Chief of Staff. SIR, on the 1st instant, while pressed by many arduous duties, I was requested to report to the Commanding General the operations of my division during the affair of the 27th, the action of the 28th, and the battle of the 29th ULT. I had not received the report of subordinate commanders, nor had I time to review the report I have the honor to submit. Herewith I have the honor to forward these reports, connected with which I will submit a few remarks. Brigadier General Blair speaks of having discovered, while on his retreat from the enemy's works, a broad and easy road running from the left of my position to the enemy's lines. The road is neither broad nor easy, and was advanced over by de Courcy when leading his brigade to the charge. The road General Blair speaks of is the one running from Lake's Landing and intersecting with the Vicksburg Road on the Chickasaw Bluffs. Its existence was known to me on the 28th ultimate, but it was left open intentionally by the enemy, and was commanded by a direct and cross fire from batteries and rifle pits. The withdrawal of his brigade from the assault by Colonel de Courcy was justified by the failure of the corps of A. J. Smith, and the command of Colonel Lindsay, to advance simultaneously to the assault. Both had the same difficulties to encounter, impassable bayous. The enemy's line of battle was concave, and de Courcy advanced against his center, hence he sustained a concentric fire, and the withdrawal of steel from the front of the enemy's right on the 28th ULT enabled the enemy on the following day to concentrate his right upon his center. I regret to find, from the report of Brigadier General Thayer, some 1 regiment skulked. This I did not observe, nor is it mentioned by General Blair, though his were the troops which occupied that portion of the field. As far as my observation extended, the troops bore themselves nobly. But the 16th Ohio Infantry was peerless on the field, as it had ever been in camp or on the march. Lieutenant Colonel Kirshner, commanding, was wounded and taken prisoner. He is an officer of rare merit, and deserves to command a brigade. Lieutenant Colonel Dieter, commanding the 58th Ohio, was killed within the enemy's works, and Lieutenant Colonel Monroe, 22nd Kentucky, was struck down at the head of his regiment. I again express my profound acknowledgments to Brigadier Generals Blair and Thayer, and Colonels D'Connors, Lindsay, and Sheldon, brigade commanders. Also to Major M. C. Garber, Assistant Quartermaster, Captain S. S. Lyon, Acting Topographical Engineer, Lieutenant Burdick, Acting Ordnance Officer, Lieutenant Hutchins, Acting Chief of Staff, Lieutenants H. G. Fisher and Smith, of Signal Corps, Lieutenant E. D. Saunders, my Acting Assistant Adjutant General. And Lieutenants English and Montgomery, Acting Aides-de-Camp, for the efficient services rendered me. Nor can I close this report without speaking in terms of high praise of the meritorious and gallant services of Captains Foster and Lamphere. Their batteries silenced several of the enemy's works, and throughout the operations rendered good service. My sincere acknowledgments are also due to Captain Griffith, commanding 1st Iowa Battery, and Captain Hoffman, commanding 4th Ohio Battery. I am, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servant. George W. Morgan, Brigadier General Volunteers. Cincinnati, February 8, 1876. My dear General, regarding the attack at Chickasaw Bayou, my record shows the position of Steele on the left, Morgan to his right, Morgan L. Smith to his right and A. J. Smith on the extreme right. The latter not expected to accomplish much more than a diversion, the result to come from the 3 other divisions, Morgan having the best opportunity. Saturday night they were in position, you were at Lake's Plantation, right and rear of Morgan. The attack for lodgment on the hills was ordered for Sunday morning, December 28. I was sent to A. J. Smith before daylight and returned to you soon after. You were with Morgan. You had fully explained to him the importance of his success, and that he should be present with the attacking column, which was to be a part of his division, supported by the remainder, and by Blair's brigade of Steele's division cooperating. The attack was to be simultaneous, by the 4 divisions, on a signal. Morgan's answer to you was that, when the signal was given, he would lead his attack, and with his life he would be on the bluffs in 15 minutes. He seemed of positive knowledge, and as sure of success. You then retired to a central point, to be in easy communication with Steele and Morgan L. Smith. The attack was made, and developed, in the case of Steele, M. L. Smith, and A. J. Smith, that to cross the bayou was impossible, if opposed by any force, and in each they were by a strong one. Morgan's attacking force succeeded in getting across the causeway in marsh, but he did not go with it, nor support it with more men. And a large number were captured from Blair's brigade after gaining the enemy's last line of works covering the bayou. At the time everybody blamed and criticized Morgan with the failure. You felt from the advance of his attack it must be successful, and, as it pushed forward, you sent me to urge on M. L. Smith, as Morgan was over, and he, Smith, must aid by persistent attack, and give Morgan as good a chance as could be to make his lodgment. I am, etc., L. M. Dayton, late Colonel of the Staff, now of Cincinnati, Ohio, General W. T. Sherman, St. Louis, Missouri. Copy. The expedition was wonderfully well provided with provisions, transportation, and munitions, and even axes, picks, and shovels, so much in use later in the war, evidenced the forethought that governed this force. The boats, from their open lower deck construction, proved admirable for transports, but their tinderbox construction made fire traps of them, requiring unremitting vigilance. These points were well understood, and the readiness with which the troops adapted themselves to circumstances was a constant source of wonder and congratulations. The fleet collected at Friar's Point for final orders, and there the order of sailing was laid down with great minuteness, and private instructions issued to commanders of divisions, all of whom had personal interviews with the commanding general, and received personal explanations on pretty much every point involved. Our headquarters boat, the Forest Queen, was not very comfortable, nor well provided, but General Sherman submitted cheerfully, on the grounds of duty, and thought Conway a fine fellow. I was only able to concede that he was a good steamboat captain. Our camp appointments were Spartan in the extreme, and in their simplicity would have met the demands of any demagogue in the land. The nights were cold and damp, and General Sherman uncomfortably active in his preparations, so that the Assistant Adjutant General had no very luxurious post just then. We were surrounded with sloughs. The ground was wet, and the water, although in winter, was very unwholesome. Many of our men, to this day, have reminders of the yazoo in ague, fevers, and diseases of the bowels. Cavalry was useless. One battalion of Illinois cavalry was strongly suspected of camping in the timber, until time passed enough to justify the suspicion of having been somewhere. Really the strength of Vicksburg was in being out of reach of attack. My orders were to learn and report what was going on the right, particularly to try and form an idea of the enemy's force in front of M.L. Smith's division, and at the sandbar. Leaving my horse close in the rear of the 6th Missouri, when the fire became too heavy for riding, I succeeded, by taking frequent cover, in reaching unhurt the verge of the bayou among the drift logs. There, by concert of action with Lieutenant Colonel Blood, of the 6th Missouri, his regiment, and the 13th Regular Infantry, kept up a heavy fire on everything that showed along the levee and earthworks in front. The enemy were behind the embankment, not over 150 yards across the bayou. Several officers, including Colonel Blood, Colonel Kilby Smith, and myself, managed, by getting on the piles of drift, to see over the levee through the cleared fields beyond, even to the foot of the bluff. The chips and twigs flew around lively enough, but we stayed up long enough to make sure that the enemy had as many men behind the levee as could get cover. We saw, also, a line of rifle pits in the rear, commanding the rear of the levee, and still beyond, winding along the foot of the bluff, a road worn by long use deep into the side hill, and with the side next us strengthened with a good earthwork, affording a covered line of communication in the rear. The fire of our men was so well maintained that we were able to see all these things, say a minute or more. Some of those who ventured were wounded, but those mentioned and myself escaped unhurt. I advised that men enough to hold the position, once across, say 300, should make a rush, protected as our lookout had been by a heavy fire, across the sandbar, and get a footing under the other bank of the bayou. As the nucleus of an attacking force, if General Sherman decided to attack there, or to make a strong diversion if the attack was made at the head of Chickasaw Bayou, in front of Morgan. General A. J. Smith, commanding 1st and 2nd Divisions, approved of this. While returning to General Sherman, I passed along the 2nd and part of the 3rd Division. On the left of the 2nd I found a new Illinois regiment, high up in numbers, working its way into position. The colonel, a brave but inexperienced officer, was trying to lead his men according to the popular pictorial idea, viz. riding in advance waving his sword. I was leading my horse, and taking advantage of such cover as I could find on my course, but this man acted so bravely that I tried to save him. He did not accept my expostulations with very good grace, but was not rough about it. While I was begging him to dismount, he waved his sword and advanced. In a second he was shot, through the chest, and dropped from his horse, plucky to the last. He died, I was told, within the hour. Many of the regiments were new and inexperienced, but as a rule behaved well. The fire along the bayou was severe, but not very fatal, on account of the cover. I was constantly asked what news from Grant, for from the moment of our arrival in the Yazoo we were in expectation of either hearing his guns in the rear, or of having communication with him. This encouraged the men greatly, but the long waiting was disappointing, as the enemy was evidently in large force in the plenty of works, and a very strong position. Careful estimates and available information placed their force at 15,000 to 20,000 men. I returned to headquarters about the middle of the afternoon, and made my report to the general. We were busy till after midnight, and again early in the morning of the 29th, in preparing orders for the attack. These were unusually minute in detail. It seemed as though no contingency was left unprovided for. Urgent orders and cautions as to rations and ammunition were given. Drawings of the line of attack, orders for supports, all and everything was foreseen and given in writing, with personal explanations to commanders of divisions, brigades, and even commanders of regiments. Indeed, the commanding general, always careful as to detail, left nothing to chance, and with experienced and ordinate officers we would have succeeded, for the troops were good. The general plan involved a feint on our left toward Haynes's Bluff, by the Navy, under Admiral Porter, with whom we were in constant communication, while between him and General Sherman perfect harmony existed. On the right a demonstration by A.J. Smith was to be made. The 2nd Division, Stuart's, was to cross the sandbar, and the 3rd, General Morgan's, was to cross on a small bridge over the Doe at the head of Chickasaw Bayou, and, supported by Steele, was to push straight for the bluff at the nearest spur where there was a battery in position, and to effect a lodgment there and in the earthworks. General Sherman gave his orders in person to Morgan and Steele. I understood Morgan to promise that he would lead his division in person, and he seemed to expect an easy victory, and expressed himself freely to that effect. The aides were sent out, until I was left alone with the general and a couple of orderlies. He located himself in a position easy of access, and the most convenient afforded to the point of attack. He directed me to see what I could, and report if I met anything that he should know. I galloped as fast as possible to the right, and found part of the 6th Missouri pushing over the sandbar covered by the 13th Regulars with a heavy fire. We supposed, if once across, they could get up the bank and turn the levee against the enemy, and left with that impression. Being in heavy timber, I was not quite sure of my way back to the general, his location being new, and therefore pushed full gallop for Morgan's front, catching a good many stray shots from the sharpshooters behind the levee. As I was compelled to keep in sight of the bayou to hold direction. Something over halfway along Morgan's division front, the commander of a Kentucky regiment hailed me and said he must have support, as he was threatened by a masked battery, and the enemy was in force in his front, and might cross any moment. I answered, rather shortly, "How the devil do you know there is a masked battery? If you can't get over, how can the rebels get at you?" He insisted on the battery, and danger. I finally told him the bayou was utterly impassable there, but, if he insisted the enemy could cross, I would insist on an advance on our side at that point. Hurrying on to make up lost time, I soon reached Morgan. He was making encouraging speeches in a general way, but stopped to ask me questions as to Steele's rank, date of commission, etc. I was very much disturbed at this, fearing want of harmony, and rode on to Steele, whom I found cursing Morgan so fiercely that I could not exactly make out the source of the trouble, or reason why, but saw want of concert clearly enough. I hastened back to General Sherman, and endeavored to impress my ideas on him and my fears. But, while he admitted the facts, he could not be made to believe that any jealousy or personal quarrel could lead to a failure to support each other, and a neglect of duty. The signal for attack had already been given, and the artillery had opened, when I left him again for Morgan's front. I found Morgan where I left him, and the troops advancing. I had understood that he was to lead his division, and asked about it, but, getting no satisfaction, pushed for the front, crossing the slough at the little bridge at the head of the bayou. I found the willows cut off 18 inches or 2 feet long, with sharp points above the mud, making it slow and difficult to pass, save at the bridge. I overtook the rear of the advance about 200 or 300 feet up the gentle slope, and was astonished to find how small a force was making the attack. I was also surprised to find that they were Steele's men instead of Morgan's. I also saw several regiments across the bayou, but not advancing, they were near the levee. A heavy artillery and infantry fire was going on all this time. While making my way along the column, from which there were very few falling back, a shell burst near me, and the concussion confused me at the time and left me with a headache for several months. When I got my wits about me again I found a good many coming back, but the main part of the force was compact and keeping up the fight. I did not get closer to the woods than about 500 feet, and found that a large number had penetrated into the enemy's works. When our men fell back, very few ran, but came slowly and sullenly, far more angry than frightened. I found General Frank Blair on foot, and with him Colonel C., of Southwest Missouri, and learned that Colonel Thomas Fletcher, afterward governor of Missouri, was captured with many of his men. They both insisted there on the spot, with those around us, that if all the men ordered up had gone up, or even all that crossed the bayou had moved forward, we could have readily established ourselves in the enemy's works. I was firmly of the same opinion at the time on the ground. And, an entrance effected, we could have brought the whole force on dry ground, and had a base of operations against Vicksburg, though probably, in view of later events, we would have had to stand a siege from Pemberton's army. After explanations with Blair, I rode to where the men were, who had crossed the bayou, but had not advanced with the others. I found them to be de Courcy's brigade, of Morgan's division, which General Sherman supposed to be in advance. In fact, it was the intended support that made the attack. A correspondence and controversy followed between General Blair and Colonel de Courcy, most of which I have, but nothing came of it. On reaching the bayou, I found that Thayer's brigade, of Steele's division, had in some way lost its direction and filed off to the right. Remembering the masked battery, I suspected that had something to do with the matter, and, on following it up, I learned that the Kentucky colonel before mentioned had appealed for aid against the masked battery and invisible force of rebels, and that a regiment had been ordered to him. This regiment, filing off into the timber, had been followed by Thayer's brigade, supposing it to be advancing to the front, and thus left a single brigade to attack a superior force of the enemy in an entrenched and naturally strong position. By the time the mistake could be rectified, it was too late. Our loss was from 150 to 200 killed, and about 1,100 prisoners and wounded. During the afternoon I went with a flag of truce, with reference to burying the dead. I saw between 80 and 100 of our men dead, all stripped. There were others closer into the enemy's works than I was allowed to go. On going later to where the 6th Missouri crossed, I found that they were under the bank, and had dug in with their hands and bayonets, or anything in reach, to protect themselves from a vertical fire from the enemy overhead, who had a heavy force there. With great difficulty they were withdrawn at night. Next day arrangements were made to attempt a lodgment below Haynes's Bluff. This was to be done by Steele's command, while the rest of the force attacked again where we had already tried. During the day locomotives whistled, and a great noise and fuss went on in our front, and we supposed that Grant was driving in Pemberton, and expected firing any moment up the Yazoo or in the rear of Vicksburg. Not hearing this, we concluded that Pemberton was throwing his forces into Vicksburg. A heavy fog prevented Steele from making his movement. Rain began to fall, and our location was not good to be in after a heavy rain, or with the river rising. During the night, I think, of January 1, 1863, our troops were embarked, material and provisions having been loaded during the day. A short time before daylight of the 2d, I went by order of the general commanding, to our picket lines and carefully examined the enemy's lines, wherever a campfire indicated their presence. They were not very vigilant, and I once got close enough to hear them talk, but could understand nothing. Early in the morning I came in with the rear guard, the enemy advancing his pickets and main guards only, and making no effort at all to press us. Once I couldn't resist the temptation to fire into a squad that came bolder than the rest, and the 2 shots were good ones. We received a volley in return that did come very close among us, but hurt none of my party. Very soon after our rear guard was aboard, General Sherman learned from Admiral Porter that McClernand had arrived at the mouth of the Yazoo. He went, taking me and one other staff officer, to see McClernand, and found that, under an order from the President, he had taken command of the Army of the Mississippi. He and his staff, of whom I only remember 2 Colonels Skates and Braham, Assistant Adjutant General and Aide-de-camp, seemed to think they had a big thing, and, so far as I could judge, they had just that. All hands thought the country expected them to cut their way to the Gulf, and to us, who had just come out of the swamp, the cutting didn't seem such an easy job as to the newcomers. Making due allowance for the elevation they seemed to feel in view of their job, everything passed off pleasantly. And we learned that General Grant's communications had been cut at Holly Springs by the capture of Murphy and his force, at Holly Springs, and that he was either in Memphis by that time or would soon be. So that, everything considered, it was about as well that we did not get our forces on the bluffs of Walnut Hill. The above statement was sent to General Sherman in a letter dated, Chicago, February 5, 1876, and signed, John H. Hammond. Hammond was General Sherman's assistant adjutant general at the Chickasaw Bayou. J. E. Tourtellotte, colonel and aide-de-camp. On December 29, 1862, at Chickasaw Bayou, I was in command of the 31st Missouri Volunteer Infantry, 1st Brigade, 1st Division, 15th Army Corps, Blair's Brigade. Colonel Wyman, of the 13th Illinois Volunteer Infantry, having been killed, I was the senior colonel of the brigade. General Blair rode up to where my regiment lay, and said to me, "We are to make a charge here, we will charge in 2 lines. Your regiment will be in the first line, and the 29th, Cavenders, will support you. Form here in the timber, and move out across the bayou on a double quick, and go right on to the top of the heights in your front." He then told me to await a signal. I then attempted to make a reconnaissance of the ground over which we would have to charge, and rode out to the open ground in my front, and saw that there was water and soft mud in the bayou, and was fired upon by the sharpshooters of the enemy. And turned and went back into the woods where my command lay. Soon after that General Blair came near me, and I told him there was water and mud in the bayou, and I doubted if we could get across. He answered me that General Morgan told him there was no water nor mud to hinder us. I remarked that I had seen it myself, and General Morgan, or any one else, could see it if he would risk being shot at pretty lively. I then told General Blair that it was certain destruction to us if we passed over the abatis upon the open ground where there had once been a cornfield, that we could never reach the base of the hill. He turned to me and said, "Can't you take your regiment up there?" I told him, "Yes, I can take my regiment anywhere, because the men do not know any better than to go," but remarked that old soldiers could not be got to go up there. General Blair then said, "Tom, if we succeed, this will be a grand thing, you will have the glory of leading the assault." He then went on to say that General Morgan's division would support us, and they were heroes of many battles, and pointed to the 58th Ohio, then forming in the rear of the 13th Illinois on my right, and said, "See these men? They are a part of Morgan's division, and are heroes of many battles." I laughingly said that they might be heroes, but the regiment did not number as many as one of my companies. He again assured me we would be supported by Morgan's division, and all I had to do was to keep right on and keep going till you get into Vicksburg. I took my position in advance of my regiment and awaited the signal. When we heard it, we raised a shout, and started at a double quick, the 13th Illinois on my right. I saw no troops on my left. When we emerged from the woods, the enemy opened upon us. Crossing the bayou under fire, and many of the men sinking in the mud and water, our line was very much disordered, but we pretty well restored it before reaching the abatis. Here we were greatly disordered, but somewhat restored the line on reaching the plateau or cornfield. The 29th Missouri came on, gallantly supporting us. The 13th Illinois came out upon the cornfield, and the 58th Ohio followed close upon it. There was firing to my left, and as I afterward learned was from the 4th Iowa of Thayer's brigade, and I believe of Steele's division. I was struck and fell, and my regiment went back in great disorder. The fire was terrific. I saw beyond the 13th Illinois, to my right, a disordered line, and learned afterward it was the 16th Ohio. When I was taken from the field by the enemy and taken into Vicksburg, I found among the wounded and prisoners men and officers of the 16th and 58th Ohio, and of the 29th and 31st Missouri, and 13th Illinois. After I was exchanged and joined my command, General Blair laughingly remarked to me that I had literally obeyed his order and gone straight on to Vicksburg. He lamented the cutting to pieces of our force on that day. We talked the whole matter over at his headquarters during the siege of Vicksburg. He said that if the charge had been made along our whole line with the same vigor of attack made by his brigade, and if we had been supported as Morgan promised to do, we might have succeeded. I dissented from the opinion that we could even then have succeeded. I asked him what excuse Morgan gave for failing to support us, and he said that Colonel or General de Courcy was in some manner to blame for that. But he said Morgan was mistaken as to the nature of the ground and generally as to the feasibility of the whole thing, and was responsible for the failure to afford us the support he had promised. That he and General Sherman and all of them were misled by the statements and opinions of Morgan as to the situation in our front, and Morgan was, on his part, deceived by the reports of his scouts about other matters as well as the matter of the water in the bayou. Thomas C. Fletcher. Arkansas Post. Extracts from Admiral Porter's Journal. Sherman and I had made arrangements to capture Arkansas Post. On the 31st of December, while preparing to go out of the Yazoo, an army officer called to see me, and said that he belonged to General McClernand's staff, and that the general was at the mouth of the Yazoo River, and desired to see me at once. I sent word to the general that if he wished to see me he could have an opportunity by calling on board my flagship. A few moments after I had heard the news of McClernand's arrival, I saw Sherman pulling about in a boat, and hailed him, informing him that McClernand was at the mouth of the Yazoo. Sherman then came on board, and, in consequence of this unexpected news, determined to postpone the movement out of the Yazoo River, and let McClernand take that upon himself. General McClernand took my hint and came on board the flagship, but I soon discovered that any admiral, Grant, Sherman, or all the generals in the army, were nobody in his estimation. Sherman had been at McClernand's headquarters to see him and state the condition of affairs, and he then suggested to the latter the plan of going to Arkansas Post. I had a number of fine maps hanging up in my cabin, and when McClernand came on board he examined them all with the eye of a connoisseur. He then stated to me as a new thing the plan he proposed of going to Arkansas Post and stirring up our troops, which had been demoralized by the late defeat. Sherman was present, looking daggers at him. I answered, yes, General Sherman and myself have already arranged for going to Arkansas Post. Sherman then made some remark about the disposition of the troops in the coming expedition, when McClernand gave him rather a curt answer. McClernand then remarked, if you will let me have 3 gunboats, I will go and take the place. Now General McClernand had about as much idea of what a gunboat was, or could do, as the man in the moon. He did not know the difference between an ironclad and a tinclad. He had heard that gunboats had taken Fort Henry, and that was all he knew about them. I said to him, I'll tell you what I will do, General McClernand. If General Sherman goes in command of the troops, I will go myself in command of a proper force, and will ensure the capture of the post. McClernand winced under this, and Sherman quietly walked off into the after cabin. He beckoned me to come there, while McClernand was apparently deeply engaged in studying out a chart, making believe he was interested, in order to conceal his temper. Sherman said to me, Admiral, how could you make such a remark to McClernand? He hates me already, and you have made him an enemy for life. I don't care, said I, he shall not treat you rudely in my cabin, and I was glad of the opportunity of letting him know my sentiments. By this time, General McClernand having bottled up his wrath, or cooled down, I went in to him and we discussed the matter. He consented that Sherman should go in command of the troops, and the interview ended pleasantly enough. The above extracts from Admiral Porter's journal were sent by the Admiral to General Sherman, enclosed in a letter dated, Washington, May 29, 1875, and signed, David D. Porter. J. E. Tourtelot. After leaving the Yazoo, the Army of the Mississippi rendezvous was at Milliken's Bend. During the night of January 4th or 5th, General McClernand came on board the Forest Queen, and with General Sherman went to the Black Hawk flagboat. There an interview took place, during which the expedition to Arkansas Post took shape. General Sherman having asked leave to take the post, and Admiral Porter having decided to go along, McClernand thought best to go with his entire army, although the enemy were supposed to have only about 4,000 or 5,000 men. And the fort was little more than a large earthwork commanding the river. General Sherman's command was then entitled the Second Corps, Army of the Mississippi, and was comprised of the 1st Division, Blair's, Hovey's, and Thayer's brigades, commanded by Steele, and the 2nd Division, commanded by David Stewart, with Colonels Giles A. and Kilby Smith commanding brigades. Our fleet was convoyed by 3 ironclads and several other gunboats. The weather was bitterly cold for that latitude. We were 4 days getting into the Arkansas River, which we entered by the White River cutoff, and my recollection is, that our passing the mouth of the main river deceived the enemy as to our destination. The entrance through the cutoff was feasible by reason of high water, and I think made our appearance a surprise to the force at the post. We disembarked on the morning of the 10th of January. Stewart's division first encountered the enemy behind an earthwork about 4 miles from the fort, running across the solid ground from the river to a swamp. General Sherman in person took Steele's division, and followed a road leading to the rear of the earthwork just mentioned. We had got fairly under way when the rebels fell back to the fort, and McClernand, coming up, ordered us to fall back, and march up the river. It seemed to me then, and afterward, that it would have been better to have marched straight to the rear of the fort, as we started to do. We soon overtook Stewart and closed in, General Sherman on the right, Morgan's force on the left, reaching to the river, where the gunboats were, while Sherman reached from the road which connected the post with the back country, toward where the earthworks reached the river above the fort, and threatened their communications with Little Rock. The night was cold and cloudy, with some snow. There were a good many abandoned huts to our rear, but our forces in position lay on the frozen ground, sheltered as best they could, among the bushes and timber. We were so close that they could have reached us any time during the night with light artillery. The gunboats threw heavy shells into the fort and behind the earthworks all night, keeping the enemy awake and anxious. The heavy boom of the artillery was followed by the squeak of Admiral Porter's little tug, as he moved around making his arrangements for the morrow. The sounds were ridiculous by comparison. General Sherman and staff lay on the roots of an old oak tree, that kept them partly clear of mud. The cold was sharp, my right boot being frozen solid in a puddle in the morning. About 2:30 or 3 o'clock, General Sherman, with another and myself, crept in as close as possible and reconnoitered the position. The general managed to creep in much closer than the rest of us, in fact, so close as to cause us anxiety. The enemy worked hard all night on their abatis and entrenchments, and in the morning we found a ditch and parapet running clear across the point on which the post was situated. This point was cut by a road from the back country, across which was a heavy earthwork and a battery. This road was at the extremity of our left. General McClernand kept his headquarters on his boat, the Tigress. He came up in the morning to a place in the woods in our rear. One of his staff, a cavalry officer, climbed a tree to report movements, but from that point there was very little to be seen. Between 10 and 11 o'clock the fire opened from the fleet, and we opened along the whole line from infantry and field guns. Our men soon worked in close enough to keep down the fire of the enemy to a very marked degree. After reporting to General Sherman, and while explaining the position of the fleet, the smokestacks and flags appeared above the fort. What firing was going on in our immediate front ceased. A good many rebels were in plain sight, running away from the fort and scattering. While we were still surprised, the cry was raised that a white flag was hung out. I did not see it, but in a few minutes saw others along the line, and just as the general started for the fort I saw the flag not far from the White House, near the parapet. Orders were given to cease firing. Captain Dayton was sent to the fort where the first flag was raised. Some shots were fired and some men hurt after this. The first rebel officer we encountered was Colonel or General Garland, commanding brigade, who was ordered to put his men in line and stack arms, which was done. I was directed to pass along the line to the right, and cause the prisoners to stack arms and form our men in line, just outside the work. This I did till I reached Deschler's brigade, on our extreme right, or nearly so, and who was opposed to the right of Steele's force. Steele's men had rushed up to the very foot of the parapet, and some were on it, though they did not fire. The commander of the enemy, Deschler, refused to obey my orders to stack arms, and asked a good many questions as to how it happened, said he was not whipped, but held us in check, etc. I told him there were 8,000 or 9,000 men right there, that a shot from me, or a call, would bring down on him, and that we had entire possession of the place. After sending 2 officers from the nearest troops to explain the condition to Steele, and to warn every officer they met to pass the word for everybody to be on the sharp lookout, I arranged with Deschler to keep quiet until I could bring his own commander, or orders from him. Returning to General Sherman, I found a party of young rebel officers, including Robert Johnston's son, rebel Senate, and Captain Wolfe, quartermaster, of New Orleans, who declined to surrender except to gentlemen. Some German Missouri soldiers didn't relish the distinction, and were about clubbing them over the head, when I interfered and received their surrender. Hurrying back to the general, I reported the dangerous condition of things. He and General Churchill, commanding officer of the enemy, started for Deschler's brigade. Meeting Garland, a quarrel and some recrimination followed between him and Churchill, as to where the fault of the surrender belonged, which was rather promptly silenced by General Sherman, who hurried to the scene of trouble. There, after some ill-natured talk, Deschler ordered his men to lay down their arms. I rode into the fort, and found the parapet badly torn up by the fire from the fleet. On going to the embrasure where I had seen the gun while on the river bank talking to Captain Shirk, the piece was found split back about 18 inches, and the lower half of the muzzle dropped out. A battered but unexploded shell lying with the piece explained that it must have struck the gun in the muzzle, almost squarely. On passing along the inside I saw from the torn condition of the earthworks how tremendous our fire was, and how the fire of the enemy was kept down. The fire of the Navy had partly torn down the side of the fort next the river. A good many sailors were in the fort. General A. J. Smith, Admiral Porter, and General Burbridge were there, all in high spirits, but in some contention as to who got in first. Toward dark, or nearly so, an Arkansas regiment came in as reinforcements, but surrendered without any trouble. About the same time General Sherman received orders to put General A. J. Smith in charge of the fort, and stay outside with his men. As his troops were nearly all inside, and had 4/5 of the prisoners in charge, these orders were not very clear, and the general left for headquarters to find out what was meant. I went on collecting arms, and as our men were scattering a good deal and were greatly excited, I took the precaution to pass along the line and march the prisoners far enough from the stacked arms to be out of temptation. I was especially urged to this by hearing several rebel officers speak of their guns being still loaded. It was dark before all the prisoners were collected and under guard, including the regiment that arrived after the fight. I am confident that all the prisoners were under guard by General Sherman's troops. Everything being secure, the staff officers, all of whom had been busily engaged, scattered to compare notes and enjoy the victory. I found my way on board the Tigress, where every one was greatly excited, and in high feather regarding our victory, the biggest thing since Donelson. I also obtained some food and small comforts for a few rebel officers, including young Johnston, Wolfe, and the Colonel Deschler already mentioned. Then hunted up General Sherman, whom I found sitting on a cracker boa in the White House already mentioned, near where the white flag first appeared. Garland was with him, and slept with him that night, while the rest of us laid around wherever we could. It was a gloomy, bloody house, and suggestive of war. Garland was blamed by the other Confederate officers for the white flag, and remained with us for safety. Next day was very cold. We worked hard at the lists of prisoners, nearly 5,000 in number, all of whom were sent to St. Louis, in charge of our Inspector General, Major Sanger. Our loss was less than 100. The enemy, although behind entrenchments, lost more than double what we did. Their wounded were much worse hurt than ours, who were mostly hit around the head and arms. The losses were nearly all in General Sherman's wing of the army. The loss in the fleet amounted to little, but their service was very valuable, and deserved great credit, though they received little. There was a good deal of sympathy between our part of the forces and the fleet people, and I then thought, and still think, if we had been on the left next the river, that in connection with the tremendous fire from the Navy, we could have carried the work in an hour after we opened on it. Their missiles traversed the whole fortification, clear through to the hospitals at the upper end, and I stood 5 minutes in rifle range of the fort next the river, not hit, and but seldom shot at, and no one hit near me. On the 18th we embarked, in a snowstorm, collected at Napoleon, which seemed to be washing away, and steamed to Milliken's Bend, where we arrived on January 21st, and soon after went to Young's Plantation, near Vicksburg. The above statement from General Hammond was received by General Sherman, enclosed in a letter dated, Chicago, February 5, 1876, and signed, John H. Hammond, who was Adjutant General to General Sherman during the winter of 1862–83. J. E. Tertellet. Cincinnati, February 3, 1876. My dear General, at Arkansas Post the troops debarked from steamer January 9, from 1 o'clock to dark, in the vicinity of Notrip's farm, and on the 10th moved out to get position. Steele to the right, crossing the low ground to the north, to get a higher ground, avoid crowding the moving columns, and gain the left, our right, and rear of the post, and the river bank above the post. Stuart took the river road, the movement commencing at 11 o'clock a.m. After crossing the low ground covered with water, you were called back with Steele, as Stuart had driven out the enemy's rifle trench pickets, this giving more and feasible room for moving. Stuart was pushed forward, and by dark he and Steele were well up to their expected positions. Before daylight on the 11th you directed me to accompany you for a personal inspection of the ground to your front, which we made on foot, going so far forward that we could easily hear the enemy at work and moving about. Discovering the open fields, you at once directed Steele to move to the right and front, and pushed Stuart out so as to fully command them and the field work of the enemy extending from the fort, to prevent farther strengthening. As it was evident these works were the product of a recent thought. Stuart and Steele were prompt in taking position, but Morgan's command, not under your control, did not seem to work up, or keep in junction with you. At 10 o'clock you sent me to McClernand to ascertain why the delay of attack. He attributed it to Admiral Porter, which was really unjust. The attack began at 1 p.m., by Admiral Porter, and the sound of his first gun had not died till your men were engaged, Woods, Barrett's, and the Parrott batteries and infantry. It was lively for a time, and Stuart pushed clear up to the enemy's rifle trenches, and forced them to keep sheltered. Hammond was mostly with Steele, Sanger sent to McClernand, and McCoy, myself, and John Taylor were with you and Stuart. At about 3:30 I got your permission to go to Giles Smith's skirmish line, and, thinking I saw evidence of the enemy weakening, I hurried back to you and reported my observations. I was so confident that a demand for it would bring a surrender, that I asked permission to make it, and, as you granted me, but refused to let another member of your staff, at his request, go with me. I rode directly down the road with only an orderly. Colonel Garland, commanding a brigade, was the first officer I saw, to whom, for you, I made the demand. All firing ceased at once, or in a few moments. I sent the orderly back to you, and you rode forward. It was then 4 o'clock. During the attack, nobody seemed to think McClernand had any clear idea of what or how it was to be done. During the day he gave you no directions, nor came where you were. He was well to the rear, with his man up a tree, who in the capacity of a lookout gave McClernand information, from which he based such instructions as he made to his subordinates. He was free to express himself as being a man of destiny, and his star was in the ascendance. I am, etc. L. M. Dayton, late Colonel of the Staff, now of Cincinnati, Ohio. General W. T. Sherman. Meridian Campaign. Special Field Orders, No. 11. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee. Memphis, January 27, 1864. The expedition is one of celerity, and all things must tend to that. Corps commanders and staff officers will see that our movements are not encumbered by wheeled vehicles improperly loaded. Not a tent, from the commander-in-chief down, will be carried. The sick will be left behind, and the surgeons can find houses and sheds for all hospital purposes. 6. All the cavalry in this department is placed under the orders and command of Brigadier General W. S. Smith, who will receive special instructions. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman. L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. Note, that same evening I started in a steamboat for Vicksburg. W. T. S. St. Louis, 1885. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee. Memphis, January 27, 1864. Brigadier General W. S. Smith, Commanding Cavalry, etc., present. Dear General, by an order issued this day I have placed all the cavalry of this department subject to your command. I estimate you can make a force of full 7,000 men, which I believe to be superior and better in all respects than the combined cavalry which the enemy has in all the state of Mississippi. I will in person start for Vicksburg today, and with 4 divisions of infantry, artillery, and cavalry move out for Jackson, Brandon, and Meridian, aiming to reach the latter place by February 10. General Banks will feign on Pascagoula and General Logan on Rome. I want you with your cavalry to move from Colliersville on Pontotoc and Okolona. Thence sweeping down near the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, disable that road as much as possible, consume or destroy the resources of the enemy along that road, break up the connection with Columbus, Mississippi. And finally reach me at or near Meridian as near the date I have mentioned as possible. This will call for great energy of action on your part, but I believe you are equal to it, and you have the best and most experienced troops in the service, and they will do anything that is possible. General Grierson is with you, and is familiar with the whole country. I will send up from Haynes's Bluff an expedition of gunboats and transports combined, to feel up the Yazoo as far as the present water will permit. This will disconcert the enemy. My movement on Jackson will also divide the enemy, so that by no combination can he reach you with but a part of his force. I wish you to attack any force of cavalry you meet and follow them southward, but in no event be drawn into the forks of the streams that make up the Yazoo nor over into Alabama. Do not let the enemy draw you into minor affairs, but look solely to the greater object to destroy his communication from Okolona to Meridian, and thence eastward to Selma. From Okolona south you will find abundance of forage collected along the railroad, and the farmers have corn standing in the fields. Take liberally of all these, as well as horses, mules, cattle, etc. As a rule, respect dwellings and families as something too sacred to be disturbed by soldiers, but mills, barns, sheds, stables, and such like things use for the benefit or convenience of your command. If convenient, send into Columbus, Mississippi, and destroy all machinery there, and the bridge across the Tombigbee, which enables the enemy to draw the resources of the east side of the valley. But this is not of sufficient importance to delay your movement. Try and communicate with me by scouts and spies from the time you reach Pontotoc. Avoid any large force of infantry, leaving them to me. We have talked over this matter so much that the above covers all points not provided for in my published orders of today. I am, etc. W. T. Sherman, Mayor General, Commanding. Memphis, Tennessee, January 27, 1864. Brigadier General J. P. Hatch, in charge of Cavalry Bureau, St. Louis, Missouri. SIR, your favor of the 21st INST is just received. Up to the present time 818 horses have arrived here since Captain Hudson's visit to St. Louis. I wrote you upon his return several days ago that it would not be necessary to divert shipments to this point which could not reach us before February 1st. We shall certainly get off on our contemplated expedition before that time. The number of horses estimated for in this department by its chief quartermaster was 2,000, and this number, including those already sent, will, I think, completely mount all the dismounted cavalry of this department. Recruits for cavalry regiments are arriving freely, and this will swell our requisitions for a couple of months to come. I will as far as possible procure horses from the regions of country traversed by our cavalry. Yours truly, W. Sooy Smith, Brigadier General. Chief of Cavalry, Military Division of the Mississippi. Memphis, Tennessee, January 28, 1864. Brigadier General George Crook, Commanding 2nd Cavalry Division, Huntsville, Alabama. I start in about 3 days with 7,000 men to Meridian via Pontotoc. Demonstrate on Decatur, to hold Roddy. W. Sooy Smith, Brigadier General, Chief of Cavalry, Military Division of the Mississippi. Maywood, Illinois, July 9, 1875. General W. T. Sherman, Commander-in-Chief, United States Army. Sir, your letter of July 7 is just received. Your entire statement in the Memoirs concerning my part in the Meridian Campaign is incorrect. You overstate my strength, placing it at 7,000 effective, when it was but 6. The nominal strength of my command was 7,000. You understate the strength of my enemy, putting Forrest's force at 4,000. On our return to Nashville, you stated it, in General Grant's presence, to have been but 2,500. Before and during my movement I positively knew Forrest's strength to be full 6,000, and he has since told me so himself. Instead of delaying from the 1st to the 11th of February for some regiment that was icebound near Columbus, Kentucky, it was an entire brigade, Colonel Waring's, without which your orders to me were peremptory not to move. I asked you if I should wait its arrival, and you answered, certainly, if you go without it, you will be too weak, and I want you strong enough to go where you please. The time set for our arrival at Meridian, the 10th of February, had arrived before it was possible for me, under your orders, to move from Memphis, and I would have been entirely justifiable if I had not started at all. But I was at that time, and at all times during the war, as earnest and anxious to carry out my orders, and do my full duty as you or any other officer could be, and I set out to make a march of 250 miles into the Confederacy, having to drive back a rebel force equal to my own. After the time had arrived for the full completion of my movement, I drove this force before me, and penetrated 160 miles into the Confederacy, did more hard fighting, and killed, wounded, and captured more of the enemy than you did during the campaign, did my work most thoroughly, as far as I could go without encountering the rebel cavalry set loose by your return from Meridian, and brought off my command. With all the captured property and rescued negroes, with very small loss, considering that inflicted on the enemy, and the long-continued and very severe fighting. If I had disobeyed your orders, and started without Waring's brigade, I would have been too weak, would probably have been defeated, and would have been subjected to just censure. Having awaited its arrival, as I was positively and distinctly ordered to do, it only remained for me to start upon its arrival, and accomplish all that I could of the work allotted to me. To have attempted to penetrate farther into the enemy's country, with the cavalry of Polk's army coming up to reinforce Forrest, would have ensured the destruction of my entire command, situated as it was. I cannot now go into all the particulars, though I assure you that they make the proof of the correctness of my conduct as conclusive as I could desire it to be. I was not headed off and defeated by an inferior force near West Point. We had the fighting all our own way near West Point, and at all other points except at Okolona, on our return, when we had the worst of it for a little while, but finally checked the enemy handsomely, and continued our return march. Fighting at the rear and on both flanks, repulsing all attacks and moving in perfect order. And so my movement was not a failure, except that I did not reach Meridian as intended, for the reason stated, and for many more which it is not necessary for me to detail here. On the other hand, it was a very decided success, inflicting a terrible destruction of supplies of every kind, and a heavy loss of men upon the enemy. You should have so reported it in the beginning. You should so amend your report, and Memoirs, now. This, and no less than this, is due from one soldier to another. It is due to the exalted position which you occupy, and, above all, it is due to that truthfulness in history which you claim to revere. If you desire it, I will endeavor to visit you, and in a friendly manner, fight our battles o'er again, and endeavor to convince you that you have always been mistaken as to the manner in which my part in the Meridian Campaign was performed. But I will never rest until the wrong statements regarding it are fully and fairly corrected. Yours truly, William Sooy Smith. Headquarters Army of the United States. St. Louis, Missouri, July 11, 1875. General J. D. Webster, Chicago, Illinois. Dear General, General W. Sui Smith feels aggrieved and wronged by my account of his part in the Meridian Campaign, in my Memoirs, pages 394, 395, and properly appeals to me for correction. I have offered to modify any words or form of expression that he may point out, but he asks me to completely change the whole that concerns him. This, of course, I will not do, as his part was material to the whole, and cannot be omitted or materially altered without changing the remainder. For his failure to reach Meridian by February 10 was the reason for other movements distant from him. I now offer him, what seems to me fair and liberal, that we submit the points at issue to you as arbitrator. You are familiar with the ground, the coincident history, and most, if not all, the parties. I propose to supply you with 1. Copy of my orders placing all the cavalry under General Smith's orders, with returns. 2. My letter of instructions to him of January 27. 3. My official report of the campaign, dated Vicksburg, March 7, 1864. 4. General W. Sui Smith's report of his operations, dated Nashville, Tennessee, March 4, 1864. After reading these, I further propose that you address us questions which we will answer in writing, when you are to make us a concise, written decision, which I will have published in close connection with the subject in controversy. If General Smith will show you my letter to him of this date, and also deliver this with his written assent, I will promptly furnish you the above documents. And also procure from the official files a return of the cavalry force available at and near Memphis on the date of my orders, viz. January 27, 1864. With great respect, your friend and servant. W. T. Sherman, General. Note: General Smith never submitted his case to the arbitration offered. The whole will be made clear by the publication of the official records, which are already in print, though not yet issued. His orders were in writing, and I have no recollection of the peremptory, verbal orders to which he refers, and quotes as from me. St. Louis, Missouri, 1895. W. T. S. Maywood, Illinois, July 14, 1875. General W. T. Sherman, Commander-in-Chief, etc. Dear General, your letter of the 11th of July reaches me just as I am starting to spend the first vacation I have ever allowed myself, in the territories, with my wife and son. It indicates a spirit of fairness from which we have better things than an arbitration to hope for. Though, if we should reach such a necessity, there is no one living to whom our differences might more properly be referred than to General Webster. I make no objection to your writing your Memoirs, and, as long as they refer to your own conduct, you are at liberty to write them as you like, but, when they refer to mine, and deal unjustly with my reputation, I, of right, object. Neither do I wish to write my Memoirs, unless compelled to do so to vindicate my good name. There were certain commands which were to make up mine. These, Waring's brigade included, were spoken of by us in the long conversation to which you refer. This brigade we knew was having a hard time of it in its movement from Columbus to Memphis. I asked you if I should move without it if it did not arrive, and you answered me as stated in my last letter to you. Those who immediately surrounded me during the painful delay that occurred will inform you how sorely I chafed under the restraint of that peremptory order. In the conversation that occurred between us at Nashville, while all the orders, written and verbal, were still fresh in your memory, you did not censure me for waiting for Waring, but for allowing myself to be encumbered with fugitive negroes to such an extent that my command was measurably unfit for active movement or easy handling, and for turning back from West Point, instead of pressing on toward Meridian. Invitations had been industriously circulated, by printed circulars and otherwise, to the negroes to come into our lines, and to seek our protection wherever they could find it, and I considered ourselves pledged to receive and protect them. Your censure for so doing, and your remarks on that subject to me in Nashville, are still fresh in my memory, and of a character which you would now doubtless gladly disavow. But we must meet and talk the whole matter over, and I will be at any trouble to see you when I return. Meantime I will not let go the hope that I will convince you absolutely of your error, for the facts are entirely on my side. Yours truly, William Sui Smith. Volume 2. 16, Atlanta Campaign-Nashville and Chattanooga to Benebaw. March, April, and May, 1864. On the 18th day of March, 1864, at Nashville, Tennessee, I relieved Lieutenant General Grant in command of the Military Division of the Mississippi, embracing the departments of the Ohio, Cumberland, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Commanded respectively by Major Generals Schofield, Thomas, McPherson, and Steele. General Grant was in the act of starting east to assume command of all the armies of the United States, but more particularly to give direction in person to the armies of the Potomac and James, operating against Richmond. And I accompanied him as far as Cincinnati on his way, to avail myself of the opportunity to discuss privately many little details incident to the contemplated changes, and of preparation for the great events then impending. Among these was the intended assignment to duty of many officers of note and influence, who had, by the force of events, drifted into inactivity and discontent. Among these stood prominent Generals McClellan, Burnside, and Fremont, in the East. And Generals Buell, McCook, Negley, and Crittenden, at the West. My understanding was that General Grant thought it wise and prudent to give all these officers appropriate commands, that would enable them to regain the influence they had lost. And, as a general reorganization of all the armies was then necessary, he directed me to keep in mind especially the claims of Generals Buell, McCook, and Crittenden, and endeavor to give them commands that would be as near their rank and dates of commission as possible. But I was to do nothing until I heard further from him on the subject, as he explained that he would have to consult the Secretary of War before making final orders. General Buell and his officers had been subjected to a long ordeal by a court of inquiry, touching their conduct of the campaign in Tennessee and Kentucky, that resulted in the Battle of Perryville, or Chaplain's Hills, October 8, 1862. And they had been substantially acquitted. And, as it was manifest that we were to have some hard fighting, we were anxious to bring into harmony every man and every officer of skill in the profession of arms. Of these, Generals Buell and McClellan were prominent in rank, and also by reason of their fame acquired in Mexico, as well as in the earlier part of the Civil War. After my return to Nashville I addressed myself to the task of organization and preparation, which involved the general security of the vast region of the South which had been already conquered. More especially the several routes of supply and communication with the active armies at the front, and to organize a large army to move into Georgia, coincident with the advance of the Eastern armies against Richmond. I soon received from Colonel J. B. Fry, now of the Adjutant General's Department, but then at Washington in charge of the Provost Marshal General's office, a letter asking me to do something for General Buell. I answered him frankly, telling him of my understanding with General Grant, and that I was still awaiting the expected order of the War Department, assigning General Buell to my command. Colonel Fry, as General Buell's special friend, replied that he was very anxious that I should make specific application for the services of General Buell by name, and inquired what I proposed to offer him. To this I answered that, after the agreement with General Grant that he would notify me from Washington, I could not with propriety press the matter. But if General Buell should be assigned to me specifically I was prepared to assign him to command all the troops on the Mississippi River from Cairo to Natchez, comprising about 3 divisions, or the equivalent of a corps d'armée. General Grant never afterward communicated to me on the subject at all, and I inferred that Mr. Stanton, who was notoriously vindictive in his prejudices, would not consent to the employment of these high officers. General Buell, toward the close of the war, published a bitter political letter, aimed at General Grant, reflecting on his general management of the war, and stated that both Generals Canby and Sherman had offered him a subordinate command, which he had declined because he had once outranked us. This was not true as to me, or Canby either, I think, for both General Canby and I ranked him at West Point and in the old army, and he, General Buell, was only superior to us in the date of his commission as Major General. For a short period in 1862. This newspaper communication, though aimed at General Grant, reacted on himself, for it closed his military career. General Crittenden afterward obtained authority for service, and I offered him a division, but he declined it for the reason, as I understood it, that he had at one time commanded a corps. He is now in the United States service, commanding the 17th Infantry. General McCook obtained a command under General Canby, in the Department of the Gulf, where he rendered good service, and he is also in the regular service, Lieutenant Colonel 10th Infantry. I returned to Nashville from Cincinnati about the 25th of March, and started at once, in a special car attached to the regular train, to inspect my command at the front, going to Pulaski, Tennessee, where I found General G. M. Dodge. Thence to Huntsville, Alabama, where I had left a part of my personal staff and the records of the department during the time we had been absent at Meridian. And there I found General McPherson, who had arrived from Vicksburg, and had assumed command of the Army of the Tennessee. General McPherson accompanied me, and we proceeded by the cars to Stevenson, Bridgeport, etc. To Chattanooga, where we spent a day or two with General George H. Thomas, and then continued on to Knoxville, where was General Schofield. He returned with us to Chattanooga, stopping by the way a few hours at Loudon, where were the headquarters of the 4th Corps, Major General Gordon Granger. General Granger, as usual, was full of complaints at the treatment of his corps since I had left him with General Burnside, at Knoxville, the preceding November. And he stated to me personally that he had a leave of absence in his pocket, of which he intended to take advantage very soon. About the end of March, therefore, the 3 army commanders and myself were together at Chattanooga. We had nothing like a council of war, but conversed freely and frankly on all matters of interest then in progress or impending. We all knew that, as soon as the spring was fairly open, we should have to move directly against our antagonist, General Jos. E. Johnston, then securely entrenched at Dalton, 30 miles distant. And the purpose of our conference at the time was to ascertain our own resources, and to distribute to each part of the army its appropriate share of work. We discussed every possible contingency likely to arise, and I simply instructed each army commander to make immediate preparations for a hard campaign. Regulating the distribution of supplies that were coming up by rail from Nashville as equitably as possible. We also agreed on some subordinate changes in the organization of the 3 separate armies which were destined to take the field. Among which was the consolidation of the 11th and 12th Corps, Howard and Slocum, into a single corps, to be commanded by General Jos. Hooker. General Howard was to be transferred to the 4th Corps, Vice Gordon Granger to avail himself of his leave of absence, and General Slocum was to be ordered down the Mississippi River, to command the district of Vicksburg. These changes required the consent of the President, and were all in due time approved. The great question of the campaign was one of supplies. Nashville, our chief depot, was itself partially in a hostile country, and even the routes of supply from Louisville to Nashville by rail, and by way of the Cumberland River, had to be guarded. Chattanooga, our starting point, was 136 miles in front of Nashville, and every foot of the way, especially the many bridges, trestles, and culverts, had to be strongly guarded against the acts of a local hostile population and of the enemy's cavalry. Then, of course, as we advanced into Georgia, it was manifest that we should have to repair the railroad, use it, and guard it likewise. General Thomas's army was much the largest of the 3, was best provided, and contained the best corps of engineers, railroad managers, and repair parties, as well as the best body of spies and provost marshals. On him we were therefore compelled in a great measure to rely for these most useful branches of service. He had so long exercised absolute command and control over the railroads in his department, that the other armies were jealous, and these thought the Army of the Cumberland got the lion's share of the supplies and other advantages of the railroads. I found a good deal of feeling in the Army of the Tennessee on this score, and therefore took supreme control of the roads myself, placed all the army commanders on an equal footing, and gave to each the same control, so far as orders of transportation for men and stores were concerned. Thomas's spies brought him frequent and accurate reports of Jos. E. Johnston's army at Dalton, giving its strength anywhere between 40 and 50,000 men, and these were being reinforced by troops from Mississippi, and by the Georgia militia, under General G. W. Smith. General Johnston seemed to be acting purely on the defensive, so that we had time and leisure to take all our measures deliberately and fully. I fixed the date of May 1st, when all things should be in readiness for the grand forward movement, and then returned to Nashville, General Schofield going back to Knoxville, and McPherson to Huntsville, Thomas remaining at Chattanooga. On the 2d of April, at Nashville, I wrote to General Grant, then at Washington, reporting to him the results of my visit to the several armies, and asked his consent to the several changes proposed, which was promptly given by telegraph. I then addressed myself specially to the troublesome question of transportation and supplies. I found the capacity of the railroads from Nashville forward to Decatur, and to Chattanooga, so small, especially in the number of locomotives and care, that it was clear that they were barely able to supply the daily wants of the armies then dependent on them, with no power of accumulating a surplus in advance. The cars were daily loaded down with men returning from furlough, with cattle, horses, etc. And, by reason of the previous desolation of the country between Chattanooga and Knoxville, General Thomas had authorized the issue of provisions to the suffering inhabitants. We could not attempt an advance into Georgia without food, ammunition, etc., and ordinary prudence dictated that we should have an accumulation at the front, in case of interruption to the railway by the act of the enemy, or by common accident. Accordingly, on the 6th of April, I issued a general order, limiting the use of the railroad cars to transporting only the essential articles of food, ammunition, and supplies for the army proper, forbidding any further issues to citizens, and cutting off all civil traffic. Requiring the commanders of posts within 30 miles of Nashville to haul out their own stores in wagons, requiring all troops destined for the front to march, and all beef cattle to be driven on their own legs. This was a great help, but of course it naturally raised a howl. Some of the poor Union people of East Tennessee appealed to President Lincoln, whose kind heart responded promptly to their request. He telegraphed me to know if I could not modify or repeal my orders, but I answered him that a great campaign was impending, on which the fate of the nation hung. That our railroads had but a limited capacity, and could not provide for the necessities of the army and of the people too, that one or the other must quit, and we could not until the army of Jos. Johnston was conquered, etc., etc. Mr. Lincoln seemed to acquiesce, and I advised the people to obtain and drive out cattle from Kentucky, and to haul out their supplies by the wagon road from the same quarter, by way of Cumberland Gap. By these changes we nearly or quite doubled our daily accumulation of stores at the front, and yet even this was not found enough. I accordingly called together in Nashville the Master of Transportation, Colonel Anderson, the Chief Quartermaster, General J. L. Donaldson, and the Chief Commissary, General Amos Beckwith, for conference. I assumed the strength of the army to move from Chattanooga into Georgia at 100,000 men, and the number of animals to be fed, both for cavalry and draft, at 35,000. Then, allowing for occasional wrecks of trains, which were very common, and for the interruption of the road itself by guerrillas and regular raids, we estimated it would require 130 cars, of 10 tons each, to reach Chattanooga daily, to be reasonably certain of an adequate supply. Even with this calculation, we could not afford to bring forward hay for the horses and mules, nor more than 5 pounds of oats or corn per day for each animal. I was willing to risk the question of forage in part, because I expected to find wheat and corn fields, and a good deal of grass, as we advanced into Georgia at that season of the year. The problem then was to deliver at Chattanooga and beyond 130 carloads daily, leaving the beef cattle to be driven on the hoof, and all the troops in excess of the usual train guards to march by the ordinary roads. Colonel Anderson promptly explained that he did not possess cars or locomotives enough to do this work. I then instructed and authorized him to hold on to all trains that arrived at Nashville from Louisville, and to allow none to go back until he had secured enough to fill the requirements of our problem. At the time he only had about 60 serviceable locomotives, and about 600 cars of all kinds, and he represented that to provide for all contingencies he must have at least 100 locomotives and 1,000 cars. As soon as Mr. Guthrie, the president of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, detected that we were holding on to all his locomotives and cars, he wrote me, earnestly remonstrating against it. saying that he would not be able with diminished stock to bring forward the necessary stores from Louisville to Nashville. I wrote to him, frankly telling him exactly how we were placed, appealed to his patriotism to stand by us, and advised him in like manner to hold on to all trains coming into Jeffersonville, Indiana. He and General Robert Allen, then Quartermaster General at Louisville, arranged a ferry boat so as to transfer the trains over the Ohio River from Jeffersonville, and in a short time we had cars and locomotives from almost every road at the north. Months afterward I was amused to see, away down in Georgia, cars marked Pittsburgh and Fort Wayne, Delaware and Lackawanna, Baltimore and Ohio, and indeed with the names of almost every railroad north of the Ohio River. How these railroad companies ever recovered their property, or settled their transportation accounts, I have never heard, but to this fact, as much as to any other single fact, I attribute the perfect success which afterward attended our campaigns. And I have always felt grateful to Mr. Guthrie, of Louisville, who had sense enough and patriotism enough to subordinate the interests of his railroad company to the cause of his country. About this time, viz. the early part of April, I was much disturbed by a bold raid made by the rebel General Forrest up between the Mississippi and Tennessee rivers. He reached the Ohio River at Paducah, but was handsomely repulsed by Colonel Hicks. He then swung down toward Memphis, assaulted and carried Fort Pillow, massacring a part of its garrison, composed wholly of Negro troops. At first I discredited the story of the massacre, because, in preparing for the Meridian Campaign, I had ordered Fort Pillow to be evacuated. But it transpired afterward that General Hurlbut had retained a small garrison at Fort Pillow to encourage the enlistment of the blacks as soldiers, which was a favorite political policy at that day. The massacre at Fort Pillow occurred April 12, 1864, and has been the subject of congressional inquiry. No doubt Forrest's men acted like a set of barbarians, shooting down the helpless Negro garrison after the fort was in their possession. But I am told that Forrest personally disclaims any active participation in the assault, and that he stopped the firing as soon as he could. I also take it for granted that Forrest did not lead the assault in person, and consequently that he was to the rear, out of sight if not of hearing at the time, and I was told by hundreds of our men, who were at various times prisoners in Forrest's possession, that he was usually very kind to them. He had a desperate set of fellows under him, and at that very time there is no doubt the feeling of the Southern people was fearfully savage on this very point of our making soldiers out of their late slaves, and Forrest may have shared the feeling. I also had another serious cause of disturbance about that time. I wanted badly the 2 divisions of troops which had been loaned to General Banks in the month of March previously, with the express understanding that their absence was to endure only 1 month. And that during April they were to come out of Red River, and be again within the sphere of my command. I accordingly instructed one of my inspector generals, John M. Corse, to take a fleet steamboat at Nashville, proceed via Cairo, Memphis, and Vicksburg, to General Banks up the Red River, and to deliver the following letter of April 3d, as also others, of like tenor, to Generals A. J. Smith and Fred Steele, who were supposed to be with him. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. Nashville, Tennessee, April 3, 1864. Major General N. P. Banks, Commanding Department of the Gulf, Red River. General, the 30 days for which I loaned you the command of General A. J. Smith will expire on the 10th instant. I send with this Brigadier General J. M. Corse, to carry orders to General A. J. Smith, and to give directions for a new movement, which is preliminary to the general campaign. General Corse may see you and explain in full, but, lest he should not find you in person, I will simply state that Forrest, availing himself of the absence of our furloughed men and of the detachment with you, has pushed up between the Mississippi and Tennessee rivers, even to the Ohio. He attacked Paducah, but got the worst of it, and he still lingers about the place. I hope that he will remain thereabouts till General A. J. Smith can reach his destined point, but this I can hardly expect. Yet I want him to reach by the Yazoo a position near Grenada, thence to operate against Forrest, after which to march across to Decatur, Alabama. You will see that he has a big job, and therefore should start at once. From all that I can learn, my troops reached Alexandria, Louisiana, at the time agreed on, viz., March 17, and I hear of them at Natchitoches, but cannot hear of your troops being above Opelousas. Steele is also moving. I leave Steele's entire force to cooperate with you and the Navy, but, as I before stated, I must have A.T. Smith's troops now as soon as possible. I beg you will expedite their return to Vicksburg, if they have not already started, and I want them if possible to remain in the same boats they have used up Red River, as it will save the time otherwise consumed in transfer to other boats. All is well in this quarter, and I hope by the time you turn against Mobile our forces will again act toward the same end, though from distant points. General Grant, now having lawful control, will doubtless see that all minor objects are disregarded, and that all the armies act on a common plan. Hoping, when this reaches you, that you will be in possession of Shreveport, I am, with great respect, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Rumors were reaching us thick and fast of defeat and disaster in that quarter. And I feared then, what afterward actually happened, that neither General Banks nor Admiral Porter could or would spare those two divisions. On the 23d of April, General Corse returned, bringing full answers to my letters, and I saw that we must go on without them. This was a serious loss to the Army of the Tennessee, which was also short by two other divisions that were on their veteran furlough, and were under orders to rendezvous at Cairo, before embarking for Clifton, on the Tennessee River. On the 10th of April, 1864, the headquarters of the three armies of the Cumberland, Tennessee, and Ohio, were at Chattanooga, Huntsville, and Knoxville, and the tables on page 16, each seek, give their exact condition and strength. The Department of the Arkansas was then subject to my command, but General Fred Steele, its commander, was at Little Rock, remote from me, acting in cooperation with General Banks, and had full employment for every soldier of his command. So that I never depended on him for any men, or for any participation in the Georgia campaign. Soon after, viz., May 8, that department was transferred to the military division of the Gulf, or Southwest, Major General E.R.S. Canby commanding, and General Steele served with him in the subsequent movement against Mobile. In Generals Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield, I had three generals of education and experience, admirably qualified for the work before us. Each has made a history of his own, and I need not here dwell on their respective merits as men, or as commanders of armies. Except that each possessed special qualities of mind and of character which fitted them in the highest degree for the work then in contemplation. By the returns of April 10, 1864, it will be seen that the Army of the Cumberland had on its muster rolls men present and absent 171,450. Present for duty 88. 883. The Army of the Tennessee. Present and absent 134,763. Present for duty 64,957. The Army of the Ohio. Present and absent 46,052. Present for duty 26. 242. The department and army commanders had to maintain strong garrisons in their respective departments, and also to guard their respective lines of supply. I therefore, in my mind, aimed to prepare out of these three armies, by the 1st of May, 1864, a compact army for active operations in Georgia, of about the following numbers. Army of the Cumberland 50,000. Army of the Tennessee 35,000. Army of the Ohio 15,000. Total 100,000. And, to make these troops as mobile as possible, I made the strictest possible orders in relation to wagons and all species of encumbrances and impedimenta whatever. Each officer and soldier was required to carry on his horse or person food and clothing enough for 5 days. To each regiment was allowed but one wagon and one ambulance, and to the officers of each company one pack horse or mule. Each division and brigade was provided a fair proportion of wagons for a supply train, and these were limited in their loads to carry food, ammunition, and clothing. Tents were forbidden to all save the sick and wounded, and one tent only was allowed to each headquarters for use as an office. These orders were not absolutely enforced, though in person I set the example, and did not have a tent, nor did any officer about me have one, but we had wall tent flies, without poles, and no tent furniture of any kind. We usually spread our flies over saplings, or on fence rails or posts improvised on the spot. Most of the general officers, except Thomas, followed my example strictly, but he had a regular headquarters camp. I frequently called his attention to the orders on this subject, rather jestingly than seriously. He would break out against his officers for having such luxuries, but, needing a tent himself, and being good-natured and slow to act, he never enforced my orders perfectly. In addition to his regular wagon train, he had a big wagon which could be converted into an office, and this we used to call Thomas's Circus. Several times during the campaign I found quartermasters hid away in some comfortable nook to the rear, with tents and mess fixtures which were the envy of the passing soldiers. And I frequently broke them up, and distributed the tents to the surgeons of brigades. Yet my orders actually reduced the transportation, so that I doubt if any army ever went forth to battle with fewer impedimenta, and where the regular and necessary supplies of food, ammunition, and clothing, were issued, as called for. So regularly and so well. My personal staff was then composed of Captain J. C. McCoy, aide-de-camp, Captain L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp, Captain J. C. Audenried, aide-de-camp, Brigadier General J. D. Webster, Chief of Staff, Major R. M. Sawyer, Assistant Adjutant General. Captain Montgomery Rochester, Assistant Adjutant General. These last three were left at Nashville in charge of the office, and were empowered to give orders in my name, communication being generally kept up by telegraph. Subsequently were added to my staff and accompanied me in the field, Brigadier General W. F. Berry, Chief of Artillery, Colonel O. M. Poe, Chief of Engineers, Colonel L. C. Easton, Chief Quartermaster, Colonel Amos Beckwith, Chief Commissary. Captain Nuz G. Baylor, Chief of Ordnance, Surgeon E. D. Kiddo, Medical Director, Brigadier General J. M. Corse, Inspector General, Lieutenant Colonel C. Ewing, Inspector General, and Lieutenant Colonel Willard Warner, Inspector General. These officers constituted my staff proper at the beginning of the campaign, which remained substantially the same till the close of the war, with very few exceptions, viz. Surgeon John Moore, United States Army, relieved Surgeon Kiddo of the Volunteers, about Atlanta, as Medical Director, Major Henry Hitchcock joined as Judge Advocate and Captain G. Ward Nichols reported as an extra aide-de-camp, after the fall of Atlanta, at Galesville, just before we started for Savannah. During the whole month of April the preparations for active war were going on with extreme vigor, and my letter book shows an active correspondence with Generals Grant, Halleck, Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield on thousands of matters of detail and arrangement, most of which are embraced in my testimony before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, Volume I, Appendix. When the time for action approached, viz. May 1, 1864, the actual armies prepared to move into Georgia resulted as follows, present for battle. Men. Army of the Cumberland, Major General Thomas. Infantry 54,568. Artillery 2,377. Cavalry 3. 828. Aggregate 60,773. Number of field guns, 130. Army of the Tennessee, Major General McPherson. Infantry 22,437. Artillery 1,404. Cavalry 624. Aggregate 24,465. Guns, 96. Army of the Ohio, Major General Schofield. Infantry 11. 183. Artillery 679. Cavalry 1,697. Aggregate 13,559. Guns, 28. Grand aggregate. 98,797 men and 254 guns. These figures do not embrace the cavalry divisions which were still incomplete, viz. of General Stoneman, at Lexington, Kentucky, and of General Garrard, at Columbia, Tennessee, who were then rapidly collecting horses, and joined us in the early stage of the campaign. General Stoneman, having a division of about 4,000 men and horses, was attached to Schofield's Army of the Ohio. General Garrard's division, of about 4,500 men and horses, was attached to General Thomas's command. And he had another irregular division of cavalry, commanded by Brigadier General E. McCook. There was also a small brigade of cavalry, belonging to the Army of the Cumberland, attached temporarily to the Army of the Tennessee, which was commanded by Brigadier General Judson Kilpatrick. These cavalry commands changed constantly in strength and numbers, and were generally used on the extreme flanks, or for some special detached service, as will be hereinafter related. The Army of the Tennessee was still short by the 2 divisions detached with General Banks, up Red River, and 2 other divisions on furlough in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, but which were rendezvousing at Cairo, under Generals Leggett and Crocker, to form a part of the 17th Corps, which corps was to be commanded by Major General Frank P. Blair, then a member of Congress, in Washington. On the 2d of April I notified him by letter that I wanted him to join and to command these 2 divisions, which ought to be ready by the 1st of May. General Blair, with these 2 divisions, constituting the 17th Army Corps, did not actually overtake us until we reached Ackworth and Big Shanty, in Georgia, about the 9th of June, 1864. In my letter of April 4 to General John A. Rowanes, Chief of Staff to General Grant at Washington, I described at length all the preparations that were in progress for the active campaign thus contemplated, and therein estimated Schofield at 12,000, Thomas at 45,000, and McPherson at 30,000. At first I intended to open the campaign about May 1, by moving Schofield on Dalton from Cleveland, Thomas on the same objective from Chattanooga, and McPherson on Rome and Kingston from Gunter's Landing. My intention was merely to threaten Dalton in front, and to direct McPherson to act vigorously against the railroad below Resaca, far to the rear of the enemy. But by reason of his being short of his estimated strength by the 4 divisions before referred to, and thus being reduced to about 24,000 men, I did not feel justified in placing him so far away from the support of the main body of the army, and therefore subsequently changed the plan of campaign, so far as to bring that army up to Chattanooga, and to direct it thence through Ship's Gap against the railroad to Johnston's rear, at or near Resaca, distant from Dalton only 18 miles, and in full communication with the other armies by roads behind Rocky Face Ridge, of about the same length. On the 10th of April I received General Grant's letter of April 4 from Washington, which formed the basis of all the campaigns of the year 1864, and subsequently received another of April 19, written from Culpeper, Virginia. Both of which are now in my possession, in his own handwriting, and are here given entire. These letters embrace substantially all the orders he ever made on this particular subject, and these, it will be seen, devolved on me the details both as to the plan and execution of the campaign by the armies under my immediate command. These armies were to be directed against the rebel army commanded by General Joseph E. Johnston, then lying on the defensive, strongly entrenched at Dalton, Georgia. And I was required to follow it up closely and persistently, so that in no event could any part be detached to assist General Lee in Virginia. General Grant undertaking in like manner to keep Lee so busy that he could not respond to any calls of help by Johnston. Neither Atlanta, nor Augusta, nor Savannah, was the objective, but the army of Joss Johnston, go where it might. Private and Confidential. Headquarters Armies of the United States, Washington, D.C., April 4, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, it is my design, if the enemy keep quiet and allow me to take the initiative in the spring campaign, to work all parts of the army together, and somewhat toward a common center. For your information I now write you my program, as at present determined upon. I have sent orders to Banks, by private messenger, to finish up his present expedition against Shreveport with all dispatch. To turn over the defense of Red River to General Steele's and the Navy, and to return your troops to you, and his own to New Orleans, to abandon all of Texas, except the Rio Grande, and to hold that with not to exceed 4,000 men. To reduce the number of troops on the Mississippi to the lowest number necessary to hold it, and to collect from his command not less than 25,000 men. To this I will add 5,000 from Missouri. With this force he is to commence operations against Mobile as soon as he can. It will be impossible for him to commence too early. Gilmore joins Butler with 10,000 men, and the two operate against Richmond from the south aid of James River. This will give Butler 33,000 men to operate with, W.F. Smith commanding the right wing of his forces, and Gilmore the left wing. I will stay with the Army of the Potomac, increased by Burnside's corps of not less than 25,000 effective men, and operate directly against Lee's army, wherever it may be found. Sigel collects all his available force in two columns, one, under Ord and Averill, to start from Beverly, Virginia, and the other, under Crook, to start from Charleston, on the Kanawha, to move against the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad. Crook will have all cavalry, and will endeavor to get in about Saltville, and move east from there to join Ord. His force will be all cavalry, while Ord will have from 10 to 12,000 men of all arms. I propose to move against Johnston's army, to break it up, and to get into the interior of the enemy's country as far as you can, inflicting all the damage you can against their war resources. I do not propose to lay down for you a plan of campaign, but simply to lay down the work it is desirable to have done, and leave you free to execute it in your own way. Submit to me, however, as early as you can, your plan of operations. As stated, Banks is ordered to commence operations as soon as he can. Gilmore is ordered to report at Fortress Monroe by the 18th inst, or as soon thereafter as practicable. Sigel is concentrating now. None will move from their places of rendezvous until I direct, except Banks. I want to be ready to move by the 25th inst, if possible, but all I can now direct is that you get ready as soon as possible. I know you will have difficulties to encounter in getting through the mountains to where supplies are abundant, but I believe you will accomplish it. From the expedition from the Department of West Virginia I do not calculate on very great results. But it is the only way I can take troops from there. With the long line of railroad Sigel has to protect, he can spare no troops, except to move directly to his front. In this way he must get through to inflict great damage on the enemy, or the enemy must detach from one of his armies a large force to prevent it. In other words, if Sigel can't skin himself, he can hold a leg while someone else skins. I am, General, very respectfully, your obedient servant, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Nashville, Tennessee, April 10, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, Washington, D. Dear General, your two letters of April 4 are now before me, and afford me infinite satisfaction. That we are now all to act on a common plan, converging on a common center, looks like enlightened war. Like yourself, you take the biggest load, and from me you shall have thorough and hearty cooperation. I will not let side issues draw me off from your main plans in which I am to knock Johnston, and to do as much damage to the resources of the enemy as possible. I have heretofore written to General Rawlins and to Colonel Comstock, of your staff, somewhat of the method in which I propose to act. I have seen all my army, corps, and division commanders, and have signified only to the former, viz., Schofield, Thomas, and McPherson, our general plans, which I inferred from the purport of our conversation here and at Cincinnati. First, I am pushing stores to the front with all possible dispatch, and am completing the army organization according to the orders from Washington, which are ample and perfectly satisfactory. It will take us all of April to get in our furloughed veterans, to bring up A. J. Smith's command, and to collect provisions and cattle on the line of the Tennessee. Each of the armies will guard, by detachments of its own, its rear communications. At the signal to be given by you, Schofield, leaving a select garrison at Knoxville and London, with 12,000 men will drop down to the Hiwassee, and march against Johnston's right by the old Federal Road. Stoneman, now in Kentucky, organizing the cavalry forces of the Army of the Ohio, will operate with Schofield on his left front, it may be, pushing a select body of about 2,000 cavalry by Ducktown or Elijah toward Athens, Georgia. Thomas will aim to have 45,000 men of all arms, and move straight against Johnston, wherever he may be, fighting him cautiously, persistently, and to the best advantage. He will have 2 divisions of cavalry, to take advantage of any offering. McPherson will have 9 divisions of the Army of the Tennessee, if A. J. Smith gets here, in which case he will have full 30,000 of the best men in America. He will cross the Tennessee at Decatur and Whitesburg, march toward Rome, and feel for Thomas. If Johnston falls behind the Coosa, then McPherson will push for Rome. And if Johnston falls behind the Chattahoochee, as I believe he will, then McPherson will cross over and join Thomas. McPherson has no cavalry, but I have taken one of Thomas's divisions, viz. Garrard's, 6,000 strong, which is now at Columbia, mounting, equipping, and preparing. I designed this division to operate on McPherson's right, rear, or front, according as the enemy appears. But the moment I detect Johnston falling behind the Chattahoochee, I propose to cast off the effective part of this cavalry division, after crossing the Coosa, straight for Opelika, West Point, Columbus, or Wetumpka. To break up the road between Montgomery and Georgia. If Garrard can do this work well, he can return to the Union Army. But should a superior force interpose, then he will seek safety at Pensacola and join Banks, or, after rest, will act against any force that he can find east of Mobile, till such time as he can reach me. Should Johnston fall behind the Chattahoochee, I will feign to the right, but pass to the left and act against Atlanta or its eastern communications, according to developed facts. This is about as far ahead as I feel disposed to look, but I will ever bear in mind that Johnston is at all times to be kept so busy that he cannot in any event send any part of his command against you or Banks. If Banks can at the same time carry Mobile and open up the Alabama River, he will in a measure solve the most difficult part of my problem, viz., provisions. But in that I must venture. Georgia has 1 million of inhabitants. If they can live, we should not starve. If the enemy interrupt our communications, I will be absolved from all obligations to subsist on our own resources, and will feel perfectly justified in taking whatever and wherever we can find. I will inspire my command, if successful, with the feeling that beef and salt are all that is absolutely necessary to life, and that parched corn once fed General Jackson's army on that very ground. As ever, your friend and servant. W.T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Armies of the United States, Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia, April 19, 1864. Major General W.T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, since my letter to you of April 4 I have seen no reason to change any portion of the general plan of campaign, if the enemy remain still and allow us to take the initiative. Rain has continued so uninterruptedly until the last day or two that it will be impossible to move, however, before the 27th, even if no more should fall in the meantime. I think Saturday, the 30th, will probably be the day for our general move. Colonel Comstock, who will take this, can spend a day with you, and fill up many little gaps of information not given in any of my letters. What I now want more particularly to say is, that if the 2 main attacks, yours and the one from here, should promise great success, the enemy may, in a fit of desperation, abandon one part of their line of defense, and throw their whole strength upon the other, believing a single defeat without any victory to sustain them better than a defeat all along their line, and hoping too, at the same time, that the army, meeting with no resistance, will rest perfectly satisfied with their laurels, having penetrated to a given point south, thereby enabling them to throw their force first upon one and then on the other. With the majority of military commanders they might do this. But you have had too much experience in traveling light, and subsisting upon the country, to be caught by any such ruse. I hope my experience has not been thrown away. My directions, then, would be, if the enemy in your front show signs of joining Lee, follow him up to the full extent of your ability. I will prevent the concentration of Lee upon your front, if it is in the power of this army to do it. The Army of the Potomac looks well, and, so far as I can judge, officers and men feel well. Yours truly. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Nashville, Tennessee, April 24, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, Culpeper, Virginia. General, I now have, at the hands of Colonel Comstock, of your staff, the letter of April 19, and am as far prepared to assume the offensive as possible. I only ask as much time as you think proper, to enable me to get up McPherson's 2 divisions from Cairo. Their furloughs will expire about this time, and some of them should now be in motion for Clifton, whence they will march to Decatur, to join General Dodge. McPherson is ordered to assemble the 15th Corps near Larkins, and to get the 16th and 17th Corps, Dodge and Blair, at Decatur at the earliest possible moment. From these 2 points he will direct his forces on Lebanon, Somerville, and Lafayette, where he will act against Johnston, if he accept battle at Dalton. Or move in the direction of Rome, if the enemy give up Dalton, and fall behind the Oastanaula or Etowah. I see that there is some risk in dividing our forces, but Thomas and Schofield will have strength enough to cover all the valleys as far as Dalton. And, should Johnston turn his whole force against McPherson, the latter will have his bridge at Larkins, and the route to Chattanooga via Willis Valley and the Chattanooga Creek, open for retreat. And if Johnston attempt to leave Dalton, Thomas will have force enough to push on through Dalton to Kingston, which will checkmate him. My own opinion is that Johnston will be compelled to hang to his railroad, the only possible avenue of supply to his army, estimated at from 45 to 60,000 men. At Lafayette all our armies will be together, and if Johnston stands at Dalton we must attack him in position. Thomas feels certain that he has no material increase of force, and that he has not sent away Hardee, or any part of his army. Supplies are the great question. I have materially increased the number of cars daily. When I got here, the average was from 65 to 80 per day. Yesterday the report was 193, today, 134. And my estimate is that 145 cars per day will give us a day's supply and a day's accumulation. McPherson is ordered to carry in wagons 20 days' rations, and to rely on the depot at Ringgold for the renewal of his bread. Beeves are now being driven on the hoof to the front, and the commissary, Colonel Beckwith, seems fully alive to the importance of the whole matter. Our weakest point will be from the direction of Decatur, and I will be forced to risk something from that quarter, depending on the fact that the enemy has no force available with which to threaten our communications from that direction. Colonel Comstock will explain to you personally much that I cannot commit to paper. I am, with great respect, W. T. Sherman, Major General. On the 28th of April I removed my headquarters to Chattanooga, and prepared for taking the field in person. General Grant had first indicated the 30th of April as the day for the simultaneous advance, but subsequently changed the day to May 5. McPherson's troops were brought forward rapidly to Chattanooga, partly by rail and partly by marching. Thomas's troops were already in position, his advance being out as far as Ringgold 18 miles, and Schofield was marching down by Cleveland to Red Clay and Catoosa Springs. On the 4th of May, Thomas was in person at Ringgold, his left at Catoosa, and his right at Lee's Tanyard. Schofield was at Red Clay, closing upon Thomas's left, and McPherson was moving rapidly into Chattanooga, and out toward Gordon's Mill. On the 5th I rode out to Ringgold, and on the very day appointed by General Grant from his headquarters in Virginia the great campaign was begun. To give all the minute details will involve more than is contemplated, and I will endeavor only to trace the principal events, or rather to record such as weighed heaviest on my own mind at the time, and which now remain best fixed in my memory. My general headquarters and official records remained back at Nashville, and I had near me only my personal staff and inspectors general, with about half a dozen wagons, and a single company of Ohio sharpshooters, commanded by Lieutenant McCrory, as headquarters or camp guard. I also had a small company of irregular Alabama cavalry, commanded by Lieutenant Snelling, used mostly as orderlies and couriers. No wall tents were allowed, only the flies. Our mess establishment was less in bulk than that of any of the brigade commanders. Nor was this from an indifference to the ordinary comforts of life, but because I wanted to set the example, and gradually to convert all parts of that army into a mobile machine, willing and able to start at a minute's notice. And to subsist on the scantiest food. To reap absolute success might involve the necessity even of dropping all wagons, and to subsist on the chance food which the country was known to contain. I had obtained not only the United States Census Tables of 1860, but a compilation made by the Comptroller of the State of Georgia for the purpose of taxation, containing in considerable detail the population and statistics of every county in Georgia. One of my aides, Captain Dayton, acted as Assistant Adjutant General, with an order book, letter book, and writing paper, that filled a small chest not much larger than an ordinary candle boa. The only reports and returns called for were the ordinary tri-monthly returns of effective strength. As these accumulated they were sent back to Nashville, and afterward were embraced in the archives of the Military Division of the Mississippi, changed in 1865 to the Military Division of the Missouri. And I suppose they were burned in the Chicago fire of 1870. Still, duplicates remain of all essential papers in the archives of the War Department. The 6th of May was given to Schofield and McPherson to get into position, and on the 7th General Thomas moved in force against Tunnel Hill, driving off a mere picket guard of the enemy. And I was agreeably surprised to find that no damage had been done to the tunnel or the railroad. From Tunnel Hill I could look into the gorge by which the railroad passed through a straight and well-defined range of mountains, presenting sharp palisade faces, and known as Rocky Face. The gorge itself was called the Buzzard Roost. We could plainly see the enemy in this gorge and behind it, and Mill Creek which formed the gorge, flowing toward Dalton, had been dammed up, making a sort of irregular lake, filling the road, thereby obstructing it. And the enemy's batteries crowned the cliffs on either side. The position was very strong, and I knew that such a general as was my antagonist, Joss Johnston, who had been there 6 months, had fortified it to the maximum. Therefore I had no intention to attack the position seriously in front, but depended on McPherson to capture and hold the railroad to its rear, which would force Johnston to detach largely against him, or rather, as I expected, to evacuate his position at Dalton altogether. My orders to Generals Thomas and Schofield were merely to press strongly at all points in front, ready to rush in on the first appearance of "let go," and, if possible, to catch our enemy in the confusion of retreat. All the movements of the 7th and 8th were made exactly as ordered, and the enemy seemed quiescent, acting purely on the defensive. I had constant communication with all parts of the army, and on the 9th McPherson's head of column entered and passed through Snake Creek, perfectly undefended, and accomplished a complete surprise to the enemy. At its farther debouché he met a cavalry brigade, easily driven, which retreated hastily north toward Dalton. And doubtless carried to Johnston the first serious intimation that a heavy force of infantry and artillery was to his rear and within a few miles of his railroad. I got a short note from McPherson that day, written at 2 p.m., when he was within a mile and a half of the railroad, above and near Resaca, and we all felt jubilant. I renewed orders to Thomas and Schofield to be ready for the instant pursuit of what I expected to be a broken and disordered army, forced to retreat by roads to the east of Resaca, which were known to be very rough and impracticable. That night I received further notice from McPherson that he had found Resaca too strong for a surprise, that in consequence he had fallen back 3 miles to the mouth of Snake Creek Gap, and was there fortified. I wrote him the next day the following letters, copies of which are in my letter book, but his to me were mere notes in pencil, not retained. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Tunnel Hill, Georgia, May 11, 1864. Major General McPherson, Commanding Army of the Tennessee, Sugar Valley, Georgia. General, I received by courier, in the night, yours of 5 and 8:30 p.m. of yesterday. You now have your 23,000 men, and General Hooker is in close support, so that you can hold all of Josh Johnston's army in check should he abandon Dalton. He cannot afford to abandon Dalton, for he has fixed it up on purpose to receive us, and he observes that we are close at hand, waiting for him to quit. He cannot afford a detachment strong enough to fight you, as his army will not admit of it. Strengthen your position, fight anything that comes, and threaten the safety of the railroad all the time. But, to tell the truth, I would rather the enemy would stay in Dalton 2 more days, when he may find in his rear a larger party than he expects in an open field. At all events, we can then choose our own ground, and he will be forced to move out of his works. I do not intend to put a column into Buzzard Roost Gap at present. See that you are in easy communication with me and with all headquarters. After today the supplies will be at Ringgold. Yours, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Tunnel Hill, Georgia, May 11, 1864 evening. Major General McPherson, Commanding Army of the Tennessee, Sugar Valley, Georgia. General, the indications are that Johnston is evacuating Dalton. In that event, Howard's corps and the cavalry will pursue, all the rest will follow your route. I will be down early in the morning. Try to strike him if possible about the forks of the road. Hooker must be with you now, and you may send General Garrard by Somerville to threaten Rome and that flank. I will cause all the lines to be felt at once. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. McPherson had startled Johnston in his fancied security, but had not done the full measure of his work. He had in hand 23,000 of the best men of the army, and could have walked into Resaca, then held only by a small brigade, or he could have placed his whole force astride the railroad above Resaca, and there have easily withstood the attack of all of Johnston's army, with the knowledge that Thomas and Schofield were on his heels. Had he done so, I am certain that Johnston would not have ventured to attack him in position, but would have retreated eastward by Spring Place. And we should have captured half his army and all his artillery and wagons at the very beginning of the campaign. Such an opportunity does not occur twice in a single life, but at the critical moment McPherson seems to have been a little cautious. Still, he was perfectly justified by his orders, and fell back and assumed an unassailable defensive position in Sugar Valley, on the Resaca side of Snake Creek Gap. As soon as informed of this, I determined to pass the whole army through Snake Creek Gap, and to move on Resaca with the main army. But during the 10th, the enemy showed no signs of evacuating Dalton, and I was waiting for the arrival of Garrard's and Stoneman's cavalry, known to be near at hand, so as to secure the full advantages of victory, of which I felt certain. Hooker's 20th Corps was at once moved down to within easy supporting distance of McPherson. And on the 11th, perceiving signs of evacuation of Dalton, I gave all the orders for the general movement, leaving the 4th Corps, Howard, and Stoneman's cavalry in observation in front of Buzzard Roost Gap, and directing all the rest of the army to march through Snake Creek Gap, straight on Resaca. The roads were only such as the country afforded, mere rough wagon ways, and these converged to the single narrow track through Snake Creek Gap. But during the 12th and 13th the bulk of Thomas's and Schofield's armies were got through, and deployed against Resaca, McPherson on the right, Thomas in the center, and Schofield on the left. Johnston, as I anticipated, had abandoned all his well-prepared defenses at Dalton, and was found inside of Resaca with the bulk of his army, holding his divisions well in hand, acting purely on the defensive, and fighting well at all points of conflict. A complete line of entrenchments was found covering the place, and this was strongly manned at all points. On the 14th we closed in, enveloping the town on its north and west, and during the 15th we had a day of continual battle and skirmish. At the same time I caused 2 pontoon bridges to be laid across the Oostanaula River at Lay's Ferry, about 3 miles below the town, by which we could threaten Calhoun, a station on the railroad 7 miles below Resaca. At the same time, May 14th, I dispatched General Garrard, with his cavalry division, down the Oostanaula by the Rome Road, with orders to cross over, if possible, and to attack or threaten the railroad at any point below Calhoun and above Kingston. During the 15th, without attempting to assault the fortified works, we pressed at all points, and the sound of cannon and musketry rose all day to the dignity of a battle. Toward evening McPherson moved his whole line of battle forward, till he had gained a ridge overlooking the town, from which his field artillery could reach the railroad bridge across the Oostinaula. The enemy made several attempts to drive him away, repeating the sallies several times, and extending them into the night, but in every instance he was repulsed with bloody loss. Hooker's corps had also some heavy and handsome fighting that afternoon and night on the left, where the Dalton Roan entered the entrenchments, capturing a 4-gun entrenched battery, with its men and guns. And generally all our men showed the finest fighting qualities. Howard's corps had followed Johnston down from Dalton, and was in line. Stoneman's division of cavalry had also got up, and was on the extreme left, beyond the Oostinaula. On the night of May 15 Johnston got his army across the bridges, set them on fire, and we entered Resaca at daylight. Our loss up to that time was about 600 dead and 3,375 wounded, mostly light wounds that did not necessitate sending the men to the rear for treatment. That Johnston had deliberately designed in advance to give up such strong positions as Dalton and Resaca, for the purpose of drawing us farther south, is simply absurd. Had he remained in Dalton another hour, it would have been his total defeat, and he only evacuated Resaca because his safety demanded it. The movement by us through Snake Creek Gap was a total surprise to him. My army about doubled his in size, but he had all the advantages of natural positions, of artificial forts and roads, and of concentrated action. We were compelled to grope our way through forests, across mountains, with a large army, necessarily more or less dispersed. Of course, I was disappointed not to have crippled his army more at that particular stage of the game. But, as it resulted, these rapid successes gave us the initiative, and the usual impulse of a conquering army. Johnston having retreated in the night of May 15, immediate pursuit was begun. A division of infantry, Jeff C. Davis's, was at once dispatched down the valley toward Rome, to support Garrett's cavalry, and the whole army was ordered to pursue, McPherson by Lay's Ferry, on the right, Thomas directly by the railroad, and Schofield by the left. By the old road that crossed the Oostinaula above Ecota or Newtown. We hastily repaired the railroad bridge at Resaca, which had been partially burned, and built a temporary floating bridge out of timber and materials found on the spot. So that Thomas got his advance corps over during the 16th, and marched as far as Calhoun, where he came into communication with McPherson's troops, which had crossed the Oostinaula at Lay's Ferry by our pontoon bridges, previously laid. Inasmuch as the bridge at Resaca was overtaxed, Hooker's 20th Corps was also diverted to cross by the fords and ferries above Resaca, in the neighborhood of Ecota. On the 17th, toward evening, the head of Thomas's column, Newton's division, encountered the rear guard of Johnston's army near Adairsville. I was near the head of column at the time, trying to get a view of the position of the enemy from an elevation in an open field. My party attracted the fire of a battery. A shell passed through the group of staff officers and burst just beyond, which scattered us promptly. The next morning the enemy had disappeared, and our pursuit was continued to Kingston, which we reached during Sunday forenoon, the 19th. From Resaca the railroad runs nearly due south, but at Kingston it makes junction with another railroad from Rome, and changes direction due east. At that time McPherson's head of column was about 4 miles to the west of Kingston, at a country place called Woodlawn. Schofield and Hooker were on the direct roads leading from Newtown to Cossaville, diagonal to the route followed by Thomas. Thomas's head of column, which had followed the country roads alongside of the railroad, was about 4 miles east of Kingston, toward Cassville, when about noon I got a message from him that he had found the enemy, drawn up in line of battle. On some extensive, open ground, about halfway between Kingston and Cassville, and that appearances indicated a willingness and preparation for battle. Hurriedly sending orders to McPherson to resume the march, to hasten forward by roads leading to the south of Kingston, so as to leave for Thomas's troops and trains the use of the main road, and to come up on his right, I rode forward rapidly. Over some rough gravel hills, and about 6 miles from Kingston found General Thomas, with his troops deployed. But he reported that the enemy had fallen back in echelon of divisions, steadily and in superb order, into Cassville. I knew that the roads by which Generals Hooker and Schofield were approaching would lead them to a seminary near Cassville, and that it was all important to secure the point of junction of these roads with the main road along which we were marching. Therefore I ordered General Thomas to push forward his deployed lines as rapidly as possible, and, as night was approaching, I ordered 2 field batteries to close up at a gallop on some woods which lay between us and the town of Cassville. We could not see the town by reason of these woods, but a high range of hills just back of the town was visible over the treetops. On these hills could be seen fresh-made parapets, and the movements of men, against whom I directed the artillery to fire at long range. The stout resistance made by the enemy along our whole front of a couple of miles indicated a purpose to fight at Cassville. And, as the night was closing in, General Thomas and I were together, along with our skirmish lines near the seminary, on the edge of the town, where musket bullets from the enemy were cutting the leaves of the trees pretty thickly about us. Either Thomas or I remarked that that was not the place for the 2 senior officers of a great army, and we personally went back to the battery, where we passed the night on the ground. During the night I had reports from McPherson, Hooker, and Schofield. The former was about 5 miles to my right rear, near the Niter Caves. Schofield was about 6 miles north, and Hooker between us, within 2 miles. All were ordered to close down on Cassville at daylight, and to attack the enemy wherever found. Skirmishing was kept up all night, but when day broke the next morning, May 20th, the enemy was gone, and our cavalry was sent in pursuit. These reported him beyond the Etowah River. We were then well in advance of our railroad trains, on which we depended for supplies. So I determined to pause a few days to repair the railroad, which had been damaged but little, except at the bridge at Resica, and then to go on. Nearly all the people of the country seemed to have fled with Johnston's army. Yet some few families remained, and from one of them I procured the copy of an order which Johnston had made at Adairsville, in which he recited that he had retreated as far as strategy required, and that his army must be prepared for battle at Cassville. The newspapers of the South, many of which we found, were also loud in denunciation of Johnston's falling back before us without a serious battle, simply resisting by his skirmish lines and by his rear guard. But his friends proclaimed that it was all strategic. That he was deliberately drawing us farther and farther into the meshes, farther and farther away from our base of supplies, and that in due season he would not only halt for battle, but assume the bold offensive. Of course it was to my interest to bring him to battle as soon as possible, when our numerical superiority was at the greatest. For he was picking up his detachments as he fell back, whereas I was compelled to make similar and stronger detachments to repair the railroads as we advanced, and to guard them. I found at Cassville many evidences of preparation for a grand battle, among them a long line of fresh entrenchments on the hill beyond the town, extending nearly 3 miles to the south, embracing the railroad crossing. I was also convinced that the whole of Polk's corps had joined Johnston from Mississippi, and that he had in hand 3 full corps, viz. Hood's, Polk's, and Hardee's, numbering about 60,000 men, and could not then imagine why he had declined battle, and did not learn the real reason till after the war was over, and then from General Johnston himself. In the autumn of 1865, when in command of the military division of the Missouri, I went from St. Louis to Little Rock, Arkansas, and afterward to Memphis. Taking a steamer for Cairo, I found as fellow passengers Generals Johnston and Frank Blair. We were, of course, on the most friendly terms, and on our way up we talked over our battles again, played cards, and questioned each other as to particular parts of our mutual conduct in the game of war. I told Johnston that I had seen his order of preparation, in the nature of an address to his army, announcing his purpose to retreat no more, but to accept battle at Cassville. He answered that such was his purpose. That he had left Hardee's corps in the open fields to check Thomas, and gain time for his formation on the ridge, just behind Cassville. And it was this corps which General Thomas had seen deployed, and whose handsome movement in retreat he had reported in such complimentary terms. Johnston described how he had placed Hood's corps on the right, Polk's in the center, and Hardee's on the left. He said he had ridden over the ground, given to each corps commander his position, and orders to throw up parapets during the night. That he was with Hardee on his extreme left as the night closed in, and as Hardee's troops fell back to the position assigned them for the intended battle of the next day. And that, after giving Hardee some general instructions, he and his staff rode back to Cassville. As he entered the town, or village, he met Generals Hood and Polk. Hood inquired of him if he had had anything to eat, and he said no, that he was both hungry and tired, when Hood invited him to go and share a supper which had been prepared for him at a house close by. At the supper they discussed the chances of the impending battle, when Hood spoke of the ground assigned him as being enfilade by our Union artillery, which Johnston disputed. When General Polk chimed in with the remark that General Hood was right. That the cannon shots fired by us at nightfall had enfiladed their general line of battle, and that for this reason he feared they could not hold their men. General Johnston was surprised at this, for he understood General Hood to be one of those who professed to criticize his strategy, contending that, instead of retreating, he should have risked a battle. General Johnston said he was provoked, accused them of having been in conference, with being beaten before battle, and added that he was unwilling to engage in a critical battle with an army so superior to his own in numbers. With 2 of his 3 corps commanders dissatisfied with the ground and positions assigned them, he then and there made up his mind to retreat still farther south, to put the Etowah River and the Allatoona Range between us, and he at once gave orders to resume the retrograde movement. This was my recollection of the substance of the conversation, of which I made no note at the time. But, at a meeting of the Society of the Army of the Cumberland some years after, at Cleveland, Ohio, about 1868, in a short after-dinner speech, I related this conversation, and it got into print. Subsequently, in the spring of 1870, when I was at New Orleans, en route for Texas, General Hood called to see me at the St. Charles Hotel, explained that he had seen my speech reprinted in the newspapers and gave me his version of the same event, describing the halt at Cassville, the general orders for battle on that ground, and the meeting at supper with Generals Johnston and Polk, when the chances of the battle to be fought the next day were freely and fully discussed. And he stated that he had argued against fighting the battle purely on the defensive, but had asked General Johnston to permit him with his own corps and part of Polk's to quit their lines, and to march rapidly to attack and overwhelm Schofield, who was known to be separated from Thomas by an interval of nearly 5 miles, claiming that he could have defeated Schofield, and got back to his position in time to meet General Thomas's attack in front. He also stated that he had then contended with Johnston for the offensive-defensive game, instead of the pure defensive, as proposed by General Johnston. And he said that it was at this time that General Johnston had taken offense, and that it was for this reason he had ordered the retreat that night. As subsequent events estranged these 2 officers, it is very natural they should now differ on this point, but it was sufficient for us that the rebel army did retreat that night, leaving us masters of all the country above the Etowah River. For the purposes of rest, to give time for the repair of the railroads, and to replenish supplies, we lay by some few days in that quarter, Schofield with Stoneman's cavalry holding the ground at Cassville Depot, Cartersville, and the Etowah Bridge, Thomas holding his ground near Cassville, and McPherson that near Kingston. The officer entrusted with the repair of the railroads was Colonel W. Wright, a railroad engineer, who, with about 2,000 men, was so industrious and skillful that the bridge at Resaca was rebuilt in 3 days, and cars loaded with stores came forward to Kingston on the 24th. The telegraph also brought us the news of the bloody and desperate battles of the Wilderness, in Virginia, and that General Grant was pushing his operations against Lee with terrific energy. I was therefore resolved to give my enemy no rest. In early days, 1844, when a lieutenant of the 3rd Artillery, I had been sent from Charleston, South Carolina, to Marietta, Georgia, to assist Inspector General Churchill to take testimony concerning certain losses of horses and accoutrements by the Georgia Volunteers during the Florida War. And after completing the work at Marietta we transferred our party over to Bellefonte, Alabama. I had ridden the distance on horseback, and had noted well the topography of the country, especially that about Kenesaw, Allatoona, and the Etowah River. On that occasion I had stopped some days with a Colonel Tumlin, to see some remarkable Indian mounds on the Etowah River, usually called the Hightower. I therefore knew that the Allatoona Pass was very strong, would be hard to force. And resolved not even to attempt it, but to turn the position, by moving from Kingston to Marietta via Dallas. Accordingly I made orders on the 20th to get ready for the march to begin on the 23d. The Army of the Cumberland was ordered to march for Dallas, by Hugh Harley and Stilesborough, Davis's division, then in Rome, by Van Wert. The Army of the Ohio to keep on the left of Thomas, by a place called Burnt Hickory, and the Army of the Tennessee to march for a position a little to the south, so as to be on the right of the general army, when grouped about Dallas. The movement contemplated leaving our railroad, and to depend for 20 days on the contents of our wagons, and as the country was very obscure, mostly in a state of nature, densely wooded, and with few roads, our movements were necessarily slow. We crossed the Etowah by several bridges and fords, and took as many roads as possible, keeping up communication by crossroads, or by couriers through the woods. I personally joined General Thomas, who had the center, and was consequently the main column, or column of direction. The several columns followed generally the valley of the Hugh Harley, a tributary coming into the Etowah from the south, and gradually crossed over a ridge of mountains, parts of which had once been worked over for gold, and were consequently full of paths and unused wagon roads or tracks. A cavalry picket of the enemy at Burnt Hickory was captured, and had on his person an order from General Johnston, dated at Allatoona, which showed that he had detected my purpose of turning his position. And it accordingly became necessary to use great caution, lest some of the minor columns should fall into ambush, but, luckily the enemy was not much more familiar with that part of the country than we were. On the other side of the Allatoona Range, the Pumpkin Vine Creek, also a tributary of the Etowah, flowed north and west. Dallas, the point aimed at, was a small town on the other or east side of this creek, and was the point of concentration of a great many roads that led in every direction. Its possession would be a threat to Marietta and Atlanta, but I could not then venture to attempt either, till I had regained the use of the railroad, at least as far down as its debouché from the Allatoona range of mountains. Therefore, the movement was chiefly designed to compel Johnston to give up Allatoona. On the 25th all the columns were moving steadily on Dallas, McPherson and Davis away off to the right, near Van Wert. Thomas on the main road in the center, with Hooker's 20th Corps ahead, toward Dallas, and Schofield to the left rear. For the convenience of march, Hooker had his 3 divisions on separate roads, all leading toward Dallas, when, in the afternoon, as he approached a bridge across Pumpkin Vine Creek, he found it held by a cavalry force, which was driven off. But the bridge was on fire. This fire was extinguished, and Hooker's leading division, Geary's, followed the retreating cavalry on a road leading due east toward Marietta, instead of Dallas. This leading division, about 4 miles out from the bridge, struck a heavy infantry force, which was moving down from Allatoona toward Dallas, and a sharp battle ensued. I came up in person soon after, and as my map showed that we were near an important crossroad called New Hope, from a Methodist meeting house there of that name, I ordered General Hooker to secure it if possible that night. He asked for a short delay, till he could bring up his other 2 divisions, viz., of Butterfield and Williams, but before these divisions had got up and were deployed, the enemy had also gained corresponding strength. The woods were so dense, and the resistance so spirited, that Hooker could not carry the position, though the battle was noisy, and prolonged far into the night. This point, New Hope, was the accidental intersection of the road leading from Allatoona to Dallas with that from Van Wert to Marietta, was 4 miles northeast of Dallas. And from the bloody fighting there for the next week was called by the soldiers Hellhole. The night was pitch dark, it rained hard, and the convergence of our columns toward Dallas produced much confusion. I am sure similar confusion existed in the army opposed to us, for we were all mixed up. I slept on the ground, without cover, alongside of a log, got little sleep, resolved at daylight to renew the battle, and to make a lodgment on the Dallas and Allatoona road if possible. But the morning revealed a strong line of entrenchments facing us, with a heavy force of infantry and guns. The battle was renewed, and without success. McPherson reached Dallas that morning, viz. the 26th, and deployed his troops to the southeast and east of the town, placing Davis's division of the 14th Corps, which had joined him on the road from Rome, on his left. But this still left a gap of at least 3 miles between Davis and Hooker. Meantime, also, General Schofield was closing up on Thomas's left. Satisfied that Johnston in person was at New Hope with all his army, and that it was so much nearer my objective, the railroad, than Dallas, I concluded to draw McPherson from Dallas to Hooker's right, and gave orders accordingly. But McPherson also was confronted with a heavy force, and, as he began to withdraw according to his orders, on the morning of the 28th he was fiercely assailed on his right. A bloody battle ensued, in which he repulsed the attack, inflicting heavy loss on his assailants, and it was not until the 1st of June that he was enabled to withdraw from Dallas, and to effect a close junction with Hooker in front of New Hope. Meantime Thomas and Schofield were completing their deployments, gradually overlapping Johnston on his right, and thus extending our left nearer and nearer to the railroad, the nearest point of which was Ackworth, about 8 miles distant. All this time a continual battle was in progress by strong skirmish lines, taking advantage of every species of cover, and both parties fortifying each night by rifle trenches, with headlogs, many of which grew to be as formidable as first-class works of defense. Occasionally one party or the other would make a dash in the nature of a sally, but usually it sustained a repulse with great loss of life. I visited personally all parts of our lines nearly every day, was constantly within musket range, and though the fire of musketry and cannon resounded day and night along the whole line, varying from 6 to 10 miles, I rarely saw a dozen of the enemy at any one time. And these were always skirmishers dodging from tree to tree, or behind logs on the ground, or who occasionally showed their heads above the hastily constructed but remarkably strong rifle trenches. On the occasion of my visit to McPherson on the 30th of May, while standing with a group of officers, among whom were Generals McPherson, Logan, Berry, and Colonel Taylor, my former chief of artillery, a Minnie ball passed through Logan's coat sleeve, scratching the skin, and struck Colonel Taylor square in the breast. Luckily he had in his pocket a famous memorandum book, in which he kept a sort of diary, about which we used to joke him a good deal. Its thickness and size saved his life, breaking the force of the ball, so that after traversing the book it only penetrated the breast to the ribs, but it knocked him down and disabled him for the rest of the campaign. He was a most competent and worthy officer, and now lives in poverty in Chicago, sustained in part by his own labor, and in part by a pitiful pension recently granted. On the 1st of June General McPherson closed in upon the right, and, without attempting further to carry the enemy's strong position at New Hope Church, I held our general right in close contact with it, gradually, carefully, and steadily working by the left, until our strong infantry lines had reached and secured possession of all the wagon roads between New Hope, Allatoona, and Ackworth. When I dispatched Generals Garrett's and Stoneman's divisions of cavalry into Allatoona, the first around by the west end of the pass, and the latter by the direct road. Both reached their destination without opposition, and orders were at once given to repair the railroad forward from Kingston to Allatoona, embracing the bridge across the Etowah River. Thus the real object of my move on Dallas was accomplished, and on the 4th of June I was preparing to draw off from New Hope Church, and to take position on the railroad in front of Allatoona, when, General Johnston himself having evacuated his position, we effected the change without further battle, and moved to the railroad, occupying it from Allatoona and Ackworth forward to Big Shanty, in sight of the famous Kenesaw Mountain. Thus, substantially in the month of May, we had steadily driven our antagonist from the strong positions of Dalton, Res Aea, Cassville, Allatoona, and Dallas. Had advanced our lines in strong, compact order from Chattanooga to Big Shanty, nearly 100 miles of as difficult country as was ever fought over by civilized armies. And thus stood prepared to go on, anxious to fight, and confident of success as soon as the railroad communications were complete to bring forward the necessary supplies. It is now impossible to state accurately our loss of life and men in any one separate battle, for the fighting was continuous, almost daily, among trees and bushes, on ground where one could rarely see 100 yards ahead. The aggregate loss in the several corps for the month of May is reported as follows in the usual monthly returns sent to the Adjutant General's office, which are, therefore, official. Casualties during the month of May. 1864. Major General Sherman commanding. Killed and missing. Wounded. Total. 1,863, 7,436, 9,299. General Joseph E. Johnston, in his Narrative of His Military Operations, just published, March 27, 1874, gives the effective strength of his army at and about Dalton on the 1st of May, 1864, page 302, as follows. Infantry 37,652. Artillery 2,812. Cavalry 392. Total 42,856. During May, and prior to reaching Cassville, he was further reinforced. Polk's Corps of 3 divisions 12,000. Martin's Division of Cavalry 3,500. Jackson's Division of Cavalry 3,900. And at New Hope Church, May 26. Brigade of Quarrels 2,200. Grand total 64,456. His losses during the month of May are stated by him, as taken from the report of Surgeon Ford. Killed 721. Wounded 4,672. Total 5,393. These figures include only the killed and wounded, whereas my statement of losses embraces the missing, which are usually prisoners, and of these we captured. During the whole campaign of 4.5 months, exactly 12,983, whose names, rank, and regiments, were officially reported to the Commissary General of Prisoners. And assuming a due proportion for the month of May, viz., 1/4, makes 3,245 to be added to the killed and wounded given above, making an aggregate loss in Johnston's army, from Dalton to New Hope, inclusive, of 8,638, against ours of 9,299. Therefore General Johnston is greatly in error, in his estimates on page 357, in stating our loss, as compared with his, at 6 or 10 to 1. I always estimated my force at about double his, and could afford to lose 2 to 1 without disturbing our relative proportion. But I also reckon that, in the natural strength of the country, in the abundance of mountains, streams, and forests, he had a fair offset to our numerical superiority. And therefore endeavored to act with reasonable caution while moving on the vigorous offensive. With the drawn battle of New Hope Church, and our occupation of the natural fortress of Allatoona, terminated the month of May, and the first stage of the campaign. 17. Atlanta Campaign, battles about Kenesaw Mountain. June, 1864. On the 1st of June our 3 armies were well in hand, in the broken and densely wooded country fronting the enemy entrenched at New Hope Church, about 5 miles north of Dallas. General Stoneman's division of cavalry had occupied Allatoona, on the railroad, and General Garrett's division was at the western end of the pass, about Stylesboro. Colonel W. Wright, of the engineers, was busily employed in repairing the railroad and rebuilding the bridge across the Etowah, or High Tower, River, which had been destroyed by the enemy on his retreat. And the armies were engaged in a general and constant skirmish along a front of about 6 miles, McPherson the right, Thomas the center, and Schofield on the left. By gradually covering our front with parapet, and extending to the left, we approached the railroad toward Ackworth and overlapped the enemy's right. By the 4th of June we had made such progress that Johnston evacuated his lines in the night, leaving us masters of the situation, when I deliberately shifted McPherson's army to the extreme left, at and in front of Ackworth. With Thomas's about 2 miles on his right, and Schofield's on his right all facing east. Heavy rains set in about the 1st of June, making the roads infamous, but our marches were short, as we needed time for the repair of the railroad, so as to bring supplies forward to Allatoona Station. On the 6th I rode back to Allatoona, 7 miles, found it all that was expected, and gave orders for its fortification and preparation as a secondary base. General Blair arrived at Ackworth on the 8th with his 2 divisions of the 17th Corps, the same which had been on veteran furlough, had come up from Cairo by way of Clifton, on the Tennessee River, and had followed our general route to Allatoona, where he had left a garrison of about 1,500 men. His effective strength, as reported, was 9,000. These, with new regiments and furloughed men who had joined early in the month of May, equaled our losses from battle, sickness, and by detachments. So that the 3 armies still aggregated about 100,000 effective men. On the 10th of June the whole combined army moved forward 6 miles, to Big Shanty, a station on the railroad, whence we had a good view of the enemy's position, which embraced 3 prominent hills known as Kenesaw, Pine Mountain, and Lost Mountain. On each of these hills the enemy had signal stations and fresh lines of parapets. Heavy masses of infantry could be distinctly seen with the naked eye, and it was manifest that Johnston had chosen his ground well, and with deliberation had prepared for battle. But his line was at least 10 miles in extent, too long, in my judgment, to be held successfully by his force, then estimated at 60,000. As his position, however, gave him a perfect view over our field, we had to proceed with due caution. McPherson had the left, following the railroad, which curved around the north base of Kenesaw, Thomas the center, oblique to the right, deploying below Kenesaw and facing Pine Hill. And Schofield, somewhat refused, was on the general right, looking south, toward Lost Mountain. On the 11th the Etowah Bridge was done. The railroad was repaired up to our very skirmish line, close to the base of Kenesaw, and a loaded train of cars came to Big Shanty. The locomotive, detached, was run forward to a water tank within the range of the enemy's guns on Kenesaw, whence the enemy opened fire on the locomotive. But the engineer was not afraid, went on to the tank, got water, and returned safely to his train, answering the guns with the screams of his engine, heightened by the cheers and shouts of our men. The rains continued to pour, and made our development slow and dilatory, for there were no roads, and these had to be improvised by each division for its own supply train from the depot in Big Shanty to the camps. Meantime each army was deploying carefully before the enemy, entrenching every camp, ready as against a sally. The enemy's cavalry was also busy in our rear, compelling us to detach cavalry all the way back as far as Resica, and to strengthen all the infantry posts as far as Nashville. Besides, there was great danger, always in my mind, that Forrest would collect a heavy cavalry command in Mississippi, cross the Tennessee River, and break up our railroad below Nashville. In anticipation of this very danger, I had sent General Sturgis to Memphis to take command of all the cavalry in that quarter, to go out toward Pontotoc, engage Forrest and defeat him. But on the 14th of June I learned that General Sturgis had himself been defeated on the 10th of June, and had been driven by Forrest back into Memphis in considerable confusion. I expected that this would soon be followed by a general raid on all our roads in Tennessee. General G.J. Smith, with the 2 divisions of the 16th and 17th Corps which had been with General Banks up Red River, had returned from that ill-fated expedition, and had been ordered to General Canby at New Orleans, who was making a diversion about Mobile. But, on hearing of General Sturgis's defeat, I ordered General Smith to go out from Memphis and renew the offensive, so as to keep Forrest off our roads. This he did finally, defeating Forrest at Tupelo, on the 13th, 14th, and 15th days of July. And he so stirred up matters in North Mississippi that Forrest could not leave for Tennessee. This, for a time, left me only the task of covering the roads against such minor detachments of cavalry as Johnston could spare from his immediate army, and I proposed to keep these 2 busy in their own defense to spare detachments. By the 14th the rain slackened, and we occupied a continuous line of 10 miles, entrenched, conforming to the irregular position of the enemy, when I reconnoitered, with a view to make a break in their line between Kenesaw and Pine Mountain. When abreast of Pine Mountain I noticed a rebel battery on its crest, with a continuous line of fresh rifle trench about halfway down the hill. Our skirmishers were at the time engaged in the woods about the base of this hill between the lines, and I estimated the distance to the battery on the crest at about 800 yards. Near it, in plain view, stood a group of the enemy, evidently observing us with glasses. General Howard, commanding the 4th Corps, was nearby, and I called his attention to this group, and ordered him to compel it to keep behind its cover. He replied that his orders from General Thomas were to spare artillery ammunition. This was right, according to the general policy, but I explained to him that we must keep up the morale of a bold offensive, that he must use his artillery, force the enemy to remain on the timid defensive, and ordered him to cause a battery close by to fire 3 volleys. I continued to ride down our line, and soon heard, in quick succession, the 3 volleys. The next division in order was Geary's, and I gave him similar orders. General Polk, in my opinion, was killed by the 2nd volley fired from the 1st battery referred to. In a conversation with General Johnston, after the war, he explained that on that day he had ridden in person from Marietta to Pine Mountain, held by Bates's division, and was accompanied by Generals Hardee and Polk. When on Pine Mountain, reconnoitering, quite a group of soldiers, belonging to the battery close by, clustered about him. He noticed the preparations of our battery to fire, and cautioned these men to scatter. They did so, and he likewise hurried behind the parapet, from which he had an equally good view of our position, but General Polk, who was dignified and corpulent, walked back slowly, not wishing to appear too hurried or cautious in the presence of the men, and was struck across the breast by an unexploded shell, which killed him instantly. This is my memory of the conversation, and it is confirmed by Johnston himself in his narrative, page 337, except that he calculated the distance of our battery at 600 yards, and says that Polk was killed by the 3rd shot. I know that our guns fired by volley, and believe that he was hit by a shot of the 2nd volley. It has been asserted that I fired the gun which killed General Polk, and that I knew it was directed against that general. The fact is, at that distance we could not even tell that the group were officers at all. I was on horseback, a couple of 100 yards off, before my orders to fire were executed, had no idea that our shot had taken effect, and continued my ride down along the line to Schofield's extreme flank. Returning late in the evening to my headquarters at Big Shanty, where I occupied an abandoned house. In a cotton field back of that house was our signal station, on the roof of an old gin house. The signal officer reported that by studying the enemy's signals he had learned the key, and that he could read their signals. He explained to me that he had translated a signal about noon, from Pine Mountain to Marietta, send an ambulance for General Polk's body, and later in the day another, why don't you send an ambulance for General Polk? From this we inferred that General Polk had been killed, but how or where we knew not, and this inference was confirmed later in the same day by the report of some prisoners who had been captured. On the 15th we advanced our general lines, intending to attack at any weak point discovered between Kenesaw and Pine Mountain. But Pine Mountain was found to be abandoned, and Johnston had contracted his front somewhat, on a direct line, connecting Kenesaw with Lost Mountain. Thomas and Schofield thereby gained about 2 miles of most difficult country, and McPherson's left lapped well around the north end of Kenesaw. We captured a good many prisoners, among them a whole infantry regiment, the 14th Alabama, 320 strong. On the 16th the general movement was continued, when Lost Mountain was abandoned by the enemy. Our right naturally swung round, so as to threaten the railroad below Marietta, but Johnston had still further contracted and strengthened his lines, covering Marietta and all the roads below. On the 17th and 18th the rain again fell in torrents, making army movements impossible, but we devoted the time to strengthening our positions, more especially the left and center, with a view gradually to draw from the left to add to the right. And we had to hold our lines on the left extremely strong, to guard against a sally from Kenesaw against our depot at Big Shanty. Garrard's division of cavalry was kept busy on our left, McPherson had gradually extended to his right, enabling Thomas to do the same still farther. But the enemy's position was so very strong, and everywhere it was covered by entrenchments, that we found it as dangerous to assault as a permanent fort. We in like manner covered our lines of battle by similar works, and even our skirmishers learned to cover their bodies by the simplest and best forms of defensive works, such as rails or logs, piled in the form of a simple lunette, covered on the outside with earth thrown up at night. The enemy and ourselves used the same form of rifle trench, varied according to the nature of the ground, viz., the trees and bushes were cut away for 100 yards or more in front, serving as an abatis or entanglement. The parapets varied from 4 to 6 feet high, the dirt taken from a ditch outside and from a covered way inside, and this parapet was surmounted by a headlog, composed of the trunk of a tree from 12 to 20 inches at the butt. Lying along the interior crest of the parapet and resting in notches cut in other trunks which extended back, forming an inclined plane, in case the headlog should be knocked inward by a cannon shot. The men of both armies became extremely skillful in the construction of these works, because each man realized their value and importance to himself, so that it required no orders for their construction. As soon as a regiment or brigade gained a position within easy distance for a sally, it would set to work with a will, and would construct such a parapet in a single night. But I endeavored to spare the soldiers this hard labor by authorizing each division commander to organize out of the freedmen who escaped to us a pioneer corps of 200 men, who were fed out of the regular army supplies. And I promised them $10 a month, under an existing act of Congress. These pioneer detachments became very useful to us during the rest of the war, for they could work at night while our men slept. They in turn were not expected to fight, and could therefore sleep by day. Our enemies used their slaves for a similar purpose, but usually kept them out of the range of fire by employing them to fortify and strengthen the position to their rear next to be occupied in their general retrograde. During this campaign hundreds if not thousands of miles of similar entrenchments were built by both armies, and, as a rule, whichever party attacked got the worst of it. On the 19th of June the rebel army again fell back on its flanks, to such an extent that for a time I supposed it had retreated to the Chattahoochee River, 15 miles distant. But as we pressed forward we were soon undeceived, for we found it still more concentrated, covering Marietta and the railroad. These successive contractions of the enemy's line encouraged us and discouraged him, but were doubtless justified by sound reasons. On the 20th Johnston's position was unusually strong. Kenesaw Mountain was his salient. His two flanks were refused and covered by parapets and by Noonday and Noses Creeks. His left flank was his weak point, so long as he acted on the defensive, whereas, had he designed to contract the extent of his line for the purpose of getting in reserve a force with which to strike, offensively, from his right, he would have done a wise act, and I was compelled to presume that such was his object. We were also so far from Nashville and Chattanooga that we were naturally sensitive for the safety of our railroad and depots. So that the left, McPherson, was held very strong. About this time came reports that a large cavalry force of the enemy had passed around our left flank, evidently to strike this very railroad somewhere below Chattanooga. I therefore reinforced the cavalry station from Resaca to Cossaville, and ordered forward from Huntsville, Alabama, the infantry division of General John E. Smith, to hold Kingston securely. While we were thus engaged about Kenesaw, General Grant had his hands full with Lee, in Virginia. General Halleck was the chief of staff at Washington, and to him I communicated almost daily. I find from my letter book that on the 21st of June I reported to him tersely and truly the condition of facts on that day. This is the 19th day of rain, and the prospect of fair weather is as far off as ever. The roads are impassable. The fields and woods become quagmires after a few wagons have crossed over. Yet we are at work all the time. The left flank is across Noonday Creek, and the right is across Noses Creek. The enemy still holds Kenesaw, a conical mountain, with Marietta behind it, and has his flanks retired, to cover that town and the railroad behind. I am all ready to attack the moment the weather and roads will permit troops and artillery to move with anything like life. The weather has a wonderful effect on troops. In action and on the march, rain is favorable. But in the woods, where all is blind and uncertain, it seems almost impossible for an army covering 10 miles of front to act in concert during wet and stormy weather. Still I pressed operations with the utmost earnestness, aiming always to keep our fortified lines in absolute contact with the enemy, while with the surplus force we felt forward, from one flank or the other, for his line of communication and retreat. On the 22d of June I rode the whole line, and ordered General Thomas in person to advance his extreme right corps, Hooker's, and instructed General Schofield, by letter, to keep his entire army, viz. the 23rd Corps, as a strong right flank in close support of Hooker's deployed line. During this day the sun came out, with some promise of clear weather, and I had got back to my bivouac about dark, when a signal message was received, dated Culp House, 5:30 p.m. General Sherman, we have repulsed 2 heavy attacks, and feel confident, our only apprehension being from our extreme right flank. 3 entire corps are in front of us. Major General Hooker. Hooker's corps, the 20th, belonged to Thomas's army. Thomas's headquarters were 2 miles nearer to Hooker than mine, and Hooker, being an old army officer, knew that he should have reported this fact to Thomas and not to me. I was, moreover, specially disturbed by the assertion in his report that he was uneasy about his right flank, when Schofield had been specially ordered to protect that. I first inquired of my adjutant, Dayton, if he were certain that General Schofield had received his orders, and he answered that the envelope in which he had sent them was receipted by General Schofield himself. I knew, therefore, that General Schofield must be nearby, in close support of Hooker's right flank. General Thomas had before this occasion complained to me of General Hooker's disposition to switch off, leaving wide gaps in his line, so as to be independent, and to make glory on his own account. I therefore resolved not to overlook this breach of discipline and propriety. The rebel army was only composed of 3 corps. I had that very day ridden 6 miles of their lines, found them everywhere strongly occupied, and therefore Hooker could not have encountered 3 entire corps. Both McPherson and Schofield had also complained to me of this same tendency of Hooker to widen the gap between his own corps and his proper army, Thomas's, so as to come into closer contact with one or other of the wings. Asserting that he was the senior by commission to both McPherson and Schofield, and that in the event of battle he should assume command over them, by virtue of his older commission. They appealed to me to protect them. I had heard during that day some cannonading and heavy firing down toward the Culp House, which was about 5 miles southeast of where I was, but this was nothing unusual. For at the same moment there was firing along our lines full 10 miles in extent. Early the next day, 23d, I rode down to the Culp House, which was on a road leading from Powder Springs to Marietta, about 3 miles distant from the latter. On the way I passed through General Butterfield's division of Hooker's corps, which I learned had not been engaged at all in the battle of the day before. Then I rode along Geary's and Williams's divisions, which occupied the field of battle, and the men were engaged in burying the dead. I found General Schofield's corps on the Powder Springs Road, its head of column abreast of Hooker's right, therefore constituting a strong right flank, and I met General Schofield and Hooker together. As rain was falling at the moment, we passed into a little church standing by the roadside, and I there showed General Schofield Hooker's signal message of the day before. He was very angry, and pretty sharp words passed between them, Schofield saying that his head of column, Haskell's division, had been, at the time of the battle, actually in advance of Hooker's line. That the attack or sally of the enemy struck his troops before it did Hooker's, that General Hooker knew of it at the time. And he offered to go out and show me that the dead men of his advance division, Haskell's, were lying farther out than any of Hooker's. General Hooker pretended not to have known this fact. I then asked him why he had called on me for help, until he had used all of his own troops, asserting that I had just seen Butterfield's division, and had learned from him that he had not been engaged the day before at all. And I asserted that the enemy's sally must have been made by 1 corps, Hood's, in place of 3, and that it had fallen on Geary's and Williams's divisions, which had repulsed the attack handsomely. As we rode away from that church, General Hooker was by my side, and I told him that such a thing must not occur again. In other words, I reproved him more gently than the occasion demanded, and from that time he began to sulk. General Hooker had come from the East with great fame as a fighter, and at Chattanooga he was glorified by his battle above the clouds, which I fear turned his head. He seemed jealous of all the army commanders, because in years, former rank, and experience, he thought he was our superior. On the 23d of June I telegraphed to General Halleck this summary, which I cannot again better state. We continue to press forward on the principle of an advance against fortified positions. The whole country is one vast fort, and Johnston must have at least 50 miles of connected trenches, with abatis and finished batteries. We gain ground daily, fighting all the time. On the 21st General Stanley gained a position near the south end of Kenesaw, from which the enemy attempted in vain to drive him, and the same day General T.J. Wood's division took a hill, which the enemy assaulted 3 times at night without success, leaving more than 100 dead on the ground. Yesterday the extreme right, Hooker and Schofield, advanced on the Powder Springs Road to within 3 miles of Marietta. The enemy made a strong effort to drive them away, but failed signally, leaving more than 200 dead on the field. Our lines are now in close contact, and the fighting is incessant, with a good deal of artillery fire. As fast as we gain one position the enemy has another already, but I think he will soon have to let go Kenesaw, which is the key to the whole country. The weather is now better, and the roads are drying up fast. Our losses are light, and, notwithstanding the repeated breaks of the road to our rear, supplies are ample. During the 24th and 25th of June General Schofield extended his right as far as prudent, so as to compel the enemy to thin out his lines correspondingly, with the intention to make 2 strong assaults at points where success would give us the greatest advantage. I had consulted Generals Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield, and we all agreed that we could not with prudence stretch out any more, and therefore there was no alternative but to attack fortified lines, a thing carefully avoided up to that time. I reasoned, if we could make a breach anywhere near the rebel center, and thrust in a strong head of column, that with the one moiety of our army we could hold in check the corresponding wing of the enemy, and with the other sweep in flank and overwhelm the other half. The 27th of June was fixed as the day for the attempt, and in order to oversee the whole, and to be in close communication with all parts of the army, I had a place cleared on the top of a hill to the rear of Thomas's center, and had the telegraph wires laid to it. The points of attack were chosen, and the troops were all prepared with as little demonstration as possible. About 9 a.m. of the day appointed, the troops moved to the assault, and all along our lines for 10 miles a furious fire of artillery and musketry was kept up. At all points the enemy met us with determined courage and in great force. McPherson's attacking column fought up the face of the lesser Kenesaw, but could not reach the summit. About a mile to the right, just below the Dallas Road, Thomas's assaulting column reached the parapet, where Brigadier General Barker was shot down mortally wounded, and Brigadier General Daniel McCook, my old law partner, was desperately wounded, from the effects of which he afterward died. By 11:30 the assault was in fact over, and had failed. We had not broken the rebel line at either point, but our assaulting columns held their ground within a few yards of the rebel trenches, and there covered themselves with parapet. McPherson lost about 500 men and several valuable officers, and Thomas lost nearly 2,000 men. This was the hardest fight of the campaign up to that date, and it is well described by Johnston in his narrative, pages 342, 343, where he admits his loss in killed and wounded as total 808. This, no doubt, is a true and fair statement, but, as usual, Johnston overestimates our loss, putting it at 6,000, whereas our entire loss was about 2,500, killed and wounded. While the battle was in progress at the center, Schofield crossed Ollie's Creek on the right, and gained a position threatening Johnston's line of retreat. And, to increase the effect, I ordered Stoneman's cavalry to proceed rapidly still farther to the right, to Sweetwater. Satisfied of the bloody cost of attacking entrenched lines, I at once thought of moving the whole army to the railroad at a point, Fulton, about 10 miles below Marietta, or to the Chattahoochee River itself. A movement similar to the one afterwards so successfully practiced at Atlanta. All the orders were issued to bring forward supplies enough to fill our wagons, intending to strip the railroad back to Allatoona, and leave that place as our depot, to be covered as well as possible by Garrett's cavalry. General Thomas, as usual, shook his head, deeming it risky to leave the railroad. But something had to be done, and I had resolved on this move, as reported in my dispatch to General Halleck on July 1. General Schofield is now south of Ollie's Creek, and on the head of Nickajack. I have been hurrying down provisions and forage, and tomorrow night propose to move McPherson from the left to the extreme right, back of General Thomas. This will bring my right within 3 miles of the Chattahoochee River, and about 5 miles from the railroad. By this movement I think I can force Johnston to move his whole army down from Kenesaw to defend his railroad and the Chattahoochee, when I will, by the left flank, reach the railroad below Marietta. But in this I must cut loose from the railroad with 10 days' supplies in wagons. Johnston may come out of his entrenchments to attack Thomas, which is exactly what I want, for General Thomas is well entrenched on a line parallel with the enemy south of Kenesaw. I think that Allatoona and the line of the Etowah are strong enough for me to venture on this move. The movement is substantially down the Sandtown Road straight for Atlanta. McPherson drew out of his lines during the night of July 2d, leaving Garrett's cavalry, dismounted, occupying his trenches, and moved to the rear of the Army of the Cumberland, stretching down the Nickajack. But Johnston detected the movement, and promptly abandoned Marietta and Kenesaw. I expected as much, for, by the earliest dawn of the 3d of July, I was up at a large spyglass mounted on a tripod, which Colonel Poe, United States Engineers, had at his bivouac close by our camp. I directed the glass on Kenesaw, and saw some of our pickets crawling up the hill cautiously. Soon they stood upon the very top, and I could plainly see their movements as they ran along the crest just abandoned by the enemy. In a minute I roused my staff, and started them off with orders in every direction for a pursuit by every possible road, hoping to catch Johnston in the confusion of retreat, especially at the crossing of the Chattahoochee River. I must close this chapter here, so as to give the actual losses during June, which are compiled from the official returns by months. These losses, from June 1 to July 3d, were all substantially sustained about Kenesaw and Marietta, and it was really a continuous battle, lasting from the 10th day of June till the 3d of July, when the rebel army fell back from Marietta toward the Chattahoochee River. Our losses were: loss in June aggregate: killed and missing 1,790, wounded 5,740, total 7,530. Johnston makes his statement of losses from the report of his surgeon Ford, for pretty much the same period, viz. From June 4 to July 4, page 576. Killed 468. Wounded 3,480. Total 3,948. In the tabular statement the missing embraces the prisoners. And, giving 2,000 as a fair proportion of prisoners captured by us for the month of June, 12,983 in all the campaign, makes an aggregate loss in the rebel army of 5,948. To ours of 7,530, a less proportion than in the relative strength of our two armies, viz. as 6 to 10, thus maintaining our relative superiority, which the desperate game of war justified. 18. Atlanta Campaign, Battles about Atlanta. July, 1864. As before explained, on the 3d of July, by moving McPherson's entire army from the extreme left, at the base of Kenesaw to the right, below Ollie's Creek, and stretching it down the Nickajack toward Turner's Ferry of the Chattahoochee, we forced Johnston to choose between a direct assault on Thomas's entrenched position, or to permit us to make a lodgment on his railroad below Marietta, or even to cross the Chattahoochee. Of course, he chose to let go Kenesaw and Marietta, and fall back on an entrenched camp prepared by his orders in advance on the north and west bank of the Chattahoochee, covering the railroad crossing in his several pontoon bridges. I confess I had not learned beforehand of the existence of this strong place, in the nature of a tête du pont, and had counted on striking him an effectual blow in the expected confusion of his crossing the Chattahoochee. A broad and deep river then to his rear. Ordering every part of the army to pursue vigorously on the morning of the 3d of July, I rode into Marietta, just quitted by the rebel rearguard, and was terribly angry at the cautious pursuit by Garrett's cavalry, and even by the head of our infantry columns. But Johnston had in advance cleared and multiplied his roads, whereas ours had to cross at right angles from the direction of Powder Springs toward Marietta, producing delay and confusion. By night Thomas's head of column ran up against a strong rearguard entrenched at Smyrna Campground, 6 miles below Marietta, and there on the next day we celebrated our 4th of July, by a noisy but not a desperate battle. Designed chiefly to hold the enemy there till Generals McPherson and Schofield could get well into position below him, near the Chattahoochee crossings. It was here that General Noyes, late Governor of Ohio, lost his leg. I came very near being shot myself while reconnoitering in the second story of a house on our picket line, which was struck several times by cannon shot, and perfectly riddled with musket balls. During the night Johnston drew back all his army in trains inside the Tête du Pont at the Chattahoochee, which proved one of the strongest pieces of field fortification I ever saw. We closed up against it, and were promptly met by a heavy and severe fire. Thomas was on the main road in immediate pursuit, next on his right was Schofield, and McPherson on the extreme right, reaching the Chattahoochee River below Turner's Ferry. Stoneman's cavalry was still farther to the right, along down the Chattahoochee River as far as opposite Sandtown. And on that day I ordered Garrett's division of cavalry up the river 18 miles, to secure possession of the factories at Roswell, as well as to hold an important bridge and ford at that place. About 3 miles out from the Chattahoochee the main road forked, the right branch following substantially the railroad, and the left one leading straight for Atlanta, via Pace Ferry and Buckhead. We found the latter unoccupied and unguarded, and the 4th Corps, Howard's, reached the river at Pace Ferry. The right-hand road was perfectly covered by the Tête du Pont before described, where the resistance was very severe, and for some time deceived me, for I was pushing Thomas with orders to fiercely assault his enemy. Supposing that he was merely opposing us to gain time to get his trains and troops across the Chattahoochee. But, on personally reconnoitering, I saw the abattis and the strong redoubts, which satisfied me of the preparations that had been made by Johnston in anticipation of this very event. While I was with General Jeff C. Davis, a poor Negro came out of the abattis, blanched with fright, said he had been hidden under a log all day, with a perfect storm of shot, shells, and musket balls, passing over him. Till a short lull had enabled him to creep out and make himself known to our skirmishers, who in turn had sent him back to where we were. This Negro explained that he with about 1,000 slaves had been at work a month or more on these very lines, which, as he explained, extended from the river about a mile above the railroad bridge to Turner's Ferry below, being in extent from 5 to 6 miles. Therefore, on the 5th of July we had driven our enemy to cover in the valley of the Chattahoochee, and we held possession of the river above for 18 miles, as far as Roswell, and below 10 miles to the mouth of the Sweetwater. Moreover, we held the high ground and could overlook his movements, instead of his looking down on us, as was the case at Kenesaw. From a hill just back of Mining Station I could see the houses in Atlanta, 9 miles distant, and the whole intervening valley of the Chattahoochee. Could observe the preparations for our reception on the other side, the camps of men and large trains of covered wagons. And supposed, as a matter of course, that Johnston had passed the river with the bulk of his army, and that he had only left on our side a corps to cover his bridges, but in fact he had only sent across his cavalry and trains. Between Howard's corps at Pace Ferry and the rest of Thomas's army pressing up against this Tête du Pont, was a space concealed by dense woods, in crossing which I came near riding into a detachment of the enemy's cavalry. And later in the same day Colonel Frank Sherman, of Chicago, then on General Howard's staff, did actually ride straight into the enemy's camp, supposing that our lines were continuous. He was carried to Atlanta, and for some time the enemy supposed they were in possession of the commander-in-chief of the opposing army. I knew that Johnston would not remain long on the west bank of the Chattahoochee, for I could easily practice on that ground to better advantage our former tactics of entrenching a moiety in his front. And with the rest of our army crossed the river and threatened either his rear or the city of Atlanta itself, which city was of vital importance to the existence not only of his own army, but of the Confederacy itself. In my dispatch of July 6 to General Halleck, at Washington, I state that Johnston, in his retreat from Kenesaw, has left 2 breaks in the railroad, one above Marietta and one near Mining Station. The former is already repaired, and Johnston's army has heard the sound of our locomotives. The telegraph is finished to Mining Station, and the field wire has just reached my bivouac, and will be ready to convey this message as soon as it is written and translated into cipher. I propose to study the crossings of the Chattahoochee, and, when all is ready, to move quickly. As a beginning, I will keep the troops and wagons well back from the river, and only display to the enemy our picket line, with a few field batteries along at random. I have already shifted Schofield to a point in our left rear, whence he can in a single move reach the Chattahoochee at a point above the railroad bridge, where there is a ford. At present the waters are turbid and swollen from recent rains. But if the present hot weather lasts, the water will run down very fast. We have pontoons enough for 4 bridges, but, as our crossing will be resisted, we must maneuver some. All the regular crossing places are covered by forts, apparently of long construction, but we shall cross in due time, and, instead of attacking Atlanta direct, or any of its forts, I propose to make a circuit, destroying all its railroads. This is a delicate movement, and must be done with caution. Our army is in good condition and full of confidence, but the weather is intensely hot, and a good many men have fallen with sunstroke. The country is high and healthy, and the sanitary condition of the army is good. At this time Stoneman was very active on our extreme right, pretending to be searching the river below Turner's Ferry for a crossing, and was watched closely by the enemy's cavalry on the other side. McPherson, on the right, was equally demonstrative at and near Turner's Ferry. Thomas faced substantially the entrenched Tete Dupont, and had his left on the Chattahoochee River, at Pace's Ferry. Garrard's cavalry was up at Roswell, and McCook's small division of cavalry was intermediate, above Soap's Creek. Meantime, also, the railroad construction party was hard at work, repairing the railroad up to our camp at Vining Station. Of course, I expected every possible resistance in crossing the Chattahoochee River, and had made up my mind to feign on the right, but actually to cross over by the left. We had already secured a crossing place at Roswell, but one nearer was advisable. General Schofield had examined the river well, found a place just below the mouth of Soap's Creek which he deemed advantageous, and was instructed to effect an early crossing there, and to entrench a good position on the other side, viz. the east bank. But, preliminary thereto, I had ordered General Rousseau, at Nashville, to collect, out of the scattered detachments of cavalry in Tennessee, a force of a couple of thousand men, to rendezvous at Decatur, Alabama. Thence to make a rapid march for Opelika, to break up the railroad links between Georgia and Alabama, and then to make junction with me about Atlanta. Or, if forced, to go on to Pensacola, or even to swing across to some of our posts in Mississippi. General Rousseau asked leave to command this expedition himself, to which I consented, and on the 6th of July he reported that he was already at Decatur, and I gave him orders to start. He moved promptly on the 9th, crossed the Coosa below the 10 Islands, and the Tallapoosa below Horseshoe Bend, having passed through Talladega. He struck the railroad west of Opelika, tore it up for 20 miles, then turned north and came to Marietta on the 22d of July, whence he reported to me. This expedition was in the nature of a raid, and must have disturbed the enemy somewhat. But, as usual, the cavalry did not work hard, and their destruction of the railroad was soon repaired. Rousseau, when he reported to me in person before Atlanta, on the 28th of July, stated his entire loss to have been only 12 killed and 30 wounded. He brought in 400 captured mules and 300 horses, and also told me a good story. He said he was far down in Alabama, below Talladega, one hot, dusty day, when the blue clothing of his men was gray with dust. He had halted his column along a road, and he in person, with his staff, had gone to the house of a planter, who met him kindly on the front porch. He asked for water, which was brought, and as the party sat on the porch in conversation he saw, in a stable yard across the road, quite a number of good mules. He remarked to the planter, "My good sir, I fear I must take some of your mules." The planter remonstrated, saying he had already contributed liberally to the good cause, that it was only last week he had given to General Roddy 10 mules. Rousseau replied, "Well, in this war you should be at least neutral, that is, you should be as liberal to us as to Roddy, a rebel cavalry general." "Well, ain't you on our side?" "No," said Rousseau. "I am General Rousseau, and all these men you see are Yanks." "Great God! Is it possible? Are these Yanks? Who ever supposed they would come away down here in Alabama?" Of course, Rousseau took his 10 mules. Schofield effected his crossing at Soap's Creek very handsomely on the 9th, capturing the small guard that was watching the crossing. By night he was on the high ground beyond, strongly entrenched, with 2 good pontoon bridges finished, and was prepared, if necessary, for an assault by the whole Confederate army. The same day Garrett's cavalry also crossed over at Roswell, drove away the cavalry pickets, and held its ground till relieved by Newton's division of Howard's corps, which was sent up temporarily. Till it in turn was relieved by Dodge's corps, 16th, of the Army of the Tennessee, which was the advance of the whole of that army. That night Johnston evacuated his trenches, crossed over the Chattahoochee, burned the railroad bridge and his pontoon and trestle bridges, and left us in full possession of the north or west bank, besides which we had already secured possession of the 2 good crossings at Roswell and Soap's Creek. I have always thought Johnston neglected his opportunity there, for he had lain comparatively idle while we got control of both banks of the river above him. On the 13th I ordered McPherson, with the 15th Corps, to move up to Roswell, to cross over, prepare good bridges, and to make a strong tete du pont on the farther side. Stoneman had been sent down to Campbellton, with orders to cross over and to threaten the railroad below Atlanta, if he could do so without too much risk. And General Blair, with the 17th Corps, was to remain at Turner's Ferry, demonstrating as much as possible, thus keeping up the feint below while we were actually crossing above. Thomas was also ordered to prepare his bridges at Powers's and Pace's ferries. By crossing the Chattahoochee above the railroad bridge, we were better placed to cover our railroad and depots than below, though a movement across the river below the railroad, to the south of Atlanta, might have been more decisive. But we were already so far from home, and would be compelled to accept battle whenever offered, with the Chattahoochee to our rear, that it became imperative for me to take all prudential measures the case admitted of. And I therefore determined to pass the river above the railroad bridge, McPherson on the left, Schofield in the center, and Thomas on the right. On the 13th I reported to General Halleck as follows. All is well. I have now accumulated stores at Allatoona and Marietta, both fortified and garrison points. Have also 3 places at which to cross the Chattahoochee in our possession, and only await General Stoneman's return from a trip down the river, to cross the army in force and move on Atlanta. Stoneman is now out 2 days, and had orders to be back on the 4th or 5th day at furthest. From the 10th to the 15th we were all busy in strengthening the several points for the proposed passage of the Chattahoochee, in increasing the number and capacity of the bridges, rearranging the garrisons to our rear, and in bringing forward supplies. On the 15th General Stoneman got back to Powder Springs, and was ordered to replace General Blair at Turner's Ferry, and Blair, with the 17th Corps, was ordered up to Roswell to join McPherson. On the 17th we began the general movement against Atlanta, Thomas crossing the Chattahoochee at Powers's and Pace, by pontoon bridges, Schofield moving out toward Cross Keys, and McPherson toward Stone Mountain. We encountered but little opposition except by cavalry. On the 18th all the armies moved on a general right wheel, Thomas to Buckhead, forming line of battle facing Peachtree Creek. Schofield was on his left, and McPherson well over toward the railroad between Stone Mountain and Decatur, which he reached at 2 p.m. of that day, about 4 miles from Stone Mountain, and 7 miles east of Decatur, and there he turned toward Atlanta, breaking up the railroad as he progressed, his advance guard reaching Exeter about night, where he came into communication with Schofield's troops, which had also reached Decatur. About 10 a.m. of that day, July 18th, when the armies were all in motion, one of General Thomas's staff officers brought me a citizen, one of our spies, who had just come out of Atlanta, and had brought a newspaper of the same day, or of the day before. containing Johnston's order relinquishing the command of the Confederate forces in Atlanta, and Hood's order assuming the command. I immediately inquired of General Schofield, who was his classmate at West Point, about Hood, as to his general character, etc., and learned that he was bold even to rashness, and courageous in the extreme. I inferred that the change of commanders meant fight. Notice of this important change was at once sent to all parts of the army, and every division commander was cautioned to be always prepared for battle in any shape. This was just what we wanted, viz., to fight in open ground, on anything like equal terms, instead of being forced to run up against prepared entrenchments. But, at the same time, the enemy having Atlanta behind him, could choose the time and place of attack, and could at pleasure mass a superior force on our weakest points. Therefore, we had to be constantly ready for sallies. On the 19th the three armies were converging toward Atlanta, meeting such feeble resistance that I really thought the enemy intended to evacuate the place. McPherson was moving astride of the railroad, near Decatur. Schofield along a road leading toward Atlanta, by Colonel Howard's house and the distillery, and Thomas was crossing Peachtree in line of battle, building bridges for nearly every division as deployed. There was quite a gap between Thomas and Schofield, which I endeavored to close by drawing two of Howard's divisions nearer Schofield. On the 20th I was with General Schofield near the center, and soon after noon heard heavy firing in front of Thomas's right, which lasted an hour or so, and then ceased. I soon learned that the enemy had made a furious sally, the blow falling on Hooker's corps, the 20th, and partially on Johnson's division of the 14th, and Newton's of the 4th. The troops had crossed Peachtree Creek, were deployed, but at the time were resting for noon, when, without notice, the enemy came pouring out of their trenches down upon them. They became commingled, and fought in many places hand to hand. General Thomas happened to be near the rear of Newton's division, and got some field batteries in a good position, on the north side of Peachtree Creek, from which he directed a furious fire on a mass of the enemy, which was passing around Newton's left and exposed flank. After a couple of hours of hard and close conflict, the enemy retired slowly within his trenches, leaving his dead and many wounded on the field. Johnson's and Newton's losses were light, for they had partially covered their fronts with light parapet, but Hooker's whole corps fought in open ground, and lost about 1,500 men. He reported 400 rebel dead left on the ground, and that the rebel wounded would number 4,000, but this was conjectural, for most of them got back within their own lines. We had, however, met successfully a bold sally, had repelled it handsomely, and were also put on our guard, and the event illustrated the future tactics of our enemy. This sally came from the Peachtree line, which General Johnston had carefully prepared in advance, from which to fight us outside of Atlanta. We then advanced our lines in compact order, close up to these finished entrenchments, overlapping them on our left. From various parts of our lines the houses inside of Atlanta were plainly visible, though between us were the strong parapets, with ditch, fraise, chevaux de frise, and abatis, prepared long in advance by Colonel Jeremy F. Gilmer, formerly of the United States Engineers. McPherson had the 15th Corps astride the Augusta Railroad, and the 17th deployed on its left. Schofield was next on his right, then came Howard's, Hooker's, and Palmer's corps, on the extreme right. Each corps was deployed with strong reserves, and their trains were parked to their rear. McPherson's trains were in Decatur, guarded by a brigade commanded by Colonel Sprague of the 63rd Ohio. The 16th Corps, Dodge's, was crowded out of position on the right of McPherson's line, by the contraction of the circle of investment. And, during the previous afternoon, the 17th Corps, Blair's, had pushed its operations on the farther side of the Augusta Railroad, so as to secure possession of a hill, known as Leggett's Hill, which Leggett's and Force's divisions had carried by assault. Giles of Smith's division was on Leggett's left, deployed with a weak left flank, in air, in military phraseology. The evening before General Gresham, a great favorite, was badly wounded. And there also Colonel Tom Reynolds, now of Madison, Wisconsin, was shot through the leg. When the surgeons were debating the propriety of amputating it in his hearing, he begged them to spare the leg, as it was very valuable, being an imported leg. He was of Irish birth, and this well-timed piece of wit saved his leg, for the surgeons thought, if he could perpetrate a joke at such a time, they would trust to his vitality to save his limb. During the night, I had full reports from all parts of our line, most of which was partially entrenched as against a sally, and finding that McPherson was stretching out too much on his left flank. I wrote him a note early in the morning not to extend so much by his left. For we had not troops enough to completely invest the place, and I intended to destroy utterly all parts of the Augusta Railroad to the east of Atlanta, then to withdraw from the left flank and add to the right. In that letter I ordered McPherson not to extend any farther to the left, but to employ General Dodge's corps, 16th, then forced out of position, to destroy every rail and tie of the railroad, from Decatur up to his skirmish line. And I wanted him, McPherson, to be ready, as soon as General Garrard returned from Covington, whither I had sent him, to move to the extreme right of Thomas, so as to reach if possible the railroad below Atlanta, viz. the Macon Road. In the morning we found the strong line of parapet, Peachtree Line, to the front of Schofield and Thomas, abandoned, and our lines were advanced rapidly close up to Atlanta. For some moments I supposed the enemy intended to evacuate, and in person was on horseback at the head of Schofield's troops, who had advanced in front of the Howard House to some open ground, from which we could plainly see the whole rebel line of parapets, and I saw their men dragging up from the intervening valley, by the distillery, trees and saplings for abatis. Our skirmishers found the enemy down in this valley, and we could see the rebel main line strongly manned, with guns in position at intervals. Schofield was dressing forward his lines, and I could hear Thomas farther to the right engaged, when General McPherson and his staff rode up. We went back to the Howard House, a double-frame building with a porch, and sat on the steps, discussing the chances of battle, and of Hood's general character. McPherson had also been of the same class at West Point with Hood, Schofield, and Sheridan. We agreed that we ought to be unusually cautious and prepared at all times for sallies and for hard fighting, because Hood, though not deemed much of a scholar, or of great mental capacity, was undoubtedly a brave, determined, and rash man. And the change of commanders at that particular crisis argued the displeasure of the Confederate government with the cautious but prudent conduct of General Joss Johnston. McPherson was in excellent spirits, well pleased at the progress of events so far, and had come over purposely to see me about the order I had given him to use Dodge's corps to break up the railroad. Saying that the night before he had gained a position on Leggett's Hill from which he could look over the rebel parapet, and see the high smokestack of a large foundry in Atlanta. That before receiving my order he had diverted Dodge's 2 divisions, then in motion, from the main road, along a diagonal one that led to his extreme left flank, then held by Giles A. Smith's division, 17th Corps, for the purpose of strengthening that flank. And that he had sent some entrenching tools there, to erect some batteries from which he intended to knock down that foundry, and otherwise to damage the buildings inside of Atlanta. He said he could put all his pioneers to work, and do with them in the time indicated all I had proposed to do with General Dodge's 2 divisions. Of course I assented at once, and we walked down the road a short distance, sat down by the foot of a tree where I had my map, and on it pointed out to him Thomas's position and his own. I then explained minutely that, after we had sufficiently broken up the Augusta road, I wanted to shift his whole army around by the rear to Thomas's extreme right, and hoped thus to reach the other railroad at East Point. While we sat there we could hear lively skirmishing going on near us, down about the distillery, and occasionally round shot from 12 or 24-pound guns came through the trees in reply to those of Schofield. And we could hear similar sounds all along down the lines of Thomas to our right, and his own to the left. But presently the firing appeared a little more brisk, especially over about Giles G. Smith's division, and then we heard an occasional gun back toward Decatur. I asked him what it meant. We took my pocket compass, which I always carried, and by noting the direction of the sound, we became satisfied that the firing was too far to our left rear to be explained by known facts, and he hastily called for his horse, his staff, and his orderlies. McPherson was then in his prime, about 34 years old, over 6 feet high, and a very handsome man in every way, was universally liked, and had many noble qualities. He had on his boots outside his pantaloons, gauntlets on his hands, had on his Major General's uniform, and wore a sword belt, but no sword. He hastily gathered his papers, save one, which I now possess, into a pocketbook, put it in his breast pocket, and jumped on his horse, saying he would hurry down his line and send me back word what these sounds meant. His Adjutant General, Clark, Inspector General Strong, and his aides, Captains Steele and Guile, were with him. Although the sound of musketry on our left grew in volume, I was not so much disturbed by it as by the sound of artillery back toward Decatur. I ordered Schofield at once to send a brigade back to Decatur, some 5 miles, and was walking up and down the porch of the Howard House, listening, when one of McPherson's staff, with his horse covered with sweat, dashed up to the porch, and reported that General McPherson was either killed or a prisoner. He explained that when they had left me a few minutes before, they had ridden rapidly across to the railroad, the sounds of battle increasing as they neared the position occupied by General Giles A. Smith's division, and that McPherson had sent first one, then another of his staff to bring some of the reserve brigades of the 15th Corps over to the exposed left flank. That he had reached the head of Dodge's corps, marching by the flank on the diagonal road as described, and had ordered it to hurry forward to the same point. That then, almost if not entirely alone, he had followed this road leading across the wooded valley behind the 17th Corps, and had disappeared in these woods, doubtless with a sense of absolute security. The sound of musketry was there heard, and McPherson's horse came back, bleeding, wounded, and riderless. I ordered the staff officer who brought this message to return at once, to find General Logan, the senior officer present with the Army of the Tennessee, to report the same facts to him, and to instruct him to drive back this supposed small force, which had evidently got around the 17th Corps through the blind woods in rear of our left flank. I soon dispatched one of my own staff, McCoy, I think, to General Logan with similar orders, telling him to refuse his left flank, and to fight the battle, holding fast to Leggett's Hill, with the Army of the Tennessee. That I would personally look to Decatur and to the safety of his rear, and would reinforce him if he needed it. I dispatched orders to General Thomas on our right, telling him of this strong sally, and my inference that the lines in his front had evidently been weakened by reason thereof, and that he ought to take advantage of the opportunity to make a lodgment in Atlanta, if possible. Meantime the sounds of the battle rose on our extreme left more and more furious, extending to the place where I stood, at the Howard House. Within an hour an ambulance came in, attended by Colonels Clark and Strong, and Captains Steele and Guile, bearing McPherson's body. I had it carried inside of the Howard House, and laid on a door wrenched from its hinges. Dr. Hewitt, of the Army, was there, and I asked him to examine the wound. He opened the coat and shirt, saw where the ball had entered and where it came out, or rather lodged under the skin, and he reported that McPherson must have died in a few seconds after being hit. That the ball had ranged upward across his body, and passed near the heart. He was dressed just as he left me, with gauntlets and boots on, but his pocketbook was gone. On further inquiry I learned that his body must have been in possession of the enemy some minutes, during which time it was rifled of the pocketbook. And I was much concerned lest the letter I had written him that morning should have fallen into the hands of someone who could read and understand its meaning. Fortunately the spot in the woods where McPherson was shot was regained by our troops in a few minutes, and the pocketbook found in the haversack of a prisoner of war captured at the time. And it and its contents were secured by one of McPherson's staff. While we were examining the body inside the house, the battle was progressing outside, and many shots struck the building, which I feared would take fire, so I ordered Captains Steele and Guile to carry the body to Marietta. They reached that place the same night, and, on application, I ordered his personal staff to go on and escort the body to his home, in Clyde, Ohio, where it was received with great honor, and it is now buried in a small cemetery close by his mother's house, which cemetery is composed in part of the family orchard, in which he used to play when a boy. The foundation is ready laid for the equestrian monument now in progress, under the auspices of the Society of the Army of the Tennessee. The reports that came to me from all parts of the field revealed clearly what was the game of my antagonist, and the ground somewhat favored him. The railroad and wagon road from Decatur to Atlanta lie along the summit, from which the waters flow, by short, steep valleys, into the Peachtree and Chattahoochee, to the west, and by other valleys, of gentler declivity. Toward the east, Ocmulgee. The ridges and level ground were mostly cleared, and had been cultivated as corn or cotton fields, but where the valleys were broken, they were left in a state of nature, wooded, and full of undergrowth. McPherson's line of battle was across this railroad, along a general ridge, with a gentle but cleared valley to his front, between him and the defenses of Atlanta. And another valley, behind him, was clear of timber in part, but to his left rear the country was heavily wooded. Hood, during the night of July 21, had withdrawn from his Peachtree line, had occupied the fortified line of Atlanta, facing north and east, with Stewart's, formerly Polk's, corps and part of Hardee's, and with G. W. Smith's division of militia. His own corps, and part of Hardee's, had marched out to the road leading from McDonough to Decatur, and had turned so as to strike the left and rear of McPherson's line, in air. At the same time he had sent Wheeler's division of cavalry against the trains parked in Decatur. Unluckily for us, I had sent away the whole of Garrard's division of cavalry during the night of the 20th, with orders to proceed to Covington, 30 miles east, to burn two important bridges across the Ocklawahatchee and Yellow rivers. To tear up the railroad, to damage it as much as possible from Stone Mountain eastward, and to be gone 4 days. So that McPherson had no cavalry in hand to guard that flank. The enemy was therefore enabled, under cover or the forest, to approach quite near before he was discovered. Indeed, his skirmish line had worked through the timber and got into the field to the rear of Giles A. Smith's division of the 17th Corps unseen, had captured Murray's battery of regular artillery, moving through these woods entirely unguarded, and had got possession of several of the hospital camps. The right of this rebel line struck Dodge's troops in motion, but, fortunately, this corps, 16th, had only to halt, face to the left, and was in line of battle. And this corps not only held in check the enemy, but drove him back through the woods. About the same time this same force had struck General Giles A. Smith's left flank, doubled it back, captured 4 guns in position, and the party engaged in building the very battery which was the special object of McPherson's visit to me, and almost enveloped the entire left flank. The men, however, were skillful and brave, and fought for a time with their backs to Atlanta. They gradually fell back, compressing their own line, and gaining strength by making junction with Leggett's division of the 17th Corps, well and strongly posted on the hill. 1 or 2 brigades of the 15th Corps, ordered by McPherson, came rapidly across the open field to the rear, from the direction of the railroad. Filled up the gap from Blair's new left to the head of Dodge's column, now facing to the general left, thus forming a strong left flank, at right angles to the original line of battle. The enemy attacked, boldly and repeatedly, the whole of this flank, but met an equally fierce resistance, and on that ground a bloody battle raged from little after noon till into the night. A part of Hood's plan of action was to sally from Atlanta at the same moment. But this sally was not, for some reason, simultaneous, for the first attack on our extreme left flank had been checked and repulsed before the sally came from the direction of Atlanta. Meantime, Colonel Sprague, in Decatur, had got his teams harnessed up, and safely conducted his train to the rear of Schofield's position, holding in check Wheeler's cavalry till he had got off all his trains. With the exception of 3 or 4 wagons. I remained near the Howard House, receiving reports and sending orders, urging Generals Thomas and Schofield to take advantage of the absence from their front of so considerable a body as was evidently engaged on our left, and, if possible, to make a lodgment in Atlanta itself. But they reported that the lines to their front, at all accessible points, were strong, by nature and by art, and were fully manned. About 4 p.m. the expected sally came from Atlanta, directed mainly against Leggett's Hill and along the Decatur road. At Leggett's Hill they were met and bloodily repulsed. Along the railroad they were more successful. Sweeping over a small force with 2 guns, they reached our main line, broke through it, and got possession of De Graisse's battery of 4 20-pound Parrotts, killing every horse, and turning the guns against us. General Charles R. Wood's division of the 15th Corps was on the extreme right of the Army of the Tennessee, between the railroad and the Howard House, where he connected with Schofield's troops. He reported to me in person that the line on his left had been swept back, and that his connection with General Logan, on Leggett's Hill, was broken. I ordered him to wheel his brigades to the left, to advance in echelon, and to catch the enemy in flank. General Schofield brought forward all his available batteries, to the number of 20 guns, to a position to the left front of the Howard House, whence we could overlook the field of action, and directed a heavy fire over the heads of General Wood's men against the enemy. And we saw Wood's troops advance and encounter the enemy, who had secured possession of the old line of parapet which had been held by our men. His right crossed this parapet, which he swept back, taking it in flank. And, at the same time, the division which had been driven back along the railroad was rallied by General Logan in person, and fought for their former ground. These combined forces drove the enemy into Atlanta, recovering the 20-pound Parrott guns, but one of them was found, bursted, while in the possession of the enemy. The 2 6-pounders farther in advance were, however, lost, and had been hauled back by the enemy into Atlanta. Poor Captain de Grasse came to me in tears, lamenting the loss of his favorite guns. When they were regained he had only a few men left, and not a single horse. He asked an order for a re-equipment, but I told him he must beg and borrow of others till he could restore his battery, now reduced to 3 guns. How he did so I do not know, but in a short time he did get horses, men, and finally another gun, of the same special pattern, and served them with splendid effect till the very close of the war. This battery had also been with me from Shiloh till that time. The Battle of July 22d is usually called the Battle of Atlanta. It extended from the Howard House to General Giles A. Smith's position, about a mile beyond the Augusta Railroad, and then back toward Decatur, the whole extent of ground being fully 7 miles. In part the ground was clear and in part densely wooded. I rode over the whole of it the next day, and it bore the marks of a bloody conflict. The enemy had retired during the night inside of Atlanta, and we remained masters of the situation outside. I purposely allowed the Army of the Tennessee to fight this battle almost unaided, save by demonstrations on the part of General Schofield and Thomas against the fortified lines to their immediate fronts, and by detaching, as described, one of Schofield's brigades to Decatur, because I knew that the attacking force could only be a part of Hood's army, and that, if any assistance were rendered by either of the other armies, the Army of the Tennessee would be jealous. Nobly did they do their work that day, and terrible was the slaughter done to our enemy, though at sad cost to ourselves, as shown by the following reports. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field near Atlanta, July 23, 1864. General Halleck, Washington, D.C. Yesterday morning the enemy fell back to the entrenchments proper of the city of Atlanta, which are in a general circle, with a radius of 1½ miles, and we closed in. While we were forming our lines, and selecting positions for our batteries, the enemy appeared suddenly out of the dense woods in heavy masses on our extreme left, and struck the 17th Corps, General Blair, in flank, and was forcing it back. When the 16th Corps, General Dodge, came up and checked the movement, but the enemy's cavalry got well to our rear, and into Decatur, and for some hours our left flank was completely enveloped. The fight that resulted was continuous until night, with heavy loss on both sides. The enemy took one of our batteries, Murray's, of the regular army, that was marching in its place in column in the road, unconscious of danger. About 4 p.m. the enemy sallied against the division of General Morgan L. Smith, of the 15th Corps, which occupied an abandoned line of rifle trench near the railroad east of the city, and forced it back some 400 yards, leaving in his hands for the time 2 batteries. But the ground and batteries were immediately after recovered by the same troops reinforced. I cannot well approximate our loss, which fell heavily on the 15th and 17th Corps, but counted as 3,000, I know that, being on the defensive, we have inflicted equally heavy loss on the enemy. General McPherson, when arranging his troops about 11 o'clock a.m., and passing from one column to another, incautiously rode upon an ambuscade without apprehension, at some distance ahead of his staff and orderlies, and was shot dead. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field near Atlanta, July 26, 1864. Major General Halleck, Washington, D.C. General, I find it difficult to make prompt report of results, coupled with some data or information, without occasionally making mistakes. McPherson's sudden death, and Logan's succeeding to the command as it were in the midst of battle, made some confusion on our extreme left. But it soon recovered and made sad havoc with the enemy, who had practiced one of his favorite games of attacking our left when in motion, and before it had time to cover its weak flank. After riding over the ground and hearing the varying statements of the actors, I directed General Logan to make an official report of the actual result, and I herewith enclose it. Though the number of dead rebels seems excessive, I am disposed to give full credit to the report that our loss, though only 3,521 killed, wounded, and missing. The enemy's dead alone on the field nearly equaled that number, viz. 3,220. Happening at that point of the line when a flag of truce was sent in to ask permission for each party to bury its dead, I gave General Logan authority to permit a temporary truce on that flank alone, while our labors and fighting proceeded at all others. I also send you a copy of General Garrett's report of the breaking of the railroad toward Augusta. I am now grouping my command to attack the Macon road, and with that view will entrench a strong line of circumvallation with flanks, so as to have as large an infantry column as possible, with all the cavalry to swing round to the south and east, to strike that road at or below East Point. I have the honor to be, your obedient servant, W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Department and Army of the Tennessee. Before Atlanta, Georgia, July 24, 1864. Major General W.T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, I have the honor to report the following general summary of the result of the attack of the enemy on this army on the 22d inst. Total loss, killed, wounded, and missing, 3,521, and 10 pieces of artillery. We have buried and delivered to the enemy, under a flag of truce sent in by them, in front of the 3rd Division, 17th Corps, 1,000 of their killed. The number of their dead in front of the 4th Division of the same corps, including those on the ground not now occupied by our troops, General Blair reports, will swell the number of their dead on his front to 2,000. The number of their dead buried in front of the 15th Corps, up to this hour, is 360, and the commanding officer reports that at least as many more are yet unburied, burying parties being still at work. The number of dead buried in front of the 16th Corps is 422. We have over 1,000 of their wounded in our hands, the larger number of the wounded being carried off during the night, after the engagement, by them. We captured 18 stands of colors, and have them now. We also captured 5,000 stands of arms. The attack was made on our lines 7 times, and was 7 times repulsed. Hood's and Hardee's Corps and Wheeler's cavalry engaged us. We have sent to the rear 1,000 prisoners, including 33 commissioned officers of high rank. We still occupy the field, and the troops are in fine spirits. A detailed and full report will be furnished as soon as completed. Recapitulation. Our total loss 3,521. Enemies dead, thus far reported, buried, and delivered to them 3,220. Total prisoners sent north 1,017. Total prisoners, wounded, in our hands 1,000. Estimated loss of the enemy, at least 10,000. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Joan A. Logan, Major General. On the 22d of July General Rousseau reached Marietta, having returned from his raid on the Alabama road at Opelika, and on the next day General Garrett also returned from Covington, both having been measurably successful. The former was about 2,500 strong, the latter about 4,000, and both reported that their horses were jaded and tired, needing shoes and rest. But, about this time, I was advised by General Grant, then investing Richmond, that the rebel government had become aroused to the critical condition of things about Atlanta, and that I must look out for Hood being greatly reinforced. I therefore was resolved to push matters, and at once set about the original purpose of transferring the whole of the Army of the Tennessee to our right flank, leaving Schofield to stretch out so as to rest his left on the Augusta road, then torn up for 30 miles eastward. And, as auxiliary thereto, I ordered all the cavalry to be ready to pass around Atlanta on both flanks, to break up the Macon road at some point below, so as to cut off all supplies to the rebel army inside, and thus to force it to evacuate, or come out and fight us on equal terms. But it first became necessary to settle the important question of who should succeed General McPherson. General Logan had taken command of the Army of the Tennessee by virtue of his seniority, and had done well. But I did not consider him equal to the command of 3 corps. Between him and General Blair there existed a natural rivalry. Both were men of great courage and talent, but were politicians by nature and experience, and it may be that for this reason they were mistrusted by regular officers like General Schofield, Thomas, and myself. It was all important that there should exist a perfect understanding among the army commanders, and at a conference with General George H. Thomas at the headquarters of General Thomas J. Woods, commanding a division in the 4th Corps, he, Thomas, remonstrated warmly against my recommending that General Logan should be regularly assigned to the command of the Army of the Tennessee by reason of his accidental seniority. We discussed fully the merits and qualities of every officer of high rank in the Army, and finally settled on Major General O. Howard as the best officer who was present and available for the purpose. On the 24th of July I telegraphed to General Halleck this preference, and it was promptly ratified by the President. General Howard's place in command of the 4th Corps was filled by General Stanley, one of his division commanders, on the recommendation of General Thomas. All these promotions happened to fall upon West Pointers, and doubtless Logan and Blair had some reason to believe that we intended to monopolize the higher honors of the war for the regular officers. I remember well my own thoughts and feelings at the time, and feel sure that I was not intentionally partial to any class. I wanted to succeed in taking Atlanta, and needed commanders who were purely and technically soldiers. Men who would obey orders and execute them promptly and on time. For I knew that we would have to execute some most delicate maneuvers, requiring the utmost skill, nicety, and precision. I believed that General Howard would do all these faithfully and well, and I think the result has justified my choice. I regarded both Generals Logan and Blair as volunteers, that looked to personal fame and glory as auxiliary and secondary to their political ambition, and not as professional soldiers. As soon as it was known that General Howard had been chosen to command the Army of the Tennessee, General Hooker applied to General Thomas to be relieved of the command of the 20th Corps, and General Thomas forwarded his application to me approved and heartily recommended. I at once telegraphed to General Halleck, recommending General Slocum, then at Vicksburg, to be his successor. Because Slocum had been displaced from the command of his corps at the time when the 11th and 12th were united and made the 20th. General Hooker was offended because he was not chosen to succeed McPherson, but his chances were not even considered. Indeed, I had never been satisfied with him since his affair at the Gulp House, and had been more than once disposed to relieve him of his corps, because of his repeated attempts to interfere with Generals McPherson and Schofield. I had known Hooker since 1836, and was intimately associated with him in California, where we served together on the staff of General Persifer F. Smith. He had come to us from the East with a high reputation as a fighter, which he had fully justified at Chattanooga and Peachtree Creek, at which latter battle I complimented him on the field for special gallantry, and afterward in official reports. Still, I did feel a sense of relief when he left us. We were then 250 miles in advance of our base, dependent on a single line of railroad for our daily food. We had a bold, determined foe in our immediate front, strongly entrenched, with communication open to his rear for supplies and reinforcements, and every soldier realized that we had plenty of hard fighting ahead, and that all honors had to be fairly earned. Until General Slocum joined, in the latter part of August, the 20th Corps was commanded by General A. S. Williams, the senior division commander present. On the 25th of July the army, therefore, stood thus: the Army of the Tennessee, General O. Howard commanding, was on the left, pretty much on the same ground it had occupied during the Battle of the 22d, all ready to move rapidly by the rear to the extreme right beyond Proctor's Creek. The Army of the Ohio, General Schofield, was next in order, with its left flank reaching the Augusta Railroad. Next in order, conforming closely with the rebel entrenchments of Atlanta, was General Thomas's Army of the Cumberland, in the order of, the 4th Corps, Stanley's, the 20th Corps, Williams's, and the 14th Corps, Palmer's. Palmer's right division, Jefferson C. Davis's, was strongly refused along Proctor's Creek. This line was about 5 miles long, and was entrenched as against a sally about as strong as was our enemy. The cavalry was assembled in 2 strong divisions. That of McCook, including the brigade of Harrison which had been brought in from Opelika by General Rousseau, numbered about 3,500 effective cavalry, and was posted to our right rear, at Turner's Ferry, where we had a good pontoon bridge. And to our left rear, at and about Decatur, were the 2 cavalry divisions of Stoneman, 2,500, and Garrard, 4,000, united for the time and occasion under the command of Major General George Stoneman, a cavalry officer of high repute. My plan of action was to move the Army of the Tennessee to the right rapidly and boldly against the railroad below Atlanta, and at the same time to send all the cavalry around by the right and left to make a lodgment on the Macon road about Jonesboro. All the orders were given, and the morning of the 27th was fixed for commencing the movement. On the 26th I received from General Stoneman a note asking permission, after having accomplished his orders to break up the railroad at Jonesboro, to go on to Macon to rescue our prisoners of war known to be held there, and then to push on to Andersonville, where was the great depot of Union prisoners, in which were penned at one time as many as 23,000 of our men, badly fed and harshly treated. I wrote him an answer consenting substantially to his proposition, only modifying it by requiring him to send back General Garrard's division to its position on our left flank after he had broken up the railroad at Jonesboro. Promptly, and on time, all got off, and General Dodge's corps, the 16th, of the Army of the Tennessee, reached its position across Proctor's Creek the same evening. And early the next morning, the 28th, Blair's corps, the 17th, deployed on his right, both corps covering their front with the usual parapet. The 15th Corps, General Logan's, came up that morning on the right of Blair, strongly refused, and began to prepare the usual cover. As General Jeff C. Davis's division was, as it were, left out of line, I ordered it on the evening before to march down toward Turner's Ferry, and then to take a road laid down on our maps which led from there toward East Point, ready to engage any enemy that might attack our general right flank, after the same manner as had been done to the left flank on the 22d. Personally on the morning of the 28th I followed the movement, and rode to the extreme right, where we could hear some skirmishing and an occasional cannon shot. As we approached the ground held by the 15th Corps, a cannonball passed over my shoulder and killed the horse of an orderly behind. And seeing that this gun enfiladed the road by which we were riding, we turned out of it and rode down into a valley, where we left our horses and walked up to the hill held by Morgan L. Smith's division of the 15th Corps. Near a house I met Generals Howard and Logan, who explained that there was an entrenched battery to their front, with the appearance of a strong infantry support. I then walked up to the ridge, where I found General Morgan L. Smith. His men were deployed and engaged in rolling logs and fence rails, preparing a hasty cover. From this ridge we could overlook the open fields near a meeting house known as Ezra Church, close by the poorhouse. We could see the fresh earth of a parapet covering some guns, that fired an occasional shot, and there was also an appearance of activity beyond. General Smith was in the act of sending forward a regiment from his right flank to feel the position of the enemy, when I explained to him and to Generals Logan and Howard that they must look out for General Jeff C. Davis's division, which was coming up from the direction of Turner's Ferry. As the skirmish fire warmed up along the front of Blair's corps, as well as along the 15th Corps, Logan's, I became convinced that Hood designed to attack this right flank, to prevent, if possible, the extension of our line in that direction. I regained my horse, and rode rapidly back to see that Davis's division had been dispatched as ordered. I found General Davis in person, who was unwell, and had sent his division that morning early, under the command of his senior brigadier, Morgan. But, as I attached great importance to the movement, he mounted his horse, and rode away to overtake and to hurry forward the movement, so as to come up on the left rear of the enemy, during the expected battle. By this time the sound of cannon and musketry denoted a severe battle as in progress, which began seriously at 11:30 a.m., and ended substantially by 4 p.m. It was a fierce attack by the enemy on our extreme right flank, well posted and partially covered. The most authentic account of the battle is given by General Logan, who commanded the 15th Corps, in his official report to the Adjutant General of the Army of the Tennessee, thus. Headquarters 15th Army Corps. Before Atlanta, Georgia. July 29, 1864. Lieutenant Colonel William T. Clark, Assistant Adjutant General, Army of the Tennessee, present. Colonel, I have the honor to report that, in pursuance of orders, I moved my command into position on the right of the 17th Corps, which was the extreme right of the army in the field, during the night of the 27th and morning of the 28th. And, while advancing in line of battle to a more favorable position, we were met by the rebel infantry of Hardee's and Lee's corps, who made a determined and desperate attack on us at 11 a.m. of the 28th, yesterday. My lines were only protected by logs and rails, hastily thrown up in front of them. The first onset was received and checked, and the battle commenced and lasted until about 3 o'clock in the evening. During that time 6 successive charges were made, which were 6 times gallantly repulsed, each time with fearful loss to the enemy. Later in the evening my lines were several times assaulted vigorously, but each time with like result. The worst of the fighting occurred on General Harrow's and Morgan L. Smith's fronts, which formed the center and right of the corps. The troops could not have displayed greater courage, nor greater determination not to give ground. Had they shown less, they would have been driven from their position. Brigadier Generals C. R. Woods, Harrow, and Morgan L. Smith, division commanders, are entitled to equal credit for gallant conduct and skill in repelling the assault. My thanks are due to Major Generals Blair and Dodge for sending me reinforcements at a time when they were much needed. My losses were 50 killed, 449 wounded, and 73 missing, aggregate, 572. The division of General Harrow captured 5 battle flags. There were about 1,500 or 2,000 muskets left on the ground. 106 prisoners were captured, exclusive of 73 wounded, who were sent to our hospital, and are being cared for by our surgeons. 565 rebels have up to this time been buried, and about 200 are supposed to be yet unburied. A large number of their wounded were undoubtedly carried away in the night, as the enemy did not withdraw till near daylight. The enemy's loss could not have been less than 6,000 or 7,000 men. A more detailed report will hereafter be made. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, John A. Logan, Major General, commanding 15th Army Corps. General Howard, in transmitting this report, added, I wish to express my high gratification with the conduct of the troops engaged. I never saw better conduct in battle. General Logan, though ill and much worn out, was indefatigable, and the success of the day is as much attributable to him as to any one man. This was, of course, the first fight in which General Howard had commanded the Army of the Tennessee, and he evidently aimed to reconcile General Logan in his disappointment, and to gain the heart of his army, to which he was a stranger. He very properly left General Logan to fight his own corps, but exposed himself freely, and, after the firing had ceased, in the afternoon he walked the lines. The men, as reported to me, gathered about him in the most affectionate way, and he at once gained their respect and confidence. To this fact I at the time attached much importance, for it put me at ease as to the future conduct of that most important army. At no instant of time did I feel the least uneasiness about the result on the 28th, but wanted to reap fuller results, hoping that Davis's division would come up at the instant of defeat, and catch the enemy in flank. But the woods were dense, the roads obscure, and as usual this division got on the wrong road, and did not come into position until about dark. In like manner, I thought that Hood had greatly weakened his main lines inside of Atlanta, and accordingly sent repeated orders to Schofield and Thomas to make an attempt to break in. But both reported that they found the parapets very strong and full manned. Our men were unusually encouraged by this day's work, for they realized that we could compel Hood to come out from behind his fortified lines to attack us at a disadvantage. In conversation with me, the soldiers of the 15th Corps, with whom I was on the most familiar terms, spoke of the affair of the 28th as the easiest thing in the world, that, in fact, it was a common slaughter of the enemy. They pointed out where the rebel lines had been, and how they themselves had fired deliberately, had shot down their antagonists, whose bodies still lay unburied, and marked plainly their lines of battle, which must have halted within easy musket range of our men, who were partially protected by their improvised line of logs and fence rails. All bore willing testimony to the courage and spirit of the foe, who, though repeatedly repulsed, came back with increased determination some 6 or more times. The next morning the 15th Corps wheeled forward to the left over the battlefield of the day before, and Davis's division still farther prolonged the line, which reached nearly to the ever-to-be-remembered Sandtown Road. Then, by further thinning out Thomas's line, which was well entrenched, I drew another division of Palmer's corps, Baird's, around to the right, to further strengthen that flank. I was impatient to hear from the cavalry raid, then 4 days out, and was watching for its effect, ready to make a bold push for the possession of East Point. General Garrard's division returned to Decatur on the 31st, and reported that General Stoneman had posted him at Flat Rock, while he, Stoneman, went on. The month of July therefore closed with our infantry line strongly entrenched, but drawn out from the Augusta Road on the left to the Sandtown Road on the right, a distance of full 10 measured miles. The enemy, though evidently somewhat intimidated by the results of their defeats on the 22d and 28th, still presented a bold front at all points, with fortified lines that defied a direct assault. Our railroad was done to the rear of our camps, Colonel W. P. Wright having reconstructed the bridge across the Chattahoochee in 6 days. And our garrisons and detachments to the rear had so effectually guarded the railroad that the trains from Nashville arrived daily, and our substantial wants were well supplied. The month, though hot in the extreme, had been one of constant conflict, without intermission, and on 4 several occasions, viz., July 4th, 20th, 22d, and 28th, these affairs had amounted to real battles, with casualty lists by the thousands. Assuming the correctness of the rebel Surgeon Ford's report, on page 577 of Johnston's narrative, commencing with July 4th and terminating with July 31st, we have aggregate loss of the enemy 10,841. Our losses, as compiled from the official returns for July, 1864, are aggregate loss of July. Killed and missing 3,804. Wounded 5,915. Total 9,719. In this table the column of killed and missing embraces the prisoners that fell into the hands of the enemy, mostly lost in the 17th Corps, on the 22d of July. And does not embrace the losses in the cavalry divisions of Garrard and McCook, which, however, were small for July. In all other respects the statement is absolutely correct. I am satisfied, however, that Surgeon Ford could not have been in possession of data sufficiently accurate to enable him to report the losses in actual battle of men who never saw the hospital. During the whole campaign I had rendered to me tri-monthly statements of effective strength, from which I carefully eliminated the figures not essential for my conduct, so that at all times I knew the exact fighting strength of each corps, division, and brigade, of the whole army, and also endeavored to bear in mind our losses both on the several fields of battle and by sickness. And well remember that I always estimated that during the month of July we had inflicted heavier loss on the enemy than we had sustained ourselves, and the above figures prove it conclusively. Before closing this chapter, I must record one or two minor events that occurred about this time, that may prove of interest. On the 24th of July I received a dispatch from Inspector General James A. Hardie, then on duty at the War Department in Washington, to the effect that Generals Osterhaus and Alvin P. Hovey had been appointed Major Generals. Both of these had begun the campaign with us in command of divisions, but had gone to the rear, the former by reason of sickness, and the latter dissatisfied with General Schofield and myself about the composition of his division of the 23rd Corps. Both were esteemed as first-class officers, who had gained special distinction in the Vicksburg campaign. But up to that time, when the newspapers announced daily promotions elsewhere, no prominent officers serving with me had been advanced a peg, and I felt hurt. I answered Hardie on the 25th, in a dispatch which has been made public, closing with this language: if the rear be the post of honor, then we had better all change front on Washington. To my amazement, in a few days I received from President Lincoln himself an answer, in which he caught me fairly. I have not preserved a copy of that dispatch, and suppose it was burned up in the Chicago fire, but it was characteristic of Mr. Lincoln, and was dated the 26th or 27th day of July, contained unequivocal expressions of respect for those who were fighting hard and unselfishly, offering us a full share of the honors and rewards of the war, and saying that, in the cases of Hovey and Osterhaus, he was influenced mainly by the recommendations of Generals Grant and Sherman. On the 27th I replied direct, apologizing somewhat for my message to General Hardie, saying that I did not suppose such messages ever reached him personally. Explaining that General Grant's and Sherman's recommendations for Hovey and Osterhaus had been made when the events of the Vicksburg campaign were fresh with us, and that my dispatch of the 25th to General Hardie had reflected chiefly the feelings of the officers then present with me before Atlanta. The result of all this, however, was good, for another dispatch from General Hardie, of the 28th, called on me to nominate 8 colonels for promotion as brigadier generals. I at once sent a circular note to the army commanders to nominate 2 colonels from the Army of the Ohio and 3 from each of the others. And the result was, that on the 29th of July I telegraphed the names of Colonel William Gross, 36th Indiana, Colonel Charles C. Walcott, 46th Ohio, Colonel James W. Riley, 104th Ohio, Colonel L. P. Bradley, 51st Illinois, Colonel J. W. Sprague, 63rd Ohio, Colonel Joseph A. Cooper, 6th East Tennessee, Colonel John T. Croxton, 4th Kentucky, Colonel William W. Belknap, 15th Iowa. These were promptly appointed brigadier generals, were already in command of brigades or divisions, and I doubt if 8 promotions were ever made fairer, or were more honestly earned, during the whole war. 19. Capture of Atlanta. August and September, 1864. The month of August opened hot and sultry, but our position before Atlanta was healthy, with ample supply of wood, water, and provisions. The troops had become habituated to the slow and steady progress of the siege, the skirmish lines were held close up to the enemy, were covered by rifle trenches or logs, and kept up a continuous clatter of musketry. The main lines were held farther back, adapted to the shape of the ground, with muskets loaded and stacked for instant use. The field batteries were in select positions, covered by handsome parapets, and occasional shots from them gave life and animation to the scene. The men loitered about the trenches carelessly, or busied themselves in constructing ingenious huts out of the abundant timber, and seemed as snug, comfortable, and happy, as though they were at home. General Schofield was still on the extreme left, Thomas in the center, and Howard on the right. 2 divisions of the 14th Corps, Baird's and Jeff C. Davis's, were detached to the right rear, and held in reserve. I thus awaited the effect of the cavalry movement against the railroad about Jonesboro, and had heard from General Garrett that Stoneman had gone on to Mason. During that day, August 1st, Colonel Brownlow, of a Tennessee cavalry regiment, came in to Marietta from General McCook, and reported that McCook's whole division had been overwhelmed, defeated, and captured at Noonan. Of course, I was disturbed by this wild report, though I discredited it, but made all possible preparations to strengthen our guards along the railroad to the rear. on the theory that the force of cavalry which had defeated McCook would at once be on the railroad about Marietta. At the same time Garrard was ordered to occupy the trenches on our left, while Schofield's whole army moved to the extreme right, and extended the line toward East Point. Thomas was also ordered still further to thin out his lines, so as to set free the other division, Johnson's, of the 14th Corps, Palmer's, which was moved to the extreme right rear, and held in reserve ready to make a bold push from that flank to secure a footing on the Mason Railroad at or below East Point. These changes were effected during the 2D and 3D days of August, when General McCook came in and reported the actual results of his cavalry expedition. He had crossed the Chattahoochee River below Campbellton, by his pontoon bridge. Had then marched rapidly across to the Mason Railroad at Lovejoy Station, where he had reason to expect General Stoneman. But, not hearing of him, he set to work, tore up 2 miles of track, burned 2 trains of cars, and cut away 5 miles of telegraph wire. He also found the wagon train belonging to the rebel army in Atlanta, burned 500 wagons, killed 800 mules, and captured 72 officers and 350 men. Finding his progress eastward, toward McDonough, barred by a superior force, he turned back to Noonan, where he found himself completely surrounded by infantry and cavalry. He had to drop his prisoners and fight his way out, losing about 600 men in killed and captured, and then returned with the remainder to his position at Turner's Ferry. This was bad enough, but not so bad as had been reported by Colonel Brownlow. Meantime, rumors came that General Stoneman was down about Mason, on the east bank of the Ocmulgee. On the 4th of August Colonel Adams got to Marietta with his small brigade of 900 men belonging to Stoneman's cavalry, reporting, as usual, all the rest lost. And this was partially confirmed by a report which came to me all the way round by General Grant's headquarters before Richmond. A few days afterward Colonel Capron also got in, with another small brigade perfectly demoralized, and confirmed the report that General Stoneman had covered the escape of these 2 small brigades, himself standing with a reserve of 700 men, with which he surrendered to a Colonel Iverson. Thus another of my cavalry divisions was badly damaged, and out of the fragments we hastily reorganized 3 small divisions under Brigadier Generals Garrard, McCook, and Kilpatrick. Stoneman had not obeyed his orders to attack the railroad first before going to Macon and Andersonville, but had crossed the Ocmulgee River high up near Covington, and had gone down that river on the east bank. He reached Clinton, and sent out detachments which struck the railroad leading from Macon to Savannah at Griswold Station, where they found and destroyed 17 locomotives and over 100 cars. Then went on and burned the bridge across the Oconee, and reunited the division before Macon. Stoneman shelled the town across the river, but could not cross over by the bridge, and returned to Clinton, where he found his retreat obstructed, as he supposed, by a superior force. There he became bewildered, and sacrificed himself for the safety of his command. He occupied the attention of his enemy by a small force of 700 men, giving Colonels Adams and Capron leave, with their brigades, to cut their way back to me at Atlanta. The former reached us entire, but the latter was struck and scattered at some place farther north, and came in by detachments. Stoneman surrendered, and remained a prisoner until he was exchanged some time after, late in September, at Rough and Ready. I now became satisfied that cavalry could not, or would not, make a sufficient lodgment on the railroad below Atlanta, and that nothing would suffice but for us to reach it with the main army. Therefore the most urgent efforts to that end were made, and to Schofield, on the right, was committed the charge of this special object. He had his own corps, the 23rd, composed of 11,075 infantry and 885 artillery, with McCook's broken division of cavalry, 1,754 men and horses. For this purpose I also placed the 14th Corps, Palmer, under his orders. This corps numbered at the time 17,288 infantry and 826 artillery. But General Palmer claimed to rank General Schofield in the date of his commission as Major General, and denied the latter's right to exercise command over him. General Palmer was a man of ability, but was not enterprising. His 3 divisions were compact and strong, well commanded, admirable on the defensive, but slow to move or to act on the offensive. His corps, the 14th, had sustained, up to that time, fewer hard knocks than any other corps in the whole army, and I was anxious to give it a chance. I always expected to have a desperate fight to get possession of the Macon road, which was then the vital objective of the campaign. Its possession by us would, in my judgment, result in the capture of Atlanta, and give us the fruits of victory, although the destruction of Hood's army was the real object to be desired. Yet Atlanta was known as the Gate City of the South, was full of foundries, arsenals, and machine shops, and I knew that its capture would be the death knell of the Southern Confederacy. On the 4th of August I ordered General Schofield to make a bold attack on the railroad, anywhere about East Point, and ordered General Palmer to report to him for duty. He at once denied General Schofield's right to command him. But, after examining the dates of their respective commissions, and hearing their arguments, I wrote to General Palmer. August 4th-10:45 p.m. From the statements made by yourself and General Schofield today, my decision is, that he ranks you as a Major General, being of the same date of present commission, by reason of his previous superior rank as Brigadier General. The movements of tomorrow are so important that the orders of the superior on that flank must be regarded as military orders, and not in the nature of cooperation. I did hope that there would be no necessity for my making this decision. But it is better for all parties interested that no question of rank should occur in actual battle. The Sandtown Road, and the railroad, if possible, must be gained tomorrow, if it costs half your command. I regard the loss of time this afternoon as equal to the loss of 2,000 men. I also communicated the substance of this to General Thomas, to whose army Palmer's corps belonged, who replied on the 5th. I regret to hear that Palmer has taken the course he has. And I know that he intends to offer his resignation as soon as he can properly do so. I recommend that his application be granted. And on the 5th I again wrote to General Palmer, arguing the point with him, advising him, as a friend, not to resign at that crisis lest his motives might be misconstrued, and because it might damage his future career in civil life. But, at the same time, I felt it my duty to say to him that the operations on that flank, during the 4th and 5th, had not been satisfactory, not imputing to him, however, any want of energy or skill, but insisting that the events did not keep pace with my desires. General Schofield had reported to me that night. I am compelled to acknowledge that I have totally failed to make any aggressive movement with the 14th Corps. I have ordered General Johnson's division to replace General Haskell's this evening, and I propose tomorrow to take my own troops, 23rd Corps, to the right, and try to recover what has been lost by 2 days' delay. The force may likely be too small. I sanctioned the movement, and ordered 2 of Palmer's divisions, Davis's and Baird's, to follow en echelon in support of Schofield, and summoned General Palmer to meet me in person. He came on the 6th to my headquarters, and insisted on his resignation being accepted, for which formal act I referred him to General Thomas. He then rode to General Thomas's camp, where he made a written resignation of his office as commander of the 14th Corps, and was granted the usual leave of absence to go to his home in Illinois, there to await further orders. General Thomas recommended that the resignation be accepted, that Johnson, the senior division commander of the Corps, should be ordered back to Nashville as Chief of Cavalry, and that Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis, the next in order, should be promoted Major General, and assigned to command the Corps. These changes had to be referred to the President, in Washington, and were, in due time, approved and executed. And thenceforward I had no reason to complain of the slowness or inactivity of that splendid Corps. It had been originally formed by General George H. Thomas, had been commanded by him in person, and had imbibed somewhat his personal character, viz., steadiness, good order, and deliberation, nothing hasty or rash, but always safe, slow, and sure. On August 7th I telegraphed to General Halleck. Have received today the dispatches of the Secretary of War and of General Grant, which are very satisfactory. We keep hammering away all the time, and there is no peace, inside or outside of Atlanta. Today General Schofield got round the line which was assaulted yesterday by General Riley's brigade, turned it and gained the ground where the assault had been made, and got possession of all our dead and wounded. He continued to press on that flank, and brought on a noisy but not a bloody battle. He drove the enemy behind his main breastworks, which cover the railroad from Atlanta to East Point, and captured a good many of the skirmishers, who are of his best troops, for the militia hugged the breastworks close. I do not deem it prudent to extend any more to the right, but will push forward daily by parallels, and make the inside of Atlanta too hot to be endured. I have sent back to Chattanooga for 2 30-pound Parrotts, with which we can pick out almost any house in town. I am too impatient for a siege, and don't know but this is as good a place to fight it out on, as farther inland. One thing is certain, whether we get inside of Atlanta or not, it will be a used-up community when we are done with it. In Schofield's extension on the 5th, General Riley's brigade had struck an outwork, which he promptly attacked, but, as usual, got entangled in the trees and bushes which had been felled, and lost about 500 men, in killed and wounded. But, as above reported, this outwork was found abandoned the next day, and we could see from it that the rebels were extending their lines, parallel with the railroad, about as fast as we could add to our line of investment. On the 10th of August the Parrott 30-pounders were received and placed in position. For a couple of days we kept up a sharp fire from all our batteries converging on Atlanta, and at every available point we advanced our infantry lines, thereby shortening and strengthening the investment. But I was not willing to order a direct assault, unless some accident or positive neglect on the part of our antagonist should reveal an opening. However, it was manifest that no such opening was intended by Hood, who felt secure behind his strong defenses. He had repelled our cavalry attacks on his railroad, and had damaged us seriously thereby, so I expected that he would attempt the same game against our rear. Therefore I made extraordinary exertions to recompose our cavalry divisions, which were so essential, both for defense and offense. Kilpatrick was given that on our right rear, in support of Schofield's exposed flank. Garrard retained that on our general left, and McCook's division was held somewhat in reserve, about Marietta and the railroad. On the 10th, having occasion to telegraph to General Grant, then in Washington, I used this language. Since July 28 Hood has not attempted to meet us outside his parapets. In order to possess and destroy effectually his communications, I may have to leave a corps at the railroad bridge, well entrenched, and cut loose with the balance to make a circle of desolation around Atlanta. I do not propose to assault the works, which are too strong, nor to proceed by regular approaches. I have lost a good many regiments, and will lose more, by the expiration of service, and this is the only reason why I want reinforcements. We have killed, crippled, and captured more of the enemy than we have lost by his acts. On the 12th of August I heard of the success of Admiral Farragut in entering Mobile Bay, which was regarded as a most valuable auxiliary to our operations at Atlanta. And learned that I had been commissioned a major general in the regular army, which was unexpected, and not desired until successful in the capture of Atlanta. These did not change the fact that we were held in check by the stubborn defense of the place, and a conviction was forced on my mind that our enemy would hold fast, even though every house in the town should be battered down by our artillery. It was evident that we must decoy him out to fight us on something like equal terms, or else, with the whole army, raise the siege and attack his communications. Accordingly, on the 13th of August, I gave general orders for the 20th Corps to draw back to the railroad bridge at the Chattahoochee, to protect our trains, hospitals, spare artillery, and the railroad depot. While the rest of the army should move bodily to some point on the Macon Railroad below East Point. Luckily, I learned just then that the enemy's cavalry, under General Wheeler, had made a wide circuit around our left flank, and had actually reached our railroad at Tilton Station, above Resaca, captured a drove of 1,000 of our beef cattle, and was strong enough to appear before Dalton, and demand of its commander, Colonel Rahm, the surrender of the place. General John E. Smith, who was at Kingston, collected together a couple of thousand men, and proceeded in cars to the relief of Dalton when Wheeler retreated northward toward Cleveland. On the 16th another detachment of the enemy's cavalry appeared in force about Allatoona and the Etowah Bridge, when I became fully convinced that Hood had sent all of his cavalry to raid upon our railroads. For some days our communication with Nashville was interrupted by the destruction of the telegraph lines, as well as railroad. I at once ordered strong reconnaissances forward from our flanks on the left by Garrard, and on the right by Kilpatrick. The former moved with so much caution that I was displeased, but Kilpatrick, on the contrary, displayed so much zeal and activity that I was attracted to him at once. He reached Fairburn Station, on the West Point Road, and tore it up, returning safely to his position on our right flank. I summoned him to me, and was so pleased with his spirit and confidence, that I concluded to suspend the general movement of the main army, and to send him with his small division of cavalry to break up the Macon road about Jonesboro, in the hopes that it would force Hood to evacuate Atlanta, and that I should thereby not only secure possession of the city itself, but probably could catch Hood in the confusion of retreat. And, further to increase the chances of success, I ordered General Thomas to detach 2 brigades of Garrard's division of cavalry from the left to the right rear, to act as a reserve in support of General Kilpatrick. Meantime, also, the utmost activity was ordered along our whole front by the infantry and artillery. Kilpatrick got off during the night of the 18th, and returned to us on the 22d, having made the complete circuit of Atlanta. He reported that he had destroyed 3 miles of the railroad about Jonesboro, which he reckoned would take 10 days to repair, that he had encountered a division of infantry and a brigade of cavalry, Ross's. That he had captured a battery and destroyed 3 of its guns, bringing 1 in as a trophy, and he also brought in 3 battle flags and 70 prisoners. On the 23d, however, we saw trains coming into Atlanta from the south, when I became more than ever convinced that cavalry could not or would not work hard enough to disable a railroad properly, and therefore resolved at once to proceed to the execution of my original plan. Meantime, the damage done to our own railroad and telegraph by Wheeler, about Resaca and Dalton, had been repaired, and Wheeler himself was too far away to be of any service to his own army, and where he could not do us much harm, viz. up about the Hiawassee. On the 24th I rode down to the Chattahoochee Bridge, to see in person that it could be properly defended by the single corps proposed to be left there for that purpose, and found that the rebel works, which had been built by Johnston to resist us, could be easily utilized against themselves. And on returning to my camp, at that same evening, I telegraphed to General Halleck as follows: heavy fires in Atlanta all day, caused by our artillery. I will be all ready, and will commence the movement around Atlanta by the south, tomorrow night, and for some time you will hear little of us. I will keep open a courier line back to the Chattahoochee Bridge, by way of Sandtown. The 20th Corps will hold the railroad bridge, and I will move with the balance of the army, provisioned for 20 days. Meantime General Dodge, commanding the 16th Corps, had been wounded in the forehead, had gone to the rear, and his 2 divisions were distributed to the 15th and 17th Corps. The real movement commenced on the 25th, at night. The 20th Corps drew back and took post at the railroad bridge, and the 4th Corps, Stanley, moved to his right rear, closing up with the 14th Corps, Jeff C. Davis, near Utoy Creek. At the same time Garrett's cavalry, leaving their horses out of sight, occupied the vacant trenches, so that the enemy did not detect the change at all. The next night, 26th, the 15th and 17th Corps, composing the Army of the Tennessee, Howard, drew out of their trenches, made a wide circuit, and came up on the extreme right of the 4th and 14th Corps of the Army of the Cumberland, Thomas, along Utoy Creek, facing south. The enemy seemed to suspect something that night, using his artillery pretty freely, but I think he supposed we were going to retreat altogether. An artillery shot, fired at random, killed 1 man and wounded another, and the next morning some of his infantry came out of Atlanta and found our camps abandoned. It was afterward related that there was great rejoicing in Atlanta that the Yankees were gone. The fact was telegraphed all over the South, and several trains of cars, with ladies, came up from Macon to assist in the celebration of their grand victory. On the 28th, making a general left wheel, pivoting on Schofield, both Thomas and Howard reached the West Point Railroad, extending from East Point to Red Oak Station in Fairburn, where we spent the next day, 29th, in breaking it up thoroughly. The track was heaved up in sections the length of a regiment, then separated rail by rail. Bonfires were made of the ties and of fence rails on which the rails were heated, carried to trees or telegraph poles, wrapped around and left to cool. Such rails could not be used again, and, to be still more certain, we filled up many deep cuts with trees, brush, and earth, and commingled with them loaded shells, so arranged that they would explode on an attempt to haul out the bushes. The explosion of one such shell would have demoralized a gang of Negroes, and thus would have prevented even the attempt to clear the road. Meantime Schofield, with the 23rd Corps, presented a bold front toward East Point, daring and inviting the enemy to sally out to attack him in position. His first movement was on the 30th, to Mount Gilead Church, then to Morrow's Mills, facing Rough and Ready. Thomas was on his right, within easy support, moving by crossroads from Red Oak to the Fayetteville Road, extending from Couch's to Renfrew's, and Howard was aiming for Jonesboro. I was with General Thomas that day, which was hot but otherwise very pleasant. We stopped for a short noon rest near a little church, marked on our maps as Shoal Creek Church, which stood back about 100 yards from the road, in a grove of native oaks. The infantry column had halted in the road, stacked their arms, and the men were scattered about, some lying in the shade of the trees, and others were bringing corn stalks from a large cornfield across the road to feed our horses. While still others had arms full of the roasting ears, then in their prime. Hundreds of fires were soon started with the fence rails, and the men were busy roasting the ears. Thomas and I were walking up and down the road which led to the church, discussing the chances of the movement, which he thought were extra hazardous, and our path carried us by a fire at which a soldier was roasting his corn. The fire was built artistically, the man was stripping the ears of their husks, standing them in front of his fire, watching them carefully, and turning each ear little by little, so as to roast it nicely. He was down on his knees intent on his business, paying little heed to the stately and serious deliberations of his leaders. Thomas's mind was running on the fact that we had cut loose from our base of supplies, and that 70,000 men were then dependent for their food on the chance supplies of the country, already impoverished by the requisitions of the enemy, and on the contents of our wagons. Between Thomas and his men there existed a most kindly relation, and he frequently talked with them in the most familiar way. Pausing a while, and watching the operations of this man roasting his corn, he said, "What are you doing?" The man looked up smilingly. "Why, General, I am laying in a supply of provisions." "That is right, my man, but don't waste your provisions." As we resumed our walk, the man remarked, in a sort of musing way, but loud enough for me to hear, there goes the old man, economizing as usual. Economizing, with corn, which cost only the labor of gathering and roasting. As we walked, we could hear General Howard's guns at intervals, away off to our right front, but an ominous silence continued toward our left, where I was expecting at each moment to hear the sound of battle. That night we reached Renfrew's, and had reports from left to right, from General Schofield, about Morrow's Mills, to General Howard, within a couple of miles of Jonesboro. The next morning, August 31st, all moved straight for the railroad. Schofield reached it near Rough and Ready, and Thomas at 2 points between there and Jonesboro. Howard found an entrenched foe, Hardee's Corps, covering Jonesboro, and his men began at once to dig their accustomed rifle pits. Orders were sent to Generals Thomas and Schofield to turn straight for Jonesboro, tearing up the railroad track as they advanced. About 3:00 p.m. The enemy sallied from Jonesboro against the 15th Corps, but was easily repulsed, and driven back within his lines. All hands were kept busy tearing up the railroad, and it was not until toward evening of the first day of September that the 14th Corps, Davis, closed down on the north front of Jonesboro, connecting on his right with Howard, and his left reaching the railroad, along which General Stanley was moving, followed by Schofield. General Davis formed his divisions in line about 4 p.m., swept forward over some old cotton fields in full view, and went over the rebel parapet handsomely, capturing the whole of Govan's brigade, with 2 field batteries of 10 guns. Being on the spot, I checked Davis's movement, and ordered General Howard to send the 2 divisions of the 17th Corps, Blair, round by his right rear, to get below Jonesboro, and to reach the railroad, so as to cut off retreat in that direction. I also dispatched orders after orders to hurry forward Stanley, so as to lap around Jonesboro on the east, hoping thus to capture the whole of Hardee's corps. I sent first Captain Audenried, aide-de-camp, then Colonel Poe, of the Engineers, and lastly General Thomas himself, and that is the only time during the campaign I can recall seeing General Thomas urge his horse into a gallop. Night was approaching, and the country on the farther side of the railroad was densely wooded. General Stanley had come up on the left of Davis, and was deploying, though there could not have been on his front more than a skirmish line. Had he moved straight on by the flank, or by a slight circuit to his left, he would have enclosed the whole ground occupied by Hardee's corps, and that corps could not have escaped us, but night came on, and Hardee did escape. Meantime General Slocum had reached his corps, the 20th, stationed at the Chattahoochee Bridge, had relieved General A.S. Williams in command, and orders had been sent back to him to feel forward occasionally toward Atlanta, to observe the effect when we had reached the railroad. That night I was so restless and impatient that I could not sleep, and about midnight there arose toward Atlanta sounds of shells exploding, and other sound like that of musketry. I walked to the house of a farmer close by my bivouac, called him out to listen to the reverberations which came from the direction of Atlanta, 20 miles to the north of us, and inquired of him if he had resided there long. He said he had, and that these sounds were just like those of a battle. An interval of quiet then ensued, when again, about 4 a.m., arose other similar explosions, but I still remained in doubt whether the enemy was engaged in blowing up his own magazines, or whether General Slocum had not felt forward, and become engaged in a real battle. The next morning General Hardee was gone, and we all pushed forward along the railroad south, in close pursuit, till we ran up against his lines at a point just above Lovejoy Station. While bringing forward troops and feeling the new position of our adversary, rumors came from the rear that the enemy had evacuated Atlanta, and that General Slocum was in the city. Later in the day I received a note in Slocum's own handwriting, stating that he had heard during the night the very sounds that I have referred to, that he had moved rapidly up from the bridge about daylight, and had entered Atlanta unopposed. His letter was dated inside the city, so there was no doubt of the fact. General Thomas's bivouac was but a short distance from mine, and, before giving notice to the army in general orders, I sent one of my staff officers to show him the note. In a few minutes the officer returned, soon followed by Thomas himself, who again examined the note, so as to be perfectly certain that it was genuine. The news seemed to him too good to be true. He snapped his fingers, whistled, and almost danced, and, as the news spread to the army, the shouts that arose from our men, the wild hallooing and glorious laughter, were to us a full recompense for the labor and toils and hardships through which we had passed in the previous 3 months. A courier line was at once organized, messages were sent back and forth from our camp at Lovejoy's to Atlanta, and to our telegraph station at the Chattahoochee Bridge. Of course, the glad tidings flew on the wings of electricity to all parts of the North, where the people had patiently awaited news of their husbands, sons, and brothers, away down in Dixieland. And congratulations came pouring back full of goodwill and patriotism. This victory was most opportune. Mr. Lincoln himself told me afterward that even he had previously felt in doubt, for the summer was fast passing away. That General Grant seemed to be checkmated about Richmond and Petersburg, and my army seemed to have run up against an impassable barrier, when, suddenly and unexpectedly, came the news that Atlanta was ours, and fairly won. On this text many a fine speech was made, but none more eloquent than that by Edward Everett, in Boston. A presidential election then agitated the North. Mr. Lincoln represented the national cause, and General McClellan had accepted the nomination of the Democratic Party, whose platform was that the war was a failure, and that it was better to allow the South to go free to establish a separate government, whose cornerstone should be slavery. Success to our arms at that instant was therefore a political necessity, and it was all important that something startling in our interest should occur before the election in November. The brilliant success at Atlanta filled that requirement, and made the election of Mr. Lincoln certain. Among the many letters of congratulation received, those of Mr. Lincoln and General Grant seem most important. Executive Mansion. Washington, D.C., September 3, 1864. The national thanks are rendered by the President to Major General W.T. Sherman and the gallant officers and soldiers of his command before Atlanta, for the distinguished ability and perseverance displayed in the campaign in Georgia, which, under divine favor, has resulted in the capture of Atlanta. The marches, battles, sieges, and other military operations, that have signalized the campaign, must render it famous in the annals of war, and have entitled those who have participated therein to the applause and thanks of the nation. Abraham Lincoln. President of the United States. City Point, Virginia, September 4, 1864 to 9 p.m. Major General Sherman, I have just received your dispatch announcing the capture of Atlanta. In honor of your great victory, I have ordered a salute to be fired with shot guns from every battery bearing upon the enemy. The salute will be fired within an hour, amid great rejoicing. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. These dispatches were communicated to the Army in general orders, and we all felt duly encouraged and elated by the praise of those competent to bestow it. The Army still remained where the news of success had first found us, viz., Lovejoy's. But, after due reflection, I resolved not to attempt at that time a further pursuit of Hood's army, but slowly and deliberately to move back, occupy Atlanta, enjoy a short period of rest, and to think well over the next step required in the progress of events. Orders for this movement were made on the September 5th, and 3 days were given for each army to reach the place assigned it, viz., the Army of the Cumberland in and about Atlanta, the Army of the Tennessee at East Point, and the Army of the Ohio at Decatur. Personally, I rode back to Jonesboro on the 6th, and there inspected the rebel hospital, full of wounded officers and men left by Hardee in his retreat. The next night we stopped at Rough and Ready, and on the 8th of September we rode into Atlanta, then occupied by the 20th Corps, General Slocum. In the courthouse square was encamped a brigade, embracing the Massachusetts 2nd and 33rd Regiments, which had 2 of the finest bands of the army. And their music was to us all a source of infinite pleasure during our sojourn in that city. I took up my headquarters in the house of Judge Lyons, which stood opposite one corner of the courthouse square, and at once set about a measure already ordered, of which I had thought much and long, viz., to remove the entire civil population, and to deny to all civilians from the rear the expected profits of civil trade. Hundreds of sutlers and traders were waiting at Nashville and Chattanooga, greedy to reach Atlanta with their wares and goods, with which to drive a profitable trade with the inhabitants. I gave positive orders that none of these traders, except 3, 1 for each separate army, should be permitted to come nearer than Chattanooga. And, moreover, I peremptorily required that all the citizens and families resident in Atlanta should go away, giving to each the option to go south or north, as their interests or feelings dictated. I was resolved to make Atlanta a pure military garrison or depot, with no civil population to influence military measures. I had seen Memphis, Vicksburg, Natchez, and New Orleans, all captured from the enemy, and each at once was garrisoned by a full division of troops, if not more. So that success was actually crippling our armies in the field by detachments to guard and protect the interests of a hostile population. I gave notice of this purpose, as early as the 4th of September, to General Halleck, in a letter concluding with these words: "If the people raise a howl against my barbarity and cruelty, I will answer that war is war, and not popularity seeking. If they want peace, they and their relatives most stop the war." I knew, of course, that such a measure would be strongly criticized, but made up my mind to do it with the absolute certainty of its justness, and that time would sanction its wisdom. I knew that the people of the South would read in this measure 2 important conclusions: 1, that we were in earnest, and the other, if they were sincere in their common and popular clamor, to die in the last ditch, that the opportunity would soon come. Soon after our reaching Atlanta, General Hood had sent in by a flag of truce a proposition, offering a general exchange of prisoners, saying that he was authorized to make such an exchange by the Richmond authorities. Out of the vast number of our men then held captive at Andersonville, the same whom General Stoneman had hoped to rescue at the time of his raid. Some of these prisoners had already escaped and got in, had described the pitiable condition of the remainder, and, although I felt a sympathy for their hardships and sufferings as deeply as any man could, yet as nearly all the prisoners who had been captured by us during the campaign had been sent, as fast as taken, to the usual depots north, they were then beyond my control. There were still about 2,000, mostly captured at Jonesboro, who had been sent back by cars, but had not passed Chattanooga. These I ordered back, and offered General Hood to exchange them for Stoneman, Buell, and such of my own army as would make up the equivalent. But I would not exchange for his prisoners generally, because I knew these would have to be sent to their own regiments, away from my army, whereas all we could give him could at once be put to duty in his immediate army. Quite an angry correspondence grew up between us, which was published at the time in the newspapers, but it is not to be found in any book of which I have present knowledge, and therefore is given here, as illustrative of the events referred to, and of the feelings of the actors in the game of war at that particular crisis, together with certain other original letters of Generals Grant and Halleck, never hitherto published. Headquarters Armies of the United States, City Point, Virginia, September 12, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, I send Lieutenant Colonel Horace Porter, of my staff, with this. Colonel Porter will explain to you the exact condition of affairs here, better than I can do in the limits of a letter. Although I feel myself strong enough now for offensive operations, I am holding on quietly, to get advantage of recruits and convalescents, who are coming forward very rapidly. My lines are necessarily very long, extending from Deep Bottom, north of the James, across the peninsula formed by the Appomattox and the James, and south of the Appomattox to the Weldon Road. This line is very strongly fortified, and can be held with comparatively few men, but, from its great length, necessarily takes many in the aggregate. I propose, when I do move, to extend my left so as to control what is known as the South Side, or Lynchburg and Petersburg Road, then, if possible, to keep the Danville Road out. At the same time this move is made, I want to send a force of from 6,000 to 10,000 men against Wilmington. The way I propose to do this is to land the men north of Fort Fisher, and hold that point. At the same time a large naval fleet will be assembled there, and the ironclads will run the batteries as they did at Mobile. This will give us the same control of the harbor of Wilmington that we now have of the harbor of Mobile. What you are to do with the forces at your command, I do not exactly see. The difficulties of supplying your army, except when they are constantly moving beyond where you are, I plainly see. If it had not been for Price's movement, Canby could have sent 12,000 more men to Mobile. From your command on the Mississippi, an equal number could have been taken. With these forces, my idea would have been to divide them, sending one half to Mobile, and the other half to Savannah. You could then move as proposed in your telegram, so as to threaten Macon and Augusta equally. Whichever one should be abandoned by the enemy, you could take and open up a new base of supplies. My object now in sending a staff officer to you is not so much to suggest operations for you as to get your views, and to have plans matured by the time everything can be got ready. It would probably be the 5th of October before any of the plans here indicated will be executed. If you have any promotions to recommend, send the names forward, and I will approve them. In conclusion, it is hardly necessary for me to say that I feel you have accomplished the most gigantic undertaking given to any general in this war, and with a skill and ability that will be acknowledged in history as unsurpassed, if not unequaled. It gives me as much pleasure to record this in your favor as it would in favor of any living man, myself included. Truly yours. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 20, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, City Point, Virginia. General, I have the honor to acknowledge, at the hands of Lieutenant Colonel Porter, of your staff, your letter of September 12. And accept with thanks the honorable and kindly mention of the services of this army in the great cause in which we are all engaged. I send by Colonel Porter all official reports which are completed, and will in a few days submit a list of names which are deemed worthy of promotion. I think we owe it to the President to save him the invidious task of selection among the vast number of worthy applicants, and have ordered my army commanders to prepare their lists with great care, and to express their preferences, based upon claims of actual capacity and services rendered. These I will consolidate and submit in such a form that, if mistakes are made, they will at least be sanctioned by the best contemporaneous evidence of merit. For I know that vacancies do not exist equal in number to that of the officers who really deserve promotion. As to the future, I am pleased to know that your army is being steadily reinforced by a good class of men, and I hope it will go on until you have a force that is numerically double that of your antagonist, so that with one part you can watch him, and with the other push out boldly from your left flank, occupy the South Side Railroad, compel him to attack you in position, or accept battle on your own terms. We ought to ask our country for the largest possible armies that can be raised, as so important a thing as the self-existence of a great nation should not be left to the fickle chances of war. Now that Mobile is shut out to the commerce of our enemy, it calls for no further effort on our part, unless the capture of the city can be followed by the occupation of the Alabama River and the railroad to Columbus, Georgia. When that place would be a magnificent auxiliary to my further progress into Georgia. But, until General Canby is much reinforced, and until he can more thoroughly subdue the scattered armies west of the Mississippi, I suppose that much cannot be attempted by him against the Alabama River in Columbus, Georgia. The utter destruction of Wilmington, North Carolina, is of importance only in connection with the necessity of cutting off all foreign trade to our enemy, and if Admiral Farragut can get across the bar, and move quickly, I suppose he will succeed. From my knowledge of the mouth of Cape Fear River, I anticipate more difficulty in getting the heavy ships across the bar than in reaching the town of Wilmington. But, of course, the soundings of the channel are well known at Washington, as well as the draft of his ironclads, so that it must be demonstrated to be feasible, or else it would not be attempted. If successful, I suppose that Fort Caswell will be occupied, and the fleet at once sent to the Savannah River. Then the reduction of that city is the next question. It once in our possession, and the river open to us, I would not hesitate to cross the state of Georgia with 60,000 men, hauling some stores, and depending on the country for the balance. Where 1,000,000 of people find subsistence, my army won't starve, but, as you know, in a country like Georgia, with few roads and innumerable streams, an inferior force can so delay an army and harass it, that it would not be a formidable object. But if the enemy knew that we had our boats in the Savannah River, I could rapidly move to Milledgeville, where there is abundance of corn and meat, and could so threaten Macon and Augusta that the enemy will doubtless give up Macon for Augusta. Then I would move so as to interpose between Augusta and Savannah, and force him to give us Augusta, with the only powder mills and factories remaining in the South, or let us have the use of the Savannah River. Either horn of the dilemma will be worth a battle. I would prefer his holding Augusta, as the probabilities are, for then, with the Savannah River in our possession, the taking of Augusta would be a mere matter of time. This campaign can be made in the winter. But the more I study the game, the more am I convinced that it would be wrong for us to penetrate farther into Georgia without an objective beyond. It would not be productive of much good. I can start east and make a circuit south and back, doing vast damage to the state, but resulting in no permanent good, and by mere threatening to do so, I hold a rod over the Georgians, who are not over loyal to the South. I will therefore give it as my opinion that your army and Canby should be reinforced to the maximum, that, after you get Wilmington, you should strike for Savannah and its river. That General Canby should hold the Mississippi River, and send a force to take Columbus, Georgia, either by way of the Alabama or Apalachicola River. That I should keep Hood employed and put my army in fine order for a march on Augusta, Columbia, and Charleston, and start as soon as Wilmington is sealed to commerce, and the city of Savannah is in our possession. I think it will be found that the movements of Price and Shelby, west of the Mississippi, are mere diversions. They cannot hope to enter Missouri except as raiders. And the truth is, that General Rosecrans should be ashamed to take my troops for such a purpose. If you will secure Wilmington and the city of Savannah from your center, and let General Canby leave command over the Mississippi River and country west of it. I will send a force to the Alabama and Apalachicola. Provided you give me 100,000 of the drafted men to fill up my old regiments. And if you will fix a day to be in Savannah, I will ensure our possession of Macon and a point on the river below Augusta. The possession of the Savannah River is more than fatal to the possibility of Southern independence. They may stand the fall of Richmond, but not of all Georgia. I will have a long talk with Colonel Porter, and tell him everything that may occur to me of interest to you. In the meantime, know that I admire your dogged perseverance and pluck more than ever. If you can whip Lee and I can march to the Atlantic, I think Uncle Abe will give us a 20 days leave of absence to see the young folks. Yours as ever. W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters of the Army. Washington, September 16, 1864. General W. T. Sherman, Atlanta, Georgia. My dear General, your very interesting letter of the 4th is just received. Its perusal has given me the greatest pleasure. I have not written before to congratulate you on the capture of Atlanta, the objective point of your brilliant campaign, for the reason that I have been suffering from my annual attack of coryza, or hay cold. It affects my eyes so much that I can scarcely see to write. As you suppose, I have watched your movements most attentively and critically, and I do not hesitate to say that your campaign has been the most brilliant of the war. Its results are less striking and less complete than those of General Grant at Vicksburg, but then you have had greater difficulties to encounter, a longer line of communications to keep up, and a longer and more continuous strain upon yourself and upon your army. You must have been very considerably annoyed by the state Negro recruiting agents. Your letter was a capital one, and did much good. The law was a ridiculous one. It was opposed by the War Department, but passed through the influence of Eastern manufacturers, who hoped to escape the draft in that way. They were making immense fortunes out of the war, and could well afford to purchase Negro recruits, and thus save their employees at home. I fully agree with you in regard to the policy of a stringent draft. But, unfortunately, political influences are against us, and I fear it will not amount to much. Mr. Seward's speech at Auburn, again prophesying, for the 20th time, that the rebellion would be crushed in a few months, and saying that there would be no draft, as we now had enough soldiers to end the war, etc., has done much harm, in a military point of view. I have seen enough of politics here to last me for life. You are right in avoiding them. McClellan may possibly reach the White House, but he will lose the respect of all honest, high-minded patriots, by his affiliation with such traitors and copperheads as B, V, W, S, and Company. He would not stand upon the traitorous Chicago platform, but he had not the manliness to oppose it. A major general in the United States Army, and yet not one word to utter against rebels or the rebellion. I had much respect for McClellan before he became a politician, but very little after reading his letter accepting the nomination. Hooker certainly made a mistake in leaving before the capture of Atlanta. I understand that, when here, he said that you would fail, your army was discouraged and dissatisfied, etc., etc. He is most unmeasured in his abuse of me. I enclose you a specimen of what he publishes in Northern papers, wherever he goes. They are dictated by himself and written by W.B. and such worthies. The funny part of the business is, that I had nothing whatever to do with his being relieved on either occasion. Moreover, I have never said anything to the President or Secretary of War to injure him in the slightest degree, and he knows that perfectly well. His animosity arises from another source. He is aware that I know some things about his character and conduct in California, and, fearing that I may use that information against him, he seeks to ward off its effect by making it appear that I am his personal enemy, am jealous of him, etc. I know of no other reason for his hostility to me. He is welcome to abuse me as much as he pleases. I don't think it will do him much good, or me much harm. I know very little of General Howard, but believe him to be a true, honorable man. Thomas is also a noble old warhorse. It is true, as you say, that he is slow, but he is always sure. I have not seen General Grant since the fall of Atlanta, and do not know what instructions he has sent you. I fear that Canby has not the means to do much by way of mobile. The military effects of Banks's disaster are now showing themselves by the threatened operations of Price and Company toward Missouri, thus keeping in check our armies west of the Mississippi. With many thanks for your kind letter, and wishes for your future success, yours truly. H. W. Halleck. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, Atlanta, Georgia, September 20, 1864. Major General Halleck, Chief of Staff, Washington, D.C. General, I have the honor herewith to submit copies of a correspondence between General Hood, of the Confederate Army, the Mayor of Atlanta, and myself, touching the removal of the inhabitants of Atlanta. In explanation of the tone which marks some of these letters, I will only call your attention to the fact that, after I had announced my determination, General Hood took upon himself to question my motives. I could not tamely submit to such impertinence, and I have also seen that, in violation of all official usage, he has published in the Macon newspapers such parts of the correspondence as suited his purpose. This could have had no other object than to create a feeling on the part of the people, but if he expects to resort to such artifices, I think I can meet him there too. It is sufficient for my government to know that the removal of the inhabitants has been made with liberality and fairness, that it has been attended with no force, and that no women or children have suffered, unless for want of provisions by their natural protectors and friends. My real reasons for this step were: we want all the houses of Atlanta for military storage and occupation. We want to contract the lines of defense, so as to diminish the garrison to the limit necessary to defend its narrow and vital parts, instead of embracing, as the lines now do, the vast suburbs. This contraction of the lines, with the necessary citadels and redoubts, will make it necessary to destroy the very houses used by families as residences. Atlanta is a fortified town, was stubbornly defended, and fairly captured. As captors, we have a right to it. The residence here of a poor population would compel us, sooner or later, to feed them or to see them starve under our eyes. The residence here of the families of our enemies would be a temptation and a means to keep up a correspondence dangerous and hurtful to our cause. A civil population calls for provost guards, and absorbs the attention of officers in listening to everlasting complaints and special grievances that are not military. These are my reasons. And, if satisfactory to the government of the United States, it makes no difference whether it pleases General Hood and his people or not. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 7, 1864. General Hood, Commanding Confederate Army. General, I have deemed it to the interest of the United States that the citizens now residing in Atlanta should remove, those who prefer it to go south, and the rest north. For the latter I can provide food and transportation to points of their election in Tennessee, Kentucky, or farther north. For the former I can provide transportation by cars as far as Rough and Ready, and also wagons. But, that their removal may be made with as little discomfort as possible, it will be necessary for you to help the families from Rough and Ready to the care at Lovejoy's. If you consent, I will undertake to remove all the families in Atlanta who prefer to go south to Rough and Ready, with all their movable effects, viz., clothing, trunks, reasonable furniture, bedding, etc. With their servants, white and black, with the proviso that no force shall be used toward the blacks, one way or the other. If they want to go with their masters or mistresses, they may do so. Otherwise they will be sent away, unless they be men, when they may be employed by our quartermaster. Atlanta is no place for families or non-combatants, and I have no desire to send them north if you will assist in conveying them south. If this proposition meets your views, I will consent to a truce in the neighborhood of Rough and Ready, stipulating that any wagons, horses, animals, or persons sent there for the purposes herein stated, shall in no manner be harmed or molested. You in your turn agreeing that any wagons, or carriages, persons or animals sent to the same point, shall not be interfered with. Each of us might send a guard of, say, 100 men, to maintain order, and limit the truce to, say, 2 days after a certain time appointed. I have authorized the mayor to choose 2 citizens to convey to you this letter, with such documents as the mayor may forward in explanation, and shall await your reply. I have the honor to be your obedient servant. W.T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Major General W.T. Sherman, commanding United States Forces in Georgia. General, your letter of yesterday's date, borne by James M. Ball and James R. Crew, citizens of Atlanta, is received. You say therein, I deem it to be to the interest of the United States that the citizens now residing in Atlanta should remove, etc. I do not consider that I have any alternative in this matter. I therefore accept your proposition to declare a truce of 2 days, or such time as may be necessary to accomplish the purpose mentioned, and shall render all assistance in my power to expedite the transportation of citizens in this direction. I suggest that a staff officer be appointed by you to superintend the removal from the city to Rough and Ready, while I appoint a like officer to control their removal farther south. That a guard of 100 men be sent by either party as you propose, to maintain order at that place, and that the removal begin on Monday next. And now, sir, permit me to say that the unprecedented measure you propose transcends, in studied and ingenious cruelty, all acts ever before brought to my attention in the dark history of war. In the name of God and humanity, I protest, believing that you will find that you are expelling from their homes and firesides the wives and children of a brave people. I am, General, very respectfully, your obedient servant. J. B. Hood, General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 10, 1864. General J. B. Hood, Commanding Army of Tennessee, Confederate Army. General, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of this date, at the hands of Messrs. Ball and Crew, consenting to the arrangements I had proposed to facilitate the removal south of the people of Atlanta, who prefer to go in that direction. I enclose you a copy of my orders, which will, I am satisfied, accomplish my purpose perfectly. You style the measures proposed unprecedented, and appeal to the dark history of war for a parallel, as an act of studied and ingenious cruelty. It is not unprecedented, for General Johnston himself very wisely and properly removed the families all the way from Dalton down, and I see no reason why Atlanta should be excepted. Nor is it necessary to appeal to the dark history of war, when recent and modern examples are so handy. You yourself burned dwelling houses along your parapet, and I have seen today 50 houses that you have rendered uninhabitable because they stood in the way of your forts and men. You defended Atlanta on a line so close to town that every cannon shot and many musket shots from our line of investment, that overshot their mark, went into the habitations of women and children. General Hardee did the same at Jonesboro, and General Johnston did the same, last summer, at Jackson, Mississippi. I have not accused you of heartless cruelty, but merely instanced these cases of very recent occurrence, and could go on and enumerate hundreds of others. And challenge any fair man to judge which of us has the heart of pity for the families of a brave people. I say that it is kindness to these families of Atlanta to remove them now, at once, from scenes that women and children should not be exposed to. And the brave people should scorn to commit their wives and children to the rude barbarians who thus, as you say, violate the laws of war, as illustrated in the pages of its dark history. In the name of common sense, I ask you not to appeal to a just God in such a sacrilegious manner. You who, in the midst of peace and prosperity, have plunged a nation into war, dark and cruel war, who dared and badgered us to battle, insulted our flag, seized our arsenals and forts that were left in the honorable custody of peaceful ordnance sergeants, seized and made prisoners of war the very garrisons sent to protect your people against Negroes and Indians. Long before any overt act was committed by the, to you, hated Lincoln government. Tried to force Kentucky and Missouri into rebellion, spite of themselves, falsified the vote of Louisiana, turned loose your privateers to plunder unarmed ships. Expelled Union families by the thousands, burned their houses, and declared, by an act of your Congress, the confiscation of all debts due Northern men for goods had and received. Talk thus to the Marines, but not to me, who have seen these things, and who will this day make as much sacrifice for the peace and honor of the South as the best-born Southerner among you. If we must be enemies, let us be men, and fight it out as we propose to do, and not deal in arch-hypocritical appeals to God and humanity. God will judge us in due time, and he will pronounce whether it be more humane to fight with a town full of women and the families of a brave people at our back or to remove them in time to places of safety among their own friends and people. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Army of the Tennessee, September 12, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 9th inst., with its enclosure in reference to the women, children, and others, whom you have thought proper to expel from their homes in the city of Atlanta. Had you seen proper to let the matter rest there, I would gladly have allowed your letter to close this correspondence, and, without your expressing it in words, would have been willing to believe that, while the interests of the United States, in your opinion, compelled you to an act of barbarous cruelty, you regretted the necessity, and we would have dropped the subject. But you have chosen to indulge in statements which I feel compelled to notice, at least so far as to signify my dissent, and not allow silence in regard to them to be construed as acquiescence. I see nothing in your communication which induces me to modify the language of condemnation with which I characterized your order. It but strengthens me in the opinion that it stands, preeminent in the dark history of war for studied and ingenious cruelty. Your original order was stripped of all pretenses. You announced the edict for the sole reason that it was, to the interest of the United States. This alone you offered to us and the civilized world as an all-sufficient reason for disregarding the laws of God and man. You say that, General Johnston himself very wisely and properly removed the families all the way from Dalton down. It is due to that gallant soldier and gentleman to say that no act of his distinguished career gives the least color to your unfounded aspersions upon his conduct. He depopulated no villages, nor towns, nor cities, either friendly or hostile. He offered and extended friendly aid to his unfortunate fellow citizens who desired to flee from your fraternal embraces. You are equally unfortunate in your attempt to find a justification for this act of cruelty, either in the defense of Jonesboro, by General Hardee, or of Atlanta, by myself. General Hardee defended his position in front of Jonesboro at the expense of injury to the houses, an ordinary, proper, and justifiable act of war. I defended Atlanta at the same risk and cost. If there was any fault in either case, it was your own, in not giving notice, especially in the case of Atlanta, of your purpose to shell the town, which is usual in war among civilized nations. No inhabitant was expelled from his home and fireside by the orders of General Hardee or myself, and therefore your recent order can find no support from the conduct of either of us. I feel no other emotion other than pain in reading that portion of your letter which attempts to justify your shelling Atlanta without notice under pretense that I defended Atlanta upon a line so close to town that every cannon shot and many musket balls from your line of investment that overshot their mark, went into the habitations of women and children. I made no complaint of your firing into Atlanta in any way you thought proper. I make none now, but there are 100,000 witnesses that you fired into the habitations of women and children for weeks, firing far above and miles beyond my line of defense. I have too good an opinion, founded both upon observation and experience, of the skill of your artillerists, to credit the insinuation that they for several weeks unintentionally fired too high for my modest field works, and slaughtered women and children by accident and want of skill. The residue of your letter is rather discussion. It opens a wide field for the discussion of questions which I do not feel are committed to me. I am only a general of one of the armies of the Confederate States, charged with military operations in the field, under the direction of my superior officers, and I am not called upon to discuss with you the causes of the present war, or the political questions which led to or resulted from it. These grave and important questions have been committed to far abler hands than mine, and I shall only refer to them so far as to repel any unjust conclusion which might be drawn from my silence. You charge my country with daring and badgering you to battle. The truth is, we sent commissioners to you, respectfully offering a peaceful separation, before the first gun was fired on either aid. You say we insulted your flag. The truth is, we fired upon it, and those who fought under it, when you came to our doors upon the mission of subjugation. You say we seized upon your forts and arsenals, and made prisoners of the garrisons sent to protect us against Negroes and Indians. The truth is, we, by force of arms, drove out insolent intruders and took possession of our own forts and arsenals, to resist your claims to dominion over masters, slaves, and Indians, all of whom are to this day, with a unanimity unexampled in the history of the world, warring against your attempts to become their masters. You say that we tried to force Missouri and Kentucky into rebellion in spite of themselves. The truth is, my government, from the beginning of this struggle to this hour, has again and again offered, before the whole world, to leave it to the unbiased will of these states, and all others, to determine for themselves whether they will cast their destiny with your government or ours. And your government has resisted this fundamental principle of free institutions with the bayonet, and labors daily, by force and fraud, to fasten its hateful tyranny upon the unfortunate freemen of these states. You say we falsified the vote of Louisiana. The truth is, Louisiana not only separated herself from your government by nearly a unanimous vote of her people, but has vindicated the act upon every battlefield from Gettysburg to the Sabine, and has exhibited an heroic devotion to her decision which challenges the admiration and respect of every man capable of feeling sympathy for the oppressed or admiration for heroic valor. You say that we turned loose pirates to plunder your unarmed ships. The truth is, when you robbed us of our part of the navy, we built and bought a few vessels, hoisted the flag of our country, and swept the seas, in defiance of your navy, around the whole circumference of the globe. You say we have expelled Union families by thousands. The truth is, not a single family has been expelled from the Confederate States, that I am aware of. But, on the contrary, the moderation of our government toward traitors has been a fruitful theme of denunciation by its enemies and well-meaning friends of our cause. You say my government, by acts of Congress, has confiscated all debts due Northern men for goods sold and delivered. The truth is, our Congress gave due and ample time to your merchants and traders to depart from our shores with their ships, goods, and effects, and only sequestrated the property of our enemies in retaliation for their acts, declaring us traitors, and confiscating our property wherever their power extended, either in their country or our own. Such are your accusations, and such are the facts known of all men to be true. You order into exile the whole population of a city. Drive men, women and children from their homes at the point of the bayonet, under the plea that it is to the interest of your government, and on the claim that it is an act of kindness to these families of Atlanta. Butler only banished from New Orleans the registered enemies of his government, and acknowledged that he did it as a punishment. You issue a sweeping edict, covering all the inhabitants of a city, and add insult to the injury heaped upon the defenseless by assuming that you have done them a kindness. This you follow by the assertion that you will make as much sacrifice for the peace and honor of the South as the best-born Southerner. And, because I characterize what you call as kindness as being real cruelty, you presume to sit in judgment between me and my God. And you decide that my earnest prayer to the Almighty Father to save our women and children from what you call kindness, is a sacrilegious, hypocritical appeal. You came into our country with your army, avowedly for the purpose of subjugating free white men, women, and children, and not only intend to rule over them, but you make Negroes your allies, and desire to place over us an inferior race, which we have raised from barbarism to its present position, which is the highest ever attained by that race, in any country, in all time. I must, therefore, decline to accept your statements in reference to your kindness toward the people of Atlanta, and your willingness to sacrifice everything for the peace and honor of the South, and refuse to be governed by your decision in regard to matters between myself, my country, and my God. You say, let us fight it out like men. To this my reply is, for myself, and I believe for all the free men, and women and children, in my country, we will fight you to the death. Better die 1,000 deaths than submit to live under you or your government and your Negro allies. Having answered the points forced upon me by your letter of the 9th of September, I close this correspondence with you. And, notwithstanding your comments upon my appeal to God in the cause of humanity, I again humbly and reverently invoke His almighty aid in defense of justice and right. Respectfully, your obedient servant. J. B. Hood, General. Atlanta, Georgia, September 11, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman. Sir, we the undersigned, Mayor and 2 of the Council for the City of Atlanta, for the time being the only legal organ of the people of the said city, to express their wants and wishes. Ask leave most earnestly but respectfully to petition you to reconsider the order requiring them to leave Atlanta. At first view, it struck us that the measure would involve extraordinary hardship and loss, but since we have seen the practical execution of it so far as it has progressed, and the individual condition of the people, and heard their statements as to the inconveniences, loss, and suffering attending it, we are satisfied that the amount of it will involve in the aggregate consequences appalling and heartrending. Many poor women are in advanced state of pregnancy, others now having young children, and whose husbands for the greater part are either in the army, prisoners, or dead. Some say, I have such a one sick at my house. Who will wait on them when I am gone? Others say, what are we to do? We have no house to go to, and no means to buy, build, or rent any, no parents, relatives, or friends, to go to. Another says, I will try and take this or that article of property, but such and such things I must leave behind, though I need them much. We reply to them, General Sherman will carry your property to Rough and Ready, and General Hood will take it thence on. And they will reply to that, but I want to leave the railroad at such a place, and cannot get conveyance from thereon. We only refer to a few facts, to try to illustrate in part how this measure will operate in practice. As you advanced, the people north of this fell back. And before your arrival here, a large portion of the people had retired south, so that the country south of this is already crowded, and without houses enough to accommodate the people. And we are informed that many are now staying in churches and other outbuildings. This being so, how is it possible for the people still here, mostly women and children, to find any shelter? And how can they live through the winter in the woods, no shelter or subsistence, in the midst of strangers who know them not, and without the power to assist them much, if they were willing to do so? This is but a feeble picture of the consequences of this measure. You know the woe, the horrors, and the suffering, cannot be described by words, imagination can only conceive of it, and we ask you to take these things into consideration. We know your mind and time are constantly occupied with the duties of your command, which almost deters us from asking your attention to this matter, but thought it might be that you had not considered this subject in all of its awful consequences. And that on more reflection you, we hope, would not make this people an exception to all mankind, for we know of no such instance ever having occurred, surely never in the United States, and what has this helpless people done? That they should be driven from their homes, to wander strangers and outcasts, and exiles, and to subsist on charity? We do not know as yet the number of people still here. Of those who are here, we are satisfied a respectable number, if allowed to remain at home, could subsist for several months without assistance, and a respectable number for a much longer time, and who might not need assistance at any time. In conclusion, we most earnestly and solemnly petition you to reconsider this order, or modify it, and suffer this unfortunate people to remain at home, and enjoy what little means they have. Respectfully submitted. James M. Calhoun, Mayor. E. E. Rawson, Councilman. S. C. Warnes, Councilman. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 12, 1864. James M. Calhoun, Mayor, E. E. Rawson and S. C. Wares, representing City Council of Atlanta. Gentlemen, I have your letter of the 11th, in the nature of a petition to revoke my orders removing all the inhabitants from Atlanta. I have read it carefully, and give full credit to your statements of the distress that will be occasioned, and yet shall not revoke my orders, because they were not designed to meet the humanities of the case, but to prepare for the future struggles in which millions of good people outside of Atlanta have a deep interest. We must have peace, not only at Atlanta, but in all America. To secure this, we must stop the war that now desolates our once happy and favored country. To stop war, we must defeat the rebel armies which are arrayed against the laws and constitution that all must respect and obey. To defeat those armies, we must prepare the way to reach them in their recesses, provided with the arms and instruments which enable us to accomplish our purpose. Now, I know the vindictive nature of our enemy, that we may have many years of military operations from this quarter, and, therefore, deem it wise and prudent to prepare in time. The use of Atlanta for warlike purposes is inconsistent with its character as a home for families. There will be no manufactures, commerce, or agriculture here, for the maintenance of families, and sooner or later want will compel the inhabitants to go. Why not go now, when all the arrangements are completed for the transfer, instead of waiting till the plunging shot of contending armies will renew the scenes of the past months? Of course, I do not apprehend any such thing at this moment, but you do not suppose this army will be here until the war is over. I cannot discuss this subject with you fairly, because I cannot impart to you what we propose to do, but I assert that our military plans make it necessary for the inhabitants to go away. And I can only renew my offer of services to make their exodus in any direction as easy and comfortable as possible. You cannot qualify war in harsher terms than I will. War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it, and those who brought war into our country deserve all the curses and maledictions a people can pour out. I know I had no hand in making this war, and I know I will make more sacrifices today than any of you to secure peace. But you cannot have peace and a division of our country. If the United States submits to a division now, it will not stop, but will go on until we reap the fate of Mexico, which is eternal war. The United States does and must assert its authority, wherever it once had power. For, if it relaxes one bit to pressure, it is gone, and I believe that such is the national feeling. This feeling assumes various shapes, but always comes back to that of union. Once admit the union, once more acknowledge the authority of the national government, and, instead of devoting your houses and streets and roads to the dread uses of war, I and this army become at once your protectors and supporters. Shielding you from danger, let it come from what quarter it may. I know that a few individuals cannot resist a torrent of error and passion, such as swept the South into rebellion, but you can point out, so that we may know those who desire a government, and those who insist on war and its desolation. You might as well appeal against the thunderstorm as against these terrible hardships of war. They are inevitable, and the only way the people of Atlanta can hope once more to live in peace and quiet at home, is to stop the war, which can only be done by admitting that it began in error and is perpetuated in pride. We don't want your Negroes, or your horses, or your houses, or your lands, or anything you have, but we do want and will have a just obedience to the laws of the United States. That we will have, and, if it involves the destruction of your improvements, we cannot help it. You have heretofore read public sentiment in your newspapers, that live by falsehood and excitement. And the quicker you seek for truth in other quarters, the better. I repeat then that, by the original compact of government, the United States had certain rights in Georgia, which have never been relinquished and never will be. That the South began war by seizing forts, arsenals, mints, custom houses, etc., etc., long before Mr. Lincoln was installed, and before the South had one jot or tittle of provocation. I myself have seen in Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi, hundreds and thousands of women and children fleeing from your armies and desperadoes, hungry and with bleeding feet. In Memphis, Vicksburg, and Mississippi, we fed thousands upon thousands of the families of rebel soldiers left on our hands, and whom we could not see starve. Now that war comes home to you, you feel very different. You deprecate its horrors, but did not feel them when you sent carloads of soldiers and ammunition, and molded shells and shot, to carry war into Kentucky and Tennessee. To desolate the homes of hundreds and thousands of good people who only ask to live in peace at their old homes, and under the government of their inheritance. But these comparisons are idle. I want peace, and believe it can only be reached through union and war, and I will ever conduct war with a view to perfect and early success. But, my dear sirs, when peace does come, you may call on me for anything. Then will I share with you the last cracker, and watch with you to shield your homes and families against danger from every quarter. Now you must go, and take with you the old and feeble, feed and nurse them, and build for them, in more quiet places, proper habitations to shield them against the weather until the mad passions of men cool down. And allow the union and peace once more to settle over your old homes at Atlanta. Yours in haste. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 14, 1864. General J. B. Hood, Commanding Army of the Tennessee, Confederate Army. General, yours of September 12 is received, and has been carefully perused. I agree with you that this discussion by two soldiers is out of place, and profitless. But you must admit that you began the controversy by characterizing an official act of mine in unfair and improper terms. I reiterate my former answer, and to the only new matter contained in your rejoinder add, we have no Negro allies in this army, not a single Negro soldier left Chattanooga with this army, or is with it now. There are a few guarding Chattanooga, which General Steedman sent at one time to drive Wheeler out of Dalton. I was not bound by the laws of war to give notice of the shelling of Atlanta, a fortified town, with magazines, arsenals, foundries, and public stores. You were bound to take notice. See the books. This is the conclusion of our correspondence, which I did not begin, and terminate with satisfaction. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Headquarters of the Army. Washington, September 28, 1864. Major General Sherman, Atlanta, Georgia. General, your communications of the 20th in regard to the removal of families from Atlanta, and the exchange of prisoners, and also the official report of your campaign, are just received. I have not had time as yet to examine your report. The course which you have pursued in removing rebel families from Atlanta, and in the exchange of prisoners, is fully approved by the War Department. Not only are you justified by the laws and usages of war in removing these people, but I think it was your duty to your own army to do so. Moreover, I am fully of opinion that the nature of your position, the character of the war, the conduct of the enemy, and especially of non-combatants and women of the territory which we have heretofore conquered and occupied, will justify you in gathering up all the forage and provisions which your army may require, both for a siege of Atlanta and for your supply in your march farther into the enemy's country. Let the disloyal families of the country, thus stripped, go to their husbands, fathers, and natural protectors, in the rebel ranks. We have tried 3 years of conciliation and kindness without any reciprocation. On the contrary, those thus treated have acted as spies and guerrillas in our rear and within our lines. The safety of our armies, and a proper regard for the lives of our soldiers, require that we apply to our inexorable foes the severe rules of war. We certainly are not required to treat the so-called non-combatant rebels better than they themselves treat each other. Even here in Virginia, within 50 miles of Washington, they strip their own families of provisions, leaving them, as our army advances, to be fed by us, or to starve within our lines. We have fed this class of people long enough. Let them go with their husbands and fathers in the rebel ranks, and if they won't go, we must send them to their friends and natural protectors. I would destroy every mill and factory within reach which I did not want for my own use. This the rebels have done, not only in Maryland and Pennsylvania, but also in Virginia and other rebel states, when compelled to fall back before our armies. In many sections of the country they have not left a mill to grind grain for their own suffering families, lest we might use them to supply our armies. We most do the same. I have endeavored to impress these views upon our commanders for the last 2 years. You are almost the only one who has properly applied them. I do not approve of General Hunter's course in burning private homes or uselessly destroying private property. That is barbarous. But I approve of taking or destroying whatever may serve as supplies to us or to the enemy's army. Very respectfully, your obedient servant. H. W. Halleck, Major General, Chief of Staff. In order to effect the exchange of prisoners, to facilitate the exodus of the people of Atlanta, and to keep open communication with the South, we established a neutral camp at and about the railroad station next south of Atlanta, known as Rough and Ready, to which point I dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Willard Warner, of my staff, with a guard of 100 men, and General Hood sent Colonel Clare, of his staff, with a similar guard. These officers and men harmonized perfectly, and parted good friends when their work was done. In the meantime I also had reconnoitered the entire rebel lines about Atlanta, which were well built, but were entirely too extensive to be held by a single corps or division of troops, so I instructed Colonel Poe, United States Engineers, on my staff, to lay off an inner and shorter line, susceptible of defense by a smaller garrison. By the middle of September all these matters were in progress, the reports of the past campaign were written up and dispatched to Washington, and our thoughts began to turn toward the future. Admiral Farragut had boldly and successfully run the forts at the entrance to Mobile Bay, which resulted in the capture of Fort Morgan, so that General Canby was enabled to begin his regular operations against Mobile City, with a view to open the Alabama River to navigation. My first thoughts were to concert operations with him either by way of Montgomery, Alabama, or by the Apalachicola. But so long a line, to be used as a base for further operations eastward, was not advisable, and I concluded to await the initiative of the enemy. Supposing that he would be forced to resort to some desperate campaign by the clamor raised at the South on account of the great loss to them of the city of Atlanta. General Thomas occupied a house on Marietta Streets which had a veranda with high pillars. We were sitting there one evening, talking about things generally, when General Thomas asked leave to send his trains back to Chattanooga, for the convenience and economy of forage. I inquired of him if he supposed we would be allowed much rest at Atlanta, and he said he thought we would, or that at all events it would not be prudent for us to go much farther into Georgia because of our already long line of communication, viz. 300 miles from Nashville. This was true, but there we were, and we could not afford to remain on the defensive, simply holding Atlanta and fighting for the safety of its railroad. I insisted on his retaining all trains, and on keeping all his divisions ready to move at a moment's warning. All the army, officers and men, seemed to relax more or less, and sink into a condition of idleness. General Schofield was permitted to go to Knoxville, to look after matters in his department of the Ohio, and Generals Blair and Logan went home to look after politics. Many of the regiments were entitled to, and claimed, their discharge, by reason of the expiration of their term of service, so that with victory and success came also many causes of disintegration. The rebel General Wheeler was still in Middle Tennessee, threatening our railroads, and rumors came that Forrest was on his way from Mississippi to the same theater, for the avowed purpose of breaking up our railroads and compelling us to fall back from our conquest. To prepare for this, or any other emergency, I ordered Newton's division of the 4th Corps back to Chattanooga, and Corse's division of the 17th Corps to Rome, and instructed General Rousseau at Nashville, Granger at Decatur, and Stedman at Chattanooga, to adopt the most active measures to protect and ensure the safety of our roads. Hood still remained about Lovejoy Station, and, up to the 15th of September, had given no signs of his future plans. So that with this date I closed the campaign of Atlanta, with the following review of our relative losses during the months of August and September, with a summary of those for the whole campaign, beginning May 6 and ending September 15, 1864. The losses for August and September are added together, so as to include those about Jonesboro. Grand aggregate. Killed and missing 1,408. Wounded 3,731. Total 5,139. Hood's losses, as reported for the same period, page 577. Johnston's Narrative. Killed 482. Wounded 3,223. Total 3,705. To which should be added prisoners captured by us, 3,738. Giving his total loss 7,440. On recapitulating the entire losses of each army during the entire campaign. From May to September, inclusive, we have, in the Union Army, as per table appended. Killed 4,423. Wounded 22,822. Missing 4,442. Aggregate loss 31,627. In the Southern Army, according to the reports of Surgeon Ford, pp 576, 577. Johnston's narrative. Total killed 3,044. Total killed and wounded 21,996. Prisoners captured by us 12,983. Aggregate loss to the Southern Army 34,979. The foregoing figures are official, and are very nearly correct. I see no room for error save in the cavalry, which was very much scattered, and whose reports are much less reliable than of the infantry and artillery. But as Surgeon Ford's tables do not embrace Wheeler's, Jackson's, and Martin's divisions of cavalry, I infer that the comparison, as to cavalry losses, is a stand-off. I have no doubt that the Southern officers flattered themselves that they had filled and crippled of us 2 and even 6 to 1, as stated by Johnston. But they were simply mistaken, and I herewith submit official tabular statements made up from the archives of the War Department, in proof thereof. I have also had a careful tabular statement compiled from official records in the Adjutant General's office, giving the effective strength of the Army under my command for each of the months of May, June, July, August, and September, 1864. Which enumerate every man, infantry, artillery, and cavalry, for duty. The recapitulation clearly exhibits the actual truth. We opened the campaign with 98,797 men. Blair's 2 divisions joined us early in June, giving 112,819, which number gradually became reduced to 106,070, 106,070 men, 91. 675, 91,675, and 81,758, at the end of the campaign. This gradual reduction was not altogether owing to death and wounds, but to the expiration of service, or by detachments sent to points at the rear.